Chapter 1. Suitor, he's a cook. It's still a chef who woke up inexplicably and was in Dragon Ball Super. Aggrieved? Suitor only felt rather numb. In the smoky kitchen. Dang dang dang. The sharp blade kept cutting quickly on the board. Suitor flipped his knife with a blank face and sent the cut vegetables to the side of the draining basket. Stir the pot, burn the oil. All the actions are smooth. Flipping the big iron pot, Suitor was stir-frying quickly. In less than 2 minutes, a plate of mouth-watering stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers was baked. Xiaoji, send it out, don't let that Vegeta guy wait. Suitor said, walking over to the board again and starting the next round of preparations. All right, Master Chef. That's right, Suitor is numb. The biggest reason is that he still cooks at Bulma's house. The bamboo shoot's mother opened the door for the bamboo shoots, and the bamboo shoots arrived home. After a busy day, Suitor crouched down the back door of the kitchen. He habitually smoked a cigarette and looked at a young woman with short blue-green hair in the restaurant opposite. This is Suitor's employer and the richest woman in the Dragon Ball world, Bulma. Hey, I've been watching it for 3 years, but I just don't get tired of watching it. And across from her, there sat a man that Suitor desperately wanted to ignore. The man's face was grim, with a murderous aura all over his body. Although the momentum is awesome, it still can't stop his obviously receding hairline. This is the man who eats Suitor's employer's soft rice, Vegeta. Tui, sitting with Bulma for dinner, why not him? Even if he has a bad stomach, he can still eat soft rice and hard food. Wood's method, he has no strength, no system, and no golden finger, so he can only watch the protagonists and supporting characters of these Dragon Balls from afar. Ding, just. As Suitor habitually took a long puff of smoke and extinguished the cigarette butt at his feet. In his head, a strange voice suddenly sounded. Kitchen God System, start binding. Hey! He patted his clothes and wanted to leave work. System? Goldfinger? Got a chicken? He's in Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball world that knocks down a planet with one punch. What is the Kitchen God System? Have a hammer effect on him? The system is being bound. The system is bound, and the Kitchen God System is about to start serving you. In the confirmation of the host's profile, the cooking skill has reached 10%, which can activate the Scion bloodline. Excuse me, do you want to activate it? Listening to the sound of the system, Suitor paused in his footsteps, and then continued to walk towards the place where he clocked out from work. Scion ancestry? It's a chicken thing, huh? Why, to be exact, this is the Dragon Ball Super world. On June 21, 778, it was less than 2 months since Beerus woke up to Earth. What's the Scion blood? Can't you just give a golden finger that is a little awesome? Is there a golden finger that kicks the god of destruction, punches the angel, and slaps the whole king's ass? It seemed that he couldn't wait for the reply of the host Suitor, and the system began to broadcast mechanically and coldly again. The host has made more than 109,000 dishes so far, and can introduce an angel to it. Hey! Hearing this, Suitor's expressionless face finally showed a trace of emotion. He worked as a chef at Bulma's house for 3 years. And he made as many as 109,000 dishes. Damn, this Vegeta can still be eaten more than a pig. Exploiting him, a poor worker, is really evil capitalism. He too. Suitor scolded and didn't reply to the system, but returned to his staff room. Hey, I've been in the Dragon Ball world for 3 years, and I don't even have a home of my own. How fortunate it is. Lying on the bed, he slowly tried to restore the system in his heart. Activate the Scion bloodline. The bloodline is starting to activate. Bloodline activated. Suitor sat up from the bed and noticed that there was not much change in his body. The facial features are still so handsome, the hair is still so flowing, and the figure is still so strong and material. In addition, there is an extra Gwensian tail, and his jeans are torn. Hey, system, what about the angel who introduced you? Suitor fell back into bed again, waiting for the second condition of the system to be met. Which angel do you want to meet, host? Of course, it's Bados, who is the number 1 in strength. Suitor didn't even think about it, and just named him. Immediately, he thought for a moment and said, Macarita is not impossible. Hearts seems to be pretty good too. Please determine the angel you want to see, and then the ward system. Thank you for your cooperation. Suitor tightened the corners of his mouth and affirmed, just Bados. Just her. Brush. Fell as Suitor's words fell, and his whole person instantly felt the world spinning. Then, someone else appeared in a place where the scenery was okay. Why, didn't Bados come to see him in his room? But he came, in front of Bados? In front of her, she is a tall and proud girl. She has long white hair in a high ponytail and blue-green skin. He was wearing a green robe, white high heels, and a light blue halo around his neck. On his slender right hand, he still held a long staff. This girl is not Bados, who else could it be? Hey! Who are you? How did you get here all of a sudden? Bados tilted her head slightly, looking at Suitor in surprise. Actually, someone can escape her perception and come to the destruction of the 6th universe? Suitor didn't answer at the first time, but asked the system in his heart, Dog, Nima, this is the introduction. Isn't it too hasty? What if, judging that he was not the one who should have come to destroy the land, Bados killed him? Host, have you seen Dragon Ball Super? Angels will not be involved in good and evil, let alone kill you. Moreover, according to the judgment of the system, if there is a danger to you, it is also a destruction of the divine elephant. Also, my name is the kitchen god system, please don't call me indiscriminately with so-called insulting words. Ignoring the last sentence of the system, Suitor shifted his gaze to the side lying on the rock. The big fat purple hairless cat that grabbed his face and talked in his dreams. This fat cat is the so-called god of destruction in the system, Xiongpa. Dog, since you are a kitchen god system, do you have an ingredient warehouse? Looking at the big fat cat, Suitor swallowed with difficulty. Yes, the system has an inexhaustible supply of ingredients. As soon as these words came out, Suitor's heart, which was still a little apprehensive, settled down. He smiled at Bados, who was full of suspicion, and said, Hello, I heard, you are shopping for food everywhere. Yes. Hearing the food-related food, Bados unexpectedly hooked her lips and asked with a curious smile, Mofe, do you know where the food is? Do you want to try the food? Yes. Think. I'm dreaming about it. Before Bados could speak, the elephant who was lying on the rock suddenly turned over and sat up, with a slap on his lips, and shouted. Then I'll show you a hand. Suitor ignored elephant paw and smiled at Bados. Chapter 2. Pots and pans or something, he always likes to carry it in the all-purpose capsule, so he is not afraid of running out of kitchen utensils. Even if you don't, the almighty angel should be able to conjure, right? Bados, I need a table. Thinking of this, Suitor asked tentatively. Yes. Bados nodded, and with a wave of the scepter he was holding, the huge long table appeared in front of Suitor. At this glance, he also found that in addition to the long table, there were also a few chairs. Hey, Bados, who's this guy? With a sleepy yawn, Xiongpa came to Bardos's side and asked. Before Bados could reply, he saw that with a wave of Suitor's hand, the table was full of ingredients. Wow wow! It's all something that looks delicious. Xiongpa kept shaking his nose and sat down at the table with a huge belly. It's so fragrant, it's so fragrant. Bados approached the table, took a tomato and sniffed it. If you eat, you may have to wait, Suitor said, and began to get busy, putting all kinds of kitchen utensils in place. As soon as he lit up the knife and wanted to take the vegetables, he noticed that Xiangpa was already holding a cabbage and gnawing it raw. Click. Are you hungry? Seeing Bados also eating tomatoes in small bites, Suitor was a little dazed. Ahem. As if sensing that something was wrong with the way he was eating, Bados hid the tomatoes behind him and blamed Xiangpa. Lord Xiangpa, what are you talking about? Hey? What's wrong? The elephant, whose mouth was full of vegetable residues, looked up blankly and looked at Bados. Wait, these things don't eat like this. Suitor's words were addressed to Elephant, but his eyes were always on Bados. These things still need to be processed before they can be eaten. Of course, the red fruit can be eaten as is. For example, Suitor pulled out Bados' hand that was hiding behind him, and at the same time, sprinkled a little sugar on the tomatoes. That way, it tastes sweeter. Oh! Bados blushed as she looked at the dotted white crystals on the red fruit. If you look closely, this strange person is quite good looking, much better looking than Lord Xiangpa. Moreover, he is very careful, considerate, and gentle. Host, you take advantage of the angels. As soon as Suitor let go of Bardos's arm, the system's voice rang out. Suitor ignored it directly, picked up an intact Chinese cabbage from the table, put it on the board and cut it. Do you still have to cut this thing and eat it? Not a lot of this? Looking at Suitor's movements, Xiangpa looked at the unrecognizable cabbage in his hand and asked. Suddenly, I felt that it was not delicious. This is called Chinese cabbage. There are many ways to eat it, boiled, fried, and blanched, but no one will choose to gnaw it raw like you. Suitor was busy as he glanced at Xiangpa with disgust. Of course, it's not uncommon to eat like this. For example, I know you, and pigs. Pigs? So who is that? Elephant Paw was very slow, and he didn't even notice that Suitor's attitude towards him was very different from that of Bados. He also asked blankly and silently, who is that? When will you show me it? If you can eat in the same way as Uncle Ben, I will definitely be able to become my confidant and friend. Hey! Suitor sneered and sped up his movements. His movements, flowing smoothly, actually make me feel a little pleasing to the eye. Bados sighed as he watched Suit chop vegetables and stir-fry them with burning eyes. Xiangpa also nodded, swallowing his saliva constantly, smelling the overflowing fragrance, and kept urging Suitor. Can you eat it? Are you all right? How long will we have to wait? Under the urging of Xiangpa's voice, the 4 dishes and 1 soup that Suitor had cooked had been placed on the table. It's time to go. As soon as the words fell, Xiangpa couldn't wait to reach out and grab the plate of red and bright mapo tofu on the table. If you don't use chopsticks, the consequence of grabbing it with your bare hands is naturally that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Scald, hot, hot. The fat cat's hand is fine, but his tongue is miserable. This Bados looked at the weeping elephant, and then at Suitor with a mocking look on his face. How should she eat it? Just in her confusion, Suitor picked up the slender chopsticks and sandwiched a piece of tomato from the scrambled egg with tomatoes. He also blew away the heat from above very intimately and handed it to Bardos's mouth. I'll feed you. Open your mouth, It's delicious. Bados couldn't help but reach out and touch her cheek, her eyes shining, and she exclaimed. Suitor continued, and this egg? Hey, where's Uncle Ben? Elephant finally relented, walked to Bados' side with his hands on his hips, and opened his mouth as well. This? Yes. Suitor ignored it at all, continued to feed Bados, and said disgustedly, there are chopsticks on the table, hold the clip yourself. Damn! Xiangpa closed his bloody mouth and picked up his chopsticks with a curse. But the first person to hold chopsticks. Oh! Cats, how easy is it to pick up the dishes? Bastard! I'm going to feed it too. After several unsuccessful attempts, Xiangpa angrily threw down his chopsticks and yelled at Soot. Chopsticks don't work, so let's spoon. As he continued to feed Bados, Suitor didn't even look at it, and threw a disposable plastic spoon at the elephant. Bastard! Seeing that the atmosphere was full of warmth and a little ambiguous, Xiangpa carefully scooped up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in his mouth. Is this meat? It's still sweet. It's delicious, it's delicious. The next moment, Xiangpa directly picked up a whole plate on the table and wanted to pour it into his mouth. Elephant Sama Bados swallowed something from his mouth and stared at Elephant Pa with a torch-like gaze. Feeling the cold killing intent, like Pa seconds, he continued to take the plastic spoon to scoop it bitterly. Don't feed me, you can eat too. Bados looked at Suitor, who was still trying to feed her vegetables, and smiled. This man is so nice. Chapter 3. It's okay, I'm used to eating these, and it doesn't matter if I eat later. Suitor continued to serve Bados with a smile in return. Being able to feed Bados was something he couldn't have imagined before today, in the 3 years he had been in the Dragon Ball world. And now, the dream has come true, the opportunity has come, how can you easily miss it? The meal ends in the heartwarming picture of Suitor and Bados, and by the way, the background plate is like Pa's eyes cracking. It's delicious. After licking the plates one by one, Xiangpa leaned back on the table and patted his huge belly. I feel like I'm not full at all. Suitor didn't pay attention to him, but turned to look at Bados, who was also unsatisfied, and asked, would you like some after-dinner fruits and desserts? Fruit? Dessert? Bados' eyes lit up and he nodded. Right now. The corners of Suitor's mouth are raised, he can make good food for Bados, and he can see her look of satisfaction, he is full of motivation. Hey, are you racist, or are you being treated by gender? After waiting for a few unprocessed fruits, Xiangpa was dissatisfied. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the delicately carved fruits and delicate and lovely pastries in front of Bados, and scolded him. Why is mine so unpretty, but Bardos's is so good looking? Bados didn't care about the noise of the elephant paw at all, and took care of himself and muttered a sigh from time to time. Ah, this one is delicious, too. You don't look good, why do you ask for something to look good? Are you the Appearance Society? Suitor glanced at him and stretched out his hand to get the fruits back. If you ask for so much, you won't eat them. It's really a great food, and what kind of fruit and pastries are there? Bados had a full face and a little happiness. By the way, I still don't know your name. Suitor. Suitor smiled, put away the things on the table one by one, and introduced himself. I'm a cook, a food maker. As soon as these words came out, the system in his head let out a cold mocking sound. Shameless for self-incitement. Without waiting for Suitor to reply, the system began to broadcast on its own again. Congratulations to the host, for receiving the host's gastronomic recognition from Bados and Xiangpa, and increasing the cooking skills by 5%. The reward this time is 1 amount of God combat power, which can be transformed into a Super Race form, a Super 2 form, and a Super 3 form. At the same time, because the taster is an angel and a god of destruction, the hidden level 1 destruction skill will be rewarded again, and the level 1 free and extreme intention skill will be rewarded again. Suitor couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this, but he still chatted with Bados with a blank face. With 2 minds, he asked the system in his heart, how much combat power is 1 amount of combat power? Hey, I haven't seen the host of Dragon Ball Super. A quantity is not a specific amount of combat power, but a rough estimate of God's combat power. It's like, compared to the quantity, the Wukong of the Super Saiyan is 6 quantities, Beerus is 10 quantities, and Weiss is 15 quantities. Oh, what the hell is that hidden reward? According to the current divine combat power possessed by the host, a certain amount of divine combat power is not enough to learn angels and destruction gods. Phew, useless system. Made a meal for the angel and the god of destruction, and actually only rewarded a useful amount of god combat power, plus the ability to transform into a super race 3. I haven't been able to touch the realm of the gods, it's a loss, it's a loss. Elephant Paw stared at Suitor, who was chatting with Bados, and muttered quietly, "Maker of food," it said, swallowing a little bit, "if that happens, you're going to make more food." Of course, the Manchu and Han banquets are not a problem. Suitor tilted his head and said indifferently. Hearing that Suitor was so determined, but not quite understood, Xiangpa stretched out the table and exclaimed, "Very good. I have decided, from today onwards, you are the cook of the 6th universe, destroying the divine realm, destroying the god me, and Xiangpa. Ha ha ha. From now on, I will have endless food." Looking at the rampant elephant with his hands on his hips and laughing, Suitor asked coldly, "Why?" "Humph, it's your pleasure." The elephant also made a straight face. "Don't do it. When I worked in my last company, I still had a salary." Suitor was not afraid, stood up with his hands on his hips, and replied. When his hand is revealed, he has a bargaining with Xiangpa. After eating his things, and then let Xiangpa turn around and eat all that garbage, would he be willing? It is easy to go from thrift to luxury, and it is difficult to go from luxury to thrift. Even if Elephant Paw is angry and loses his mind, don't forget that there is a teacher standing next to him, Bados. "That's. I'll give you a salary too." Seeing that it was hard to work, Xiangpa tried to soften his attitude. As soon as the words came out, he turned to look at Bados and asked, "Bados, what's the salary?" "I don't know. It should be some benefit." Bados shrugged, her gaze vaguely swept towards Suitor. "Is it good? What benefits do you want?" Xiangpa continued to look at Suitor, asking negotiatingly. "Let me think about it," Suitor asked the system in his mind, feigning to think. "Dog, what good can I do if I keep making food for the angels and the god of destruction? 100,000 dishes to introduce you to the person you want to meet. At the same time, increase the hidden god combat power points, destroy the skill level, and feel free at the extreme skill level. Destruction skills or something, Suitor knows, but the question is, what is divine combat power? It's the divine combat power. Beerus's divine combat power is 10 points, and Sun Wukong's is 6 points. You haven't seen Dragon Ball Super, have you? Host. Shut up, bitch, goodbye. Suitor reined in his thoughts, looked at Xiangpa with an expressionless face, and demanded, "I want Super Dragon Ball." Super Dragon Ball. Elephant Paw is unknown. It's a wishing star. I habitually say it's Super Dragon Ball. Damn, you're a lion's mouth. Xiangpa took a step back and looked at him in shock. This strange human actually knows about the wishing star. Lord Xiangpa, aren't you looking for a wishing star just to make a wish to eat delicious food? Bados grimaced and glared at Elephant. This stupid guy, don't you want to eat food in the future? You have eaten the food now, and if you have been wanting to eat it in the future, then find all the wishing stars and let's her make a wish. As she spoke, Bados showed a hint of curiosity and looked at Suitor and asked. Suitor, what do you want? This. The main thing is to think about living a few more days. You angels can live for hundreds of millions of years if you destroy the gods or something, but I will only survive for hundreds of years. What? For hundreds of years? So short? Xiangpa looked at the few remaining apples on the table, and his expression became a little frightened. After eating for hundreds of years, I will never be able to eat again. No, it's absolutely not going to work. Xiangpa said to himself, clenching his fists and shouting, I'm going to find the wishing star right away. Now, immediately. Looking at Xiangpa, who was even more nervous than himself, Suitor felt a little inexplicable. why did you suddenly get excited? Ho ho ho! Xiangpa-sama is very stubborn about food. Bados smiled, reached out and grabbed Suitor's arm, and asked, your lifespan is really short. However, don't worry, even if you can't find the wishing star in a short time, I have a way to prolong your life. If you can find the wishing star, then make a wish that you will not die or die. As Bados said this, Suitor sensed her selfishness. It seems that this angel really likes him. Cooking. Conquer a woman, start by conquering this woman's stomach. Chapter 4. Hurry up, a few hundred years is just a snap of a finger. Xiangpami Suitor and Bados inexplicably clasped hands, anxiously urging. There's no hurry. Suitor let Bados pull him and said a word to Xiangpa. I've got to go back and get something. The two universes, aimlessly searching for Super Dragon Balls, are simply inefficient. In the search for Dragon Ball, it must be the Dragon Ball radar that needs a genius woman, Bulma. Go back? Need me to send you? Seeing that Bados took the initiative to speak, Xiangpa also said, it's totally okay, Bados, your speed is the fastest. Yes, Earth in the 7th universe. Suitor smiled and took Bardos's hand with his backhand. Good guy, you're really good at running. Hearing that the place he was going to was actually the universe under the jurisdiction of Beerus, Xiangpa couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, Lord Xiangpa, stay here and wait for us to come back. After Bados finished speaking, he released an air shield and rushed into the sky to protect Suitor. Universe 7, Earth. As soon as he landed at the Bulma family's villa, Suitor saw the trio of Trunks and Pirav playing ball in the courtyard. Hey, isn't this Suitor from the kitchen? Pirav kicked the soccer ball out of the way and looked at Suitor and asked. That big blue sister, is that your girlfriend? Without waiting for Suitor to answer, Bados asked curiously, girlfriend? Yes, she's my girlfriend. Sud nodded, pulling Bados and walking directly towards Bulma's research room. Hey, when did you get your girlfriend? Why don't you burn a table and let us have something to eat? Dog Ashiu looked at the two of them in the distance and shouted, it's really stingy. Hey, I don't know if Xiaowu likes him or not. Girlfriend, do you mean I'm your friend? Bados followed behind Suitor and asked. Well, aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? Suitor didn't feel the slightest shame and asked. Boyfriend and girlfriend, there's really nothing wrong with it. Shameless, take advantage of it again. The system mocked again. Friends. Bados smiled softly and nodded at Sudsun. Yes, friend, boyfriend and girlfriend. Walking into the research room, Suitor looked at Bulma, who was sitting at the table, and asked unceremoniously. Bulma, can I trouble you with something? Hey, it's Suitor. Bulma looked up at Bados, who was being held by the hand, and smiled knowingly as an adult would know. Are you going to take time off work to go on a date? I'll give you some forenotice. Is 30,000 sonies enough? It's too much, his monthly salary is only 10,000 soni. No, I want you to make me a Dragon Ball radar, the kind that wants to detect the whole universe. Suitor directly explained his intention, besides, I'm here to resign. Oh. It's going to take a little time. Bulma nodded, and then asked puzzledly, but okay, why do you want to resign? Vegeta loves what you cook, even Trunks. If you don't think the salary is high, I can give you a little more. No, I've found my quest. Suitor smiled at Bados and squeezed the hand they were holding. He came to Dragon Ball because he was forced to be a chef out of desperation, and he didn't really just come to be a chef. Seeing this, Bulma didn't understand anything, so he didn't persuade Suitor more. Then I wish you happiness in advance. As she spoke, Bulma took out a thick stack of Sony's envelopes from the drawer. Here you go. And it'll be a gift later. Good. Suitor was also not polite, and directly smiled, Super Dragon Ball radar, how long does it take to get it done? It takes most of the day, and I suggest you go on a date first. Bulma smiled, winking at Suitor. Okay. Suitor shrugged his shoulders and didn't intend to rush, but turned to Bados and said, let's go, I'll take you around, there are a lot of delicious snacks on this planet. Okay. Bados smiled and agreed. Xiangpa, the fat cat, has long been left behind by these two people. From Chinese and Western food to Japanese and Korean food, Suitor took Bados to the snack street again. The attentive Suitor found that Bados seemed to prefer some desserts and snacks. Among them are the characteristic glutinous rice and hemp balls, and she also likes to drink hot green tea. It's delicious, but it's a pity that you didn't make it yourself. Bados frowned slightly, not very satisfied with these delicacies. I always feel that something is missing, something special. Is that so? Suitor smiled. That's natural, and everything he makes is full of love for Bados. The system also boasted to itself, of course, it's because of the lack of unique ingredients produced by my system, Tisk. After thinking about it, Suitor planned to take Bados back. It's getting dark. After Bados had a satisfying dinner, most of the day had passed. Okay, this is the Dragon Ball radar that can detect the entire universe. Bulma handed something slightly larger than the Dragon Ball radar to Suitor and asked curiously. By the way, why do you want such a Dragon Ball radar? To find the Dragon Balls, of course. Suitor raised an eyebrow and replied. Like that on Namek? Bulma became more and more puzzled, frowning and muttering. In this case, you don't need to expand to the entire universe. You'll find out later. Suitor didn't explain much, and pulled Bados towards the courtyard with a smile. If you're free, come and play often. Seeing that the two were leaving, Bulma also said politely. Who are they? Vegeta, who had just come out of the gravity room, saw the two people who had gone away, and asked puzzledly. The former chef of our family, and his girlfriend. Bulma covered her nose in disgust as she spoke. Hey, Vegeta, hurry up and take a shower, you smell of sweat all over your body. Whoa, you damn woman! Vegeta's forehead flared up, and he scolded in dissatisfaction, and turned to leave. Angels fly fast. Suitor and Bados, in less than half an hour, have returned to the land of destruction in Universe 6. Hey, why have you been around for so long? Seeing the two of them coming back, Xiangpa immediately touched his stomach and shouted at Suit, I'm dying of hunger. Isn't it still not starving? Suitor rolled his eyes. Chapter 5. Anyway, you are as fat as Lord Xiangpa, you should lose weight if you eat less. Bados also had a sly smile and teased the elephant. Nonsense, I just came into contact with the delicious food made by Suitor, and I don't want to leave a meal behind. Xiangpa was furious, but still with a flattering smile, he looked at Suitor. Hey, when are you going to make a meal? I've already eaten Bados and I, so let's eat this for this meal. Suitor tossed the boxed instant noodles in his hand to Xiangpa. You can't just eat it. Bados also knew how stupid he was, took out a pot of boiling water, and explained as he operated. I'm going to open the package like this, and then take out the spice packet. Wait 3 minutes like this and you can eat? Xiangpa watched Bados operate, and kept nodding in agreement. Yes, hurry up and eat, let's go to find the wishing star. Bados pushed the soaked instant noodles in front of Xiangpa. Oh! Elephant Paw swallowed, looking at the sand falling from the hourglass next to him. Hurry up, uncle, I'm so hungry. There are 3 on the other side of Universe 7, so are there 4 remaining over there? Bados walked over to Suitor, looked at the Super Dragon Ball radar in his hand, and asked. Indeed, there are 4 Super Dragon Balls here, and the closest one is in the east direction. Suiting nodded and handed the Super Dragon Ball radar to Bados. Then when Lord Xiangpa finishes eating, we will set off immediately. Bados said, squinting at the elephant who was still waiting for the instant noodles to open. If it weren't for the fear that this guy would make a fuss, she and Suitor would go directly to find Super Dragon Ball. Woo! Call! As soon as the time came, Xiangpa couldn't wait to eat instant noodles, and he was sweating profusely. This time, he learned wisely, listened carefully to Bardos's explanation, and knew how to eat with a fork. Comfortable. After eating instant noodles, Xiangpa wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Soot, "Give me some later, you can use them as some side dishes before dinner." Bados and Suitor looked at each other, speechless. The journey to find Super Dragon Ball was very smooth. In the sixth universe, there is no one with the highest status than the two gods of Bados and Xiangpa. In addition, these two people have been running around in search of wishing stars and food before, so naturally there are many cosmic people who know them. The 4 Super Dragon Balls, under the display of the Super Dragon Ball radar, have been successfully collected in less than 3 hours. Brought the 4 Dragon Balls to the junction of the 6th and 7th universes. Suitor and Bardaska are looking for the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7. This time it took a shorter time, just 2 hours. Your Super Dragon Ball radar, it's really easy to use. Xiangpa looked at the Super Dragon Ball radar in Suitor's hand, and then at the 7 Super Dragon Balls, and said in a sour tone. He worked hard to find Super Dragon Balls, and that was how much time it took. But he didn't know that there was something in the universe that could find out where the Super Dragon Ball was. Who made you lonely and unheard? Suitor grinned and poked at Elephant Paw's heart. Humph! Xiangpa snorted dissatisfiedly. He looked at the Super Dragon Balls that glowed with a faint golden light and were as huge as a planet. And said to Suitor with his hands on his hips. Hurry up and summon the Dragon of the Gods, and wish you to live to the end of your life. It's better to make a wish to be immortal, Suitor's strength is a little weak. Bados echoed in and urged Suitor, hurry up, Suitor. I don't know the word of God. Suitor spread his hands and said helplessly. Ahem, then I'll do it for you. Bados coughed awkwardly and shouted at the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Come out, God Dragon, please fulfill my wish, I want to send it. Under Bardos's use of the word of God, the Super Dragon Ball, which was originally just a faint glow, suddenly appeared with dazzling light. The light became more and more intense, and it rushed out towards the vast universe, gradually revealing a huge golden figure. Soon, under the gaze of the 3 suitors, a golden western dragon appeared. It's so big. It is worthy of being a cosmic-level divine beast. Xiangpa looked at the pair of huge bat-winged super dragons in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. After all, it's a super dragon. Bados also saw the super dragon for the first time, and couldn't help but sigh. As soon as the sigh fell, the super divine dragon opened its huge mouth at the 3 of them, as if it was about to swallow Suitor and them into its belly. Seeing this scene, Xiangpa's face turned blue with fright, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What's going on? Bados also looked serious, and hurried to Lasut to dodge. Calm, I think it may be a foreshadowing for the next and upcoming wishes. Suitor smiled at the 2 of them and said a reassuring word. Nima. That's not how the foreshadowing is laid. Elephant Sorrow trembled, full of fear of the super dragon at the moment. They 3 people who were swallowed by the brush had different expressions. Suitor was excited, Bados was a little nervous, and Xiangpa was frightened. In the boundless darkness, just when Bados wanted to shine. In front of the 3 of them, a miniature version of the super divine dragon suddenly appeared, its blood-red eyes, and its voice was deafening. Say what you want. Just as Bados was about to speak, Suitor suddenly said, Bados, except for immortality. I also want to have the physique and learning ability of Majin Buu. Oh, okay. Bados didn't have any opinions, and spoke Suitor's wish in the word of the gods. Just when Sutime was thinking that he was going to have infinite physical strength and infinite regeneration, a light fell from his body. The super dragon's blood-colored red eyes glowed brightly, enveloping Sut inside. Immediately afterward, Suitor felt an indescribable pain. Ah! Hey, it's so miserable. Xiangpa looked at the light cluster with a frightened face, but he couldn't see Suitor's figure. Suitor! Bardos's face flashed with a heavy look of worry. No. It's okay. Pain comes and goes as fast as it goes. The next moment, the light disappeared, and Suitor, who was intact, appeared in the eyes of Bardos and Xiangpa. Wu, seeing that Suitor was safe, Bardos breathed a sigh of relief. Won't you die? Elephant Patsai looked at Suitor carefully, suddenly hooked his lips, raised his index finger at Sut, and struck out the destructive energy. Bang! Chapter 6. The energy of destruction passed directly through Suitor's chest. Xiangpa, what are you doing? Seeing Suitor's serious injury, Bardos suddenly felt a throbbing. The heart that was originally unwavering suddenly had a throbbing sensation. She didn't even shout anymore, and yelled at Xiangpa with an angry face, "Why are you going to attack Suitor? Am I just want to give it a try?" Xiangpa noticed Bardos's anger, and his voice became quieter and quieter, even with a little grievance. What to try? You use the power of rules, and pure immortality. Suitor looked down at the huge wound on his chest, incredulous. Seems to be fine. The wound is healing itself, and it is still healing at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Really? When Bardos looked sideways, he saw that the large hole in Suitor's chest was gone. If it weren't for the big hole in her clothes, she would have thought everything was just an illusion. Look, immortality and immortality probably include attack damage to the power of the rules. Xiangpa, who was inexplicably beaten up, only felt very aggrieved. Your wish has been granted, then goodbye. When the super dragon said this, it turned into a beam of light again. The 7 super dragon balls also quickly dispersed in all directions. You say, next time if I make a wish that the king's erasure power is transferred to me, will it be fulfilled? Watching the dragon balls scatter, Suitor suddenly had this bold idea. In that case, how awesome, with a wave of your hand, you can eliminate the existence of the nasty person, and you can also destroy a universe. This wish will definitely not come true. Bardos wondered what Suitor knew, but answered his question seriously. Why? Suitor was a little puzzled. There is such a relationship between the dragon of the gods and the whole king, one is responsible for cleaning up, and the other is responsible for restoration. This balance is fixed and cannot be broken. The dragon of the gods will not grant such a wish. Bardos explained as he led Suitor and Elephant Paw through the universe. It seems that the super dragon is not omnipotent. Suitor was a little disappointed, but he dismissed the thought in a few seconds. Originally, it was just a whim. It's like you can make any wish to the dragon of the gods, but when it comes to gods, such as angels, gods of destruction, and all kings, this kind of wish is not allowed. Bardos said again, comforting Suitor. Xiangpa also followed, persuading Sut to give up. Actually, it is better to say that the dragon of the gods cannot deprive the whole king of his ability. Otherwise, in this vast universe, there are so many evil people, this wish would have been fulfilled a long time ago. Even if it can be realized, it's actually useless, it will violate the bottom line of the great priest and kill you directly. It's already okay if you don't die or die. Suitor was not a very ambitious person, and he directly diverted the topic. In this way, the combat power of the great priest is still above that of the whole king. Erasure is a kind of rule power, and it has little to do with strength. Bardos explained lightly. Oh. The atmosphere was quiet for a few seconds before Xiangpa spoke. Go back and make something to eat for us, we've done you a great favor. Okay. In the face of this request, Suitor was also refreshed, and nodded directly in agreement. The days of eating and drinking began. Today you will have mutton hot pot, tomorrow you will eat Sichuan food, and the day after tomorrow you will eat Japanese food. Occasionally, suitor will make a candlelit dinner and have Western food with Bados. If you want to eat, you have to play the role of a waiter. Living in suitor's eyes is a comfortable and fulfilling life. But within 2 months of eating, Xiongpa gained a lot of weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lord Xiongpa, it's time for you to go on a diet to lose weight. Looking at the increasingly greasy elephant paw, Bados was naked disgusted. No. I don't, absolutely not, absolutely not. Xiongpa shook his head desperately, holding a large bag of snacks in his arms. If you don't diet, you have to open your legs. Suitor held the kitchen knife and smiled harmlessly. Otherwise, I won't give you any food. In the face of these well-intentioned suggestions, looking at the 2 people who oppressed him, Xiongpa finally compromised and chose to exercise to lose weight. Wu! Wu! Looking at Xiongpa, who was out of breath after not running a few steps, Suitor shook his head in disgust. This god of destruction deserves it, but it really has moisture. I've heard you say before, what diet meals would you make? Arrange it for him. Bados also looked disgusted. Suitor, who was about to say yes, suddenly felt the mobile phone in his pocket vibrate. This mobile phone was specially given to him by Bulma before, saying that it can communicate with the Earth in any corner of the universe. Of course, this was not what Bulma had said. She said, Suitor, if you go to the universe to find the Dragon Balls and encounter any danger, remember to call me. When the time comes, let Vegeta and Goku save you. Can't your cooking skills just be gone? At the time, Suitor scoffed, he needs to be saved? He's got a girlfriend like Bados, here. However, with some kindness, it would be unkind to refuse to answer, and Suitor received it at that time. He hadn't used it all along, but he didn't expect Bulma to contact him first. Could it be that something happened to the Earth? But on the Earth where Monkey King and Vegeta are here, can there be a ghost? Hey! Suitor pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Bulma. Can I help you? Suitor, have you been free lately? Bulma, on the other end of the phone, quickly asked, That's right, my 38th birthday is coming, and I want to invite you and your girlfriend to come. Why don't you say that there's a cook missing at the birthday party? Suitor didn't have to think much to guess Bulma's thoughts. Oh, don't say that. Trunks said I really want you to make something to eat, I'm this. I also need your food to support the scene. Bulma babbled, tempting Suitor with his damn money, a million Sony, okay. I don't need you to go to the back kitchen, just on the deck of the cruise ship, you get a stall. Okay. Beerus and Weiss, who will also show up when the time comes, will be able to cook a meal for these 2 guys to eat. When the system arrives, I don't know what reward it will give him. Soot answered, and brought the topic back to the beginning. Anyway, is it really 38 years old? I remember that you were born in the year 733. Before he could finish speaking, the communication was hung up like this. What's wrong? Bados looked at Suitor curiously and asked. She had a good hearing. And she had already heard the conversation between Bulma and Suitor clearly. You know Bulma, too, she said she was going to invite us for her birthday. Do you want to go? Suitor asked, Bados' opinion. Chapter 7. If she chooses not to go, he will naturally not go, and the woman will sing with her husband. Okay, is Bulma also your girlfriend? Bados asked without any scheming, which made Suitor almost squirt. No, she is my employer at most, and she can only be regarded as my ordinary friend in heaven. Suitor shook his head desperately, pulled Bardos's hands, and said affectionately, My girlfriend, it's just you. Even in the future, there will be more Nexus and Mark Erida. Hey, it looks like Android 21 is not bad either. What are you talking about? Sweating profusely and panting like a cow, Xiangpa suddenly squeezed between Bados and Suitor. Do you want to hide from me and eat something delicious? No, I have something to go back in a few days. Suitor took a few steps back, away from the greasy fat cat. Oh! Xiangpa was instantly disinterested, and waved his hand. You guys go, it's okay to go for a few more days. The longer he walks, the better, and now he eats only a few things, and there is no food to speak of. In addition, he has to be stared at by the two of them in turn, and he has to do sports all the time. He can't wait for these two people to leave quickly. Even if you can't eat something delicious, it's good to exercise less. Hat. Elephant Pasama, I know what you're thinking. Bados smiled, and with a tap of the scepter in his hand, a ball appeared above Elephant's head. Even if we're out, Suitor and I will still take turns staring at you if you're lazy. Kill me. Xiangpa hugged his head and looked at the sky, screaming bitterly. Looking at the bald head, Suitor asked curiously, what is this? The philosopher's stone on my scepter, the stone of contact. Bados said and added, it's different from yours, I can appear on this screen. Oh! The time was fast, and it was 3 days later. August 18th, 778. This day is Bulma's birthday, and it is also the day when Beerus wakes up and the earth looks for the god of super science. Are you guys leaving? With a dried vegetable in his mouth, Xiangpa lay on the rock without a figure, looking at Bados and Suitor who were standing together. Yes, then please take care of the house. Bados smiled at Elephanta and took Suitor's arm. The atmosphere is full of scents. Inexplicably there is a sense of newlyweds going out for their honeymoon, and the little fat cat is looking after the house. Hey! Don't forget to bring me some of the specialties there. Xiangpa's waist stretched lazily and changed to a supine position. You're still losing weight, what kind of food do you want? Before he finished speaking, Bados suddenly looked sideways at the sky, with a hint of surprise on his face. What's wrong? Suitor asked suspiciously. Bados shook his head and smiled at Soot. It's nothing, let's go. Looking at the disappearing backs of the two, Xiangpa sat up, also looked at the sky that Bados had seen before, and smiled. That guy! Wake up! As soon as the smile appeared, Xiangpa's face froze, and he said in astonishment, wait, where Bados and Suitor are going? Isn't it going to happen? Well, probably not, the 7th universe is so big. Xiangpa's forehead, as his self-brain replenished, kept sliding down cold sweat. My cook! What if Beerus takes a fancy to it? Ah, come back, Bados! Hurry up and bring Suitor back! No one could hear his wail. At this moment, Bados and Suitor have arrived on Earth in the 7th universe. Western capital, Bulma's house. At the warm invitation of Bulma, the two boarded a luxury cruise ship one after another. Hey! This is called a birthday party. Bados looked left and right, curious about the so-called cruise ship he had seen for the first time. There were a lot of people on the cruise, but they were all waiters, and the familiar ones barely showed up. It has nothing to do with birthdays, it's just a cruise ship, and it just happens that the Bulma family has money. Sutterson loosened his shoulders and went to the stall as he spoke, got some teppanyaki squid skewers, and handed them to Bados. Just think you're here to play, and take whatever you want. If you like this kind of cruise, I'll get you one to play with. Not really, I just think that the planet you live on has a lot of things to do. Well, but it's just a pastime. Suitor answered, and continued to busily grill the squid. You don't have to stay next to me all the time, there are other delicious foods in the other stalls. No. Bados explained, shaking her head slightly, I ate some last time, and I don't think those things are as delicious as what you made. While the two were chatting, Trunks and Sun Wushan chased each other in front of Suitor with water guns. Trunks sniffed, salivating at the squid on the teppanyaki. Hee hee. Uncle Suitor, bring me some strings. Sun Wuxian was still a little concerned, stretched out 3 fingers at Soot, and shouted, I want 5 strings. Yes. Suitor replied lightly and handed out the freshly made squid. Trunks is the eldest son of Bulma and Vegeta, and is also the eldest young master of the richest family. And Sun Wuxian is the second son of Sun Wukong and Kiki, who has been playing with Trunks since he was a child. The age difference between the two is only 1 year, they are both naughty ages, and they are usually called funny duos by everyone. Wuxian, how do you say that the 3 fingers that stand up are 5? Trunks frowned, dissatisfied that Sun Wuxian had more squid than his. Hee hee, don't worry about this kind of trivial matter. Sun Wuxian made a grimace with a smile, and ran away in a hurry with 5 strings of squid. Is this a human child? Looking at Trunks and Sun Wuxian, who were laughing in the distance, Bados tilted his head, full of strangeness. You haven't seen a human child? Suitor thought it was funny, asked, and continued to grill the new squid. Oh, Bulma, your cook is back. A dark-haired man in a suit with a scar on his cheek walked up to Suitor and asked with a smile. He was also followed by an animal-type earthling who looked like a fat cat. Yamcha and Pool, Dragon Ball's earliest male and male partners, pet partners. Before Suitor could answer, Bulma in the distance had already crossed his hands on his hips, walked over, and said dissatisfiedly. Yamcha, it's rude for you to talk like this. Suitor was specially invited by me. He's here as a friend of mine. Okay, Yamcha didn't care, shrugged and looked at Bados, who was eating silently. Who is this beauty? As he asked, he directly began to stare at Bados and launched a flirtatious stunt. Beauty, are you also here for Bulma's birthday party? Yes, but she's Suitor's girlfriend, so you better shut up and eat. Bulma had a black thread on her forehead, and with an impatient look, she stuffed the squid on the iron plate into Yamcha's mouth. Scald? Hot, hot. This behavior really made Yamcha obediently close her mouth. Young Master Yamcha, are you all right? Asked Pool, who was hovering, with a worried expression. Bados, come with us over there, I've got some delicious desserts, let's go. Chapter 8. Bulma took Bados' arm and walked towards Kiki and Bidri, introducing each other. Come, let me introduce you, this is Kiki, Wukong's wife, and this is Bidalai, Wukong's daughter-in-law. Hello, oops, I'll tell you, that Wukong in my family, super irresponsible. Bados didn't seem to resist Bulma pulling her away, and judging by her expression, she seemed to be a little curious about this kind of gossip. Could it be that this is the legendary nature of women? Thinking so, Suitor noticed a vague gaze. I don't know when, the turtle immortal has come to his side. He leaned on crutches and looked at Suitor with a strange expression and asked, why do you suddenly have such a powerful power? Suitor lowered his voice and whispered in his ear. Hey! The turtle immortal looked at Sud with a serious face. He could feel that Sud was an ordinary person last time, and suddenly became so strong. Even, it is not inferior to the strength of Sun Wukong. What's even weirder is that his so-called girlfriend also gives him a very strange feeling. Give me a few strings of Marin, Suitor. While the turtle immortal was deep in thought, the Kling family also came to Suitor. Okay. Seeing Suitor's busyness, Kling whispered a gossip and asked, your girlfriend is also very good looking, when are you going to get married? It's still early. Suitor was also a little surprised that Kling was actually the same 8 women as women. Well, do you think his girlfriend is good looking? The blonde-haired 18 glared at Clint with raised eyebrows. Looks better than me, hey. Not anymore. Listen to me, Clint snapped, hurriedly turning back to explain to number 18. Watching the interaction between the two, Suitor shrugged his shoulders. If he hadn't come to the Dragon Ball world too late, Android 18 wouldn't have fallen into the hands of a noseless dwarf like Klin. Hey, get out of the way, I'm coming to eat. Bu, dressed in pink, pushed away the Kling family and squeezed in front of Suitor. I want 10 strings. No, 100 skewers. Suitor, don't listen to him, just get some. Satan, who came from behind, was speechless and hurriedly spoke. Satan, won't you give me food? I'm going to be angry. Isn't there anything else delicious? Look at the takoyaki over there. Under Bu's sprinkling and rolling, Satan only feels tired. I'm going to have some too, Brother Tian, do you want it? The floating dumplings also came to the stall, turned their heads to look at Tianjin Rice and asked. No need. Tianjin Fan clasped his arms with both hands and responded lightly. If you don't want it, then give it to me when it will come out. Oolong came to Suitor's feet with a grinning pig face. Ha ha ha. Now, it's the king's. They. Pirav trio flashed quickly, snatched the squid skewers that had just arrived in Oolong's hands, and ran away with a grimace. Bastard, you stop me! Oolong was furious and hurried to chase people. Come on, catch me! A crisp slap sounded, and everyone looked back in unison. I saw that the turtle fairy who wanted to sneak attack Vitali's buttocks, and was slapped by Bulma's nosebleed. The old perverted turtle. Watch your trotters! Ha ha ha! Kiki's father, the bull demon king, covered his face helplessly. His teacher, why didn't he change his life? Everyone was very lively, except for Vegeta, who was huddled in the corner with his arms folded. Even Vic, who was dressed in a white cloak and was dressed in green, said a few words to Son Gohan with black-framed eyes from time to time. At this time when the atmosphere is harmonious and lively, Bados suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. Oh, they're coming straight to Earth. Who is it? They. Women sitting around looked puzzled and even puzzled. But the clear blue sky is nothing but the occasional drifting white clouds. Just. As the women looked at Bados again, a ball of light had descended onto the cruise ship. Inside the light cluster, the figures of 2 people were revealed. A person who looks a little similar to Bados is none other than the angel of the 7th universe, Weiss. He's Bados' younger brother. The other one looks like an elephant, but his body is several sizes smaller than that of an elephant, and his tail is much longer than that of an elephant. The god of destruction in the 7th universe, Beerus, and Elephant Pa are twins. Is this the Earth? Where are the Scions? Beerus asked, with his hands behind his head and looking sideways at Vis behind him. It must be nearby, Vis said, probing the Philosopher's Stone from his scepter. Humph, Bai ran away to the Realm King. I thought that Scion named Sun or something was very powerful. Beerus grumbled as he walked towards the deck of the cruise ship. I still think that Lord Beerus and the prophecy fish were wrong. Vis muttered as he looked at the Philosopher's Stone. The previous Scions were all under your command, and Frisia was destroyed. How could there be any Super Scion gods again? Humph, didn't you also say that Frisia was defeated by that Scion in the end? Otherwise, why would I make such a trip? Beerus said unhappily and muttered to himself. Wasted my time watching anime in one episode, and finally found something. Vegeta, who disliked the noise, happened to walk over from the deck and bumped into the 2 of them. After seeing 2 strangers, he asked a lot of words. Who are you? Hey! Vis said to Beerus, looking at Vegeta, then at the Philosopher's Stone of his scepter. Lord Beerus, this man is also one of the Scions on Earth. Oh! It's a little familiar. Beerus touched his chin and thought for a moment. As he thought, Vegeta was already reminded of the horrific memories of his childhood. Then. Beerus! You're the prince of the Scions. Ha ha ha, your father, what a nuisance for me. Beerus said as he walked up to Vegeta and tapped him on the shoulder with a mocking face. At this time, Bulma, who was puzzled by Bardos's strange behavior, also followed around the corner. "Ves, Lord Bados. Sure enough, it's you." Bados smiled at the three people standing in one place. Chapter 9. "Hey, isn't this my sister?" Vis was momentarily stunned, but soon laughed as well. "Why are you here? Damn, wouldn't it be like Pa is here? This is the universe I govern." Bados wasn't happy at all to see Bados. "Once you see this angel, it means that Elephant Fra is not far away." "No, Lord Xiongpa didn't come, I came because of something else." Bados directly denied it. "Oh, what is there to do to make you leave Lord Xiongpa and come to our universe on purpose?" In an instant, Vis showed curiosity. "Is it your friend with Suitor?" Bulma blinked blankly as she watched the conversation between the few people. "Sort of." Bados muttered, "This is my brother, and that is my brother's apprentice." "Oh, it's a guest? Welcome, welcome." With a smile, Bulma walked over to Vis and Bados, greeting. "Today is my birthday, please don't be polite." "Birthday?" Barris's nose twitched slightly, and his face was full of high interest. "Is it delicious? I smell the scent." "Ho ho, then we're welcome." Vis followed, walking side by side with Bados. Looking at the person who was gone in an instant, Vegeta stood in place, looking dazed and a little confused. Where is he? What's he doing? What just happened? His wife took the god of destruction away. Oh, my god! The cold sweat on Vegeta's forehead continued to flow down his thoughts. This is the person you want to accompany. Walking around the corner, after seeing Suitor, Vis looked complicated. The other party looks ordinary, not even a god, but can he get the favor of Bados? His sister is not an innocent and kind person. It's so weird. Well, we'll be back when we're done with this birthday. Bados nodded, showing off with some inexplicable meaning. Brother, let me tell you, as long as you have eaten the food made by Suitor, you will never look down on anything else. Oh! Please, can you bring me one? Vis didn't believe in evil, and said that he came to Suitor's front and asked politely. Take it yourself. Well? After hearing the unfamiliar voice, Suitor looked up in surprise and saw Ves, who was smiling like a spring breeze. In the distance, there is Bados, who is looking around under the introduction of Bulma. System, hurry up and give me fresh and new ingredients, I'm going to work. Seeing the arrival of these two people, Suitor hooked his lips and smiled, and said a word to the system in his heart. If you want to bubble Bados, you have to have super strength. If you want super strength, you have to let stronger people eat the food he makes. After showing a hand to Bados and Elephant Paw last time, he jumped straight from Scion to Super Match 3. This time, there is an angel and a god of destruction again, so won't he directly reach the realm of the Super Race God or the Super Blue? Suitor, can you not get excited? This doesn't taste special. At best, it's delicious. Weiss had already picked up the squid and ate it, and said casually. Duplicity, you also have a degree, okay. Klin, who just wanted to pick up a few more strings, looked at the empty iron plate and was speechless. Bados, who came slowly, was furious after seeing the messy conspiracy. Hey, you can leave me a little anyway. Ah, over there. Isn't there anything else delicious? Vis was not afraid of Bados at all, and stretched out his hand to the other stalls, but asked Suitor. Hee, Suitor, is that right, can you please get me some more? Looking at Weiss's expression, Bados was also speechless. But at this time, Sud had already pulled the white cloth strip on the side, tied it to his forehead, and smiled at the people present. Today, I'll show you a hand. Oh, is Suitor finally willing to cook officially? Seeing Suitor's energy, Bulma clapped his hands with joy. It's been 3 years, and when Suitor came to apply, he had such an expression. The dishes after that were also rich and varied, and they were delicious, but I always felt that it was not as good as the meal I applied for. Now that I think about it, I really miss it. If it weren't for marrying Vegeta, Suitor would have come too late. She can't wait to tie Sud to her side and ask him to make food for her every day. Hey, what are you going to do? The Clins also turned their heads sideways and looked at Suitor. Do you want to play a fun game? Suitor, what are you doing? Beerus, who was about to leave, turned around directly after hearing Suitor's words. What did you just say? Delicious, do you want it? Suitor hooked his lips and smiled, and a lot of fresh ingredients appeared in his wave. The waiter on the side, under the command of Bulma, served the kitchen utensils and the pots and pans. When everyone heard this, they all gathered in front of Suitor and watched him cut vegetables. That's a lot of speed. Vic's eyes widened instantly when he saw Suitor drop the knife. This speed is not something that ordinary people can have. After cutting the vegetables, when he saw Suitor patting the meat with his bare hands, Vegeta, who was quietly approaching, was also shocked. That power, damn it! How can it be so accurate? Yamcha, a layman, couldn't help but praise loudly. Although he is just a cook, his movements are really good looking. Cut, I don't have a nose, I can already smell the smell of gluttony. Clint hugged Marin, and the father and daughter swallowed in unison. In this comparison, this pudding is not delicious at all. Bu also drooped and threw away several puddings in his arms. Under the super speed of Soot, a plate of delicious food with full color and fragrance was placed on the long table. All right, let's go. Suitor crossed his waist with one hand on his waist, habitually took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Grunt. A hard swallow sounded, and everyone present rushed towards the long table. Here, there's still one here. Seeing Bados walking, Suitor hurriedly stopped the man. He smiled and brought out several more plates, and said to Bados, how could I let you go and grab them from them? Ho ho, it's really your best. Bados happily looked at the dishes in front of him, a little at a loss. Boiled fish fillet, double skin milk, curry fish balls, pasta, all you like. Oh, does my sister have a separate portion? I'll try it. Weiss didn't know when, but he came here, and as he spoke, he took his chopsticks and reached for the curry fish balls. Well, it's soft and glutinous, and it has a rebound. It's delicious, right? Bados also took a piece and asked Vis as he ate. Chapter 10. Indeed, it is delicious. Weiss sighed with satisfaction, and then sped up the speed of picking up the dishes. Ves, it's mine, you should go to them. Seeing that Vis had swept away most of it in the blink of an eye, Bados was a little angry. Oh, sister, how can you be so stingy? While eating, Weiss was absent-mindedly perfunctory. Suitor didn't say anything, and turned to look at the long table. Bastard, this is mine. Damn, why did you take my chicken wings? Is your name written on it? Whoever catches it is whoever's. Vegeta, that's my fried buns and spring rolls. Hey, it's shameful for you to lick the plate. Relying on his cooking skills to become stronger in the Dragon Ball world, such a traverser may be the only one, right? Congratulations to the host for the gastronomic recognition of the host by the Scion and Earthlings and the Three-Eyed and Namek. Cooking has increased by 2%, and cooking is currently 17%. Congratulations to the host, for receiving the gastronomic recognition of the host from Vis and Beerus. The cooking skills have increased by 5%, and the cooking skills are now 22%. The reward this time has a negligible combat power of 100 million, plus 2 amounts of divine combat power, and a total of 3 amounts of divine combat power. The transformable form is still the Super Race form, the Super 2 form, the Super 3 form. At the same time, there are angels and destruction gods who taste it, and once again reward the hidden level 1 destruction divine skill and level 1 freedom extreme intention skill. At present, the host's destruction divine skill is level 2, and so is the freedom extreme intention skill. Only 3 amounts? Suitor is not satisfied with this. How can the superstition have to take 6 quantities to change? How many dishes have I had lately? As soon as Suitor's question fell, the system had already replied quickly, I've seen Bados, 100,000 has been cleared, and now it's a recount, 13,000. It's far from the goal, and Director Su has a long way to go. Get out. As soon as Suitor spat out such a sentence in his heart, Bados came to him with a toothpick in his mouth and a dissatisfied expression. That's it, and so many people share it, I'm very unhappy to eat. You can make me some more. This attitude of speaking is no better than that of Elephant Panna. Why? Suitor was depressed, and he became impatient in the face of Bados's unkind attitude. This meal, Bados eats for nothing, and he also does it for nothing. Failed to get the transformation of the superstition, and Suitor was naturally very irritable. Hey, I said you're going too far. Klin, who also looked unsatisfied, walked up to Bados's side, reached out and put his arm around his shoulder. It's already very good that people can make it for us to eat, and if you still make a request like this, you have to consider the hard work of others. Shut up, I'm not talking to you. Bados bared his teeth, and with a burst of rage, he sent Kling flying. Bang! Kling knocked over the long table and crashed into the small stage backdrop that had been set up on the side. The plates on the long table fell to the ground with a clatter, and it was a mess. You guy! 18 frowned angrily at the sight of Kling being knocked away, and rushed towards Bados. But before the 18th approached Bados, he was repelled by a fierce wave of air. Mom, looking at No. 18 who fell to the ground, Marin cried in an instant when she was at a loss. What are you doing here? Why are you going to shoot Clyn and 18? Seeing that the two of them were shocked by Bados one after another, the other people present were also a little angry, and questioned one by one. Humph, eventful. Bados snorted disdainfully, squinted at Suitor, and asked again, Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? Suitor didn't shrug and repeated. If you want to eat what he makes, you have to make him willing to do it. Seeing that the atmosphere began to become tense, Bados looked sideways at Ves, who was still eating vegetables. Don't you care? Weiss bit his chopsticks and asked with a smile, Sister, can you wait until I finish eating? Leave Bados-sama alone, then this is your best chance to eat a good meal. Bados shrugged, his words so close to Weiss that he almost snapped his chopsticks. Ahem. Weiss hurriedly put down his chopsticks and walked towards Bados. Lord Bados, you have to calm down. Looks like I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. Why do you always want to use force to solve problems? Trunks and Sun Wushan couldn't stand it anymore. Uncle Suitor, we're here to help you. As soon as the two little kids shouted, they posed a few poses, using the Madama fusion. Fusion. The combination of the two, Wu Tianx, let out a loud shout, and rushed towards Bados with his fist. Just when Gadunx was about to fly in front of Bados, Suitor waved his hand directly, stopped him closer, and said, No. I can do it myself. Even if Wu Tianx enters the Super 3 form, he will still be slapped as hard as in the original plot. I remembered why I thought he was familiar. Dandy, the new god of heaven who was hiding behind Vic, shuddered, He's the god of destruction in this universe. What did you say? Vic was shocked. That's right, Bados, the god of destruction, no one can disobey him. Vegeta also looked solemn and walked past Vic's side. If you disobey him, you'll end up. The end is planet destruction. Vegeta clenched his fists, his mind full of the way his father had groveled. Bados, it's terrible. I can give you two choices, one is to talk to me well, because you still want to eat what I made. Second, if you decide to do it to me, then in the future, I will never, not make you any food. Suitor handed out 2 options, and then fearlessly waited for Beerus's answer. Even if Beerus chooses the second jump, Suitor doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. Now, although he only has the strength of Super 3, he is enough to face Beerus. Because, with an immortal body as a reliance, it is coupled with the power of fearless destruction. At most, he can't beat Beerus. A battle that is not life-threatening will only make him stronger and stronger. Kabo Scion Bug, recover instantly after being seriously injured and on the verge of death. In addition, in his previous wish with the Super Divine Dragon, he also wanted Boo's learning talent. Perhaps, while fighting Beerus, he will learn all kinds of fighting skills, and it is not necessary to step into the Super Saiyan. Thinking of this, Suitor really wants to fight Beerus. Chapter 11. Yugai Beerus gritted his teeth, but he was really helpless to take SUT. If you don't fight this, you can't be angry. This is a fight, and he won't be able to eat this guy's food in the future. This bastard, why is he so rigid and pinching him to death? Ves, what do you want to say? Beerus, who was depressed, directly found a step for himself, looked sideways at Vis and shouted. Ho, Lord Beerus, I mean to say that this guy who just made the food is also a scion. Vis came to Beerus's side and chuckled. Hey! Did the scions of the planet Vegeta come to Earth? Beerus snorted coldly, and tried to change the subject with his hands on his hips. His transfer worked well, at least everyone present looked at Suitor in surprise. You're a scion too? Vegeta's eyes narrowed, a little incredulous. This guy seems to be his family's chef, and scions are chefs, right? What a disgrace to the scions. Really? I can't believe that besides us, there are scions. Son Gohan also couldn't hide the surprise on his face, and kept looking at Soot. Besides, we didn't seem to have noticed his tail around his waist before. Klin, who was holding each other up with number 18, also expressed his feelings. By the way, why haven't I ever found Uncle Suitor before, and there's a tail behind him? Trunks frowned. He felt that there was no such thing in his memory. And then, seeing that Beerus was no longer arrogant, Suitor also restrained his depression and asked. By the way, I'm here to find the Super Saiyan God. Beerus patted his head and looked around at the crowd and asked. Between you, who knows? What birthdays, what food, this is no longer a waste of his comics. The people present looked at each other with the same puzzled expression, many of them were scions. But what is the god of Super Saiyan? I really don't know. Even Vegeta was confused. I know. Suitor's voice knew this, and instantly broke the quiet atmosphere present. Everyone's eyes also shifted to him. But Suitor put one hand in his pocket, and under Beerus's expectant gaze, he slowly took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. The god of the scions. Uh-huh. Are you? Beerus nodded and looked at Suitor expectantly. Now, there's no excuse to beat him for eating food. He's going to take the name of competing with the Super Saiyan God and give this guy a good beating. I'm not. Suitor waved his hand, sensing that Vis was still listening, and continued. I'm not, but I know how to become a Super Saiyan. That is, it takes 6 scions, and 5 of them need to focus all their efforts on one person, if it goes well. Suitor didn't hide it, and after spitting out a puff of cigarette, he answered the question. Mental strength. Vegeta and Son Gohan were confused, and looked at Suitor suspiciously. And Trunks and Sun Wushan are already shaking people on the scene. 1, 2, 3. Counting Uncle Suitor, there are only 5. By the way, my dad is still on the planet and hasn't come back. Sun Wushan suddenly slammed his fist into the palm of his hand and said. That's. Actually, Bados looked at the people present, and stopped talking shyly. Tisk, speaking of which, you're not a Super Saiyan God yet. Beerus looked at Suitor with disdain. What are you pretending to be, you guy who can only make food? Hat. If you have the ability, don't eat what I made. Suitor also didn't give an inch, and immediately replied. Seeing that the two began to quarrel again, Bulma stood in the middle of the two with a headache on her face. Okay, don't say anything, it's my birthday, don't spoil the atmosphere of the party. Get out of here, Bados shouted at Bulma baring his fangs. You guy, you're really arrogant, you think it's Bados and Xiongpa's people, I really don't dare to hit you. Bulma crossed her hands on her hips and said angrily, enough, if you want to fight, get out of here. Belch. There, the dead silence of the pin drop. Bulma slapped Bados. It's really a cow handstand, and it's terrible. Cloth. Bulma Vegeta's eyes were like brass bells, and her whole body trembled like chaff. It's over, it's over. Damn, Bados was stunned for 3 seconds, then looked back at Bulma in hindsight. Damn humans. He was actually beaten by an Earth woman. With Barris's anger, Bados and Vis on the side were also surprised. This. But before Weiss could speak, Bados had already waved the slap back. Stop. When Suitor saw Barris's move, he hurriedly tried to stop him. His former employer, it's going to be cool. But for some reason, Bados was menacing, but the strength he showed was not particularly great. At most, it would stun Bulma instead of slapping her to death. Bang! Looked at Bulma, who was fanned out, and the corner of Suitor's eyes swept to Bardos's small movements. Was she secretly helping? Bulma! My Bulma! Bastard! I saw Bulma fly out upside down, although he was picked up by Trunks and Sun Wushan. But she could still clearly see that her cheeks were constantly reddening and swollen, and Vegeta's eyes were splitting when she saw this. His Bulma. The wife he holds in the palm of his hand. Ah! Bados, you bastard! Vegeta gritted his back molars and rushed out. The chi waves around him surged, and he instantly entered the Super 2 form, accompanied by the lightning around him. Vegeta threw a punch at Bados, and threw it hard. Bados sneered and disappeared in place. Vegeta saw that the first move was missed, so he followed, and swooped straight into the sky after him. Bang bang bang! The two of them punched and kicked in the air, which was completely unclear after image. How dare you hurt my Bulma? In a rage, Vegeta exerted his strength far beyond his usual strength, and once again he swung his clenched fist out. This time, he succeeded. A huge fist struck Bados on the cheek. Oh, Bados was surprised, and he reached out and wiped the spot on his cheek where he had been hit. Vegeta, who is not in his eyes at all, still has such power? Science, sure enough, can't be underestimated. Chapter 12. Oops, it's fighting again. Weiss put down his chopsticks, took a look, and then moved to the sushi stall on the side, eating all kinds of sushi beautifully. Listening to his extremely distracting words, Bados was also speechless. Then you are still in the mood to eat. Food can't be let down. Weiss didn't care too much, and ordered all kinds of sushi to himself. Vegeta, who was able to give Bados a punch like Bulma, was never able to take advantage of anything else. Boom! Bados was a little more serious, and he had completely crushed Vegeta and shot him out into the sea. At sea level, the waves were turbulent in an instant, and huge waves were stirred. Vegeta! Seeing this scene, everyone present exclaimed. By the time Vegeta leaps onto the surface again, Bados has already gathered enough destructive energy to destroy the planet. Brush! Suitor didn't intend to sit on the wall anymore, he quickly rushed up and blocked Vegeta's face. Enough, Bados, you're here to find the god of the Scions, not to destroy the earth. Bados ignored Suitor's words. He directly threw the destructive energy on his fingers towards the sea below. Hey! Suitor couldn't help it, he directly raised his hands and blocked in front of the destructive energy with his own arm. Boom! Purple light, instantly flooding Suitor's body. Seeing this scene out of the corner of his eye, Weiss looked at it in surprise and asked Bados, who didn't do anything at all. Sister, aren't you going to make a move? You're going to be ruined. Ho! Angels can't meddle with that. Bados ate the pudding leisurely and said with a smile. Besides, Suitor is no ordinary person. Really? Vis put the sushi in his mouth and looked up at the purple energy in midair with a smile. The light dimmed a little, and from there came Suitor's terrible roar. Ah! He didn't expect that Suitor would rush up to find death. When the light completely dissipated, Vegeta's eyes widened, incredulous that Suitor was still alive. Even, Suitor has entered the form of Super 3. This form, in addition to Sun Wukong, will also be Wutiang's. You. Suitor didn't look back, just gasped vigorously, Wu. This time, he was extremely embarrassed, and his clothes were in rags. Even the arms that had resisted the destructive energy at the beginning had been annihilated in the purple destructive energy early. Heya! After his breath was even, Suitor snorted softly, and he, who had the physique of Majin Bu, reappeared with a new arm intact. Let's fight! Suitor curled his lips and looked at Beerus with burning eyes. He felt it, and after resisting that destructive energy before, he felt that the power in his body had become stronger. Of course it will become stronger, the system shot, more authentic than the science of Monkey King and Vegeta. The triumphant mechanical sound of the system sounded in Suitor's mind. I'll tell you, the battlefield on my kitchen god system, the kitchen. Suitor didn't pay attention to its boasting, and asked a bullhead and a horsetail, if I use the mental strength of 6 scions, can I also become a super race god? Be confident, remove the last, your current combat power is stronger than the protagonist Sun Wukong, okay? The system complained, feeling that its host was a little too modest. Its system, that in the system world, is also a powerful existence of punching machines and kicking metal. That super race god, doesn't he want 6 amounts of god combat power? As soon as Suitor's question came out, he realized that he was asking stupidly. The order before and after, he got it wrong. It is to become a super god of war to reach 6 amounts of god combat power, not to enter the super god of war power to 6 amount of god combat power. It was at this time that Beerus spoke proudly. Humph, one of you is not a scion god at all, why should I fight you? Then I'll become the god of super scions, and I'll give you another meal, how about it? For the first time, Suitor felt the desire from the bloodline. Blood boiling, soaring burning desire to fight. Beerus muttered for a moment, and just as he was about to say yes, another man suddenly appeared among the 3. Brush. This person is dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, with a big Wu character in the back circle, and a hairstyle that looks like a crab's head. Which is the protagonist of Dragon Ball who moved instantly, Sun Wukong. Beerus-sama, I thought of a great idea, you're not looking for. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed the embarrassed Suitor, hey, who are you? As soon as this gaze fell on Suitor's body, Sun Wukong could no longer move away. He said excitedly, I can feel that you are strong. Now is not the time to talk about this. You're all coming down for me first. The Sutward snorted and took the lead in a quick descent towards the deck of the cruise ship. What the hell is going on? Vegeta, you know what? Listening to Suitor's words, Sun Wukong is confused. I mean, he's just an ordinary cook in my family. Do you believe it? Vegeta thought of something, and also showed a proud face. Look, any chef in his house is better than Kakarot. So is he the head of the family, let alone him? Tisk, chasing after Kakarot's pace for 7 years, it turns out that he has already surpassed him before he knows it. Although Beerus wanted to destroy the earth directly, he thought that he might see the so-called Scion God next. He also put his mind on it for a while, watching these Scions fall onto the deck of the cruise ship. You guys, surround me and release your heart. Suitor shouted at the few scions present. That's what is the power of the heart. Don't say that Sun Wukong, who came late, doesn't know, even Vegeta and the others are confused. Scions with righteous hearts, the breath released. Suitor said a simple word, and motioned for everyone to surround him. Humph, if you can really become a scion god, then it should be me, the scion prince, who is one of them. Vegeta landed on the deck and remained unmoved, clasping his arms in his hands. Hey, then I don't need you either, anyway, there are not only 6 scions present. Suitor said, and set his eyes on Baidali. He smiled and asked, Miss Baidali, I think you're pregnant, right? Baidali exclaimed in surprise and asked, You? How would you know? I'm still struggling with how to talk to Gohan. Chapter 13. Thanks to the chef's care, I found that when you eat, you deliberately avoid cold and heavy foods. Suitor hooked his lips and said firmly, but the system in his mind began to complain about him again. What carefulness! You call this a spoiler? But Suitor didn't pay attention to this broken system at all. Really? Son Gohan's face was stunned, and then it turned into surprise. He quickly came to Baidali's side and asked. After Baidali nodded shyly, Son Gohan wanted to hug her, but he was afraid of disturbing the baby who was just an embryo. He was so excited that he could only run to Vic's side and jump up and down. Uncle Vic, did you hear that? Baidali and I have a baby, we have a baby. Vic's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he looked at Son Gohan jumping to his feet speechlessly. Got it. I'm hearing well. He said so, but the corners of his mouth also rose imperceptibly. Bastard! Damn bastard, are you still the chef in my house? When Vegeta heard this, she was instantly annoyed. No, I would have quit a long time ago. Suitor shrugged his shoulders and asked, Do you want to wait for the turn to become a super game, or give up this opportunity and let the child in Baidali's belly come? Damn, I remember you. Vegeta said indignantly, and walked to Suitor's right hand and formed a circle with the crowd. Although he doesn't agree with himself, what kind of scion righteousness will there be? But on the issue of the destruction of the earth, he is somewhat selfish and does not want to be destroyed. Woo! Looking at the Monkey King, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks who were surrounding him, Suitor was a little confused about what to do. But when he came into contact with the aura of the crowd, he closed his eyes. The power in the body was restless, surging, and the chi of the 5 people outside inexplicably had a sense of involvement. Suitor was immersed in his own world, but everyone present saw him suddenly and slowly ascend. His broken hair was windless, and a mysterious aura swirled around him. Look, his hair has changed color. Yamuti, which has been paying attention to the changes in the scene, took the lead in speaking out. Also, his chi is starting to be undetectable, obviously right in front of us. Cold sweat slid down his cheeks and said with a serious expression. As Suitor gradually ascended, so did the strength in his body. Bright red flames flashed around him, and warm and silent energy spread out, blowing a fierce wind. I can't feel his anger at all, it's incredible. The turtle immortal held his crutch between his eyebrows, as if he could block the oncoming wind. No, it's not that I can't feel it, but Suitor's chi is changing into the chi of a god. Dandy tucked into Vic's outstretched hand and poked his head out to explain. Although he is only a god of the earth, he is more or less a god. He could feel Sut's powerful aura, which was gradually changing into an ethereal divine aura. The breath of God is inherently elusive and imperceptible to human beings. Oh! It's kind of interesting. Looking at the divine aura emanating from Suitor's body, Bados, who was still hanging high in the air, grinned. Ho ho, sister, the person you fancy is really amazing. Weiss, who had eaten food from one stall to another, came back to stand by Bardos's side again. Bardos's eyes were dim, looking at Suitor who was shrouded in bright light. and his heart was constantly throbbing inexplicably. There is a kind of want to hold this person's hand and run towards the endless future. Bang bang bang! The heart was beating fast, and there was Suitor who was hovering. He felt the energy that was gradually boiling in his blood, and the blood belonging to the Scion god was quietly awakening. A bright red pillar of light shot straight into the sky with Suitor's soft shout. The wind and clouds gather and disperse, in this clear blue sky space. Suitor, who was covered in bright red aura, had already risen into the air and hung opposite Bados. You! Is it the god of the Scions? Bados, with his pointed nails shining, squinted at Suitor's current appearance. With bright red hair, the body seems to have become thinner. However, the aura that enveloped the whole body was a bit like the aura of the sun's flames. I don't think you're transformed, you're getting a little younger. Bados didn't care about himself, pointing at Suitor's rude behavior. Let's fight, don't talk some useless nonsense, waste unnecessary time. Suitor clenched his fists and waved towards Bados. Bados has never seen or experienced the so-called Scion's will to fight without knowing the limit. Just forgive him for the time being, generously. Humph, hubris. Bados snorted coldly, stepped on his feet, and rushed directly towards Soot. Looking at Bados's fist whistling with the breaking wind, Suitor's face remained unchanged, and the momentum around him suddenly exploded. Ha! Before Bados's fist could reach him, Suitor had already disappeared and appeared behind Bados. Show off your real strength, otherwise you will lose face in front of so many people. As the words fell, Suitor raised his foot and kicked towards Bados's back. The expected touch of the brush did not. Bados disappeared from Suitor's eyes and appeared in the distance, one hand on his back, and he shook it with one finger. Tut, you just stepped into the realm of gods, and you want to attack me, it's just a fool's dream. In the face of Bados's sneer and taunt, Suitor did not speak, he rushed away, as fast as a bolt of lightning. But for a while, Suitor had reappeared in front of Bados, throwing a punch straight into his face. Humph, you can't beat me. Bados was triumphant, and just when he wanted to make a move, Suitor in front of him hooked his lips and smiled, and disappeared. Hey! Suitor, who used teleportation, had already appeared behind Bados, and he kicked it up again. The goal is still Bados's back that he had thought about early on. Bang! You're kind of interesting. Bados's reaction was quick, he had already noticed and turned around as soon as Suitor's feet were raised. Suitor noticed a slight pain in his calf. He looked closely, and saw Bados holding his sharp nails against his legs. Suitor's expression was a little stiff, although his teleportation was obtained by making a wish, he was also proficient, how could he be seen through by Bados? Oh, that's all it takes. Bados smiled contemptuously and blasted Suitor away with a punch. Suitor, who flipped a few heels in a row, quickly stabilized his body in mid-air, and rushed towards Bados again. Chapter 14. It's as fast as a streamer. The two faced each other again, and the next moment it was a punch and kick that could not be seen clearly. On the deck of the Bang Bang cruise ship, everyone who watched the battle at high altitude was shocked. I can't feel their anger, and I don't know if Suitor can defeat Bados, the god of destruction. Sun Gohan pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, protected Baidali in his arms, and said with a worried face. The news that he had just been overjoyed to be pregnant with Baidali, and he had not even come out of the joy of being a father before he was about to face the possible destruction of the earth. Hey, life is always so up and down. Hey, defeat the god of destruction, how is this possible? Vegeta smiled dismissively. In a universe, there is no one who can defeat the god of destruction. Ho, you know a lot. Vis nonchalantly scooped the pudding and glanced at Vegeta. Very strong, Suitor may not be the opponent of the god of destruction. Vic, who had a god in his body, stared at the streamer that was constantly chasing back and forth in the sky with burning eyes, and sighed. That's Plus Bidali has a baby, or you guys come and make me the god of the Isayans. Looking at the battle in the sky, Sun Wukong was already excited, and he turned his head and asked for a few scions present. But before a few people agreed, Kikai had already walked up to Sun Wukong with an angry face and gave him a big mouth. Smack! That's still a baby, it's still your grandchildren. Kiki crossed her hands on her hips, and because of her excessive anger, wrinkles flashed on her unmaintained skin. She scolded, if something happens, can you take it? What? I'm just saying, Sun Wukong was aggrieved and muttered. Looking at the Monkey King who was so cowardly, Vegeta only felt that the noble face of the scion was lost. He looked up and continued to watch, Beerus and Suitor fighting. Originally, the sky was clear, and you could occasionally see white clouds drifting through the layers. At this moment, because of the aftermath of the energy that these two people burst out, there was no trace of Baiun for a long time. The sky was clear, and it became cloudless. The purple streamer and the bright red streamer constantly collide and intertwine. Bang bang bang! Suitor's entire attack, no matter what punches and kicks he makes, will be blocked by Beerus with one hand. Seeing that only one hand was used the whole time, Suitor didn't have a look of annoyance. He is using Bones' terrifying learning attitude to keep closing the gap with Beerus. Next small objective to force Beerus to fight him with both hands. Humph, I thought it was so powerful. But that's it, Beerus said arrogantly to Suitor. Don't compare, you hurry up and get down and make something to eat for me, I'll destroy this planet that I hate after eating. Looking at Beerus, who seemed to have had enough of playing and was gradually losing patience, Suitor said with a smile. Okay, then let you see it, my strongest move. Ha! Under the bright red aura, Suitor's right fist condensed a golden light. At the same time, a burst of dragon groans sounded, and a golden dragon shadow appeared behind him. Dragon Fist! Suitor swooped down towards Beerus, his right fist wrapped in golden mangs roaring out. Hey! What is the strongest trick, isn't it still garbage? Beerus looked disdainful. And purple destructive energy began to gather between his index fingers. Erupt! With a loud shout from Suitor, the massive dragon shadow roared, crashing into Beerus's destructive energy. Looking at the golden energy that penetrated through the destructive energy and hit directly, Beerus's face really flashed with emotion. You guy! He wasn't calm anymore, his fingertips gathered the destructive energy again, and struck at Suitor. Hey! Sure enough, it made you look at it differently, right? Suitor raised a smug smile and pressed in on Beerus with his right fist again. He is not afraid of destroying energy. Are you a madman? Beerus once again increased his output of destructive energy, and hurled insults at Suitor. The energy of the two parties collided, and the aftermath of terror spread and swept around. The cruise ship above the sea is crumbling, like a lonely boat that is about to be overturned and submerged by a huge wave at any moment. The king of the world. Looking at the collision of the two streamers in the crystal ball, Rao is a bad old man who has always been calm, and the old world king god couldn't help but look horrified. It's terrible, if it goes on like this, don't talk about the earth, I'm afraid that the seventh universe will also be affected. Ancestor, you better take care of your own safety first. The god Jebet, with long white hair, purple skin and Badara earrings in his ears, looked at the old king god and the crystal ball that were blown away in amazement. Hurry up and get down! By Jebet and the king of the realm. The god of the G-bit of the FANFIC hurriedly pursued the king god of the old realm who was blown away by the hurricane. Damn! Has even the realm king god realm been affected? The king god of the old world, this is the only time to come back to his senses. He grabbed the crystal ball and hurried towards the earth, his hands and feet in the air. You idiot, hurry up and use your superpowers. Earth, stratosphere. The battle between Beerus and Suitor continues. The two chased each other, and then they faced each other from afar. Enough, right? Even if you're so serious, you still can't beat me. Bados looked at Suitor coldly and admonished. Woo! Woo! Suitor didn't answer at the first time. He was constantly panting at the moment, and his original infinite physical strength was a little weak to recover at the moment. Hee, haven't you noticed that your strength is already going downhill? Bados grinned as he raised his hands in the air, once again condensing the destructive energy. But it's also good that you can fight me to such an extent. After all, I haven't used such power for a long time. Humph, I know I can't defeat you, but my goal has been achieved. Suitor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, I'm afraid, you didn't notice it yourself, I forced you to use 2 hands. Hey! That's it, I'm going to destroy the earth behind you. Bados said, on his raised hands, the destructive energy was expanding infinitely, and the majestic power seemed to be unstoppable. A purple glow shone on Suitor's face. The howling hurricane also directly shook the earth behind him. The aftermath of the horror reverberated and made the cruise ship above the sea sway. Vegeta protected the unconscious Bulma, looked at the unconscious Bulma, and cared. Bulma, are you all right? Damn! Is the earth really going to end? Clint looked up and saw that the huge purple energy was coming towards the earth. I can't watch it any longer, Kiki, I must let Baidalai join, I must transform into a super race god. Sun Wukong looked at Kikai with a solemn face and made another request. Chapter 15. Otherwise. If Suitor can't resist it, I'm afraid the earth will be destroyed as well. Is it still too late? Vic frowned as well, and protected Dandy under his cloak. Hey, none of you saw me, and I'm about to fall into the sea. Alone. A pig Zulong clung to the edge of the ship, and both pigs' trotters were already hanging from the deck. Bados and Vis were still standing on the deck, like rocks, unmoved. Is it going to be over? Vis glanced sideways at Bados, who was as usual on the same face, and was a little curious about where Bados came from. I will think that Suitor can resist this move of Lord Beerus. It's going to end. Bados turned her head and smiled at Ves. Beyond Earth. Seeing the destructive energy crushing towards him, Suitor, who was in front of the earth, suddenly hooked the corners of his mouth and hummed. It's not over yet, who says it's over? He placed his hands on his waist, and the arrogance of his whole body became more and more intense. The declining chi actually has a tendency to improve again. The same terrifying energy gathered between his hands, and the momentum was not even weaker than Beerus. Gas. Merit. Wave. Ha! The azure energy was struck out by Suitor, colliding with Beerus's destructive energy. One blue and one purple, distinct, pushing each other back and forth, starting a tug-of-war. Hey! The powerful energy collided and saw, and it didn't last long. In the end, he was pushed back by Suiti's full strength. How is this possible? Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment as the blue pillar of light approached him. The hurricane was howling, and the space seemed to be shackled. As far as the eye can see, the surroundings are red and white, and no other colors can be seen. What's the result? Everyone on the deck couldn't open their eyes because of the bright light, and they were all anxious. Let's go. Bados smiled at Ves, and the two of them disappeared from the deck at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh. Appeared in the center of the battlefield, and Weiss looked at the two people who were hovering opposite each other, and said in surprise, Hey, is this a win or loser? Ho! So to speak. Bados appeared next to Suitor and smiled at Beerus across from him. The corners of Beerus's mouth were tinged with an imperceptible red. But against the backdrop of his purple skin, it was indeed extremely dazzling, and her Suitor was not injured. At most, that is, the aura of the gods has weakened a little. However, in the previous battle, it seems that Beerus did not really show much strength. What Weiss said, the two of them don't win, but it's okay. He he he. What a funny guy. Bados doesn't seem to care if the battle is won or lost. He wiped the corners of his mouth and said to Suitor, "Hey, you guy, you can't be underestimated. Do you want to come to my god realm and be my god of destruction alternate?" "Oh, that's weird." Hearing Bados' solicitation, even Weiss, who had been following him, was surprised. "Humph, how's it going?" Bados looked determined, and he felt that Suitor would definitely agree. After all, in the Npana, Suitor is just a cook, and in their seventh universe, Suitor is a candidate for the god of destruction. Working part-time as a chef, the food he makes is really delicious. "Don't go, my pursuit is to make good food." Suitor also crossed his hands on his hips, and his attitude was arrogant. "And I'm going to make something delicious for someone I like." Noticing Suitor's gaze at him, Bados also said with a smile, "Lord Bados, if you want to invite Suitor." Bados, feeling his pride hurt, shifted the conversation towards the two of them. "So, hit and fight, when will you cash in on the delicious meal you owe me?" "Right now." Suitor fought such a game, not only forcing Bados to use his hands, but also beating him to bleed. He is in a very good mood at the moment. After a fierce battle, you need to celebrate with good food. The four of them descended from the earth back onto the cruise ship on the surface. Did Uncle Suitor win?" Trunks asked happily as he came to Suitor's side without eyesight. "Shut up, don't talk to no one when you're dumb." Vegeta saw Bados' eyes narrowed slightly, with the killing intent that was about to come out, and hurriedly stepped forward to block Trunks' mouth. "Don't worry about children." Suitor took out a cigarette and lit it for himself, then picked up the kitchen knife on the board and walked towards the special food provided by the system. "Is there anything delicious again?" When Bu saw this scene, he directly threw away Satan who was protecting him in his arms. Pain, 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 crashing into the steel deck, Satan instantly shed tears in pain. "It's so fragrant." The crowd gathered around again, but wittily distanced himself from Bados and Vess. Even after Suitor finished cooking a lot of dishes, everyone sat down at two tables. Bados, Vess, and Bados were at a table, and the rest of the people were all sitting at a long table 5 meters away, waiting for the food. "Ho ho, Lord Bados, you seem to have made a very bad impression on these earthlings." Vess leisurely drank his tea and gave Bados a mocking smile. Is it?" Bados looked sideways at the earthlings who were far away, and suddenly showed a sneer. Under this bared grin, everyone on the other side of the long table was frightened and retreated 10 meters away again. "Whoa! Whoa, whoa, mama, scared them to death." The meal was over, and Bados and Weiss left immediately after eating. Bulma showed no interest in continuing the party, and the direct announcement ended there. Her 38th birthday, all destroyed. Seeing that Suitor and Bados were also leaving, Sun Wukong, who couldn't wait to become a super race god, hurriedly stopped Soot. "Suitor, you wait." "Oh, got it." After seeing the excitement on Sun Wukong's face, Suitor instantly realized. After wasting a lot of time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta officially embarked on the path of God. As for the rest of the Scions, it's not that they don't want to transform into Super Scions. But under such a ceremony, because their own strength is not enough, even changes can only be thought about. "So, Suitor, can you play with me?" Sun Wukong, who can transform into a super race god, saw that Soot was about to leave again, so he stopped people again. "Damn cockroach!" Vegeta originally wanted to have a fight with Sun Wukong. Chapter 16. He wanted to use this to show that he was able to defeat Cockroach and get ahead of Cockroach. As a result, this bastard guy, his eyes are only on his cook. Oh! The former cook. No, it's been a long time since it came out. Suitor shook his head in refusal. "If you want to fight, go find Lao Bei. I'm just a cook, not a battle maniac." Coupled with the previous desire to fight, it has been calmed down in the battle with Bados, and he has no thoughts of fighting now. Moreover, he has always been clear about his own path. Bubble Angel. Lao Bei. A big question mark first appeared above the heads of the people present, and then they suddenly looked at Vegeta. It turns out that you can still call it that? Bastard. Vegeta's heart was full of anger and she was about to scold. Bados had already reached out and grabbed Suitor's arm, and said with a smile, "Suitor, let's go. If you don't go back, I'm afraid that Lord Xiongpa will make trouble again." Suddenly, I felt that this errand was a little annoying, so couldn't I be alone with Suitor all the time? Wait. Faced. With Sun Wukong's outstretched Erking hand, Suitor and Bados chose to turn a blind eye. As the colorful light lit up at the feet of the two, Suitor and Bados left the earth. Hey! It's really gone. When Sun Wukong was disappointed, he had to retreat and set his eyes on Vegeta. Bastard, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Vegeta clenched her fists and hurled a loud insult. I will never fight you. Look at the move, Vegeta. Sun Wukong grinned, his hair instantly turned bright red, and he rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta was caught off guard by a punch, he became even more angry, and he also entered the realm of the Super Sai God, rushing towards Sun Wukong. Looking at the two people scuffling together in the air, Kiki and Bulma looked at each other silently and sighed. Universe 6, Land of Destruction. Seeing Suitor come back without any major problems, Xiongpa also let go of the heart that had been worrying. You're finally back? I'm starving. What's delicious? As soon as he was relieved, Xiongpa felt a feeling of hunger from his stomach. Hey, still ask about food. Bados did not hide the disgust on his face at all, and raised his eyebrows at Xiongpa. 10 laps around the land of destruction, Lord Xiongpa, have you run? No. Xiongpa didn't dare to lie, so he honestly confessed and ran away. Have you eaten enough? Do you want me to get more food for you? Suitor didn't pay attention to Xiongpa, but looked at Bados and asked softly. I want noodles to eat. What kind of noodles are you? With miso soup. Bados groaned slightly, and began to order. Tonkatsu ramen. Suitor accurately reported his name and went to make a meeting. The days seemed to have returned to calm again. Suitor also had some troubles, such as when his desire to fight appeared, he asked Xiongpa to fight, and he didn't have enough fun. This fat cat can't even compare to a finger of Bados. I didn't play a few rounds at every turn and said that I was tired, thirsty, hungry, and didn't want to fight. Bados couldn't stand it either, so he decided to go into battle himself. But in the face of angels, it is still Bados who has good strength among the angels, and Suitor can't beat it. The guided battle can't make Suitor eliminate this burning desire to fight. So, in the face of Suitor, who was a little depressed, Bados thought of a solution. Those two scions from the previous Universe 7 must not be your opponents anymore, otherwise. Bados suggested, go to Universe 11 and find a candidate for the Joker to destroy the beauty of God. Suitor was a little stunned by Bardos's proposal. Yes, the strength of the candidate of the God of Destruction should be enough for you to progress, and besides, the battle of equal strength can make you happy. Listening to Bardos's words, Suitor's expression was a little complicated. I didn't expect Bados to look up to him so much. He remembered what the candidate was called. It should be a fat man with a beard. The strength shown by the other party at the Conference of Power, if I remember correctly, should be equivalent to the completion of the Super Blue. And Suitor's own current strength is still in the red of the Super Race God. Isn't Bados a filter? But Bados didn't notice Suitor's micro-expression at all, and explained with a strong smile. Wouldn't it be happier if you let Mimi agree to let him be your alternate as your opponent so that you can meet your opponent in chess? Saying that, as he spoke, Bados reached out and touched his cheek, and said with self-pity, hey, it's really. Yes. Yes, while instigating instant noodles. There were already 3 boxes of elephant handkerchiefs empty under his feet, and he nodded desperately, "So, I have chosen to eat instant noodles recently." Suitor thought about it, and agreed, "Okay, I think your idea is pretty good, then we'll come out." "Bulma, what's the matter with you?" After hesitating, Suitor reluctantly connected the communication. "Don't let me be a cook, I'm busy, I don't have time, even if I give it to Sony, I haven't spent $1 million last time." Not at all. We'd like to invite you and Bados to the prom this time." "Prom?" Bados was stunned when she heard her name, then looked at Suitor suspiciously, and asked, "What is the ball? Is it food?" "I'm going to. Take me with you this time, you can't eat alone." Xiangpa, who was running in the distance to lose weight, trembled with his long big ears, and instantly sprinted over when he heard this. "I can take a cat. With the god of destruction?" Suitor took advantage of the fear of Bulma's men for Bados, and was about to turn around and refuse. "He's going to see another angel girl, Margarita, and he's going to the Hell Ball. The god of destruction in the 6th universe? Is it easy to get along with?" Bulma asked hesitantly. Now, she also knows that there are 12 universes, each with an angel and a god of destruction. After all, the 2 battle madmen of Sun Wukong and Vegeta have already gone to the divine realm of the 7th universe in the name of food and followed Beerus and Ves to cultivate. "Of course, I'm kind, peaceful god of destruction, as long as you give me something to eat, I can still protect your planet." As soon as he thought of what kind of dance party, there were many, many delicious foods, and Xiangpa yelled directly into the mobile phone in Suitor's ear. Chapter 17. He touched his huge belly, his face burning with excitement. "That's fine. I'll arrange all kinds of delicious things at the ball, do you want to come?" Bulma considered it for a moment and agreed, and said the time, "In 3 hours, remember to be on time." "No way." Seeing that the communication was hung up, Suitor couldn't help but scold. "I just came up with a solution, but I haven't even started to act, and I'm so slammed by Bulma." 3 hours later, the Earth of the 7th universe. Bulma rented a luxury hotel under the ballroom. Under the flickering of colorful lights, Xiangpa was already eating various things while chatting happily with the Earth Z warriors. "Is that okay? May I? Can I touch your belly?" Trunks cautiously reached out and asked again with reconfirmation. "Of course, as long as you give me that cool ice cream in your hand." For the sake of food, Xiangpa has abandoned the dignity of God and has become a harmless pet of humans and animals. "That's... I gave you the marshmallows, can you let me touch your ears?" Seeing that Trunks successfully touched Xiangpa's belly, Sun Wushan also hesitated and handed over the marshmallow in his hand. "Hee, of course you can." Xiangpa unceremoniously took the marshmallow and ate it. "What is your relationship with Lord Beerus?" The turtle fairy came to Xiangpa's side with a bottle of beer. "I'm his brother." Xiangpa snatched the beer from the turtle fairy's hand, took a sip and spit it out in disgust. "Oh!" Looking at the beer that had been stuffed back again, the turtle immortal sighed helplessly. Looking at this strange and harmonious scene in front of them, Suitor and Bados shook their heads in unison, their faces speechless. "Hey, Suitor, don't stand stupidly with Bados, let's dance together." Kling was on the dance floor with number 18, who was a cut taller than him, dancing a waltz that was not very tacit. "It's just right to dance this way, it won't affect the baby in your belly." Sun Gohan and Bidalai also hugged each other and slowly paced back and forth. "Want to try it?" Suitor withdrew his gaze from Xiangpa and turned to Bados for advice. "Yes." Bados had never seen such fun before, and followed Suitor onto the dance floor. The music is very elegant, and the atmosphere is also ambiguous and peaceful. "Hey, that guy Wukong actually only cares about cultivation and doesn't come to the ball." Watching the three pairs dancing on the dance floor, Kiki was inexplicably a little envious. "It's okay, isn't my Vegeta here? I'll dance with you." Bulma grabbed Kiki by the waist and dragged her onto the dance floor. I'm coming, I'm coming." The turtle fairy smiled drunkenly and looked at Pool. "Pool, become a big beauty." "Don't." Pool grimaced at the bad old man and pulled Oolong towards the dance floor. Ha ha ha, after a bit of ridicule, Trunks also jumped onto the dance floor with Sun Wushan. Tisk. They. Turtle Fairy who burped looked at the people on the dance floor in disgust, and swayed towards the wine cabinet again. "Teacher Wushan, you've drunk enough, you'll get drunk if you drink any more." Seeing this, Yamcha shook her head helplessly, put down the red wine in her hand and wanted to help the turtle immortal. The drunken and hazy eyes of the turtle immortal looked up, and in front of him were the ghosts of several Yamcha. Leave me alone." He rubbed his eyes staggeringly. And then found that the Yamcha in front of him suddenly turned into a beauty with a proud figure. Suitor and Bados jumped, and as soon as they turned their heads, they saw the turtle immortal and Yamcha who were pushing me back not far away. Especially the turtle immortals, they also reached out to touch Yamcha's buttocks. With an obscene perverted look, seeing such a spicy scene, Suitor hurriedly shifted his gaze. Before the song was finished, he stole fruit wine, and the crimson Xiongpa stumbled onto the dance floor, disrupting everyone's rhythm. "Hey, Lord Xiongpa, have you been drinking?" Bados frowned, and let go of Suitor's waist with a look of dissatisfaction. "It's okay, knock it out and throw it on the sofa." Suitor was also dissatisfied with the breaking of this charming atmosphere, and directly gave Bados the idea. Bang! Bados swung his heavy knife directly at the back of the elephant's neck, causing him to fall to the ground. Suitor also pulled the person up with a disgusted face and threw him on the sofa not far away. A couple on the dance floor jumped up again. At the end of the song, Bados followed Suitor to the wine cabinet area and looked at Suitor to mix cocktails. "Hey, what is this?" Bados had just taken a few steps when he felt something step on. She picked up a few magazines scattered around and walked over to Suitor as she flipped through them, asking. "What a strange atlas, why are these girls wearing so little? Look at this, you don't even wear a single one. Is it your aesthetic weirdness?" Bados flipped through and asked the bartender Suitor, "And this? Why don't even boys wear it anymore?" "What?" Full of background music, Suitor didn't pay attention to Bardos's words and asked. This as Bados schemed it quickly, her serious face began to climb pink. The more she looked at it, the more she noticed something was wrong. Although she is an angel and doesn't know much about the relationship between men and women, she still knows some basic common sense of reproduction. By the time she saw something she shouldn't have seen, Bardos's whole face turned red. "Ahem! Don't mess around and take other people's things." They. Turtle Fairy stumbled, covered his ears and stole the bell quickly, and snatched the magazine from Bardos's hand. "Shameful!" Bados snorted and directly used the power of the angel to crush the magazine in the Turtle Fairy's hand into flying ashes. At the same time, because her angelic power is too strong, directly knocked the turtle immortal out of the window not far away and fell out of this banquet hall. My out of print treasures! Looking at the dust sprinkled by the ocean, the turtle immortal's wine woke up in an instant, and he cried loudly. He didn't seem to care at all about the danger of falling from a height. Teacher Wu Tian, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling looked out the window together, not knowing the process of the matter. Ahem! Well done, Bados! Suitor hurriedly relieved his embarrassment and shoved the cocktail into Bardos's hand. Bados read the magazine. Suitor didn't notice, he thought it was the Turtle Fairy and the Groping Pig's Trotters. Bados nodded, still crimson, and took the wine from Suitor. As the two handed over the goblet, Bardos's fingers touched Suitor's. The feeling of electric shock hit Bardos's heavenly spirit cover. She sent a miracle to turn the magazine pictures she had read before into her and suitor. With a flushed face, Bados hurriedly drank the wine in his hand, wanting to get rid of the heat in his heart. However, the heat did not get rid of, but it became more and more vigorous. No, she's an angel. Chapter 18. What's wrong? Suitor poured himself a glass, stood beside Bados, and asked suspiciously. The wine he made was not high. Doesn't Bados drink it? As suitor got closer, Bardos's heart beat faster and faster. Even she smelled the strange fragrance on suitor's body. It's not like nothing before, she's been up close to each other like this, but she's never felt like this before. Even, Bados felt his skin heat as his heart beat faster. She began to wonder, was she sick? But angels don't get sick. What's wrong? Suitor also noticed Bardos's frowning and asked. No, it's okay, Bados shook her head hurriedly, trying to hide her look in a panic. The more he tried to hide it, the more strange suitor became, and he reached out and touched Bardos's forehead, puzzled. Hey, your face is so red and your forehead is so hot, don't you angels know how to drink at all? No. Not. Bados' heart was beating like a drum, and her face was almost angry with shame, and she began to speak incoherently. If you're not feeling well, then let's take the elephant back. He's drunk anyway. Suitor said a word of concern, and walked towards the elephant paw lying on the sofa. Seeing suitor leave, Bados suddenly lost all these feelings, and even, a long loss surged in her heart. It's really weird. After exiting halfway, as he left with suitor, Bados felt the strange sensation again when he noticed his arm on his shoulder. She feigned her composure and headed her way to Universe 6. This journey, as fast as it came, made Bados feel strangely long and tense. Whew! It's here! As soon as the three of them landed on the destruction of the 6th universe, Bados quickly walked into the distance. This made suitor unclear, looking at Xiongpa still asleep in a coma. He was careful, and he also felt that something was wrong with Bados. But suitor didn't think much about it, thinking that the angel was too strong to drink, so he didn't ask to go directly to the 11th universe. Bados quickly found a remote corner, and couldn't wait to turn on the communication function on the magic stone on the scepter. Ves, you'd better get through quickly. Bados was in a hurry, she was sure she wasn't sick. But why is the body reacting to all this? In a panic, she couldn't calm down at all to find the root of the problem by herself, and she put all her hopes on her younger brother. What's wrong, sister? Weiss, who was far away in the 7th universe, picked up the scepter with a smile, opened the communication and asked. I'm still training Monkey King and Vegeta. Ahem. After seeing the nonchalant Vis from the Philosopher's Stone, Bados hurriedly coughed to hide his anxiety. I've got a little problem, I want to ask you. Not noticing the scarlet look at the back of Bardos's ear, Weiss smiled and said, Sister, let's tell me quickly, what questions do you have to ask? That's right, I saw a strange phenomenon, that is, there are some different races. After a little thought, Bados tactfully stated the consequences of the frontier. When a person sees another person, his heart suddenly beats faster, his skin will be hot, and his body temperature will rise a little. Sister, are you testing me? Listening to Bardos's description, Weiss, who was still smiling, suddenly laughed. Isn't this a precursor to human beings wanting to reproduce? Reproduction. Hearing this, Bados once again inexplicably appeared in her mind the same action images of her and suitor as the men and women in the magazine. Yes, human estrus, oh. The high priest said that we should use civilized language, which is the so-called love at first sight. Also, it was love at first sight. Bados frowned in annoyance and continued to talk about her situation with suitor. But what I observed is not like this, there is no love at first sight, it is sudden. It's love over time. Vis said unconcernedly. The complexity of human beings, you are not the first to know, sister. Human beings can have various situations, which lead to changes of heart and temptation. Forget it, suddenly I don't want to talk about it. Bardos's doubts were not relieved at all, and he cut off the communication in frustration. Could it be that I really? You've been with Suitor for a long time and you've fallen in love with him? She didn't think it was possible. She was an angel, and Suitor was a scion. Races, all the same, okay? After being depressed for a long time, Bardos put this trouble behind for the time being. She took the awakened Xiongpa, and went to the 11th universe, the land of destruction, with Suitor, who looked as usual. To say that the place of the divine realm in the 6th and 7th universes is a place with pleasant scenery. Then the 11th universe is like a huge circus, built on a wide meadow. It's worthy of the clown destroyer, and the architectural style is so appropriate. Suitor couldn't help but sigh. Humph, let me tell you, don't look at him as a funny clown, but he doesn't have a good temper. Xiongpa muttered and reminded Suitor, if you can't let Wei Mei agree, this trip, we will run for nothing. Is that so? Suitor set his eyes on Bardos, who had an indifferent expression. Bardos nodded, you need Suitor to say it yourself, it's up to you whether you agree or not. Oh. Suitor replied, he thought he would see the big fat man candidate when he came here. Welcome. The tent was lifted, and an angel with a double ponytail of Bardos skin color walked out with a smile. This angel is naturally Macarita. Before Bardos could explain what he meant, a swearing clown had already stepped out of the tent. Tisk. Xiongpa, what are you doing here? Sud raised his eyebrows, knowing that this person was the god of destruction of the 11th universe, and it was delicious. Che, do you think I'm rarely here? Xiongpa also replied, and said with his hands on his hips. If it weren't for this guy, I wouldn't have come to you. This guy? Wei Mei only noticed at this time, like Suitor who was extra behind Pa and Bardos. Who is it? Is it possible to become your alternate? It's understandable to think like this, Wei Mei has already set his own candidate for the god of destruction. The alternate is not their strongest Jillian in the 11th universe, but the second strongest Topo. As for why, of course Jillian is unwilling. Alternate? No, he's just my cook. Chapter 19. Before he could finish speaking, Suitor had already introduced himself, I'm Bardos' chef. Hey! Xiongpa was visibly stunned when he heard this. Dare Suitor has been willing to stay in the land of destruction in Universe 6 to make food for Bardos, not for him? Damn, amorous, sloppy. Cook. Wei Mei and Macarita were also stunned, but they were stunned because they didn't know what a chef was. Yes, he's still my boyfriend. Bardos nodded, and grabbed Suitor's arm as if to swear something. Maybe he didn't understand it before, but at this moment, Bardos just had the idea of completely occupying Suitor based on his own intuition. Occupy him, make Suitor hers alone, and make it her possession. What's that, a chef? And a boyfriend? I've never heard of it. He was not a face-wrenching person, and after asking Margarita to no avail, he asked Xiongpa bluntly. Humph. A chef is someone who can make good food. Super, super awesome. Xiongpa smirked and explained, as for the boyfriend, it's Bardos's name for Suitor. Oh. So your name is Suitor? Wei Mei bowed slightly, and looked at Suitor with scrutiny in his eyes. Boyfriend or something, it doesn't feel like a good name. So, what are you coming to me for? Isn't it just to make something delicious for me? Macarita, who was on the side, only said hello and never spoke again. But the whole time, she stared at Suitor curiously. I just wanted to talk to your alternate. Suitor didn't beat around the bush, and directly explained his intention. Of course, in exchange, I can also bring you a good meal. Hey! Compete with my alternate, my alternate can be the one you call and come and go? The taste was so delicious that he sneered at it, and his face was disdainful. Of the 12 universes, which human can command him? Even Jillian, who is stronger than him, can't do it. Excuses, I see, you're just afraid. I'm afraid that your alternate is not as good as a chef in our family. Seeing the beautiful expression, Xiangpa made a move and shouted. Cut, you say it's comparable. If you bring someone with me, I'll promise you to call my alternate out. Wei Mei looked lazy, leaning on the edge of the circus tent, and sneering at Xiangpa. You, the god of destruction, deserve to be so downgrade. Don't say that we destroy the gods, even if it's an alternate, it's not something that anyone can see if they want to. As he spoke, he ignored the few people present, turned around and walked into the tent. Bados and Sudaga were speechless. It made a few of them seem to know that the god of destruction didn't have anything special to do except GEU. As for the candidate for the god of destruction, that's just a vain, and there's nothing to do. Please come in. With a smile, Makarita beckoned the group into the tent. As soon as he walked into the tent, Suitor was surprised by the style of the dress. On the red carpet there are yellow sofas, and strands of green silk cloth are scattered overhead. Tisk, what do you say about this style? Red and yellow, with the green overhead? Who let you in? Enjoying a beautiful woman's pressing rubbing shoulders, she looked impatiently at the door and came in. I let you in. It's a guest. Margarita, with one hand behind her and a scepter in the other, walked up behind him. Tisk. Margarita, you're so eventful. Wei Mei muttered, and directly ignored the three of Soot. Sensing Wei Mei's emotion, there was another beautiful woman kneeling on the edge of the sofa, and hurriedly handed the peeled orange flesh to his mouth. Come on. It's delicious, open your mouth and I'll eat it for you, ah. Hee, the taste was so delicious that he enjoyed it, and stretched out his hand to pull another beautiful woman standing on the side into his arms. Oh, it's delicious, you're so bad. Looking at the soft fragrant jade Hawaii, the taste of incomparable enjoyment, Xiangpa clasped his arms and complained to Soot. Look! Look, this is the most annoying existence in the god of destruction, the prodigal clown. As soon as these words came out, Suitor really didn't know how to answer. Humph, if you are strong enough, the more resources you can have. Bados looked indifferent, and glanced at Suitor as she spoke. At this glance, Suitor was inexplicably looked at. He thought it was Bados urging him to quickly find a way to get Mimi to agree to let people come out to talk. So, Suitor stepped forward and asked again, how can you agree to let your alternate compete with me? Why don't I make you a delicious meal? It's so delicious that adults don't like food, he likes beauty. Margarita was very curious about Suitor and made a point to explain it to him. Moreover, this is also the first time that Suitor has hit a wall. Compared to Beerus, this guy is so delicious that he can't get diesel. Suitor frowned slightly, thinking secretly. Otherwise, where is he going to find a beautiful woman for this clown? However, this inexplicably familiar scene seems to happen often to turtle immortals. The taste was also a little surprised, Margarita's special reminder to Suitor. He seemed to think of something, hooked his lips and smiled. You have to fight my alternate, don't you? Suitor's simple and clear jaw. It's not impossible, since Xiangpa brought you here, I can't completely lose face. The taste is so beautiful that she enjoys the beauty, and suddenly said this. It's not here to fight him, but he can still watch a show to help the fun. Not bad. Seeing that Wei Mei was too good to say this, Bados winked at Suitor and said yes. But when she saw Makarita staring at Suitor all the time, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. Hee, Suitor, don't embarrass us in Universe 6. Elephant Paw crossed his waist with one hand and patted Suitor on the shoulder with the other. Xiangpa, you're wrong, I'm from the 7th universe. Suitor dodged quickly, avoiding the big pig's trotters of the elephant. Bastard! Believe it or not, I ruined you. Hearing this, Xiangpa was inexplicably angry. Elephant paw, keep your manners. Bados glanced at him and gave him a faint reminder. Besides, your destructive power is useless to my boyfriend. Hey, I had long been fed up with the weight loss of these two people, and Xiangpa obediently closed his mouth. But the clenched fist clearly showed the unhappiness of the fat cat. Then, I'll go and call Tuopo over. Before she could give her a meaningful look, Macarita had already taken the initiative to speak. Looking at Macarita's back, she squinted her eyes. Chapter 20. But because there were still people present, he forcibly suppressed the question that came to his lips, and planned to ask it when no one was there. Sit casually. That's all I said, and I continued to enjoy it by myself. Cut, I feel like I'm going to be polite to you. Xiangpa walked over with a big smile and sat down on the sofa opposite Wei Mei. He took a banana from the coffee table, peeled it and ate it. Seeing Bados walking behind Xiangpa, Suitor did not sit down on the couch. Instead, he took a bunch of grapes and fed Bados a few bites from time to time. For Suitor's feeding, Bados has long been accustomed to it, and it is natural to eat it when he opens his mouth. Such a cozy atmosphere lasted for 3 minutes. As the tent was lifted, Margarita had already come in with a big fat man. The tight-fitting black and red pride jersey with no hair on the top of his head and a big white beard. It's the candidate of the god of destruction who is delicious, and it is broken. Delicious adult, are you looking for me? Tuopo was very congratulatory, bowed to Wei Mei, and asked. Well, this guy said he was going to challenge you, don't lose face in our 11th universe, you can defeat him directly. Seeing that Wei Mei's eyes were on Sud's body, coupled with preconceived notions, Tuopo also thought that Sud was a candidate for Xiangpa. Oh, no problem, it's delicious. Tuopo nodded, his expression determined, and even a little unmoved. As a candidate of the god of destruction against the candidate of the god of destruction in other universes, he will never lose. Where to fight? It can't be in your broken tent, right? Xiangpa asked ruffianly with one hand on the back of the sofa and his right foot on his left foot. If you ignore his huge belly, his posture is still quite handsome. Let's go to the boundary. After a little thought, I thought of a good place. That's good. Xiangpa nodded and agreed. Suitor also knew about this so-called boundary, which was the center of the competition where the Forces Conference would be held in the universe later. It was an alien dimension isolated from other dimensions. As soon as they said to leave, the few people present soon came to the boundary, where there was nothing and it was pitch black. Let's get started. The taste was so absent-minded that he urged. Yes. Tuopo responded and quickly flew away from everyone. Suitor, defeat him in one move, and give us the 6th universe a fight. Xiangpa was a little excited, clenching his fists and shouting cheers for Suitor. Didn't you say he was from Universe 7? Margarita stood beside Bados and asked casually. I remember, you scions in Universe 6 don't have tails. Well, Suitor is a scion of Universe 7. Bados nodded in response. It can be seen that Suitor is a scion, which shows that Margarita has a wide range of knowledge. She just wanted to open her mouth to talk about the strange feeling she had before, and ask about Macarita. But when the words came to his mouth, he suddenly couldn't ask. Bados doesn't know what's going on. Perhaps, this is an intuition from an angel. Let's get started. Tuopo's body released an unstable purple-red aura, and said to Suitor on the other side. Okay. In response, Sud also stepped into the realm of the Super Psi God, and looked at Tuopo vigilantly. He must not lose this battle. It's not about Xiangpa. It's about not falling on the image of him in Bardos's heart. Seeing that Sud didn't make the first move, and he didn't have to worry about it, he rushed over as fast as lightning as soon as he stepped on his feet. Bang! Faced the huge fist of Tuopo, Suitor hurriedly crossed his hands in front of his chest to resist. You have good strength. Suitor didn't show it on his face, but he felt that his arms were numb, and he trembled slightly. The strength brought out by this punch was far beyond his overestimation. Ha! He threw his fist and slammed it into Topo's chest. Topo seemed to be confident in his own strength, and instead of defending, he chose to fight hard. Bang! Was another loud bang, and the collision of this punch to fist exploded with a powerful energy, grazing the surrounding air. The next moment, the speed of the two was so fast that only the afterimage of punches and kicks remained. Bang bang! Bang! Hey, it's a bit of a sight, is the guy you brought really a food? The casual taste is delicious, and when he saw that Sud was not weak, he asked in surprise. Humph, he said, to make something for you to eat, you are not rare. Xiongpa clasped his arms in his hands and glanced at him disdainfully. I can guarantee that what he has made will definitely make you admire. Oh! I'd like to try it. Macarita licked her red lips and suddenly said this. Wei Mei's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth outlined a smile. Then when the game is over, let him cook a delicious meal. Hey! Xiongpa, a little disliked to listen to the beautiful and condescending tone, so in comparison, it seemed that his god of destruction was really out of style. However, when he thought about it again, it was so delicious that he could only eat such a meal, and he could eat it whenever he wanted. Balance, all of a sudden, came out again. Come again. With a loud drink, the attention of the chattering people was pulled down on Suitor and Torpo's bodies. After being swept away by Topo's violent power, Suitor quickly stabilized his body and rushed towards Topo Fei again. First it was a punch, then a kick, then a knee kick, and then an elbow between the backhands. The speed is extremely fast, and the speed is dazzling, but it is still blocked by the break. Suitor is not very experienced in combat, even though he has Bu's amazing talent for learning. Bang bang bang! Every punch to the flesh, every time it collides with each other, what is conveyed to Sud is a burst of pain. If he keeps going like this, he'll lose to Torpo. Sure enough, not losing to the Super Blue is undoubtedly a huge challenge for him. The more anxious you are, the more flaws you will have. Snap! Suitor was directly hit in the cheek by a left hook that was broken, his body was crooked, and he staggered a few steps in the void. After spitting out the blood foam in his mouth, Suitor's expression also turned ruthless, and his eyes took on a real serious look. You're no match for me. As he spoke, the big white beard trembled. After dozens of rounds, he also understood Suitor's strength, which was not his opponent at all, and said disdainfully. Also, after all, the god of destruction of the sixth universe is not our opponent of the delicious adults. Saying this, he also glanced at the elephant who was watching the battle not far away, intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 21. Hey! Sensing the gaze, a large question mark appeared above Xiongpa's head. He complained with an ignorant face, if you keep fighting, why did you stop? In the face of Topo's arrogant and contemptuous attitude, Suitor didn't say any nonsense. The brush teleported and unfolded, and he appeared behind Tuopo in an instant. Imbued with powerful energy in his right foot, Suitor kicked the back of Topo's neck hard. This move came suddenly, so that Topo was caught off guard and was hit. In an instant, the huge body was pumped upside down and flew out. Looking at Topo who was falling towards the endless darkness, Suitor did not have the joy of hitting the target with one move, but quickly swooped down and followed. With his hands clenched into fists, he slammed down his hammer against Topo's broad back. The punch didn't hit, and Topo flipped over at the critical moment and kicked Suitor to the waist. Suti saw this, and had to choose to avoid it. While retreating, his hands were already placed on his waist, and he quickly stored his strength. Ha! Kikong wave! Seeing that Sute chose to send a wave remotely, he smiled with his lips and showed his destructive energy. Boom, boom. The blue and purple energies collided with each other with a scorching bright light in this endless darkness. The explosion was huge, as if fireworks had been set off from the void. In the bright light, Suitor and Topo swooped down on each other again. The two are like two beautiful streamers, constantly colliding, separating, and meeting again. Seeing this, Wei Mei yawned lazily, and said with a lack of interest, "No, this person you brought is not good. Indeed, it seems that he has lost." Margarita, at this time, had also lost her curiosity about Suitor. I thought that there was something special about the person that Bados was interested in. It seems that she also has times when she is blind and can't see people clearly. Bah, this battle has only started for a long time, are you so determined? Xiongpa listened to the words of Wei Mei and Margarita, and scolded unpleasantly. Immediately, he put his hands to his lips, feigned a loudspeaker, and shouted at Suitor in battle. "Suitor, come on, I'm optimistic about you, don't lose." Bados, who was standing on the side, didn't open his mouth to join the discussion. But her frowning brows also silently explained that she was in a bad mood at the moment. Is it that she overestimates Suitor's potential? Humph, it's really ants shaking trees, I can't help myself. As the energy is output, Topo's attacks become more and more powerful. With a powerful force that cannot be ignored, Suitor is defeated and retreated. Woo! Woo! Suitor's resistance became more and more difficult, as his breathing became more and more rapid, and there was a feeling of paralysis from his fists and feet. The super race god is indeed reluctant to face the support of the same super blue strength. But is he really an ant? Not necessarily. Sensing that Suit's hands and feet were trembling visibly with the naked eye, Tuopo decided to take it as soon as he saw it. He stepped back and distanced himself from Suitor, and with a mocking look on his face, he thought he was a good person, take the initiative to admit defeat. Otherwise, if you continue to fight, you will not look good. Suitor didn't speak, just gasped, his trembling hands clenched into fists. In front of the woman he likes, there is another woman he also fancies. Choosing to throw in the towel? What an international joke! Ha! With his roar, the bright red aura around Suitor continued to roll. The furious power spread out in all directions, and the entire boundless realm shook slightly because of the impact of his powerful chi waves. The attached bright red aura continued to roll, gradually turning into a brilliant blue. In the form of a super scion, transform into a super scion. As soon as his arrogance turned blue, Suitor's head and eyebrows changed from red to sky blue. His eyes turned dark blue as a result. Under the aura of the gods, a very slight electric spark was also brought out in the unique aura. He's changed. Looking at Suitor's changes, Margarita and Wei Mei's faces changed greatly. Not only that, but his divine aura has also risen a lot in an instant. Looking at Suitor, who was wrapped in bright red, sky blue, and white, Bados also showed the first smile of the 11th universe. Worthy of the person I fancied. Oh blue-haired scion! See, this is me. Bados chef, her boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Suitor was still suspended in mid-air, but the momentum around him had changed qualitatively. Give me direct access to Super Blue! Suitor roared, unleashing his power. A whole new field is being entered. The blue became more and more dazzling, and the bright red gradually faded until it was completely replaced by azure blue. One step into Super Blue, it is complete mastery. You actually left a hand? Tuopo didn't know that Suitor had just stepped into this new form, and he screamed in surprise. Go on. Suitor didn't say anything, but let go of his clenched fist and gestured towards Topo. With an indifferent expression on Shang Tsut, coupled with the imperceptible killing intent in his eyes, Tuopo regained his composure and said with a smile. Okay, then fight until you admit defeat. As soon as the words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Suitor was very indifferent, he felt the chi around him, and his eyes suddenly looked to the right. With a flick of air, he slammed into the Tuopo who had just flashed his figure. The boom! Billowing smoke dissipated, and Topo's figure was revealed, and his face was full of incredulity, and he acted again. Brush brush brush! Tuopo suddenly appeared in front of Suitor, but Suitor did not make a move, but raised his elbow and hit behind him. The bang! Blow really hit Tuopo, who wanted to take advantage of the situation to attack Suitor. You can actually detect me in front of you, but it's just a phantom. Tuopo staggered back a few steps, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and asked in astonishment. Be serious, or you'll lose ugly. It's going to be you. Suitor said solemnly with an expressionless face. Humph, just because your hair has changed color, do you feel like your strength has reached a new level? Enraged by these words, Tuopo rushed towards Sutfei and launched a new round of punches and kicks. Bang bang bang! But this time, Suitor was not at a disadvantage at all, and he did not have a hard time resisting Topo's attack. He advanced and retreated in a measured manner, his expression was calm, and the punches and kicks made Tuopo panic first. Damn! How is this possible? Hee, Suitor smiled and stood firm. There is no wind in the boundary, but it makes Tuopo feel unprovoked coolness. He looked at the sudden explosion of wave after wave of powerful chi on Suitor's body, and knew that as he said, if he continued to fight, he would lose. Chapter 22. So, he quickly pulled back and raised his hands high. A huge destructive energy condensed above his head. I don't believe it, but it's just a different hair color, how strong can it be? Did you use your hair dye? Do you still care about this again and again? Suitor said as he stretched out one hand, and terrifying Qigong waves condensed out of his hand. Bastard! Facing the energy gathered by Suitor, Tuopo felt a palpitation for no reason. He didn't dare to hold it up, and above the palm held high, the destructive energy grew bigger and bigger with his pouring. You're going to make a big move. Xiangpa looked left and right and saw a gorgeous and shocking scene. Bados, who's going to win? Hey, of course it's my alternate, the guy you brought is just stepping into a new powerful realm. The taste is still very confident, with his hands on his waist and his words are chiseled. Not necessarily. Mark Arita frowned slightly, looking at the energy that Suitor and Tuopo launched at the same time. Well, Suitor is not the most powerful, but his growth speed is unmatched. Bados' smile grew wider. Suitor's Qigong wave directly crushes the destructive ability of the support. Coupled with the cold aura he exuded, even if it was a break in battle, his heart trembled for no reason. I'm not going to admit defeat. Ha, ah. Tuopo saw that the blue Qigong wave was getting closer and closer to him, and he roared in shock. Although he was extremely difficult to resist, he still tried to push the opponent's Qigong wave back. Under the tug of war with the powerful energy, Tuopo exerted all his strength, and the strength of feeding made his muscles bigger. Under the expansion, the proud team clothes on his body directly burst open. You've lost. Suitor increased the output of the energy in his hand, completely covering the destructive energy of the support. The azure light completely enveloped and submerged the figure of Tuopo. In the next moment, a huge explosion of energy directly shook the entire void realm. This eternal darkness has a momentary brilliance. Topo. Lost? Her eyes widened, and she couldn't accept the scene in front of her. Ha ha ha, Xiangpa was overjoyed, and said with a smile, his shoulders were shaking. Fighting to feed the war, his growth is really fast. Seeing the end of the battle, Mark Arita looked sideways at Bados and smiled. Sure enough, this guy named Suitor aroused her interest again. Even this curiosity is even stronger than before. He's mine. Bados smiled back and swore sovereignty directly. You're right. Makarita was non-committal, but the curiosity in her eyes was undisguised. The smoke in the sky finally dispersed, and a messy Tuopo staggered and flew in front of Waymeide. With a look of self-reproach, he knelt down on one knee and received the punishment in a deep voice, "My lord, I lost. I'm sorry." "Hey, forget it, it's not a big deal." Waymei's eyes were full of killing intent, but he was afraid of someone present, and he said it very generously. "Shall we have a meal?" Elephant Paw didn't notice it at all, and happily put his arms around Suitor's shoulder. "I'll tell you, Suitor, this guy looks down on how delicious you are. Show him a hand and let him obediently surrender to your food." "That's fine." Suitor fought and won, and even entered the Super Blue, and he was in a very good mood, and he responded happily. "Let's eat too." Faced with this excuse that allowed him to brush up on experience, Suitor stretched out his hand and invited by the way. This, with self-blame still written on his face, was a little confused. Before, they didn't fight you to the death, but now why do they unilaterally feel that they can eat together? His brain was stuck for a moment, and he could only seek help from Waymeide and Macarita. Margarita bowed slightly, and said on behalf of Topo, "Yes." A group of people came and went, and soon returned to the tent where they were delicious. It's still the ingredients given by the system, and Suitor's flowing water makes a delicacy that can't be placed. What is this, so delicious?" Macarita was raving about it. Yes, it's better than the average food. The taste is duplicitous, and the thief eats quickly, but he can still find time to complain a few words. It's the most consumed Tuopo, who didn't say a word the whole time, holding the rice the size of a wash basin in one hand, and sweeping the table full of food. That's fast." The two of them were holding chopsticks, and the table was already in a mess. "Thank you." Topo tossed the rest of the soup into the third bowl of basin rice, licked the plate clean, and smiled at Suitor. After this fight is consumed, he still takes care of the food, and he seems to be a good person. Righteous man, he likes this friend. Suitor, who had been defined as a friend, was unaware, habitually smoking a cigarette and looking at the disgruntled Bados and Xiangpa. "Don't be like this, when I go back, I'll make a big table and eat for the two of you." When the words fell, the cold voice of the system sounded in his head. "Congratulations to the host, for receiving the gourmet recognition of the host by the angels and destruction gods of Torpo and the 11th universe. Cooking skills have increased by 6%, and cooking skills are now 28%. The reward this time is a negligible billion combat power, plus 3 amounts of divine combat power, and a total of 9 divine combat power. Transformable form, super race form, super 2 form, super 3 form, super race god realm, new super blue. The system distributes benefits, super 4 forms. In addition, the tasters have the 11th universe angel and the god of destruction, and once again reward the hidden level 1 destruction divine skill and level 1 freedom extreme skill. At present, the host's destruction divine skill is level 3, and so is the freedom extreme intention skill. Super 4? Is it Super 4 of Dragon Ball GT that I thought? Suitor asked in surprise when he heard the system's words. What kind of Super 4 benefits do you give out in Dragon Ball Super? Isn't that provoking a conflict between Super Saiyan and Super 4, looking for a fight? You don't have a lot of skills, you dare to dislike it. The system scolded, as if it knew what Suitor was thinking. Hearing the system's complaints, Suitor didn't say much. In fact, Super Saiyan and Super 4 should be regarded as the two choices of the Saiyan race. For example, Super 4 needs a tail to transform into a golden giant ape, with an indescribable beastly beauty in the fluff of his body. To put it bluntly, Super 4 is the power of pursuing the ultimate and evoking the wildness in the heart. And Super Saiyan and Super Blue are looking for the power in their hearts. Breakthrough from the mind. So as to bring the potential in the body and further grasp the power of God. The two are going on different paths. Chapter 23. I can't say which one is bad, or which one is stronger, at least Suitor admits that he is very flowery. Super 4 form, Super God realm, he likes them all. But in the world of Dragon Ball Super, the wild Super 4 form is revealed. I guess not to mention that Bados will chase after him. I'm afraid that all the gods will think that he has embarked on the road of no return, right? But if you go to the GT world, it doesn't change the Super 4 but shows the realm of the Super Race God. That is also strange, right? The thought seemed long, but it was only for a moment. After Xiongpa got Suitor's clear words, he replied unwillingly, okay. He reluctantly dropped his chopsticks and urged Soot, the fight is also fought, so let's go back quickly. Wait. Seeing that the three of them were leaving, Margarita got up and came to Suitor, and asked with a smile. It stands to reason that you can replace him if you defeat the destruction candidate Tuopo. Do you want to become the destruction god candidate of the 11th universe? I don't want to. Hearing Suitor's answer, Margarita knew it was expected. She still smiled, then, on top of Topo, there is a stronger powerhouse, Jillian, aren't you interested in challenging or sparring? The suitor in front of him should be the same existence as Jillian, pursuing power, not any vacancy. I'm interested, but not now. Suitor shrugged and said something that surprised Margarita. Now against Jillian, he is completely only beaten. Jillian, that's beyond the taste, the strongest warrior in the 11th universe. This answer made Margarita stunned. If it's okay, we'll go. Seeing that Margarita was biting Suitor, Bados felt a little uncomfortable and said coldly. In this way, when Margarita was stunned, the three Suits had already walked out of the tent. Let's go, don't send it. With a toothpick in her mouth, she walked to the edge of the sofa with a perfunctory face and beckoned the three beauties to come over. Then I'll take my leave. The meal was also eaten, and seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, Tuopo also left in a hurry. As a righteous warrior, he is also very busy. Seeing that everyone was gone, enjoying the beauty of the beauty feeding and massage, I finally asked Margarita about the doubts in my heart. You're being too eager. Seeing that Margarita was still stunned, she was so delicious that she ate the fruit carelessly, and reminded her. You seem to be a little special about that suitor guy. Margarita came back to her senses, the smile on the corner of her mouth had already converged, and she sat on the sofa lightly and said. No, I'm just a little curious, I feel that Bados is very different to him. Wei Mei sneered and showed a playful smile, you angels, it seems that there is no precedent for intermarriage with other races, right? Margarita frowned, and said coldly, what do you mean? Wei Mei is so non-committal that he smiles, as a senior love killer, I will tell you with rich experience. If you are curious about the male sex, you will only fall deeper and deeper, and finally be pulled into the quagmire, and you will never be able to escape. Hee hee. A veteran love killer? Margarita glanced at Wei Mei coldly, and finally looked at the three beauties present and scolded. Get out! The three beauties were stunned and shrunk for a moment. The three girls didn't care about what they thought about how beautiful they were. And they rushed out of the tent as if they were rushing. Do you think you can really tell me the other way around? Margarita looked at the taste and smiled meaningfully. Don't be curious about males, it's so dirty. Do you think I'm going to fall in love with an ordinary human out of curiosity? Margarita was so sure, but she didn't expect that after Walker's matter was resolved, she would really fall in love with this man. Of course, that's all for later. Master, why are you so serious? Wei Mei looked stiff, and he didn't understand where Margarita's anger came from. Isn't he just joking? As for scaring away all the beauties around him, and saying that he will fall in love with humans? Human beings are nothing more than ants. Humph, stay alone and reflect, I'm going to go out. Margarita grimaced, and just got up and walked out of the tent. Looking at the tent where he was the only one left in an instant, he was so aggrieved that he prayed to Margarita's back. "Hey, Margarita, can you call my 3 beauties back? Please." Margarita simply ignored it. As she walked outside the tent, the colorful light under her feet surged, and she left the destruction of Universe 11 in an instant. Falling in love with a human being, that's impossible. She's just curious about how different this human being is. Like the angel brother in the past, Walker. Life is too long, and you will always want to find something new to do. Universe 6, Land of Destruction. After returning and making another table of food, Suitor sat down on a rock with a cigarette in his mouth. Before this ass is hot, the Margarita of the 11th universe is actually here. What are you doing chasing after us just after we came back? Seeing Margarita's arrival, Bados didn't even eat the delicate pastry Suitor had made for her, and asked with a wary face. "No, we forgot something on your side, right?" "Ho, Bados, are you too nervous?" Margarita smiled and stretched out her hand to Suitor, who was smoking a cigarette while watching the excitement. "I'm here to find him." "Looking for me?" Holding the cigarette in his hand, Suitor looked suspicious. "That is, what can you do with him? You don't know each other well." At the mention of Suitor, Bados became more and more nervous. "You seem nervous?" Margarita smiled, and the smile was very meaningless. "Of course I'm nervous, Suitor is my chef and my boyfriend." Bados was blunt, and walked over to Suitor's side and grabbed his arm, declaring his possessiveness. "I hope to talk to you, just the two of us." Margarita didn't bother with Bados, and asked directly to Suitor. "Don't worry, Bados, she doesn't seem to be hostile to me." Suitor patted Bados' arm and let out a sigh of relief. "But..." Bados wanted to say something, but saw that Suitor was indifferent, and after much confusion, he still let go of his arm. "Cut, what are you 3 doing? God mysterious." Xiangpa, who was sweeping the food, looked at the 3 of them speechlessly. Bados is really, Margarita is just looking for Suitor to say a few words, and she is not here to rob people, as for being so nervous. Besides, this is his territory, and Margarita can't come to rob people openly. If you really want to rob someone, you have to pick a month of dark wind and high night. Hey, anyway. There is no such thing as night in the land of destruction. Thinking of this, Xiangpa didn't want to think about it either. Thinking so much. What are you doing? Eat and you're done. Chapter 24. Let's go over here, Suitor gestured, and everyone present could see under a tree 100 meters away. Okay. Margarita smiled and followed. When she passed by Bados, she suddenly said a word to Bados lightly. You like this human, don't you? What? What the? Bados froze, full of shock. Margarita's words are not a question, but with a very affirmation. As an angel, how could she, as an angel, like ordinary humans? But... Bados looked at Margarita walking by in a daze, and a voice suddenly popped up in her heart. Yes, Margarita is right, she doesn't just love Suitor's food, she loves Suitor as a person. Just as Bados was looking inside herself, Margarita had already stepped in front of Suitor. Looking at the 2 people who gradually came together, Bados felt the sourness of vinegared cabbage, and the 2 of them were so dazzling. What happened to the angels? What happened to the humans? Now her thoughts are to go up and separate them immediately. Standing by Suitor's side, it should be her Bados. Under the tree. Suitor threw the cigarette butt to the ground, stepped on it, and asked Margarita, what do you want to tell me? Wait a minute, get a protective shield, do you think that this distance can escape the perception of angels? Margarita glanced at Bados not far away slowly and defiantly, and showed a protective shield to wrap her and Suitor inside. Say it. What the hell is going on? Suitor saw that after the protective shield appeared, the anxiety that flashed on Bardos's face prompted. Bados likes you, that kind of reproduction likes. As soon as Margarita opened her mouth, it was an explosive message. Oh! Suitor lit another cigarette and put it to his lips nonchalantly, but what you say is ugly. You can say it's the love of men and women, or you can say that opposites attract, multiply, or something. It's really a bit harsh. Listening to Suitor's complaint, Margarita threw another question, then do you like Bados? I like it, Bados is so good looking. Suitor didn't beat around the bush either, and said it frankly. I like Bados, he likes it from the first time he sees Dragon Ball Super Bados appear. There is no precedent for an angel to marry a foreigner, let alone a human being as humble as an ant. Every word Margarita said was with a strong hint, which made it difficult for Suitor not to think about it. Do you mean that the father of angels, the high priest, will stop us from being together? Suitor exhaled smoke and smiled. Faced with this evil smile, Margarita became even more curious, and then asked, aren't you afraid? Perhaps the most serious consequence. Will you die and Bados be forced into a deep sleep? What does this question have to do with you? Suitor didn't answer, but asked rhetorically. Curious. Margarita smiled mischievously. Haven't you heard a word? Suitor didn't know what Margarita's purpose really was, and he leaned against the tree with his arms folded. Curious, to be able to kill a cat. I'm not as fragile as you think, and I'm even stronger than you think, at least stronger than Bados. Margarita didn't talk much nonsense, and took the opportunity to say her purpose. I can feel that you have a lot of potential. Would you like me to be your sparring partner? Sparring? Could it be some kind of experimental white mouse? This time, it was Suitor's turn to speak so badly. White mouse. That's a kind of funny word. The corners of Margarita's mouth were slightly hooked, and her smile was a little bloodthirsty. So, would you like to? What do you want to verify on me? Or rather, what do you want from me? Suitor was still very flat, as if he was talking about what he was going to eat later. What can you expect from him? Cut the kidney, the kind that went to buy apples? I want to create the strongest human race in the whole universe, beyond the god of destruction, beyond the angels, and even beyond the grand priest. Margarita's brows furrowed slightly, and she pursed her lips to say what she had in mind. You know, it's really hard to find someone with such potential. Jillian can be counted as one, but his belief is too strong to meet my requirements. And in the other universes, I haven't been able to find a person who fits. Margarita tilted her head slightly, looked at Suitor and continued. How? Do you want to think about it? After all, I can give you whatever Bados can give, and I am also stronger than her and can guide you better. I've assisted a lot of god of destruction, so that you can take fewer detours on the way to becoming stronger. Suitor shifted his gaze and smiled at a nervous Bados in the distance, his words tinged with detachment. That sounds like a lot of good for me. Just a little bit of freedom, but can you get a lot of power? But don't you feel like you are losing money on such a deal? Sud is not a novice who has just entered society, how can he not know that there is no free lunch in the world? Is it a loss? I don't know, as if thinking of something, Margarita looked up at the sky, and the aura around her exuded sadness. Maybe I think it's him, a regret that I can't finish it. Oh. Suitor shrugged, not wanting to know the follow-up at all, let alone wanting to know about the so-called him, so he directly refused. To be honest, I don't want to promise you, because even in this place of destruction, I haven't been guided by Bados. First of all, I'm a chef and I just like to cook for people I like. Secondly, I can pursue becoming stronger, but not by others. Also, Margarita actually has a he, which is directly deleted from the favorite list. After being rejected, Margarita chuckled, "Ho! You're a really interesting person. Then, I wish you to become stronger and be able to live to the last moment of your life from the great priest's act of stealing women." Yes, because I have an immortal physique. Suitor smiled back. That's what you're relying on. Margarita's smile widened, her eyebrows and eyes curled into crescents. Did you forget? The king has the power to erase everything. But I'll make all kinds of good food. Suitor stepped along, walked past Margarita, and whispered. He he he. Margarita was already laughing to the point of trembling, laughter with joy and a hint of mockery. I don't know who he's mocking, even if he's mocking Suitor, he probably won't care. The soldiers will block, and the water will cover the earth. Bados, this angel, he is soaked. What did Margarita say to you? Seeing Suitor coming, Bados couldn't hold back the anxiety in his heart and flashed in front of Suitor. Chapter 25. Suitor smiled, and just as he was about to speak, Margarita spoke first. I said, I like him too and want to be with him. Facing Margarita, whose face was full of teasing, Bados angrily wanted to hit someone. You. Suitor, don't you like her too? As soon as she turned her gaze to Suitor, Bados saw that Margarita had flashed from under the tree and took Suitor's hand. I'm better looking than you, I'm in better shape than you, or cute with 2 ponytails, what do you think? What's more, if you don't confess, I can't confess. Bastard. Looking at the 10 fingers with his hands interlocked, Bados lost his usual calm, and actually planned to pull the 2 apart. Let me go, Margarita, Suitor is the first person I crushed. Just when Bados wanted to make a move, Suitor took the lead in shaking off Margarita's hand and comforted Bados. Calm down, Bados, don't be led astray. Margarita is just stabbing you. She doesn't really like me either. When this sentence came out, it was as if Bados under the scorching sun had drunk the cool spring water. Is that so? Bados looked at Suitor with a look of hope, and was sure again. Then, she will strike first, so that Margarita can't take the lead. Oh yes, won't your heart hurt to silently reject a beautiful angel like this? With a grieving face, Margarita stretched out her index finger and pointed at Suitor's chest, and the angry Bados slapped her hand away. He he he. I won't tease you. Margarita was not angry and smiled at the 2 of them. Suitor, you better consider my suggestion. I'm waiting for you to come to me. As soon as the words fell, a colorful light appeared under Margarita's feet, and the man left the land of destruction. Tisk. I don't understand what you're talking about. Xiongpa had already finished sweeping, and he was watching the 3 of them play while eating melon seeds. Although he doesn't understand it very well, he is impatient for him to join in this fun. What the hell did she tell you? Bados frowned slightly, her face melancholy. She wants me to be one of her experiments. Suitor reached out and touched Bardos's head, directly picking out the words. Margarita seems to be secretly making trouble, saying that she wants to create the strongest human in the universe. The strongest human in the universe. Hearing this, Bados was visibly stunned for a moment, and muttered in a low voice, Margarita, she. Haven't you even come out of that incident? Hey, it seems that you know a lot of things. Suitor didn't care before, it was all for Margarita. Now, seeing that Bados also knew, he immediately asked, who is that he? Also, what did you say, can you tell me about it? Bados was also defenseless against Suitor, biting his lip and saying, I don't know the specifics. If I'm not mistaken, the he Margarita is talking about should be our brother, my father's first child, Walker. Walker. Suitor was also surprised. I thought it was Margarita's sweetheart, but it turned out to be their angel's eldest brother, Walker. Once again, Margarita is on his favorite list. Walker is involved in good and evil because he wants to create the strongest human in the universe, and his father has warned him several times. But every time he didn't listen to persuasion, it caused the experiment to get worse and worse, and even affected the entire universe under Walker's jurisdiction. The human race in the whole universe has been affected, and Walker has also been removed from the position of overseer by the high priest and has become a fallen angel. Hearing the topic to the familiar part, Xiangpa walked towards Bados and Suitor while knocking melon seeds, talking about the final finale. And later, some people say that Walker was wiped out by the king, and others say that he escaped under the compassion of the great priest. Hearing this, Suitor thought of some of the surrounding fancomics after Dragon Ball Super came out. Tisk, suddenly it's a lot of gossip. Angel Walker really exists, and Mark Arita still cares so much about this big brother. This, said Bados, muttering for a moment, reaching out to take the scepter in his hand, and speaking to Suitor and Xiangpa. Not big but not too small, I have to go to Mark Arita, she can't have such dangerous thoughts. Watching Bados leave, Suitor set his eyes on Xiangpa, who was still knocking melon seeds, and inexplicably felt that this dead fat cat was greasy. Xiangpa, go run 10 laps. Hey! Xiangpa's face was disdainful, and he retorted with a serious matter, if you go for a run just after eating, you will have a stomachache. Does the god of destruction still have a stomachache? With a taunt on his face, Suitor shook his fist at the elephant. Humph, I'm the god of destruction, but I'm also afraid of burns. Xiangpa also learned from Suitor to reach out and clench his fist. But he didn't dare to wave, just stuck out his tongue and licked the back of his hand sexually. It's not that you don't know, this tongue is also fragile. This righteous look made Suitor smile more and more cold. He made a gesture to punch Xiangpa's eye socket and threatened, I know, then let's practice. Forget it, you go get me some fruit, I'll eat it when I'm done. After Xiangpa finished speaking, he ran away in a grey manner. Bados left the land of destruction and flew towards Universe 11. But she flew halfway through the flight, but suddenly turned in a direction and headed for a place out of reach. The temple where the king is located. The temple was empty except for a man suspended more than 30 centimeters above the ground. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Bados standing in front of him, a look of surprise flashed across his face. What you said is true. Really, father, I can guarantee it. Bados also nodded with a serious face. The person opposite Bados was also an angel, but his figure was a little short under her background. But he is a great priest and the father of angels. A large white back, the same light blue skin, purple eyes and purple lips, and a light blue ring floating behind the head. In addition, there is a big belt around the waist. Although the whole person was short, he couldn't stand the powerful aura that lingered around him. Even when he looked at it, he always had a shallow smile on his face. If that's true, then I'm going to call Margarita to talk. At this moment, the great priest frowned slightly, and the smile that often hung on his face faded a little. In the face of the great priest with such an expression, Bados did not hesitate at all, and once again threw out explosive news. Father, besides this matter of Margarita, I have one more thing I want to tell you. That is, I want to step down from my position as the overseer of the god of destruction. Hey! Hearing this, the great priest's brows tightened a little. He set his eyes on Bardos's body, felt a little inexplicable, and couldn't help asking. Why? Chapter 26. This daughter. Every time he brings news, it will make his heart that has been calm for hundreds of millions of years ripple. Look, how many billions of years has this position of the God Guardian been destroyed? How many gods of destruction have you brought with you? Say you don't want to do it anymore? Father, I don't think this job is very suitable for me. Bados said, taking a few steps forward to close the distance between himself and the Grand Priest, and pointed out his hand to the corner of his eye. You see, it's because I've been a regulator for so long that I'm getting old. Forehead tattoos are all there. I'm really tired with elephant paw. This fat cat is like a light bulb. Belch. They. Grand Priest took a few steps back, looked at the funny daughter with a speechless expression, and sighed. But, Bados, you before the Grand Priest could say anything, Bados was already ahead of the curve, sighing faintly. Hey! I've been working hard all these years, even if I don't have merit, it's full of hard work. The forehead of the great priest slid down 3 black lines, and he said speechlessly, whatever you want, whatever you want. My daughter is older, and she has more thoughts. What about my replacement, the overseer of the god of destruction? Seeing that the high priest agreed, Bados thought that he would be free to play with Suitor in the future. Can also throw off the oil bottle of Xiangpa, she can't wait to ask. Let Idas take your place. Retracting his expression, the high priest raised his hand and waved, and another male angel walked not far away. Idas, oh! Yes, you've grown so big. I haven't seen each other in 200 million years. Seeing the visitor, Bados smiled faintly. It's so good, it's going to be liberating right away. Long time no see, Sister Bados. Idas also showed a faint smile. Then, the 6th universe is up to you. Bados was in a good mood, and he stretched out his hand to Idas with a smile and said. Under this entrustment, that unfortunate Lord Xiangpa will need your care more in the future. Although Xiangpa's disciple is not treated by her, she has always taught it. Nearly 200 million years of companionship. That's enough. You can kick it away. Seeing the two shaking hands, it was an official greeting, and the great priest calmly took out his right hand behind him and waved it at the two. Let's start the handover. The words were short, but Bados and Idas converged their expressions at the same time, fighting against each other in a serious manner. Immediately after, the next moment, the bodies of the two of them bloomed with dazzling silver light. At the same time, behind Bados, a virtual mirror image of the 6th universe appeared. The huge cosmic picture seemed to envelop the temple of the whole king. Here we go, Idath! Bados said, raising his hands in the air, pushing the cosmic phantom towards Idas. Okay, Bados. Idas's face was serious, his hands were wide open, and he embraced the cosmic phantom into his arms. Under the bright light curtain, the universe and time and space seemed to overlap. Bardos's cosmic light curtain was all transferred to Idas's body. That's the end of the exchange. Idas, who was originally dressed in a white robe, is now wearing the angelic costume of the 6th universe. In his hand, he also holds a scepter that can survey the whole situation of the universe at any time. Ho ho ho! This dress suits you well, Idath. Bados' smile was bright and bright. The angel suit on her body was gone, replaced by a plain dress resembling a white dress. Even the ponytail that was tied up high was draped over his shoulders at the moment. Bados, who was extremely sacred in the past, now has a little more feminine charm. It's so easy, I've got rid of my squire as Lord Elephant, said Bados, pulling up her long hair again. The high ponytail reappeared, and she held out her hand to Idas in invitation. Let's go to the 6th universe together, I just want to say goodbye to Xiangpa-sama. By the way, Bados, you stepped down as the destroyer of god regulators, do you have anything else to do? The great priest saw that Bardos's mood had become very good, especially the eyes with a smile on his face, and he suddenly asked. The king of the time realm, it seems that he is a little too busy. Before the grand priest finished speaking, Bados had already hurriedly pulled Idas over and pulled the person out of the temple of the whole king. This guy. Seeing that the two of them had disappeared in a blink of an eye, the great priest was speechless until the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Hey, forget it, let's contact Makarita. He sighed faintly, and with a wave of his hand, a mirror appeared in front of him. These are all uneasy. Universe 6, Land of Destruction. You. Bados, you, Xiangpa, who was panting and running a few laps, suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw Bados and another angel coming. Why? When Bados went out, he put the clothes on his body. It's changed. Moreover, the clothes of the original overseer were worn on the body of another angel. Ah! He looked horrified, couldn't believe what was happening in front of him, and stretched out his hand to Bados. Hey, Bados, why did you change your outfit? Suitor came up with a cigarette in his mouth and a few melons in his hand, and asked curiously. He's just curious, and he doesn't have any ideas. Because I don't want to be the regulator of God of Destruction. Bados smiled and introduced the angel standing beside her to Suitor. This is Death, the newly appointed destroyer of Universe 6. Oh no! Isn't it just one trip to Bados? Xiongpa shook his head frantically. He rejected his teacher and replaced him. Yes, I went to the Chuanwang temple on the way, found my father, and said I didn't want to do it. Looking at Bados, who was smiling with his eyebrows and eyes, Suitor put the melon on the table next to him, took a puff of his cigarette, and asked. This destroys God's teacher, can he not be appropriate if he doesn't want to be? Is it so capricious? Why? Why? Elephant Pa roared angrily, almost to the point of roaring. It's okay to be disliked all the time, but in this situation, is he abandoned? Abandon, right? Why did you abandon me? Bados, you can't be like this. Elephant Pa was so aggrieved that he quickly ran to Bados' feet, trying to hug her thigh, crying with tears in his eyes. Brush! Bados dodged quickly, pushed Itis to Xiongpa, and smiled. Don't do that, Lord Xiongpa, we'll come to see you from time to time in the future. After letting go of Itis's thighs, Elephant Pa gritted his back molars and glared at Bados angrily, asking after him. Why? Why did you abandon me? Chapter 27. I didn't abandon you, Lord Xiongpa, I'm just tired of being a destroyer for a long time, I want to rest and relax. Faced with this explanation, Xiongpa didn't believe it and shouted unrelentingly. We've been together for more than 200 million years, why are you suddenly tired? If you are not tired in the morning or in the evening, you are suddenly tired at this time? Excuses, scumbag. Whining. More than 200 million years of companionship. If you say give up, you give up, does he really make Bados dislike it so much? The cat is wronged, the cat wants to cry. Then I'll leave the rest to you, Itis. Bados didn't say much, and set his eyes on Itis. Don't worry, sister, I will take good care of and guide Lord Xiongpa. Itis smiled back and nodded. Suitor, let's go. Bados winked at Suitor and smiled. Suitor, who was also a little dazed during the whole process, let's go. Of course it's to start our free life, aren't you my chef? Bados pulled Suitor's hand and playfully stuck out her tongue. You're my boyfriend. Of course, where I am, you are. Oh, good. Sud nodded, and Bados led him away from the land of destruction. Looking at the two people who left, Xiongpa's whole person was as if he had been struck by lightning, petrified in place. His teacher/attendant, Bados, is gone, along with the cook who can cook, and so is it. CO author. It's really redundant to dislike him. Bastard, you really took me as a burden and got rid of me, didn't you? The elephant with tears in the corners of his eyes roared angrily. This bloody feud that is not visible, he wrote it down. Lord Xiongpa, if I don't cook you some food, my cooking skills are quite acceptable. Seeing that Xiongpa's face was a little sluggish, Itis kindly opened his mouth to persuade him. Well, I'm going to eat clay pot rice, the kind of 100 bowls. Clay pot rice? What is that? The vastness of the universe. Suitor looked at Bados, who was holding his arm with a satisfied expression, and asked his doubts. That's... Bados, did you really step down from this position because you didn't want to be a regulator? It's not. Bados shook his head slightly, looked directly into Suitor's eyes, and said word by word seriously, "Because of you, because I like you. I want to be with you." The person he likes suddenly confesses to him. "This is my complete freedom, and I want to run with you," Bados said, shyly throwing herself into Suitor's arms and asking in a muffled voice, "Then you like me?" "Of course I do." Suitor also hugged Bados and gave her an eager kiss. "I've liked you for a long, long time. Start at the first sight of you. In the bright galaxy, in the moving light mask, is the sweetness after confessing to each other." It was at this time Macarita also received an urgent contact from the Grand Priest and came to the Temple of the King. Because of Bardos's small report, she was given a verbal warning by the High Priest. As a result, Macarita also learned of Bados' resignation. Originally, she also wanted to turn her head and tell Bados that he liked humans. But on second thought, if so, now that the Great Priest knows about Suitor's existence, then she wants to make the strongest person in the universe. This plan will also be shelved. The indignant Margarita could only leave the Temple of the King. After returning to the destruction of the 11th universe, she took the Philosopher's Stone on her scepter and explored all corners of the universe one by one. But that's a lot of work. Coupled with the warning of the High Priest, she can't blatantly probe everywhere. The end result is that Margarita is simply hard to find, Bados and Suitor. Damn, these two guys are really good at hiding. The one who uttered this sentence was also the elephant of the 6th universe. After eating a meal cooked by Itis, Elephant Paw immediately hired Hit. That's right, the player of the 6th universe who appeared at the 6th and 7th Cosmic Martial Arts tournaments held later, Hit. Dressed in a purple robe, with his hands always in his pockets, he is extremely cold. Looking at Hit, who was so indifferent, Elephant Paw motioned to Itis to show Hit's virtual image of Sut. "Okay, I've taken this task." Heater nodded, and with a blank expression, he picked up all the jewelry comparable to Xiao Shan and immediately left. "Wait, I didn't want you to kill him." Seeing that Hit was leaving, Elephant Paw hurriedly stopped the man. He knew that Hit was a killer, and if he didn't make it clear, it was estimated that Hit would have killed Sut. He was looking for someone, not Hit. What's more, there is also a Bados who is with Suitor all the time. Can Hit kill Suitor? Even if he is killed, then he will have to be killed by Bados? He just wants something to eat. If you don't have Bados, you don't have Bados. Isn't this already an angel for him? Moreover, this guy's personality is much better than Bados. If you can live a leisurely little life, why do you want Bados, who is cloudy and uncertain and turns her face at every turn? Not. I'm a killer, you're looking for me to kill someone? Hit's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the complicated elephant with disdain, and was about to throw down the jewels like a mountain of gold. Is this destruction of God retarded? What is a profession that is not respectful? Twice as much stuff here. Xiang Pa thought slightly, and after weighing the rights and disadvantages, he showed 2 fingers. Wealth can't be eaten as food, just give it, don't feel distressed. Although it is simple to find someone, it has to be tracked, and it is very cumbersome, so naturally it is not this price. Hit, however, was unmoved, showed 3 fingers, and began to sit on the ground. Good. Remember to do it in secret. Elephant Paw gritted his teeth and promised the lion of Hit's big mouth. The main reason why I say this is that I am afraid of losing face. The people of the 6th universe know that it's nothing. As a god of destruction, if he hears someone chewing the root of his tongue, he will directly destroy that person, and it's all right. But this, the fact that it was abandoned by Bados, can't be poked out directly. What if, being known by Beerus in the 7th universe, he destroys the gods and elephants, where does he put his face? Got it. Hit was still expressionless, carrying a mountain of gold that was 3 times larger than before. Hit is worthy of being the #1 killer in the 6th universe, and with his own special means, he quickly found Suitor's traces. Suitor and Bados talked and laughed all the way, and in the 6th universe, this planet shook to another planet. Laughter, happiness. Such scenes were conveyed by Hit to Elephant Pa. But every time Elephant Pa, led by Bados, arrives on this planet, Bados and Suitor have already traveled to the next planet. Chapter 28. Damn! Bados, did you do it on purpose? After going through the same situation several times, Elephant Pa clenched his fists and yelled angrily at Bados. No, Lord Xiongpa, don't talk nonsense, I've been dutifully following your orders. Esther smiled repeatedly, but the smile in his eyes did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Bados had indeed explained to him before, but if Lord Xiongpa wanted to find her, he pretended to obey, but he could make some small movements. After all, it's his sister. Helping relatives and not outsiders, a must. Because of your procrastination, my mission has not been completed. If you want their traces again, then add money. Looking at Hit, who reached out to ask him for money, Elephant almost crushed his back molars. Damn! I'm not looking for it. I'm going back, death, and I'm gone. Looking at the elephant who had gone away with a curse, Hit put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the sky with a lonely expression. Sut. That guy's strength looks like it's supposed to be very strong, why didn't anyone pay for me to kill him? After this episode, more than half a year passed. Suitor also collected a lot of fresh and exotic ingredients in Universe 6. When he came back to his senses and noticed the passage of time, he had unconsciously walked to the day when Sun Wukong's granddaughter, Xiao Fang, was born. Of course, Bulma specially called to tell me about this. Then, Suitor and Bados traveled to the Earth of the 7th universe and gave birthday gifts to the daughters of Sun Gohan and Vidalai. Suitor also took advantage of this whimsical idea to ask Bulma to hold a wedding ceremony for him. The wedding, of course, is for Bados. I wish you happiness. Congratulations. Give birth to a noble son early. With a blessing, Suitor and Bados also started their first official wedding night. A beautiful room until dawn. Of course, at the wedding, Suitor did not invite Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Ves, and Beerus in the land of the gods. If these 4 people come, his wedding is designated to be a chicken and a dog jump. Even the elephant of the 6th universe was left behind by the tacit understanding of Suitor and Bados. Early the next morning, looking at Bados, who was sleepy-eyed and not very elegantly pressed the quilt on her side, Suitor smiled and helped her cover the quilt. Bados, you're not afraid of catching a cold? It's a little hot. Hearing Suitor's voice, Bados muttered dissatisfiedly and kicked the quilt away again. Hee hee. Feeling Suitor's burning gaze, Bados got up and pulled him by the collar. The two fell into a very affectionate, glue-like sweet moment again. And so it came 3 days. Just when Suitor wanted to take Bados for a romantic Universe 7 newlywed honeymoon, Bulma snapped again and called. Hey, Suitor, are you still on Earth? My family has been hit by thieves. Listening to Bulma's nervous words on the phone, Suitor just wanted to hold his forehead. Thief. Then you look for the Kleine policeman. Find me, what for? No, the other party is not a simple thief. After a pause, Bulma sent the surveillance and continued. From the surveillance, it seems to be the remnants of Frisia. They stole the Dragon Balls I collected earlier. You have nothing to do collecting Dragon Balls, what are you doing? Suitor complains about Bulma's troubles. Humph, you don't ask about women. Under this dissatisfied reprimand, Suitor was also unhappy. Then you know who the thief is, why are you calling me? Hey, Suitor, it's suddenly dark outside, curious about the scene. Bados leaned against the window and said suddenly. It's over. It's over, it must be as I guessed, Frisia's minions took the Dragon Ball and made a wish to bring Frisia back to life. Bulma's words became more and more anxious, holding the phone and shouting, "What should I do? If this Frisia is resurrected? Cold, why don't you contact Vis and let Monkey King and Vegeta come back?" Suitor didn't pay much attention to it, and walked over the window as he spoke. At noon, it was really completely dark, and you didn't have to think about it to know that it must have been Frisia's minions who used the Dragon Balls. Frisia, resurrected. Frisia of gold. Hey, did you hear me? On the other end of the phone, Bulma's voice rang again. She looked like she had no master, and yelled, "I just can't contact them. It's been half an hour. Anne, Frisia is not stupid," Suitor said and sat down next to Bados and explained perfunctorily. With his current combat strength, even if he is resurrected on the spot, he will still be such rubbish, and there will be a random person on the earth. Really? Bulma on the other end of the line was skeptical. If you don't believe it, you go ahead and call Sun Wukong them. I'll hang up first. Suitor hung up the newsletter as he spoke, and smiled at Bados. Where do you want to go next? It's all right. Bados snuggled up to Suitor's shoulders and asked, "Do you really care about Bulma?" "It's okay." Suitor replied in the affirmative. According to the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Frisia will go back to her own territory to practice penance for 4 months before she will come to Earth for revenge again. I'm casual, after all, I'm not very familiar with Universe 7. Bados didn't ask any more questions and changed the subject. By the way, Suitor, do you have a planet you particularly want to go to? Suitor pondered for a moment and said, "It's true, I want to go to Namek. Namek's dragon, Bolunga, can grant 3 wishes. Realm King Fist, Vitality Bomb, what's the best thing to add? Surviving in the universe?" After making a wish to Bu with the Super Dragon, he was already able to survive in the universe. Make a wish for fairy beans? It seems to be a chicken rib. Bados has the ability to heal, and even the ability to resurrect after death. What is that fairy bean for? When to eat? Cut, isn't the food he makes fragrant? Forget it, it's a big deal and waste it when the time comes. Just as Bulma was angry that Suitor hung up on her, the sky had already lit up. Passers-by of the Frisia Legion, Salbi and Tagmer, have also returned to the spaceship with Frisia's broken corpses. As in the plot, when Frisia was about to propose the destruction of the Earth, Tagma stopped him. This passerby also received a boxed lunch. Frisia was furious and began a 4-month practice. "Damn Monkey King, Vegeta, you wait for me, this emperor will definitely seek revenge on you." Chapter 29. In the blink of an eye, that's 4 months. Universe 7, the land of the divine realm. Suitor and Bados arrived. "Hey, why are you here?" said Bados, who was watching Sun Wukong and Vegeta fight. After seeing the two of them, he asked curiously. "What about that guy Xiangpa, why didn't he come with you?" "Sister, you are." Looking at Bados dressed in a white dress, Weiss was stunned. "I'm stepping down, it's time off." Bados smiled, a happy look on his face. "You guys, shouldn't you be together?" Weiss can be regarded as a human spirit in some ways, and this look shows the signs. "Yes, aren't you going to bless us?" Bados generously admitted. "Hey, sister, that father's side." Hearing this, Weiss hurriedly pulled the person into a corner and interrogated. Barris's ears moved, and then the corners of his mouth went up, and he laughed and said, stepping down. "This means that Xiangpa has been abandoned by Bados." "Abandon it, ha ha ha. No, I must find a chance to laugh at him." Listening to the rough laughter, Sun Wukong, who was sparring with Vegeta, was half-hearted and soon fell from mid-air to the grass. "Hey, congratulations!" He grinned, and crossed his hands on his hips to Suitor in invitation. "Do you want to practice with us?" Humph! Vegeta snorted arrogantly and fell down. Yes. Suitor shook his fist that he hadn't hit for a long time, and jumped into the air with Sun Wukong. I haven't seen you for a while, I feel like you've gotten a lot stronger again. Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement, he clenched his fists and shouted lightly, and rushed towards Su Tifi. Looking at the two of them punching and kicking together, Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Hey, this scion is just a cook in my family, why is he suddenly so powerful? He thought of the last time Bulma had his birthday, and he was very depressed. A cook in his family actually stole all the limelight from him. If only, let him become a super race god in the first place. Vegeta's thoughts were interrupted by a loud bang, and he looked sideways. I saw that Sun Wukong was hit by Su's punch until his body was unstable, and he flew out upside down. Boom, boom, boom. With Sun Wukong's fall to the ground, the woods in the land of destruction were instantly knocked into tatters. The trees were crooked, and even the earth was knocked out of countless cracks. Billowing smoke. Sun Wukong touched the back of his head and sat up from the hole. He bared his teeth and cried out in pain, "It hurts, it hurts. Suitor, your strength is really great." "It's average." Suitor stood in the air and said to Sun Wukong in the pit. After all, his combat power is already higher than that of Sun Wukong, even if he doesn't need to transform, he still hangs the existence of this protagonist. "Do you want to fight again, or do you simply transform?" Hearing Su Ti's words, Sun Wukong jumped up on the spot, rushed into the air again, and said with a smile, "Fight again, this time I'll transform." "Ha yes, Sun." Wukong entered the realm of the Super Sai God, he didn't talk about martial arts at all, and threw another punch at Su Ti. The trick of bang came unexpectedly. Let Suitor be knocked straight into the air and slammed into the ground. "Damn, you guy!" Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the ground, Suitor hurriedly stretched out his hands to support himself on the ground, trying to remove this inertia. But the punch of Sun Wukong under the super race god is not so easy to unload. Rustle. Suitor's hands were on the grass, sliding all the way, balding the grass along the way. Beneath a deep ravine, the brown soil had been turned out. Tisk. "Okay, you're a dog, you don't talk about martial arts at all." "Ha! Su Ti snorted dissatisfiedly, directly entered the super blue realm, rushed towards the air, and kicked Sun Wukong with a kick. This guy actually entered the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. When she saw Suitor transform, Vegeta was so shocked that her jaw was about to dislocate. "Suitor, when did you enter this realm?" Sun Wukong looked at Sud, who was rushing straight forward, asked excitedly, and also entered the Super Blue realm. "You all will, how could I not?" Suitor grinned, colliding with Sun Wukong's fist. Bang! The two fists faced each other, and the strong wind swept away, rippling in the air of the divine realm. The strength is greater than mine." Sun Wukong was hit back by Sud's punch, and he retreated several meters. He shook off his hand that was numb, and muttered, "Humph, go on." Suitor said, and took advantage of the victory to pursue, with an unstoppable momentum, quickly approaching Sun Wukong. Bang bang bang! This time, it was Sun Wukong's turn to be caught off guard. He crossed his hands over his chest, trying to fend off the menacing Suitor. But before he could resist a few moves, Sun Wukong was broken through by Sud and punched him in the cheek. Bang! Followed, and it was a second punch, hitting Sun Wukong's eye socket. This move, Sun Wukong, who is an expert in combat, couldn't help but exhale in pain. "It's really miserable." Looking at Sun Wukong, who was suppressed in mid-air, Bados put his hands behind his head and praised leisurely. "The mood is so good, Xiongpa is unlucky, he is happy." Tisk. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was hit in an instant with blue skin and swollen face. Vegeta also spat at the grass covertly. In the end, Sun Wukong, who wanted to practice with Sute, was kicked away by Sute and crashed into the mountain not far away. Hey, Vegeta, do you want to come and practice your hands too? Suitor watched as Monkey King came out of the mountain with his jumping feet and grinning teeth beyond recognition. He turned to Vegeta and invited. The devil is going to fight you. Vegeta snorted arrogantly, turning her gaze away from Suitor. He can't even do this, Kid Kakarot. Why should he go up to find Sud to be abused? Kakarot is not lightly ill, but he is not sick. What about Beerus? Suitor shifted his gaze to Beerus again. It's just such a fight, and it's not even a warm-up. Oh, do you want to fight with me? Beerus threw the grass in his mouth to the ground, and threw his head back on his hips. You want to be abused by me, don't you? Last time, I used the power to warm up. Sud, who was hanging in the air, answered very indifferently, I know, my strength is much stronger now than it was then. After fighting with Torpo, his divine combat power has completely stabilized at 9. But after marrying Bados, Suitor also began to have a clear second goal. Chapter 30. The angel is soaked, but in terms of strength, what does it really have to happen, and it still depends on the angel's wife to protect it. So, whenever he was free, he would ask Bados to create a mirror space with the flow of time. He would often run inside and fight his mirrored self. Undying, and every time it is a battle of life and death, Suitor's divine combat power is like a rocket. 10 degrees away from Beerus, his current god combat power has reached 14 levels. Although it is a little worse than the angel, it is no problem to beat Beerus badly. At that time, what kind of draw he had with Beerus in the KSI God realm, it was time to refresh it. In the face of Suitor's outstretched hand, Beerus, who knew nothing and thought that Suth was still standing still, also quickly soared into the air. Okay, then let me see how much stronger you are. But first, let's get into a fight. You have to cook me a meal later, otherwise. Okay, it's just a meal. Suitor readily agreed, and with a stomp of his foot, he was about to attack Beerus. It was at this time. In a remote corner, Bados and Weiss's little sibling secret also ends here. Bados put his index finger to his lips and solemnly instructed Ves, who had a depressed face. Anyway, it's my own decision, don't talk about it just yet. Okay. Ves pursed his lips, his brow furrowed as if he could kill a fly. But in the end, I agreed. As the two of them walked towards the river, the philosopher's stone on Ves's scepter flickered. I saw that inside the philosopher's stone, Bulma was holding a huge strawberry sundae, constantly calling. Ves, Ves, did you hear that? Please, get my message quickly. Goku, Vegeta, if you don't come back, the earth will be gone. Think of your wives, your children. Frieza has come, it's over. It's over. When Weiss first connected to the Philosopher's Stone communication, the information burst out. Is it Bulma? Vegeta asked, looking sideways at Ves, who had paused. What's the matter? Bulma is so anxious, what are you doing? Suitor, who noticed this scene, braked sharply in mid-air, pouted, and said, this Bulma, specially to disturb my interest. Before, when he and Bados went to Namek, Suitor thought Bulma was annoying and threw her mobile phone. Otherwise, these few months, it hasn't been so idle. Connected, connected. Bulma cried out happily, delivering explosive news to those present. Frieza, he has already come to Earth, and he has already started a battle with Son Gohan, Vic, and Klin. What? As soon as the pain in his body was relieved, Sun Wukong screamed again in shock. Gohan, they're going to be fine, right? Beerus also knew that this battle with Suitor would either not be fought or would have to be postponed. Unable to get a meal, he had to fall to the ground with his hands on his hips. Out of the corner of his eye, Bados noticed the strawberry sundae that Bulma was holding, and asked irrelevant words. "Bulma, what's in your hand? It looks delicious." In this situation where life is not guaranteed, Bulma did not explain much, but kept urging. "Anyway, you guys hurry up, Gohan, they won't last long." Big said that Frieza gave him a strong feeling. "Kakarot, let's go back quickly," Vegeta said, quickly approaching Sun Wukong's side and putting his hand on his shoulder. "Okay." Sun Wukong nodded, directly using teleportation. Seeing that the two men were gone, Suitor looked at Beerus and asked, "Is there a fight between us?" "Fight?" Beerus thought for a moment and thought of the perfect solution. "I'll go to Earth first and eat what that Bulma has in his hands. Then, when I come back, I'll fight with you again, and we'll eat delicious food together after the fight." "You're thinking about it." This arrangement made Suitor speechless for a while. In the spirit of fighting Beerus again, no matter what. Faced with this Beerus idea, Suitor decided to agree. It just so happened that he hadn't seen such a popular golden Frieza, so he went to see it lively. Earth. The army of Frieza has long been gathered on Earth. The fierce battle has already begun. Little Ultraman from the M78 Nebula. Oh, it's the elite from the Galaxy Patrol, Gak, and Bulma, hiding behind the rocks, watching the battle closely. The enemy Emperor of the universe, Frieza, has not yet made a move. Some of the Z warriors, who can only be used as a backdrop for Dragon Ball Ultra, have a fierce battle with thousands of Frieza soldiers. It didn't take long for the cannon fodder-like soldiers to be almost solved. It is worth mentioning that Frieza disliked the strength of his own soldiers and decided to go into battle himself. Under one move, Gohan of the Super Race almost received a box lunch. But fortunately, Big is rich in daily medical knowledge, and at a critical juncture, Son Gohan came to a heart compression and resuscitation. Here, Son Gohan successfully ate the fairy beans and was resurrected with full blood. Brush was also at this time. Sun Wukong took Vegeta, and rushed over from Beerus. The two teleported and appeared beside Vic. Brush didn't wait for the two to see the current situation, and Suitor also teleported over with Bados. This time, he was unexpectedly trampled to death, hiding a blue-skinned ugly alien below. Isn't it an insignificant soldier in the Frieza Legion? Didn't put up with the presence of Sun Wukong for a few seconds, and Frieza started scolding him. "Damn bastard, you've hurt me so badly." That is hung on a giant tree in heaven every day, watching the ragdoll bears and rabbits blowing and playing boring music. Frieza is a ballad to Sun Wukong, constantly frantically outputting his pain in heaven. He also said conclusively that because he couldn't tolerate that Sun Wukong was still alive, he practiced for the first time in his life. "Die!" Frieza scolded, clenched his fists and shouted loudly to start his revenge against Sun Wukong. Suitor took the melon seeds handed by Bados, and the two became melon eaters together. The situation of the two fighting against each other was a bit crotch-pulling, causing Suitor and Bados to have expressions of lack of interest. Chapter 31. Frieza was the norm at first, and so was Monkey King. The two of them first engaged in punches and kicks in mid-air, which were not fast, but made the Z fighters present not see. Then, Frieza and Sun Wukong chased back and forth on the sea level. In the end, Vegeta said that he couldn't stand it, and kicked Sun Wukong away, interrupting the battle between the two. "Kakarot, you idiot, what are you trying to do?" Vegeta said in a deep voice with her arms folded in her hands. "If you pull your crotch like this again, then let me be Frieza's opponent." "Ah. Humph, I don't need you, the object of my revenge is Sun Wukong." Tisk. Seeing Vegeta's obedient retreat, Frieza thought that his former boss was still majestic. Actually, Vegeta didn't do it for this reason at all, he just wanted Kakarot to be serious. Looking at his grinding face, Vegeta felt a fire in his heart. After that, Sun Wukong and Frisia fought again, but they didn't pull their hips. It's just that the style of painting is a little weird. Who let these two people change their shape actually started to introduce themselves. Sun Wukong gathered his divine power, entered the Super Blue Realm, and said, "This is Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. I will refer to this as Super Saiyan Blue, more simply Super Blue. Then I'll also introduce you to me. I'm dressed in gold at the moment, it's called Golden Frisia." Looking at the smiling Golden Frisia, Sun Wukong became more and more excited. "Suitor, don't you think this is a battle at all?" Bados complained as he spat out the melon seed shell. It's really weird, inexplicably a little sympathetic, and it also has a bit of a taste of reluctance." Sud responded, just when he heard Sun Wukong asking Vegeta if he wanted to come and get involved. "Hey, your own opponent, what do you mean by letting me go?" "Don't think about it," Vegeta must have refused. The two sides fought again, and finally they were a little more serious about each other. At the beginning, it was also played, one gold and one blue, and the two streamers kept flashing on the sea, land, and air. But the decisive battle is over. Frisia and Sun Wukong bragged to each other while fighting. "Your talent is really terrifying. I've only cultivated for so many years to reach such a level, you. Ho. That's necessary, I'm the Emperor of the Universe." As soon as the words fell, a beam of death shot out from his fingertips, and after being dodged by Sun Wukong, it hit a mountain rock. Boom! The mountain rock collapsed, the gravel rolled down, and the dust flew. Beerus guarded the huge strawberry sundae in his hand, dissatisfied. "Bastard! What's the matter with you? Don't you see? I'm eating. It's all over the place, how am I going to eat?" "Lord Beerus, bring some, I'll take another bite." Then. "Lord Beerus, you. Why are you here?" "Boring." Bados threw away the melon seeds in his hand and said coquettishly to Suitor. "Don't look at it, I also kind of want to eat the sundae that Beerus and Vis ate, can you make it for me?" "Okay." Suitor also threw away the melon seeds in his hand and reached out to wrap his hand around Bardos's waist. "It's not okay for the earth to shake like this, let's go back to the divine realm of Beerus." "Okay." The two of them said they would leave, and they didn't care about the outcome of the battle between Frisia and Sun Wukong at all. The land of the divine realm. After quickly making a larger bowl of sundae, and handing it to Bados, Suitor habitually picked up a cigarette and smoked it nonchalantly. "Do you care about the outcome of the battle between Monkey King and Frisia?" "No." Suitor shrugged, his expression unconcerned. "It must be that Monkey King who won, even if there is any accident in the crotch, isn't there also Weiss on the scene to wipe his ass shares?" "Oh." Bados nodded, holding the sundae, biting the spoon and waving his hand towards the sky. "Then I'll see, it's a pastime for eating." Suitor smiled, reaching out and touching Bardos's head. Isn't he afraid that he will look forward to the outcome of the battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia in his heart? This angel Nizai is really getting more and more interested in him. Receiving another angel is probably just around the corner. So, is it Mark Arita, who is making trouble, or is it better to be like Lori? In the mid-empty picture, Golden Frisia, indeed, is very strong. But his staying power is not good, and the endurance is not enough. In the end, he was defeated in Sun Wukong's turtle faction Qigong wave. Sun Wukong, who got the victory, has also come to Beerus's side. Seeing this scene, Suitor was surprised. The plot says that after the victory of Sun Wukong, he will relax his vigilance, and then be successfully attacked by Frisia's chief of staff, Solbi. It seems like. That guy is Sol Bei, right? Sleep Groove, invisibly brought out a very excessive butterfly effect. "You go, don't come to Earth next time." Sun Wukong is still the same, he doesn't kill people, but he has always punished people's hearts. If you continue to cultivate seriously for a while, your golden form will become perfect. Damn! You damn thing! Just when Frisia wanted to force his way through the original plot and take the opportunity to destroy the earth, Vegeta seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and the rage entered the super blue realm, eyeing Frisia. Humph, you wait for me, damn scion. After the harsh words, Frisia glanced at Beerus and Ves meaningfully, then gritted his teeth and left. If what Sun Wukong said is true, then if he cultivates again, will he be able to single-handedly take on Beerus? The position of the god of destruction is not impossible compared to that of the Emperor of the universe. With such an idea, Frisia embarked on a completely different path from the plot. The army came in a huge way, and in the end, Frisia left alone. Suitor only felt a pity when he saw it, and he couldn't see Vis using the ability to turn back time. And, the most important thing is that Sun Wukong has not been taught a proper lesson. Dog Kong, when he arrived at the Sun King of Dragon Ball Super, he has become extremely cheap and thief. Inexplicably, I think this guy is a little pitiful. Not to mention that this is okay, Suitor couldn't help but laugh out loud when he said it. If he really destroys the earth, you will think he is even more pitiful. Really? Listening to Bardos's puzzlement, Suitor assumed the original plot he had seen before to Bardos. Chapter 32. Well, I'll buy you one just now. Soon after she was resurrected, she died and went to heaven to watch the dolls sing and dance. Bardos was also surprised, and then changed the subject with interest. So, what is a rag doll? Well, I'll buy you one directly. Suitor didn't bother to explain nonsense, so he directly teleported to Earth and bought an oversized bear doll. By the time he returned to the land of the gods, Beerus and Ves had already returned with Son Goku and Vegeta. Hey, why did you come back so soon? Said Suitor, handing the bear cub to Bardos. Is this a rag doll? Bardos's eyes lit up, and she was surprised to take the bear cub into her arms. Yikes! It's fluffy, it's good, she kept rubbing her cheeks against the cub's fur, so happy that she couldn't refuse the plush touch. Seeing this, Suitor was a little surprised. Very well, he decided, by night, he would enter the Super 4 form and let Bardos hold him. Why don't you come back? There are no other delicacies for us. Beerus said boredly. Anyway, let's fight first, or do you cook first? Beerus's words brought the somewhat distracted Suitor back to his senses, and he shrugged his shoulders casually, whatever you want. Then let's have a game first. The food after the exercise can taste more delicious. Beerus grinned and looked at Suitor with a mocking smile. At most, 5 minutes, I can end the battle with you. As soon as this extremely arrogant words came out, Suitor couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Are you sure? If you talk too much, I'll slap you in the face later. The two said to each other, their figures already rising into the air. Who do you think will win? Sun Wukong looked at the two people in the air with interest, and asked sideways. Vegeta crossed her arms and snorted arrogantly, what nonsense are you asking? Of course it's Lord Beerus, he's the god of destruction. And Suitor is just a cook. Not necessarily, I think Suitor is a lot stronger than last time. Sun Wukong was opposed. Ho ho ho! Don't you know if you look at it? Ves smiled like a spring breeze and picked up the sundae that Bardos hadn't finished eating before. Seeing this, Bardos, who was holding the rag doll, frowned and shouted at Ves, Hey, brother, that's what I've eaten. I know, it's a new spoon. Besides, I don't dislike you, sister, how can you dislike me? Bados gave him a roll of his eyes, turned to look into the air, and shouted loudly, Suitor, come on. Under this encouragement, Suitor snorted and entered the super blue form. The blue aura swept through, shaking out all the rubble on the ground. Oh! Not bad, Bados was surprised by the explosive power of this wave of chi, but he was only surprised for a moment. The next moment, he was going to take the fist that Suitor swung with one hand. Bang! But to his surprise, Suitor's fist with unshakable power directly knocked him out and withdrew. The opening defeat gave Bados a blow from his pride. He hurriedly stabilized his retreating figure, clenched his fists and shouted. Ha! A powerful earth-destroying aura rose from under his feet, and a strong wave of purple chi burned all around him. It's true that you've gotten stronger, but you still can't be my opponent. Bados couldn't help but get a little more serious under the roar, and rushed towards Suitor. Under the bang, bang, bang. Punches and kicks. One after another the energy is bursting. Caused ripples in the space around the two of them. Even the 4 people watching the battle on the grass had their clothes blown to the sound of hunting. It's really strong. Looking at the melee battle between Suitor and Bados, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and watched excitedly. It's like being beaten by yourself, the same as being the one in charge. Tisk. Vegeta, although his mouth was still duplicitous, but his widening eyes and the unconsciously loosening of his arms were clear proof of the disbelief he had shown. How is this possible? Last time on Earth, Suitor and Bados fought so hard. But how much time has passed, and this guy has already fought Bados? In the same way. What the hell is this cook? Sister, did you secretly give him something? Seeing that Suitor's moves became more and more aggressive, Weiss also looked surprised. No. Bados shook his head slightly, and smiled. It's Suitor's own potential, beyond everyone's imagination. Damn it! Eat my claws! Bados was also furious when he saw that he couldn't take Suitor for a long time. On top of his cat's claws, sharp nails flashed, and with purple destructive energy, they slashed at Suitor's chest. Brush! Suitor hooked his lips and smiled, and disappeared in front of Bados with an instant. In a moment, he turned to Bados' outstretched hand and aimed at Bados' tail. The tail of Click was caught, and Bados' body stiffened suddenly. The next moment, his whole body was suddenly thrown from the left to the right. How does it feel? Suitor grabbed Bados by the tail and flung the cat around. Bastard! Bados was also anxious, and a huge amount of destructive energy was gathered from his hands. At such close range, he aimed directly at Suitor. Hehe, maybe I didn't say it, I'm not only immune to this move, but I'm also good at it. Suitor smiled, and his other hand quickly gathered purple energy. The boom. Energy counteracted, and a huge explosion sounded. As the billowing smoke filled, Bados also took the opportunity to break free from Suitor's confinement and fell silently behind Suitor. You kid, it's the destruction technique that Xiongpa taught you. Suitor squinted behind him, and directly interrupted him, denying, no. Self-taught. Isn't it his own given by the system? Self-taught, there's nothing wrong with it. Humph, you think the destruction technique is so easy to learn? Sensing that Suitor's destruction technique is not very pure, Bados scoffed. If you see too much of this divine skill, then what about these god-destroying gods? Can they still roar everywhere in the universe under their jurisdiction? Bados, you should be serious, 5 minutes have passed. Suitor turned around and said with a grin. This sentence, sure enough, was like an invisible slap in the face. Chapter 33. Damn! He bounced on his forehead as he rushed towards Suitor. Raised fists, sharp kicks, and hard elbows, straight back and forth is a punch and kick. Bang bang bang! Suitor smiled sarcastically, and in the face of Bados' attack, he could dodge and hide, and if he couldn't dodge, he chose to resist. The speed of the two of them became faster and faster, as fast as a streamer of light slashing through the air. You're in a hurry. Suitor grabbed a gap in Bados and landed a left hook right into Bados' cheek. With a stunned expression, Bados was beaten and fell to the ground. the appearance of a huge pothole, but in an instant. Bados gritted his back molars and got up from the pit in embarrassment. He shook off the small mound of dirt above his head, and bared his teeth to look at Suitor in the air. "You guy, damn it!" Between the raising of his hand, the divine realm land actually began to tremble, and the purple chi waves around him became higher and higher. Even all the trees around them were shaken off the ground by this powerful aura and levitated. "Angry, are you serious at this time?" Suitor stood in mid-air, his eyes indifferently looking at the scorching energy gathered in Bados's palm. This destructive energy, he should not be able to resist it. Although he will not die, but this process is not uncomfortable at all. Do you want to show your self-intent and dodge? Host 10 is Bados's divine combat power under normal circumstances, and now he is in a state of rage, and his divine combat power can reach the highest value of 30. Hearing the sudden reminder of the system, the corners of Suitor's mouth twitched slightly. This incompetent system. Can't he have said it earlier? He still thinks that this one can crush the battle against Bados. 14 and 30, it seems that the difference is more than a little bit, right? The majestic energy struck out from Bados's palm and approached Suitor straight away. Seeing this scene, Vegeta and Sun Wukong were completely immersed in the shock brought by the amazing energy. Even Vis couldn't help but put down the sundae, frowned and looked into the air, and shouted worriedly, "Lord Bados! Why did he go out inexplicably? Isn't it just that he can't play?" Suitor. Bados also looked anxious, and she was hesitating whether to make a move. But if this is a shot, what if it makes Sud unhappy? The destruction energy is getting closer and closer, and the entire God Realm land is also shaking more and more, and the space is visibly distorted. Just when the huge destructive energy was about to touch Suitor, he suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Hey! Sun Wukong and Vegeta were a little less powerful, and they couldn't notice Suitor's disappearance in their eyes. But Bados and Weiss saw it clearly, under the doubts of the two. The destructive energy rushed straight out and crashed into a planet not far away, and dazzling sparks appeared. That huge planet was directly crushed in the destructive energy. But the destructive energy did not dissipate there, and flew farther away. "Whew! Damn it, you're pissing me off!" Bados gasped slightly as a result of the release of massive energy. "Suitor, this guy won't just die." After relieving himself, he looked around and found that Suitor's figure had really disappeared completely. "No, it's really dead, right?" Vegeta's eyes were about to pop out. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the expressions of Vis and Bados, and found that both of them were looking up at the sky with serious faces. "He's not dead. It's not even a problem." Sun Wukong suddenly let out a voice and looked up at the sky. "I saw that there was a white spot in the sky." "What a surprise to me," Bados said with his head tilted back and smiled in his eyes. Suitor, this guy, really responded to that sentence. On the battlefield, under the kitchen. Just now, under his furious move, Suitor actually has no ability, and he didn't have the speed to dodge. But what he didn't expect, he was dodged. "I'm also surprised." Suitor, who was high in the sky, also replied. At this moment, his appearance has changed. His body was no longer a blue aura, but an ethereal silver wave of aura. Bados looked at him, but he was shocked first. Those silver eyes, coupled with the silver lines of the hair, are they? This is absolutely impossible, even he can't master this god's imperial skill. As an ordinary human being, how is it possible? Looking at Suitor, who was surrounded by silver and white chi, Weiss's surprise was not weaker than Bados. He looked sideways at Bados, with rare seriousness. "Bados, have you taught the human race the skill of freedom and extreme will?" Looking at this scene, even if I don't say it, I'm afraid I won't believe it myself. Bardos's face was also full of horror. This reaction made Weiss feel that Bados didn't lie to him. So, who taught Suitor such an extremely difficult move? No, there really is such a terrifying demon who can be self-taught, right? Freedom and extreme will? What is that? Sun Wukong looked curiously, but neither of the two angels answered him. Do you want to continue? Suitor asked casually as he looked at his hands, and asked the system in his heart. System, is this a sign of my own extreme will? Sort of, you're not at the full level. The system didn't procrastinate, and gave an answer as soon as possible. What level is the full level? Hearing Suitor's question, the system began to show off again. The full level is the full level, the highest limit of level 15. Didn't I tell you? Didn't I really say that? Suitor ignored the chattering system, and quickly descended from a high altitude to stay in front of Bados. Do you want to continue? Hey, looking at Suitor on the other side, Bados gave a complicated smile. Immediately, he began to curse, and there was no one who destroyed the appearance of God. Hit, spank a fart, you're so comfortable and extremely willful, I'm still fighting with you. Lao Tzu has studied hard for tens of millions of years, but he has just touched the threshold of this divine skill. Timas, how long have you been learning with Bados? Are you a human? You're not special. Still fighting, beating yarn, get down and make me something to eat. Scolding and scolding, Bados felt not at all angry, and quickly fell to the ground, yelling at Ves. Weiss, you bastard, you say, don't you think we have a bad relationship, you don't care to teach me. Chapter 34. You hid it privately, didn't you? Otherwise, Sud would have been able to master the freedom extreme skill so quickly. Is it possible, Lord Bados, that his talent is higher than yours? Before Ves could finish saying this, Bados became even more annoyed. He refused to admit this fact. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a great god of destruction, and my talent is not as good as that of an ordinary human. In the middle of the confrontation between the two, Bados also flashed in front of Suitor, and asked with a curious expression. You? How can you be so free? This? Can't say. Suitor wiped the tip of his nose and pulled Bados to the ground. The system is the bottom of his biggest pressure box, and it is better not to say it naturally. He doesn't care if he lies. Okay. Seeing that Suitor didn't want to talk about it, Bados didn't ask. Then make something to eat, Bados, do you want to eat? Suitor asked with a smile as he patted the non-existent dust on his body. It's all right. This contest ended inexplicably when Suitor showed his own extreme intentions. One by one, the people present were more and more imageless, eating the food made by Suitor, and talking nonsense without nutrition. Sister, do you have any plans next? Seeing that Bados was about to leave, Vis asked meaningfully. Bados smiled back, signaling that Weiss didn't have to worry too much. The boat is at the head of the bridge, naturally straight, don't worry about me. Then goodbye. Sun Wukong waved enthusiastically and looked at Suitor and Bados who were rising and said goodbye. Remember to come often, Suitor, remember to fight me again next time. Bados, who looked at Sun Wukong, who regarded the land of the divine realm as his own, shouted angrily with a toothpick in his mouth. You're in your house, aren't you? Said Bados, cursing again at Suitor and Bados who were in the air. Don't come in the future, who is so rare with you. Touch your belly, Lord Bados, and speak with a good conscience. Ves gestured to Barris's round belly. Duplicity, don't bring this. You are holding a bowl and calling your mother, and you are scolding your mother when you put down the bowl. Cockroach, it's time to continue training. Vegeta threw away the bone in his hand, said something to Sun Wukong, who was still sitting lazily on the ground, and took the lead in flying into the air. Suitor can become so strong, then. He can too, both are scions, nothing is impossible, he can't be too far behind. Oh! Sun Wukong also hurriedly stood up. He didn't understand why Vegeta became impatient. Could it be that they want to chase after Suitor? But Vegeta, even he can't beat him. The two had just started a few rounds in mid-air, and the land of the gods ushered in 2 more people. Brushing. The colorful light fell to the ground, revealing the 2 people inside. Hey! Elephant Paw crossed his hands on his hips, squinted his eyes and glanced around, and when he saw Ves, he knew what he meant. Have Ves, Bados, and Suitor been here? Do you know where they are now? Yo, isn't this Xiongpa? Hearing the voice, Bados instantly retracted his expression and asked teasingly. Who is standing next to you? The new regulator. It's the first time I've seen a handover in the God of Destruction. Bastard. These words were like a sharp arrow, straight into Xiongpa's heart, causing him to change his face in an instant. What's your business? Everything has a beginning, do you think you'll never meet it? Humph, it's better than you and Vis always looking good. Bados didn't accept this provocation at all, he just grabbed Bados to step down, abandoned his business, and bit like paw. Say less. Ves said as he took a few steps forward, blocking Bados's form. They've been here, but as soon as I left, if Lord Xiongpa went to chase after him, he might catch up. Bastard, Idus, you're deliberately a step too late. Hearing Weiss's words, Xiongpa's forehead was full of fried green tendons. Oh, Lord Xiongpa, how can you say that about me? Idus walked farther and farther on the way to the drama. He pretended to be aggrieved and reached out to wipe the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. These days, I'll give you whatever you want, and you can go wherever you say. What do you want from me? It's too much, in fact, in your heart, you still care about Bados, you don't care about me, the new overseer, at all. Otherwise, I'll go and speak to the high priest and let Bados continue to come back as your overseer. Idus sighed, took the initiative in his hands, and questioned Xiongpa in turn. It's this, Elephant's brain is completely stuck. Idus's proposal, he was really very excited. However, I always felt that something was wrong. Is the decision of the high priest something he can ask for at will? I didn't mean that. Xiongpa gritted his teeth, and after making up the picture of himself being frightened by the great priest and suffering from a myocardial infarction, he clenched his fists and complained depressedly. I just want to find them and get me something to eat. Food, it's a big deal. Can't Bados leave, even take Suitor with him? What about his food? It's not impossible to leave, can't you occasionally contact your feelings and bring him something to eat? It's useless. Seeing Elephant Paw being led by Idus, Bados shook his head in disgust. What are you talking about, you bamboo pole? Elephant Paw was not pleased when he heard Bados's words. He simply pointed the finger directly at the twins and made a frantic output. Dick, you're still a fat pig, what kind of face do you have that I don't think I'm thin? Bados was not afraid, and scolded each other. Looking at the 2 wrecking gods, Vis and Idus glanced at each other. Then, Weiss, who was still more experienced, walked between the 2 cats and began to mediate. Lord Xiongpa, if you want food, you don't have to chase Suitor and Bados all the time. He also wants his sister to be happy, so he naturally stands on Suitor's side. The 6th and 7th universes are mirror universes, and there are a lot of delicacies on a planet called Earth in our universe. As soon as these words came out, in mid-air, Sun Wukong, who was fighting against Vegeta, also echoed the voice. Yes, Suitor is also the Earth of the 7th universe. Bang! Absent-mindedly, Vegeta unceremoniously sent an iron fist over. Bastard cockroach, be serious. Earth. Xiongpa looked at Vis in confusion, and quickly set his eyes on Idus. Wait, I'll find it right away. Idus hurriedly probed the Philosopher's Stone on the scepter. Chapter 35. In less than 3 seconds, he pointed to the lonely planet above and said, "I'm sorry, this is a Death Star. It seems that the aborigines of the planet have caused some disasters, and the race has been lost, and the planet has no life." Xiangpa suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Why, he is so unlucky. They first one was forced to change the regulator halfway, and was abandoned by Bados and Suitor, and now he has the universe under his jurisdiction. A delicious planet can kill itself. Bados, give me the earth of your universe. The more aggrieved Xiangpa became, the more unwilling he became, and hit Bados with his idea. "Hey, I can't manage my universe well, where did you get the face to ask for the planet of my universe?" Bados didn't give an inch. He also gave Xiangpa a piece of the earth. Where did he get the food to enjoy? Under such a quarrel, the plot should have developed. Let's duel. The 6th and 7th Cosmic Destruction God Selection Fighting Tournament, let's start. Hey, such a boring game, who wants to accompany you? Before Barris's words were finished, Sun Wukong, who flew down in mid-air, was excited. "Promise, Lord Bados, I want to participate, I really want to participate." Vegeta had no opponent, and he flew down from mid-air helplessly. He held his arms with both hands, very speechless. Sun Wukong's excitement. "Bastard, what are you happy about? Vegeta, don't you want to fight against the powerhouses of other universes? Why don't they fight each other directly?" Vegeta ignored Sun Wukong, and turned to look at Whis and asked. "This? It's not unheard of before." Because of a little contradiction on the birthday, Lord Bados and Master Xiangpa fought. Whis explained indifferently, and a faint look of reminiscence flashed on his face. This fight almost wiped out the universe, and the duels since then have all revolved around food. Lord Xiangpa can make such a request this time, obviously really angry. As soon as he finished explaining, Bados finally couldn't stand Sun Wukong's pleading and harassment, and agreed to Xiangpa's request. "Let's compare, then we have to bet on some jackpots." Like path, he decided to take the Super Dragon Ball radar that Suitor left behind in the Land of Destruction in Universe 6. "If I lose, I'll find a wishing star to make a wish for you. If I win, your Earth will be given to me. Besides, Xiangpa, a fool who has a Super Dragon Ball radar, won't it be over if he directly collects the Super Dragon Balls? Make a wish to the Super Dragon and let Bados and Suitor appear. Or is it to resurrect the human beings on the Earth in the 6th universe and the civilization of food appears? Isn't it over? Such a roundabout way is only the dead fat cat Xiangpa. It's a pity that Bados and Suitor have already taken the first step and are not here. Wishing star. Could it be Dragon Ball?" Vegeta muttered in confusion. "In our 7th universe, there should also be a lot of wishing stars, such as the Dragon Ball of the Earth, the Dragon Ball of Namek. And the wishing star I am talking about is the size of a planet." Vegeta pursed her lips, and instantly felt the stupidity of Xiangpa. No wonder Suitor and Bados didn't play with this thing. This guy is really hopelessly stupid. After some subtle discussion, a cross-universe martial arts tournament was launched under the decision of the 2 gods of destruction. The rules of the game naturally follow those of the World Martial Arts Association, and you can't kill your opponent. The ground is an unnamed planet, and the time is 10 o'clock in the morning 5 days later. In order not to meet a mentally handicapped opponent like Elephant Pa, Vegeta also made a very witty request. A hope, a written test or something. Finally, Elephant Pa was satisfied with itis and began to collect Dragon Balls in the universes on both sides. And Sun Wukong and they also returned to Earth to pick out the next contestants. Everything hasn't changed much from the plot, so I won't say much. On the other side, Suitor and Bados returned to Earth after leaving the land of the gods. Bados doesn't seem to be able to resist plush toys at all, and she buys quite a few with Suitor. "Bados, if you like furry, why don't you like small animals? said Suitor, pointing to the pet dog that was walking on the street. They need to eat, drink, and stink, said Bados, unintentionally inclined, using her divine power to animate the rag doll she bought. Look, in this way, I will be able to get a rag doll that will always move with my heart. Ah! Suitor wordlessly pulled Bados and used teleportation to leave. No man's land on earth has a hut of their love. These buildings, all made by Bados with the power of angels, are quite luxurious, and they take no more than 5 minutes to build. 4 of the minutes were spent thinking about the structure of the house. Do you plan to live on earth forever when you buy so much? Suitor couldn't help but ask, looking at the room full of rag dolls. Look what you mean, said Bados, smiling brightly as she threw herself into a pile of rag dolls. This is your homeland, if you like to stay here, I'll stay here too. Anyway, if I want to bring these things, it's just a matter of waving my hand. Suitor sighed at Bardos's unconcerned words. Forgot that Bados has his own space, so it seems that he also has to find Shenlong to make a wish. The all-purpose capsule is not as convenient as its own unique space. It's not getting early, so I'll go get supper ready, said Suitor, intending to leave the room and go to the kitchen. But before he could take a few steps, Bados raised his hand and waved, and a virtual projection screen came out. Sister. Hearing Vessa's voice, Suitor turned back in surprise to find that it was Vessa's communication to Bados. Master Xiongpa is here, and he is still with Master Beerus. Seeing that it was a matter between the siblings, Suitor stopped listening and quickly went downstairs. Dinner table. Bados told Suitor all the news he had heard from Vesner. So, what kind of destruction god fighting tournament is going to be held? Suitor replied as he kept serving Bados food. Yes, do you want to go see this hilarity? Bados asked tentatively. Do you want to go? Suitor threw the question back. Chapter 36. He was a little unsure if Bados would still be interested in this apprentice. He prefers solitude with Bados to 2 people and 1 cat. Hehe, how is it possible? It's just that this is the right thing to use as our after-dinner topic, said Bados with a smile, and also brought back a lot of dishes for Suitor. Then don't worry about Xiongpa, and don't care about any meeting between him and Beerus. How about the 2 of us go to other universes to play? Suitor asked with a doting look as he let Bados pick up his dishes. Okay. Seeing that Bados was eating happily, Suitor simply didn't say anything more. Next, he can set his sights on the god of destruction in other universes, challenge a few more, and improve his strength. Also, by the way, I will make some more food for them. In this way, you can also increase the level of destruction skill and freedom extreme will. Mutual benefit. You can break out of the barrier of Universe 7 and enter Universe 4 the next day. Suitor and Bados meet an unexpected and reasonable person. Margarita. As soon as she saw the person waiting early, Bados frowned slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure, and looked at Margarita and asked. What are you doing here? No, I'm not here for you. Margarita's smile brightly turned her gaze to Suitor. Time passed very quickly, I really didn't expect that, because of my reminder. You really came together. Oops, this really makes me sad. Margarita said, extending an olive branch. To Suitor again, Suitor, have you reconsidered the previous question? Hearing this, Bados didn't wait for Suitor to speak, and immediately swore an oath of sovereignty. Suitor, I won't like you. His favorite person, it's only me. Listening to Bardos's show-off, the smile on Margarita's face became brighter and brighter, and she began to constantly provoke the relationship between Suitor and Bados. Hehe. Looks like you didn't tell Bados about that, did you? That's Bados heard this, and turned his puzzled gaze to Suitor. What else is Suitor hiding from her? They are already the closest people. No, she should believe Suitor, and she must believe it unswervingly. What Margarita said must be about Walker's thing. You're talking about making me your guinea pig. Suitor shrugged and smiled, not at all in Margarita's place. I rejected you before, and no matter how many times you say it, I won't agree. Bados was very annoyed when she heard this. In an instant, she actually had doubts about Suitor. Hee hee. Margarita didn't say anything, she grabbed Bados in annoyance, and waved her magic wand. Directly a ball of light shrouded Suitor on Bardos's side. The soft one doesn't work, I have to use the hard one, goodbye. They brush. Speed is extremely fast, and Margarita seems to be prepared. Seeing that the side was empty, Bardos's beautiful face couldn't help but twist. Damn Margarita. Suitor. Looking at the light cluster that was quickly taken away, Bados didn't have time to think about it, and just followed. Margarita, if Suitor is missing a cold hair, I will destroy the thing you care about the most. The two streams of light were like a starlight that crossed the universe, breaking through the cosmic barriers one by one and rushing towards the end of the endless universe. Suddenly. Bados braked suddenly, and she looked indignantly at the silent universe in front of her. The breath of the Margarita is gone. Damn! Did this guy use something to isolate his air? Or did he go to another plane? Bados stood still, anxious, but still thinking quickly in her head. No. Margarita's divine combat power is about the same as hers, and even if this comes, he won't be able to help. Who should he go to? The Grand Priest? No. The Great Priest won't care about the contradictions between them at all. It will even draw the fire to the point of contradiction. Suitor. Angels are stronger than Margarita, they have a good relationship, and they like to eat good food. Bados turned around, and as he spoke, he flew quickly towards the 10th universe. The eldest daughter of the angels, Sister Nexus. Could only be Kurth, even though she looked like a child. But among all the angels, her god combat power is the highest. Even if Margarita borrowed the scepter of Big Brother Walker and had the help of Kurth, she was not afraid. Suitor stood in the light cluster and looked at Margarita opposite with an expressionless face. You. Are you trying to imprison me? Don't say it, it's so ugly. Margarita, leading the ball of light to a huge castle that had just been built. As if sensing Suitor's dislike of him, Margarita immediately removed the light that had imprisoned him. When he brushed Suitor to get free, he didn't say a word, and directly cast a teleportation, wanting to leave here. However, teleportation actually failed. It's useless, this is my manufacturing space, or my only unique field, you can't live without my consent, said Margarita, licking her delicate red lips and touching Suitor's cheek with her slender jade fingers. Whatever you do, it's useless to me, said Suitor as she let her touch herself, her face expressionless. Immortal and immortal, except for the erasure of the whole king, it seems that he can be fearless of anything. I know, it's because of your immortality that I become more and more rare about you. Margarita slid her fingers down Suitor's cheek and down to her neck. Then on his chest, he said with victory in his hand. From the moment you rejected me, I searched the universe again, but really, it's a pity. Since I met you, other humans have never been able to enter my eyes again, not to mention, you still have a strange physique that is immortal and immortal. She snuggled into Suitor's arms and said softly, Suitor, choose me. I can give you anything you want. What about sincerity? Can you give it to me without reservation? Suitor disagreed, motionless. Rao has a bit of a beautiful angel in her arms, and she still looks like she is not messing up. Really? Margarita was stunned for a moment, then smiled, of course, as long as you want, I can have. This deal is not a loss for you and me, is it? If Bados can give it, then I can give it too. Chapter 37. My requirements are not high, I don't need you to do anything, as long as you occasionally listen to my guidance and strive to become the strongest human in the universe, it will be fine. You want me to be the strongest person in the universe, what will you do for you? Margarita wants to do what Walker failed to do, so what is Walker doing to create such a powerful human being? Anyway, it's definitely not a good thing. Maybe Walker is very ambitious, maybe he wants to become a great priest himself, or even a king, and rule the whole universe. Therefore, this is also the reason why Suitor did not want to agree to mix in the face of temptation before. In case Margarita plays big and rules the whole universe, then where does he stand? Thinking like this, Suitor couldn't help but ask, shouldn't you want to kill the archpriest and avenge Walker? Margarita smiled, a little desolate, you. Still, I met the most potential, the biggest, and the most perfect. It's a pity that Bados guy took the lead. This answer made Suitor speechless. Margarita has been working on it for a long time, just to make a human with the strongest potential and talent, and that's it. What kind of brain circuit is this? Is the angel living too long, resulting in too idle? What is it that is completely useless? Why do you have to rush to do it? Go down, don't do something that you will regret in the future just to compete with Bados. In the face of this female angel who took the initiative to send it upside down, she was still so calm. You can't stand it, my temptation is right. Hearing Suitor's words, Margarita did not stop there, but continued to make jerky movements. So, from this, it can be seen that her charm is greater than that of Bados. So, does it also mean that she has a better chance of snatching Suitor? Suitor didn't know what to say, seeing that Margarita had lived for a long time, but she didn't understand these things at all. It's just instinct, it's not about love. Don't worry, it's a big deal that I can back down a little and let Bados get involved. What I want is to make you stronger, not to restrain your behavior. Margarita didn't understand what shyness was at all, and said with a grin, after all, we are sisters. When things get here, you just want to regret it, and you don't have a chance. Suitor no longer allowed Margarita's presumptuousness, reaching out to clamp her arm, flipping the person over and pressing it down. Hee, then I'll take you as the perfect test subject for me. Margarita's eyebrows grinned. Suitor didn't say much, and took action on his own. The huge castle is full of beautiful sounds back and forth. Universe 10, Land of Destruction. A long-nosed pink skinny elephant was sitting on a bench and smiling at a young girl among the flowers. Kurth, I really don't need any garlands. This is the god of destruction in the 10th universe, Rumsey. And among the flowers, a lorry with a twisted braid is also smiling, raising her hand and waving the small yellow flower in her hand. Lord Rumsey, it'll be all right soon, be patient a little longer. I really don't need to, I'm an elephant, what kind of garland do I want? Rumsey couldn't move, so he could only sigh helplessly. On this occasion of beautiful spring and warm atmosphere, Bados quickly descended from the sky, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. Sister Lux? Hey, it's Bados. Why did you suddenly think of coming to us? Bados nodded politely to Rumsey and walked towards Nexus, who was carrying the basket of flowers, with a serious face. Sister Kurth, can I ask you to do me a favor? Yes. But don't let me stay away from Master Rumsey for too long, or I'll miss him. Rose nodded, and readily agreed. When Bados heard the promise, he smiled faintly and agreed. No, and when it's done, I can give you a lot of desserts and snacks. Hearing this promise, Kurth's eyes lit up, and he happily put down the basket, took Bardos's hand, and waved at Rumsey. Then I'll go out with Bados, Lord Rumsey. Really, I'm not a child. Rumsey was speechless, and said goodbye to Keth with a reluctant smile. Sister, you really have a good character. Bados sighed as she left the destruction of Universe 10 with Keth. Because, there is no trouble, Kurth smiled lively, and then frowned again. Actually, there are still some troubles, such as... Master Rumsey always felt that he was not a child anymore. Bados nodded and echoed, not really, but for you, in terms of age, well. It's true, it's just a baby elephant. By the way, what did you bring me to Universe 11 for? Seeing that the figures of the two fell into Universe 11, Kurth also returned to the question, what do you want me to help you? Margarita stole my man, and now I can't find her. Bados' face flashed with anger as she said this. I want to ask Sister Nexus to find her and return the person who was snatched to me by the way. Hey, it can't be Elephant-sama, right? She had never heard anyone say that the two of them were at odds. The matter is a little complicated, and it will not be clear for a while. Bados did not want to say more. She was afraid that Margarita hadn't solved the problem yet, and Sister Kurth had taken a fancy to Suitor again, so she got involved. There's no way, the charm of the man she likes is naturally something that no one can resist. Even this sister of hers probably can't do it. Okay. Seeing that Bados didn't want to say more, Kessie was also very considerate and didn't ask, and reached out to hold the scepter that appeared out of thin air in her hand. As the silver aura unleashed from around her, Lux's gaze quickly shifted in one direction. Over there. Hey, how can there be a Big Brother's breath here? Sure enough, Margarita used Big Brother Walker's scepter. Bados gritted her teeth secretly and quickly swept in the direction that Kurth was pointing. When the two arrived on an uninhabited planet, Rose found a place and said to Bados. Bados, here is a shield that blocks all breath. Bados approached, reached out and touched it, and she really touched an invisible shield. Margarita, I know you can hear me, hurry up and give me back. Looking at Bados who was so angry, Kessie hurriedly reassured her, don't be angry, it's all sisters, where is there such a big contradiction? Chapter 38. I'll help you break the shield. When the time comes, you can talk about it, and the contradiction will be fine, said Keth as he raised his scepter and unleashed a strange spell at the shield. The eldest son and eldest daughter of the great priest have magical magic that the subsequent children cannot have. When the brush magic touches the shield is punctured like a bubble. As the shield disappeared, Bados also felt the chi of Suitor and Margarita in an instant. Are you all right, Suitor? Did Margarita hurt you? Bados saw a rather embarrassing scene as she rushed into the temple. Women are superior to men. Women are inferior to men. Her Sud has the absolute initiative in her. Now because of Margarita's imprisonment, this rule has been broken. Makalita, I'm going to kill you, you even robbed my people and hurt him. Bados faced this scene with no reason at all. She swung her scepter and struck at the Makalita who was about to head for the bed. Oh, Bados, what are you doing here? Kurth, who was walking slowly behind her, hurriedly grabbed her scepter and blocked an attack when she saw Bados so angry. Makalita, Nex hurriedly covered her eyes after seeing the situation on the bed, and her face turned red. You! What are you doing here, Margarita? Suitor silently took out a cigarette from his bedside coat pocket and lit it. This scene of social death. Hey! 5 minutes later. The chaos calmed down a bit, and with Nex's mediation, all four sat down on the couch. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and there was an inexplicable ambiguity. There's nothing to say, Suitor, let's go. Bados stretched out his hand towards Suitor, and said angrily as he wanted to take someone away. That's not good, half of Suitor is mine now, you can't make decisions alone. Seeing Bardos's behavior, Margarita was not happy anymore, and grabbed Suitor's other arm. Bados turned her head and looked at Margarita with a vicious expression. What nonsense are you talking about? As far as human beings are concerned, they must be the only one in their lives, loyal to one person. Margarita argued, not giving an inch. You said that human beings, how many years have they lived? We are angels, nature is different from those human beings. Bados likes Suitor, she wants Suitor to become the strongest in the universe, these two goals are not contradictory at all. Isn't it good for three people to live in peace? She has made such big concessions, why doesn't Bados still not give up? If we live in peace, Bados accompanies Suitor, and she comes to teach Suitor to become stronger, so what's not okay? Of course, this is mainly because Margarita has little contact with humans, and there is no inherent concept of human beings at all. She just thinks that Bados has Suitor alone, which is a bit too much. She wants Suitor's talent and potential, not his people. I can't say that I don't want him, how can I say this? In short, she has nothing to do with Suitor, she just wants Suitor to become stronger. Strong enough to become the strongest human in the universe. For this goal, she can give everything, of course, this is also her initiative, selfish. In this way, Suitor will sometimes care about her thoughts and empathize with her. Margarita's abacus was a thunderbolt, but Bados on the other side was not clear. It seems, as if, I don't know when it began, that she actually brought herself into the role of a human being. Could it be that she's too close to humans? She's an angel. Isn't it civilized and funny that a person lives with another person? Angels don't say that, even their father, the great priest. There is more than one woman. The mind was instantly transparent, but in the face of the matter of dividing Suitor in half, Bados was still very unhappy. So, she turned her gaze to Suitor, who was at the point of contradiction, and asked. Suitor, what do you think? What do you think? Suitor asked Bados in confusion. What can he think? He still likes to see the scene in front of him, where these two women are fighting for a man. The point is, he is the man who is being fought for. Do you like me, or do you like Margarita? Bados frowned at Suitor and asked word by word. I like both, said Suitor bluntly. Margarita's initiative is different from Bados's. He also knows what Margarita's calculations are, but he doesn't care. As a man, he has this self-confidence, so that Margarita will fall in love with him one day. Besides, the multiple-choice questions are for children, of course adults want them all. Really? Bados pursed her lips and asked aggrievedly, then will you not like me as much as you used to after you like Margarita? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can swear to God. Suitor said, holding out 3 fingers in a sworn manner. Don't swear, I believe you. Seeing Suitor so serious, Bados reached out and covered his lips. It was her fault, it was her lack of ability, which gave Margarita a chance. Well, Margarita, that's all for this time, but you must not be on this next time. Seeing that there was still Kurth sitting next to her, Bados hurriedly stopped the topic, intending to talk to her again in private. Did you reconcile? That's great, was confused, but was happy to see Bados and Margarita get back together. Then I'll go back. Wait, Suitor, I promised Sister Kurth to give her some snacks and pastries, can you make some? Bados saw that Nexus was leaving, and hurriedly told Suitor what he had promised. Oh, no problem. Suitor had no reason to refuse, and immediately prepared the ingredients and began to make pastries. While Suitor was busy, Bados didn't know what to say to Margarita. In short, the two seem to have reached some kind of agreement, and they are strangely reconciled. At first glance, it's like a sister. Thank you for the snacks, then I'll go back, I'm going to share it with Lord Rumsey. Goodbye. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Kurth, Suitor looked at Bados and Margarita, who were holding his arms left and right, very helpless. So, what are we going to do next? Of course, it's to go to Universe 4 that you wanted to go to. Bados said with a grin, slanting at Margarita. What are you doing over there? Margarita's brow furrowed, full of confusion. Chapter 39. If he goes to Quitla, Suitor's current divine combat power can't beat him. Moreover, Quitra's temper seems to be better than Beerus's, but he is much more treacherous than Beerus. In summary, if you let Margarita choose. She even suggested that Suitor practice more with the Pride team of Universe 11 first. If you take too big a step, it's easy to get a ball. Go play. Bados didn't care about her and Suitor's original playfulness, and said with a straight face. Hey, the reason why I'm with you is also to make Suitor the strongest person in the whole universe. How can you waste your time having fun? Listening to Bardos's words, Margarita was not happy. She wants to be with Suitor, and chooses to give in to Bados, all for her goal. She wants Suitor to become the strongest human in the universe, but she hasn't said that she wants to waste time and have fun with them. Then you can go back, we didn't want you to join us. Bados was not used to Margarita, so she went back directly. She grabbed her own Suitor, but it wasn't because she liked him and loved him. She suddenly felt angry. You're still the regulator of the delicious adult, and you can't follow us all the time. Margarita didn't fight with Bados, and put the decision on Suitor. Suitor, you and I should go to the land of destruction. I think the Pride clans Jillian and Torpo are very suitable for you to fight. Humph, Suitor, don't pay attention to her. Margarita just wants to trick you into going to the land of destruction and imprison you forever. Bados clasped his hands to his chest and looked at Margarita with cold eyes. Don't think I don't know, what kind of Jillian you call is stronger than an adult. What are you trying to make Suitor stronger? You are sending him to death in disguise. Humph, what nonsense are you talking about? Where is the motivation to become stronger without pressure? Don't quarrel. I'll make my own decisions. Looking at the two women who were arguing, Suitor only felt a headache for a while. He grabbed a girl in one hand and said solemnly, at this point, neither of you has the right to choose. Humph, the two women glanced at each other, then turned their heads arrogantly to look away. And what about your next arrangement? Bados thought for a moment and decided to ask more. Wherever Suitor went, she had to follow. According to our deal, you can guide me, but not influence my decision. As for Jillian, I don't have any idea for the time being. Suitor said to Margarita. When the power conference starts, he will naturally run into Jillian, so there is no need to go out of his way to fight. I still want to go to Universe 4, Beerus can't beat it yet, but I can try it with the Katrina mouse. He should be the second strongest in the God of Destruction, right? Okay. Let's go. Seeing that there was no eating, drinking, and merrymaking in the arrangement, Suitor said. Margarita also felt that his arrangement was okay, and readily agreed. Cut. Seeing that Margarita was still following them, Bados muttered in disgust. Good two people, inexplicably there is an extra Margarita. I knew that it was better to stay in the destruction of the sixth universe. Dole Margarita, not much like that guy in Pa. At least he won't rob Suitor from her. On the way, Suitor received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host, the angel of the 10th universe has recognized the host's cuisine. And the cooking skills have increased by 3%, and the current cooking skills are 30%. The reward this time is 2 amounts of divine combat power, with a total of 16 points of divine combat power. The transformable forms are Super Race Form, Super 2 Form, Super 3 Form, Super 4 Form, Super Race God, Super Blue. At the same time, the taster is an angel, and the first level of Freedom Extreme skill will be rewarded again. At present, the host's Destruction Divine skill is level 3, and the Freedom Extreme skill is level 4. Dog, system, are you counted? No, didn't they all give you the reward? The system said innocently. Axe said she would bring it back to eat with Rumsey, said Suitor, rolling her eyes. Now, you're just giving out Kurth's approval of my food. what about Rumsey's approval? The system couldn't help but raise its mechanical voice a bit, and said, no, didn't I tell you? People who haven't seen it, even if they eat your food, even if they recognize your food, you won't get a reward. You have to see it, dear. Kiss your sister, get out. Suitor wanted to hit the system. Just before, he was still thinking about asking someone to give to the 12 universe destruction gods and angels, all of whom would bring some food at once. If there is no restriction of the system, it will be approved by all the angels and the god of destruction. Then his god combat power is estimated to surpass the strongest god of destruction, the rampaging Bados. Even the destruction skill and the freedom extreme skill can be brushed to level 12, and there are only 3 levels left before the full level. As a result, the system perfectly broke his calculations. Garbage system, TUI. If such an algorithm is, then he has to go to the martial arts tournament of the 6th and 7th universes. After all, he can see the whole king. Wait. Just as he was about to cross the cosmic barrier, Suitor stretched out his hand and motioned for Bados to stop, and said, I suddenly thought of something. What's the matter? Bados and Makalita looked at Suitor in unison and asked. Suitor smiled at the two women. I suddenly remembered that the martial arts tournament in Universe 6 and 7 is about to start. But didn't you say you weren't interested? Asked Bados puzzled. I wasn't interested in it before, but I think this excitement can be seen and found at any time in Kitra. Suitor made a lame excuse. He couldn't say that he could predict that the whole king would be on the stage at the end of the 6th and 7th universe fighting tournaments. Compared to the Katlana rat, wouldn't it be more interesting to let the whole king eat his food? He was curious, if the whole king ate it, what reward he could get from the system. Is it possible to reward him with the erasure technique of the whole king? After all, if you let the god of destruction eat his things, you can get the destruction technique, and so does the angel. He. Laughing, can you get the king's erasure technique? Suitor was a little impatient, but he wanted to know. Theoretically, yes, but what? Suitor only felt that his patience was about to be exhausted. My level is not enough. The system didn't plan to hang it, and said frankly, I need your upgrade, and it's easy to upgrade. Improve your cooking skills to 100%. Raise your cooking level to level 10, and make a trillion dishes. Chapter 40. Suitor was speechless when he heard this. It takes 10 times to brush such a percentage, and it takes a trillion to make, that is, 100 million dishes. This is not a pit host, this is obviously trying to exhaust him as a host, right? At present, he only makes more than 100,000 dishes. Or is it because before, he worked at Bulma's house and cooked dishes for Vegeta's 10,000-year-old second child? Now, it's very sluggish. What about the year of the monkey and the moon? It is better not to. Following Suitor's meaning, Bados led him to the edge of the 6th and 7th universes. There are still 4 days left until the fighting conventions of the 6th and 7th universes. Suitor, which side are we going to go now? Hovering at the barriers of the universes on both sides, Bados asked Suitor. You don't want to participate in this so-called martial arts tournament, do you? You two humans from the universe don't have a lot of strength, said Makarita with a disdainful look as she stroked the broken hair behind her ears. I didn't think about participating. Suitor's goal was to point to the king who ran out at the end to join in the fun, even if, as the system said, he couldn't get the king's erasure technique. But after all, it's the king, and if you give him something to eat, the rewards will not be too rubbish. Besides, if he participates, it will be a question of which side he is on. Bados is the former destroyer of the 6th universe, and he is a human from the 7th universe. Participate or not? It's just some boring game anyway. Makarita thought for a moment, no longer thinking about controlling Suitor's actions. She smiled at Suitor. Then you can play. If there is anything you don't understand in cultivation, you can come to Universe 11 to find me. Goodbye. Seeing that Macarita was leaving, Bados couldn't wait to wave goodbye. It's good that she and Suitor can continue to get along with each other. Humph, don't take Suitor around to play, I want him to be the strongest in the universe. Margarita grimaced at Bados and immediately left. Damn. It's as if I'm bringing Suitor badly. Looked at Margarita's distant back, Bados stomped her foot angrily. Don't humans often say to be relaxed? An occasional relaxation is needed. How can that Macarita guy say that if he doesn't see your hard work? Bados said, reaching out and taking Suitor's arm around him, and began to give him eye medicine. Macarita is really, unlike me, I will only feel sorry for you. They. Words in the tea made Suitor laugh. Do you want me to participate? If you participate, where will you stand in line? Seeing Suitor say, he tapped her forehead, and Bados was also a little shy. Ask me, what are you doing? Just decide for yourself. It's been a long time since we've seen Elephanta Fat Cat, let's go see him. Seeing that Bados was becoming more and more considerate, Suitor scratched her nose again. Good. In Universe 6. Bados and Suitor were gone, and the two guys, Xiongpa and Idas, were not there. I guess it's on the nameless star. Suitor thought for a moment and asked Bados to go over there. In the plot, Xiongpa is still very concerned about this battle. After all, it's a food. Elephant Pa stood on the ground with his hands on his hips, pointing at Idas. Idath, over there, next to the ring, you can enlarge both me and Beerus. Yes, enlarge it a little more. And over there. The viewing platform should be a little bigger. Okay, Lord Xiongpa. Idas was busy with his command, and he was very helpless about Pa's command. Isn't it just a fighting conference, as for being so extravagant? Brush. Just as these two people were busy, a colorful light cluster flew quickly from a distance. Yo, long time no see, Xiongpa. Suitor looked at the big fat cat and stretched out his hand to say hello. Naturally, he didn't know what Bados had done secretly, and he thought that Xiongpa had no opinion on the departure of the two of them. Hearing Suitor's voice, Xiongpa's big ears moved. Suitor. He turned, his face instinctively surprised and then suddenly turned to boundless anger. Finally, with tears in his eyes, he rushed towards Soot. Soot. Ah, hurry up and get me something delicious. If you want to eat it, you can just talk to us, said Suitor, rejecting the greasy nature of the elephant. He put his hand on Xiongpa's head and let Xiongpa's hands and feet flutter. Hello, Idas. Hello, Bados. Idas. And Bados in the distance nodded to each other and greeted each other without saying a word. Bastard! How dare you say such a thing? Elephant Pa felt angry in his heart. But before he could speak, Bados had already shown a bag of potato chips. Ah, potato chips, asked Elephant Pa as he still had the heart to ask, and ran towards Bados with a huff. Bados, give me. Okay. It's been a long time since I've seen this mentally weak. It was the mentally handicapped Elephant Pa, and Bados didn't tease him, and then he found a lot of snacks. Eating potato chips and drinking Coke, Xiongpa completely forgot his blood oath. Delicious, delicious. It's been a long time since I've eaten any of this. Didn't I leave some for Idas? Bados asked in surprise when he saw Elephant Pa's appearance. Oh, I forgot, and Elephant Sama didn't ask me for it. Idas, who was standing aside, explained with a smile, rejecting his own misappropriation. Oh, that Elephant Sama, why can't you let Idas take you to Earth to eat? Looked at Elephant's extremely vulgar eating appearance, Bados couldn't help but frown. Oh, it's not like I haven't been there, but I just happened to meet Lord Beerus, and you know. Idas also gave an explanation, "Oh, Lord Xiongpa, who wants to save face and starve?" "Oh." Suitor felt that he had nothing to do, so he simply took a cigarette in his mouth, asked the system for some ingredients, and made dozens of dishes at random. Looking at the busy suitor, listening to Elephant's incoherent words, plus Adas added from time to time. An incomparably complicated expression appeared on Bardos's face, and he asked in a very indescribable manner. "Lord Xiongpa, you have the radar of the wishing beads, why don't you just make a wish to the dragon of the gods?" "Make a wish, what to wish for?" Xiongpa asked, puzzled while chewing on beef jerky. Bardos was speechless and covered her face. "Wish for a lot of food. I feel that what Suitor has made is the most delicious." Listening to the words of attendant Elephant, Idas took a sip of his drink and raised his index finger. "Lord Xiongpa, since you can make a wish, why don't you just ask Sud to come over and make you a meal?" Chapter 41. "So, why do I bring up martial arts?" Elephant tilted his head, caught in the confusion of the cat. Hee. Bardos and Idas looked at each other, so embarrassed that they could only laugh twice. "Bardos, no wonder you resigned. I have really wronged you in the past 200 million years." "Not wronged, but it's Idas you, such a disciple will ask you to bear more." Just when the two gradually politely greeted each other and were about to run out of words, Suitor's shout successfully cracked the embarrassing atmosphere. "It's time to eat." That's the taste, it's delicious." "It's delicious." Xiongpa's food was so touched that he burst into tears. "Elephant Sama, why are you crying?" The corners of Idas's mouth twitched slightly. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm spicy, spicy." Xiongpa pointed to the spicy chicken on the spoon in his hand. "Eat slowly, I'll get some more later, and put it in your space when the time comes." Time and space stands still anyway. Suitor smoked a cigarette and looked at the elephant nonchalantly. "This big fat cat is also quite pitiful, he doesn't have an IQ, not to mention, and even Bardos, who can pull him, doesn't want him anymore." Congratulations to the host. The angel who has obtained the new overseer of the sixth universe has recognized the host's cuisine, and his cooking skills have increased by 2%, and his cooking skills are currently 32%. The reward this time is 1 amount of divine combat power, and the total divine combat power is 17 points. At the same time, the taster is an angel, and once again the first level of Freedom Extreme Intention skill will be rewarded. Currently, the host's Destruction Divine skill is level 3, and the Freedom Extreme skill is level 5. Hearing the sound of the system, Suitor remembered that the angel Idas, who really hadn't eaten his own things. However, why was it that after eating his things, Ox could give him 2 doses of divine combat power, but Idas could only give 1 amount? Could it be the difference in strength between these two angels? So much so that he forgot about arranging the fighters at the next martial arts tournament. Suitor, would you like to play too?" Xiongpa's facial features were all tangled, and he couldn't think of any good players in the sixth universe. "Hits guy is strong, but it's just expensive. Isn't there a scion in Universe 6 too?" "Those are weak chickens." Elephant Paw nibbled on the pig's trotters as he chose people in his head. The selected people are naturally similar to the contestants in the original plot. Suitor smoked a cigarette nonchalantly, and it is estimated that this is also the case in Universe 7. Anyway, he just came to see the fun, and finally waited for the whole king to appear. Day after day. Finally, it was the exact time to officially meet and fight, at 10 o'clock in the morning. With a large group of people, Weiss came in a square spaceship. As soon as he landed, Bados had just come off the ship and saw Suitor and Bardos. He asked in surprise, "Hey, Suitor, are you here too?" As he spoke, Baros's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked with an ugly look, "You?" Could it be that he represents the sixth universe and is here to participate in the martial arts tournament? What? Isn't it? Monkey King and Vegeta, who came down one after another, were shocked. If Suitor were to play, what would they be better than? They would just admit defeat. Even Bulma and Klin, who were behind them, thought the same way. No, the players from Universe 6 are over there. Suitor shrugged his shoulders and pointed to a few different-looking people not far away. The crowd followed Suitor's fingers, and their eyes quickly fell on the men, and then looked at Frost in shock. That guy! That guy! Kling's eyes widened, startled. It's Frisia. Probably not, he doesn't have Frisia's brutality. Vic frowned at the back, clasping his arms in his hands. You're right, it's not Frisia, he's a good guy in Universe 6, called Frost. Bados smiled and explained to the surprised people present. Seeing Bados, Bulma and Kiki walked towards her one after another, greeting her, "Long time no see, Bados." "Oh, every time I see you, I think your skin is really good." Suitor also walked to the side of the king of the realm god Xin and Jebet, and asked curiously, "Aren't you two inseparable?" "Hee, hello, we're looking for name X dragon to make a wish to separate." The king of the world, Xin, explained in a good-natured manner. However, after seeing Suitor leave, Jebet couldn't help but ask curiously, "Lord God of the realm, who is this? Do you know this?" "Anyway, I'm not very familiar, I've met a few times at Vegeta's house." Xin scratched his cheek. "Oh." He turned his head again, and saw that Sun Wukong had already fought with the realm king god of the 6th universe. In short, the scene was very lively. On stage, hurry, hurry. The written test is about to begin. Soon, the contestants from both sides were standing in the ring. Vegeta, a scion in the 7th universe who used to be brutal, and Gabe, who loves peace in the 6th universe and is hired to deal with the bad guys, meet the eyes. Gabe's figure gives people a feeling of weakness. But in fact, he has a high potential, but no tail. Actually, no one in Universe 6 has a tail, and it's still the kind that is unknown for unknown reasons. Vegeta and Gabe are in love at a glance at this moment. Phew, at a glance, this future master and apprentice have been decided. Come and sit down, the written test is about to start. With Idas shouting, the 10 people present sat down one after another, and the test was conducted that ordinary people could get full marks. I don't know if it's the butterfly effect, or if the person who made the question this time has become Idas. In short, in the final review, Bu and Sun Wukong, who were the strongest in battle, were both disqualified from the competition. What? Vic couldn't believe the absolute defeat at the beginning, and he clenched his fists at Sun Wukong and yelled, "Goku, what the hell is going on with you?" "That's it, Bu, those questions are a normal person's answer." Vegeta was furious. This is the written test he proposed, if you harm your 2 team members because of this, you will lose the qualification. Vic and Vegeta shouted angrily, and each of them came to the front of Sun Wukong and Bu, looking at their test papers. Bu even misspelled his name, not to mention whether he could read it or not. As for Sun Wukong, he is 50 points away from the passing line, and he is actually 1 question short. Damn! Damn, then only me and you are left on our side, plus what is that name Mo? Sun Wukong was brushed down at the beginning, which was an accident that he couldn't count himself. Chapter 42. It's all you, Vegeta, you did it on purpose. Looking at his test paper, Sun Wukong pouted, and his face was full of unhappiness. He also deliberately went to the Spirit Time House of the Heavenly God Temple, and as a result, he didn't even have the qualifications to play. Who can be in a good mood when he rests on him? But everything has become a fact, and even if Sun Wukong is unhappy, he can't let the people present make an exception for him to enter the game. The official start of the game, or the appearance of Idas, may have led to a big change in the plot. Even the order of the game is different from the original plot. Okay, everyone, the Destruction God Selection Fighting Tournament in Universe 6 and Universe 7 starts now. With the sparse applause, the host also announced the first contestant of both sides to the ring. In the first game, Frost from Universe 6 and Vegeta from Universe 7. Hey, I feel very bad when I see this guy. Seeing Frost, Vic's brows furrowed slightly. Yes, I can't help but think of memories on Namek. Son Gohan on the side nodded. Hey, are these two the first scene? And Bados sat on the specially built audience stage, and Suitor couldn't help but let out a sigh. He remembered the original plot. The first scene was the Monkey King who was brushed off and the same people in the 6th universe as the bear cub. Otherwise, who could it be? Bados yawned lazily with a lack of interest. Nothing. Suitor shook his head and silently closed his mouth. The process of the game has nothing to do with him, what he wants is the appearance of the king at the end of the game. Although, not a real enemy. But Vegeta didn't have a good impression of this so-called Frost guy at all. As soon as the game is played, the game begins as announced by the host. As soon as he shouted, he directly entered the super race form, and Vegeta grabbed Frost and crushed him. The bang! Bang bang battle was so swift that Vegeta was beaten to Frost, and he couldn't even conjure up his full form. By the time Frost could react, he had been knocked out of the ring. Frost was kicked out of the ring, and this fight was won by Vegeta of Universe 7. As soon as the host announced, the side of Universe 7 burst into applause. Ah, Bulma, congratulations! Kiki was a little surprised, but still sent her sincere wishes. Unlike her family Wukong, she couldn't even pass the written exam, which is really embarrassing. What is there to congratulate? They are all fighting for the 7th universe. Bulma was not proud, and continued to look at the ring with a smile. Watching Frost walk to the bench, Xiangpa, who was holding his arms in his hands, scolded disdainfully. Humph, damn it, you're really useless. This opponent was suppressed by the opponent on the court without any backhand. Frost didn't say anything, but the hands on both sides clenched into fists, showing his anger and unwillingness at the moment. Okay, then it's the second game, Vegeta who is still standing on the field and Wotai Vegeta who is still standing on the 6th universe. Wotai Margita, our player, come on. Hey, is that a robot? The audience on the side of Universe 7 was amazed. No, explained the host in the face of more and more questions from Universe 7. Vegeta is a metal man from the 66,950 galaxy. Vegeta was startled as smoke billowed above Margita's head. Vegeta fell into a disadvantage as soon as the war began, and the opponent's body was metal, and it was hard. Vegeta's fist was almost shocked to death, and she fell into a situation of being beaten. Sun Wukong thought of a way, and felt that he couldn't break through the defense, so he just threw people out of the ring. As a result, Vegeta entered the super match without being able to lift one of Margita's feet, and was almost blown out of the head. After all, Vegeta weighs 1,000 tons. Finally, the irascible Vegeta spat out a fragrant mouth. The phrase broken copper and iron said that Vegeta suffered a powerful psychological injury. Vegeta also took advantage of this inexplicably and won the second game. As the host announced again that the third game was Gabe from the 6th universe, Suitor couldn't help but complain. Tisk. This is pretty much Vegeta's solo show, his moment of glory. They, same race in both universes, the Scions, stood in the ring with each other. At the beginning, Vegeta and Gabe started a fist and kick that was on par with each other under normal circumstances. Then, when Vegeta turned Gabe into a super game, Gabe gave a confused face. At this moment, it is the beginning of the fate of master and apprentice. Not to mention, Gabe was ravaged and humiliated by Vegeta, and after going to the planet Sherida, the Scion homeland of the 6th universe. Because of his absolute anger, Gabe successfully transformed into a super race. Later, under Vegeta's show-off of Super Blue, Gabe was knocked unconscious by a punch and lost the match. In the third scene, the one who appeared was the bear cub who fought against Sun Wukong in the original plot. Belch. It's a rugged and burly yellow bear, Bodama. Vegeta is not like the Monkey King, he is still in the super blue realm when he stands in the ring. Even if Bodamo himself has a special ability that can neutralize all physical attacks. But in the face of absolute strength, this special ability has no advantage. As soon as Vegeta made a move, he beat Bertamo and almost broke his stomach to the limit. Boom! Was just one move, and Bodamo was also knocked out of the ring. Since then, Vegeta has won 4 games against the 4 players of the 6th universe. Damn! Who are the people in the 7th universe? When this guy was in the divine realm before, he didn't look strong. Xiongpa looked at the games one after another, and the blue tendons on his forehead appeared more and more. Ah, don't you know, Lord Elephant, said Idas, standing beside him, smiling. At that time, Mr. Vegeta was wearing a gravity suit weighing 5,000 kilograms. It's only 5,000 kilograms. Xiongpa snorted disdainfully. Having said that, he also knew that he was not unjustly losing on his side. Don't say anything about carrying weights, he can even run a few steps with panting. But Xiongpa is angry at the strength garbage on this side of his universe. He took a deep breath and looked at Hit, who was heading up to the ring with his hands in his pockets and an expressionless face. Next, it's Hit, I think he can win. Well, if he wins, the cube ship of our universe will be given to him. Idas continued to laugh. Chapter 43. Hey, bastard! When did you promise him? How come I don't know? Didn't you tell me to find him? Idas explained, not at all afraid of Elephant Pa. And you also said that as long as Hitkin agreed, any request must be met. He wants a cube ship that can go anywhere, and I will agree for you. Hey, this is Elephant Pa, it's stupid. Bados sighed as she listened to the conversation between the two. If you care, go back and continue to be a regulator. Suitor didn't really care about the big fat cat. After all, he is Bardos's apprentice, and Bados is a little special to him, and that is also right. The most important thing is that if Bados doesn't stick to him, he can also go to the 11th universe to find Makarita. Whatever you want. Suitor shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. But his heart was constantly wailing, no meat to eat, no meat. Hey-ah! Under a roar, the distracted suitor also retracted his mind and set his eyes on the ring. Vegeta, who was standing in the ring, once again entered the super blue realm. He also sensed that Hit was different from his predecessors, and Vegeta was wary and threw a punch. But before he transformed into super blue, he had already consumed a lot of his energy. Vegeta's punch seemed to be menacing, but it wasn't taken seriously by Hit. The cold killer slowly pulled out the hand in his coat pocket and punched Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta staggered, and it was only after retreating again and again that he finally stabilized his figure. He reached out and wiped the corner of his mouth, and saw the blood brought out. Damn! Vegeta felt the silent insult from the other party, and the speed of her punches and kicks increased by a point. Brush, brush, brush. Hit also felt a hand in his pocket, and he didn't know what the opponent's loneliness was, constantly flashing in the ring. Bang! Didn't allow Vegeta's attack to last long, as Hit kicked Vegeta out and flew him upside down, sliding all the way to the edge in the ring. Kicked in the abdomen, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, furious. Did you see that? Sun Wukong stood under the ring, crossed his hands and looked sideways at Vic and asked. Didn't see clearly. Vic shook his head slightly. What about you, Monica, the strongest in the 7th universe? Seeing that Monica also shook his head frantically, Sun Wukong ran to ask Gak again. You have a good eye, can you see it? In the end, it was the octopus next to Gak. The Galactic King uttered Hit's flashing time. He has the ability to jump in a short time, which is only 0.1 seconds, and then in this time, he can ravage his opponent at will. Vegeta was severely injured and fainted in the ring. Vegeta's highlight moment also ended with the defeat of Hit's Flash. The second appearance was Vic, who failed to break Hit's Flash and suffered a serious repression. For this reason, Universe 7 also wasted 2 fairy beans. Damn! Bastard! Looking at the gloomy Vic and Vegeta, Sun Wukong smiled and comforted the two. It's okay, isn't there still Monica? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Monica shook his head frantically, indicating that he didn't want to play at all. He was just an ordinary cosmic person, and he was still a courier, so why did he want to go up and send him to his death? But because Beerus and Ves were present, he couldn't say this. Monica had no way out, and walked towards the death ring step by step. God, help me! I can give everything. Hearing Monica's whispered prayer, Suitor suddenly became interested. It would seem very good if this courier brother collected some special ingredients for him by the way while delivering the courier. Wait! What's the matter? There's only one game left. Xiongpa could already feel the victorious girl smiling at him. Hearing Suitor's shout, he suddenly felt bad. Suitor, this guy, can't he be trying to do something in this match, right? This game is postponed, I want to fight Hit. Hearing Suitor's words, even Beerus felt ridiculous. Why? This is a match between our two universes. Suitor ignored him, flashed from the viewing platform to the ring, stood in front of Monica, and looked at Hit. What do you think, Hit? Hit laughed silently, but his heart was full of excitement. He had thought that Suitor would represent the 7th universe. As a result, when I came, I found that this guy was on the side of the viewing platform, and I was very disappointed. But now, the other party took the initiative to invite me, which is really comparable to falling money from the sky. Also, the Monica who was blocked by Suitor had no strength at all, and he was not even interested in fighting. Yes. Cold Killer almost couldn't control his excitement and showed the excitement on his face. Beerus didn't speak, he felt that Suitor's request had just relieved him of the siege temporarily. After all, he also knew that the result of the Monica he found was to lose. Now it can make him lose face later, why not? Hey, how can this be? Xiongpa is unrelenting, and many people present can see that Monica is a rookie. Can he not see it? The 6th universe is about to win, and the wishing star does not need to be sent. He can also move the Earth from Universe 7 to Universe 6, and Beerus will never be able to eat Earth's delicacies again. With so many good things, can he not care about the progress of the game? If you don't agree, then don't want to eat the delicious food I made in the future. Suti, seeing that Pa was alone, objected, and directly used the killer weapon. Damn, Elephant gritted his teeth, but he was helpless against Suitor. It's amazing to be able to make good food, and you dare to threaten him, a dignified god of destruction. Okay, wait for Idas to heal Hit, so that he can maintain the strongest Monica that Beerus found in his heyday. Hey, it's great to be able to make good food. Seeing Beerus nodding his head, Monica was overjoyed, and whispered thank you to Suitor. You're welcome, but in the future, if you encounter any special ingredients, remember to express it to me. Chapter 44. Suitor smiled and waved his hand casually. Good. Monica agreed, jumping happily out of the ring. Oh, it's a pity, I can't see Monica's combat performance. Sun Wukong was very annoyed, with a look of pity. But before Monica could speak, Sun Wukong had already looked at the ring by himself, and said with a smile, but it doesn't matter, I can see Suitor's shot now. Can he break that person's flash? You think you'll see the end of the whole process? Hit raised the corners of his mouth slightly and stretched out his other hand in his pocket. When I meet someone like you, and that magical move, can I not come down and try it? Suitor also smiled, clenched his fists and entered the realm of the super race god. Hey, I used to transform like that Scion, but the color is different. Hit was surprised, and the corner of his eye swept Vegeta. It's all Scions, but the form and color are different after transformation. Suitor said, gesturing to the Monkey King standing under the ring. The Monkey King who was brushed off at the beginning is too. Well, I can feel that he is very strong. Hit is also a real person, nodding directly and admitting. It's amazing, Hit, who has always been silent and doesn't talk much, actually said so many words to that person. Universe. Six's realm King God Fuwa couldn't help but exclaim. But at this moment, the eyes of everyone present were on the ring, and no one noticed what he said. In the ring. Then let's get started, said Suitor, charging at Hit, a tentative punch. This punch carried a terrifying power, shaking the surrounding space and trembling. The brush. Timeout was activated, and Hit dodged Suitor's punch, and he raised his foot and kicked Suitor in the abdomen. Not bad. This is the flash of time. Suitor quickly stepped back, slammed his foot in the ring, and rushed towards Hit again. The ground of the bang ring could not withstand Suitor's kick at all, and was stepped out of a pit, while the ground continued to crack. You can break me. Before Hit could finish speaking, he received a heavy blow to the cheek, and his words were completely interrupted. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Is this a coincidence? Vegeta felt a little incredulous, and looked at the ring with wide eyes. He didn't have a clue when he faced Hit's flash, and Suitor was just a temptation of a move, and he broke it. What the hell, what's going on? The rest of the people also looked incredulous, and they fell into deep thought. Suitor and Hit then engage in hand-to-hand combat with punches and kicks again. Among them, there were also several successful hits to Hit, which made those present also feel that Suitor was really capable, not a coincidence. How the hell did you do that? Vegeta clenched his fists, already unsettled. Vic was also curious, but he was confused. Suitor, did you really break the other party's flash? It's a prediction, right? The first thing that came to mind was Sun Wukong, who had always been nervous. He looked at Suitor in the ring and asked, you prejudged Hit's prediction, thus breaking his flash? Yes. Martial arts talent is still your highest. Suitor admitted directly, nodding in response. After all, in the original plot, in the face of Hit's flash, the first one to understand that it was Sun Wukong who broke his flash. This admission made Sun Wukong on the edge of the ring gush endlessly. And he always puts his pockets in his pockets, in fact, he wants to prevent outsiders from seeing his movements. The reason why Suitor was able to hit you is because you can't change your movements before you disappear. Hit suddenly hated a little bit, such a talkative Monkey King. Directly pick out the key to his tricks, so how can he fight? Okay, don't beep. Suitor also saw Hit's depression and said to Sun Wukong under the ring. If you want to fight him in the future, just find a chance by yourself, now it's my fight. Don't always spoil there in advance. Okay, Sun. Wukong also felt the gaze of everyone on him, put his hands behind his head, and closed his mouth tightly. Go on. Monkey King, who had a broken mouth, closed his mouth, and Suitor rushed towards Hitter again. Bang! Bang bang as Suitor's power gradually increased, Hit suffered more and more hits. It's just a few dozen rounds. Hit was in a state of embarrassment, and his face was blue and swollen. Sure enough, it's someone I think is very strong, and I can't stop my flash for 0.1 seconds. It seems I have to release my full energy state. Hit roared angrily, clenching his fists to mobilize the strength of his whole body. I haven't used all my strength for too long, I may not be able to hold on for even a minute. The powerful aura swept over, shaking the small gravel in the ring into levitation. In the face of the excitement of the strong man, Hit's words also increased. In this state, I guess I can only use flash time once. This time, I will definitely freeze you within my 0.1 second, and. The battle seemed to be coming to an end, and many of the people present couldn't help but hold their breath as they listened to Hit's words. One by one, they all stared nervously at the ring, afraid of missing the next very historic moment. Yes, said Suitor, grinning, clenching his right hand violently, and rushing towards Hitter again. Hit was engrossed in staring at Suitor, and every step turned into slow motion in his eyes. Hat. Freeze. Looked at Suitor in front of him, especially the whistling fist that stopped before the bridge of his nose, Hit exclaimed excitedly. He succeeded, and he succeeded in stopping Suitor's time. 0.1 seconds had not yet passed, and the smile on Hit's lips had not even had time to show. Sut's fist actually moved, even closer and closer to the bridge of his nose. How is this possible? Hit was shocked and stunned, and only thought that it was all incredible. Obviously, it's all frozen. Your strongest flash, Suitor. Entered the more powerful Super Blue Realm and punched the bridge of Hit's nose. I've broken it. Bang. Hit's whole person was instantly beaten upside down and flew out. His expression was extremely complicated. The last blow, Qigong Wave. Ha! Seeing that Hit had not yet landed outside the boundaries of the ring, Suitor placed his hands on his waist, quickly gathered energy, and struck at the retreating Hit. Chapter 45. Looking at the Qigong Wave that was rapidly attacking him, Hit's eyes widened, and an inexplicable sense of fear appeared in his heart. Boom! A move with great ability, directly penetrated the protective shield that Bados shrouded in the conference site. Oh, it's worthy of the person Bados likes, it's so powerful, even the barrier I made has been broken. Bados stretched out his hand to block his eyebrows, looked at the huge hole not far away, and sighed. Damn, what the hell is this guy doing? Elephant Paw's eyes widened and he looked at the big hole in astonishment. Where's Hit? Where's Hit? He's the strongest human in my universe. Over there. Bados stretched out his hand to the side of the big hole with crooked eyebrows, and said with a smile, it's worthy of the person I fancied, he knows the rules of the game, and he deliberately misses a little. Hey, hey! Can you please stop talking? I'm going to be blown away. Spectators on the viewing stage were staggering, and they were about to be sucked away by the powerful suction force to the side of the hole. Elephant Paw glanced at Bados and exclaimed, what are you still in a daze? Hurry up and repair the shield. Okay. As Bados raised his hand, the Philosopher's Stone on the scepter lit up, and the hole in the barrier was repaired in an instant. It's you. Hitter also fell back into the ring, his face undisguised with excitement and excitement. Suitor smiled back and said, calm, you're an expressionless killer. Originally, if you let your assassination methods come out, this game might be more interesting, wouldn't it? What do you mean? Hit was stunned, a little confused as he meant. It's nothing, I'll go back and spend money when I have time, please come and assassinate me, said Suitor, and walked towards the edge of the ring. That's a good idea, you're going to assassinate me when you turn around. Hearing this, Sun Wukong also jumped up and down trying to attract Hit's attention. Bic on the side squinted his eyes and said the truth that hit Sun Wukong's heart, Wukong, do you have any money? Seeing Suitor jump out of the ring, Vegeta, who was holding his arms in both hands, couldn't help but let out a sigh of surprise. Seeing this, the host quickly ran towards the ring, and shouted in a concave shape, okay, let's go back to the fight tournament next. Bados, who was urged by Xiangpa, also flashed into the ring, I'll treat you. I'm not comparing, I'm admitting defeat. Hit refused Bados's treatment, turned around and jumped out of the ring. Hearing this, Xiongpa's whole body felt bad, and he yelled at Hit angrily. "What did you say? What did you say? Bastard, I'm going to destroy you." Seeing that the victory was about to be reached, it was said so willfully by Hit, not to compare? Not to a hammer, his wishing beads, his earth, his food. "Bastard!" Hit said, passing by Elephant Paw, with an indifferent expression, ignoring Elephant Paw's angry expression. "Send me back, I don't want your three-dimensional spaceship. I'm in a good mood, although I lost, I had a good time." Hearing Hit's words that he was completely inappropriate for him, Xiongpa was furious and clenched his fists tightly. "Bastard! I'm going to destroy Elephant Paw, Xiang Pa." Before Elephant Paw could finish speaking, Bados on the other side had already urged out with a frightened face. But Elephant Paw, immersed in anger, could not hear Bados's horror. He angrily let go of his fist, glared at Hit, and roared back at Bados, "What is it called, what is urging? Over there, you idiot!" Bados was visibly trembling at his words this time. Xiongpa also heard it, and turned his head angrily to look, and this time he flew 3 souls to 7 spirits. All. Whole. All the king. Seeing that Bados actually dared to stretch out his index finger to point at the king, and then felt the momentum and killing intent of the 2 bamboo pole attendants beside the king. Weiss hurriedly reminded Bados kindly, "Lord Bados, don't you want your finger?" Xiongpa and Bados flew to the bottom of the wall with a roar, and knelt down on their knees. "Welcome! Welcome! To the king! Are you here, what's the matter?" V's, who was about to fly to Bados, was stopped by Vegeta, "Veth, who is the king? All 12 universes, the most noble and top person. Just that flat." Before Sun Wukong's words were finished, Vegeta had already gone up and covered his mouth with great wit. "Don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb." Chuan Wang is a little man with a flat and round head with obvious separations of blue and purple. Because the pressure is very high, even Bados next to Suitor. She came to the wall where the king stood, and fell on one knee. "Well, I'm here to warn you, because you organized such a game without permission." Hearing these breezy words, Xiongpa and Bados were terrified and hurriedly apologized. "Yes. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's okay, after I watched it, I thought it was quite interesting, let me organize it next time." Chuan Wang waved his little short hand and said with great interest. The game went from beginning to end, but Sun Wukong, who had no chance to play at all, was excited when he heard this. "Really, let's do it, let's hold it, it will definitely be more interesting and exciting." "Hey, do you think so too?" Seeing that Sun Wukong actually agreed on the spot, Chuan Wang also showed a big smile. Sun Wukong nodded desperately, walked in front of the king, and stretched out his hand. "A word is a certainty." "Okay." The whole king tilted his head and looked at it for a long time, and finally understood what Sun Wukong meant. He stood on tiptoe and shook Sun Wukong's big hand. "Hey! The god of destruction, the god of the realm king, and the angels present all widened their eyes, almost scaring them into myocardial infarction." Seeing that the king let go of his hand, and the 2 bamboo pole guards did not stare at death, the gods breathed a long sigh of relief. But the next moment, before their hearts could fall back to their place, their eyes widened again and they held their breath nervously. "I saw that a lollipop fell in front of the king." Suitor laughed like a lewd uncle trying to deceive his little sister's pants. "Lord Chuan Wang, do you want to eat lollipops?" Under the angry eyes of the death of the 2 bamboo pole guards, the king tilted his head curiously to look at Sud and asked. "Lollipop? What? It's delicious, you can try to lick it." Chapter 46. As Suitor said, the king took the lollipop and stuck out his tongue and licked it. "It's delicious, it's sweet. the king commented, and then sucked it up non-stop. Sensing that the two death gazes were withdrawn in a moment, Suitor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this thing is still too risky. Anything else? The king licked as he stretched out his hand to Suitor again. Ah! There are a lot of snacks, and Chuanwang is a little short, so he was actually submerged in the snack pile. Again. Suitor felt the gaze of death. It's okay, you're such a good person, you'll be my friend from now on, said the king, coming out of the snack pile. He handed out a button-like object and handed it to Suitor. In the future, if there is anything delicious to eat, remember to bring it to me. Of course, you can also call me, or you can go to my palace. Okay. Suitor replied happily and put the contact in his pocket. Awesome. Bados gave Suitor a secret thumbs up. Dare to be friends with the king, it is estimated that Sut is the first person in the universe. Then goodbye, the satisfied king left with the two bamboo pole guards. Gone. The gods who were kneeling on the ground gasped violently, and slumped to the ground, looking so depressed that they couldn't do it. Survived. What are you guys, what's wrong? Sun Wukong looked at these gods in confusion. Bastard, if you make the whole king unhappy, Bados stood up and scolded Sun Wukong. Then the universe we are in will be erased. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was also surprised. Hey! Really? Anyway, now the king is happy to go. Suitor put his hands behind his head, and Bados, who had stood up on one knee, flew towards the place where he had been seated. Damn! Bados clenched his fists in hatred at Suitor's words, but he was helpless for a moment. Just as Suitor sat down in the guest seat, the voice of the system also sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the supreme god of the universe, the whole king's recognition of the host's cuisine, and your cooking skills have increased by 10%, and your cooking skills are currently 42%. The reward this time is 15 amounts of divine combat power, with a total of 33 points of divine combat power. At the same time, the taster is the Supreme Lord Chuanwang, and once again rewards the 3rd level destruction skill, and the 3rd level of the Freedom Extreme Intention skill. At present, the host's destruction divine skill is level 6, and the Freedom Extreme Intention skill is level 8. Suitor couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth slightly as he listened to the reward that was being issued. Putting aside that awesome erasure technique, it is still very good to be able to get so many rewards by giving a small snack to the king. 33 amount of divine combat power, can already beat the rampaging Bados. It's really a good deal. Just when Suitor was in a good mood, he was far away on the lawn not far from the temple of the king. The archpriest who was hovering on the ground for some distance was carrying his hands behind his back. He looked at Suitor reflected on the surface of the lake, his eyes full of murderous intent. This human, so close to Bados, has the angelic aura of his other two daughters in him. Although, this is very weak with the angelic aura of Mark Erida plus X, but it is true. This human being is so involved with angels, and what this guy is doing today. Lord Jian stays in the temple all year round and never comes into contact with others. But this guy can prepare so many delicacies in advance. Then he put his eyes on Suitor's side, and Bados was smiling happily while chatting with each other. The killing intent in the eyes of the great priest became more and more intense. Bados. Just for a human being, he actually stepped down as the guardian of the god of destruction for 200 million years, and also discarded the disciple Xiangpa he cultivated. Brush. With a wave of his hand, under the use of divine power, he and Bardos's mental feelings were established. Bados, come to the temple, I have something important to tell you. What's the matter? Father. Bados, who was far away in the nameless star, was stunned at first, and then asked in his heart. You should know better than I do in your heart. Hearing these emotionless words, Bardos's complexion changed suddenly, and he looked sideways at Suitor. What's wrong? Suitor smiled slightly at Bados' gaze. My father. That is, the great priest, you want me to go to his side. Bados was in a complicated mood for a moment. Like a normal daughter, she hoped that Suitor would be approved by her father's grand priest. At the same time, she was also worried that her father would object to her being with Suitor, who was a human. Then you go, pay attention to safety on the road, I'll wait for you to come back. Suitor didn't think much about it, and responded. Ha ha ha. On the ring, Bados crossed his hands on his hips, looked at the elephant on the opposite side proudly, and said. This fighting tournament is our 7th universe win. Damn, Xiongpa clenched his fists and said goodbye angrily to Hit. What's more, the other party relies on an ordinary, no combat power at all, what kind of Monica? It's just because he hasn't played yet, so he won the final victory of the fighting tournament. It's so infuriating. So, where is the last Dragon Ball? Bados wagged his tail and looked at the reluctant Xiongpa. Xiongpa gritted his teeth and pointed to the earth, the one under his feet is the last wishing bead. Looking at a few people in the ring, Sud smiled, shook his head and said, Xiongpa, this guy, is really a loss to his wife and a soldier. Bados didn't say anything, just kissed Sud, and said affectionately, don't wait for me to come back, it's okay. Suitor thought he had misheard, and looked at Bados in surprise, how can I not wait for you, I'm your boyfriend. With such a strong sense of possessiveness, Bados would say such strange things. I mean, you don't have to wait for me on this planet. Bados couldn't help but laugh and pointed to Xiongpa, explaining. Didn't you say that this planet is also a wishing bead, why are you waiting for me here? Oh. Seeing Bardos's expression as before, the strange feeling that had just risen in Suitor disappeared again. Then I'll wait for you in the divine land of Bados. Good. Bados nodded, opening his mouth to say something, but he swallowed it back. Then I'll go first. Well, go early and come back early. Looking at Bados who was flying away, Suitor waved his hand. By the time he turned his head to look at the ring again, Xiongpa was so angry that he left the ring early. Chapter 47. Everyone, please all come to the ship. Vis was shouting at the people present to return to the cube ship, and Bados was eager to summon the super dragon. So, what kind of wish should I make? Bados was very sad, as the god of destruction, I can have whatever I want. Food, the earth has it too. Seeing the lonely muttering there, Suitor didn't care, and directly followed the flow of people to the cube spaceship, waiting for the spacecraft to rise. Vis stood on the cube ship and shattered the outer layer of the nameless star, revealing the super dragon ball inside. Then, under the curious gaze of everyone, Bados summoned a super dragon. Such a shocking scene surprised everyone and discussed a lot. Bados used the language of God, and naturally no one but Bes understood it. However, no one cared about what Bados had wished. Instead, Vis smiled meaninglessly at Barris's arrogant back. Lord Bados, you are really rare and gentle. You're nosy. Bados crossed his hands on his hips, his face arrogant. Aren't you going back? Suitor urged. He naturally knew that Bados was the same as the original plot. Make a wish to bring the Earth of Universe 6 back to life, resurrect those humans, and make food culture reappear. Xiongpa was silent for a long time, but only came to such a disgusted sentence, Bados, true love is nosy. Everything seems to be over, but some situations are quietly staged in places that everyone does not know. The Temple of the Whole King. Bados, who came to the temple again, was a little apprehensive and a little uneasy in his heart. The Grand Priest was still the same, hanging by the edge of the lake with his hands in his hands, but the surface of the lake had long since lost the mirror image of Suitor, and some were only ripples and waves slightly raised by the wind. Father. Seeing that the Great Priest didn't turn around for a long time, Bados pursed his lips and called softly, tentatively. I and suitor are really together, you. Unexpectedly, you actually have human feelings. The high priest turned around with a cold tone and an expressionless face. Yes. Bados admitted, gritting her teeth. Angels are not human beings, and they don't need human feelings. Before the Grand Priest could finish speaking, Bados hurriedly knelt on one knee and pleaded in a hurry. Father, no. Great Priest, please don't embarrass Sut. Embarrassed. The Grand Priest sneered, and looked at the Chuanwang temple on the side with a vague gaze. It's not embarrassing, such a variable, I completely want to kill him. You can't do this. Seeing that his coquettish pleas were useless, Bados immediately stood up from the ground and looked at the high priest with a wary expression. Even if you force me into a deep sleep, I will wake up. Seeing that this daughter, who had always been favored by him, actually treated him like this, the great priest's majestic face showed a look of annoyance. Okay, you Bados, you're actually for a human, Bados had a cold face and stared at the Grand Priest with burning eyes. No matter what, I won't allow you to hurt suitor. The atmosphere between the father and daughter began to become tense. Bados pinched the corners of his clothes and opened his mouth several times, but he didn't know how to organize the words to persuade the high priest. This father is spoiling her, but may not budge in this matter. Father. As long as you don't hurt him. You can do whatever you want me to do. Humph. Hearing this, the Grand Priest's face turned even colder. His daughter was actually abducted by humans like this? This crutch may be 3 in the future. Don't think he can't see what suitor's name is. Damn, he really can't see this guy's future and past, it's really. The atmosphere is getting stiffer and stiffer. When Bados racked his brains and couldn't come up with a good solution, the high priest suddenly spoke. If you don't kill, it's okay. Hearing that the great priest was willing to retreat, Bados looked incredulous, mixed with a strong look of surprise. The great priest looked at Bardos's complicated expression, and there was an inexplicable anger in his heart, and he said coldly. Then, you go to the god of the time realm to help, and promise that you will never go to see suitor. Bados didn't want to agree. She didn't want suitor to be hurt by the high priest, but she didn't want to never see suitor. Although suitor has a so-called immortal body, this is just a little more trouble for the great priest who wants to kill suitor. Then I'd better kill him. Seeing Bardos's appearance, the high priest waved his hand and planned to leave, going to kill suitor. The way he turned around, Bados was shocked to watch. I can go to Kurano, but I'll stay for 100 million years at most. Bados hurriedly stopped in front of the high priest and pleaded, humans can't live that long, let me see him in the Philosopher's Stone once in a while. Give suitor some more time so that he can grow up and be able to carry his father. She'll believe him. You guy, the Grand Priest pursed his lips, but finally let out a long sigh and compromised. Hearing Bardos's thoughts, he also planned to take a gamble. Bet on the separation of Bados and suitor, and maybe one day Bados will abandon the useless emotions of human beings and return to the pure state of angels. After all, human beings have been so amorous since ancient times, few, abusive. Seeing that the high priest also took a step back, Bados accepted it when he saw it. Thank you, father, I will do Kuronoya a good favor. Then go now. You can't see each other again from this moment on. The high priest bowed his head slightly and urged. Bados was a little aggrieved, and said tentatively, just. Can't you let me say goodbye to him? No. The father and daughter are tempting and tentative, full of calculations and plans that should not be had. All right, looking at the space-time portal that the Grand Priest had created with a wave of his hand, Bados almost turned back 3 times in a step. When she stepped into the gate of time and space, Bados secretly appealed in her heart, suitor, wait for me, you must wait for me to come back. Suitor sat on a rock with a cigarette in his mouth, and he seemed to have all the looks up at the void and muttered. Strange. Bados has been gone for so long, why hasn't he come back yet? Bados put his hands behind his head, and Geu lay on the edge of the lake, with a stick of grass in his mouth, and said nonchalantly. What is there to worry about? Occasionally there is something to order, and it is normal to go and do it for a few days. Ves, who was standing on the side, silently looked at the explanation sent by the great priest on the scepter magic stone. He pursed his lips and said, Lord Bados is right. That's right. Suitor took the cigarette from his mouth and flicked it into the lake with a flick of his fingers, frowning and falling silent. I always feel that something is weird, but I can't say it all of a sudden. Chapter 48. Hey, this is the lake, it's where I occasionally fish, bathe, and change the water in the bath. Watching. The cigarette butts fall into the lake, the sleepy prophetic fish fishing on the side was instantly dissatisfied. It yelled at Suitor. You don't want any garbage, throw it in. At present, he has 33 divine combat power, so he can finally crush and beat Bados, right? Come on, Bados, I'm a little bored waiting, let's practice. Tisk. No, I'm not hungry, but I'm sleepy. Bados said, yawning as he walked toward the huge treehouse. He suddenly had a hunch that if he agreed to practice, it would be no good thing. It would still be like that, very bad, not good. Perhaps, when he pressed Suitor to the ground and rubbed it, Bados would come back and see the scene. Then, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed by Bados. Hey, Lord Bados won't fight you, then you will come and fight me. Sun Wukong on the side raised his head and invited Suitor with a grin. Then you can go up with Vegeta. Suitor looked at the underwhelming Monkey King, and then at the arrogant Vegeta, and after a little thought, he opened his mouth and invited. But a cook would dare to say such arrogant things. Vegeta snorted, rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Suitor. Bang bang bang! Under the punch and kick, Suitor dodged with ease. I'm here too. Seeing Vegeta and Suitor fighting, Sun Wukong also rushed to the two with a huge fist on his face. Humph, don't you understand if you come first and then come? Vegeta sneered, punching the defenseless Monkey King. Bang! Sun Wukong was caught off guard, and was directly kicked out by Vegeta's kick. Do you still have this in mind? Suitor didn't look at Sun Wukong, and hit Vegeta in the jaw with an uppercut. Vegeta let out a painful sigh of pain, her eyes red as she glared at Suitor, and raised her hand to shoot out an air bullet. Bastard! Boom! Hit a lonely person. Suitor had already flashed behind Vegeta, his hands slammed into his back. Looking at Vegeta, who was rapidly falling from a high altitude, and after smashing the earth into a huge crater, Suitor confronted Sun Wukong again. A new round of punching and kicking is staged again. Bang bang! Bang damn! Vegeta looked up at the two in the air, his expression becoming angry. With the clenched fists, a wave of chi spread from under his feet, and energy overflowed. Ah, should I say it or not? Ves stood by the lake, looked at the three streamers that kept sliding in the air, and said to himself. What the prophetic fish shook his small fish tank and floated curiously to Ves's side. Well, it's... Bados shouted as he threw a destructive energy out of the treehouse. Bastard, you're very noisy, can't you let people take a good nap? The three people who destroyed the energy were close to the air, but none of them were hit by this energy bomb, and easily dodged. More than half an hour, over. Whew! Whew! Looking at Vegeta, who was holding his hands on his knees and panting like a cow, and then looked at Sun Wukong, who was also sweating profusely, lying on the ground without any image. Suitor leisurely took out a cigarette and lit it for himself, exclaiming as he breathed out the smoke ring, it's so boring. When will Bados come back? Suitor, your current strength should be on par with Lord Bados, right? Almost. Suitor tilted his head, took the cigarette from his mouth, and asked suspiciously, "What are you asking this for?" "It's nothing, it's just that I watched the battle of the three of you, and I deduced it." Listening to Weiss's words, Sun Wukong, who sat up, couldn't help but be shocked. "Are you more powerful than Lord Bados?" "Humph, is there something wrong with your ears?" "Damn, he is still on the way to surpass Kakarot, but the former cook of his family has unwittingly surpassed Bados." "What kind of is this?" "Suitor, let's do it again." Sun Wukong stood up, saw Suitor finish smoking a cigarette, and invited again. "It's endless, you." Time passed in this endless battle, and 3 days passed quickly. Seeing that Bados did not come back for a long time, Suitor's patience for waiting was also worn out little by little. He made some food, and under the pretext of sending snacks to the king, he planned to go to the temple of the king. Seeing Suitor's big bag and small bag, Weiss stood on the side and pursed his lips to persuade. "I still advise you not to go. What if you don't run into your sister and are left by the king to play with you?" They all said that they sent him a snack, and it wasn't my obligation to play with him. Suitor squinted at Vis and frowned. "You keep telling me not to go, but I want to go even more. Do you know where Bados has gone? Also, do you have something to hide from me?" Suitor said as he slammed into Ves's face, his face full of suspicion. "After waiting for 3 days to see Bados, I always felt that it was not a good thing for the high priest to let her go. Could it be that he found out that they were together and wanted to break him up with Bados? Then there you go." Vis leaned back, taking a few quick steps back to distance himself from Suitor. Go, he can't stop it. I hope that after the incident, my sister won't blame him." "The Chuanwang Temple? Is that where Chuan lives?" Sun Wukong curiously approached Suit's side, pointed to himself excitedly, and demanded. "Take me, I also want to ask, when will the next fighting tournament start?" "Fool!" Looking at Sun Wukong, who was crazy about fighting like this, Vegeta snorted coldly. "What kind of battle madness did Bulma say? I think it's you. Goodbye." Suitor ignored Sun Wukong, grinned and pressed the button that the king sent him. "Brush! Why did you leave? Take me, what's wrong?" Looking at Suitor, who disappeared in front of him in an instant, Sun Wukong muttered dissatisfiedly. "Hey! This guy is completely killing himself." Bados sat on a tree stump to the side, his face disgruntled. Vis had told him privately that the Grand Priest didn't want him to have anything to do with Bados. "This is, Eraser, that guy's temple." Suitor appeared in the empty temple, casually glancing around and muttering. "Anyone?" Chapter 49. A soft shout brought echoes in this dark and empty area. I saw that no one came out for a long time, let alone the whole king and the 2 bamboo pole guards. Suitor stopped at his feet and took a step. As soon as he took this step, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the dark corner behind him, and quickly rushed towards him. Brush! Sensed a faint surge of air, and Suitor dodged almost simultaneously, dodging sideways. The black shadow was not a person, but a ball of energy with the power of an angel. The energy bomb is not very powerful, at most it can make Suitor suffer a minor injury or something. Grand Priest! Suitor landed on the ground in astonishment, looking at the white-haired man with a big back floating out of the shadows. "Oh! You can avoid my temptation," the Grand Priest smiled, but the smile was not at all in sight. "By the way, who are you, and what are you doing when you come to the Temple of the Whole King?" asked Sut with a scoff. As the steward of the Whole King, the great priest who knows everything in the universe does not know about him. He soaked his daughter. What about Bados? Could it be that Bados didn't tell her father? The great priest? Is he not ready to meet his parents? Then does he seem a little reckless when he came over in such a hurry? Just when Suitor hesitated, the great priest squinted his eyes and asked coldly. "You're here for Bados?" "Yes, not all." Suitor didn't know what the high priest's attitude was towards him, so he said bluntly. "Send some new food to Lord Chuanwang, and ask Bados by the way." Before he finished speaking, the great priest had already restrained the smile on his face and said coldly. "Just stopping by to find Bados, I thought you came to her on purpose, on purpose." Listening to these scheming words, 3 black lines slipped down Suitor's forehead. This great priest is so strange. Why is it not like it at all, the great priest he watched in the anime? Is it possible, I feel that the cabbage that his family has worked hard to grow has been arched by him? Seeing that Suitor stopped talking again, the great priest's words became a little colder. "It's been 3 days since you thought of coming to Bados." Suitor frowned, feeling that the taste in the grand priest's words was even stronger. "I sent her on a mission, and if she encounters any danger, these 3 days will be enough for her to sleep." "So, why did you wait 3 days to come?" Suitor. "It's because you don't care enough about Bados. You humans don't care about angels at all? That, is it really okay for you to curse your daughter like this?" As soon as these words came out, coupled with Soot staring at the great priest with a strange expression, the great priest was instantly stunned. Ahem! He was telling the human in front of him that there were all kinds of dangers for the angel to go on a mission. But the human told him that he was cursing his own daughter. The great priest coughed to hide his embarrassment, looked back at the gate of the temple, and continued, "What about the snacks for the king? Take them out, and I'll send them directly." There was no hostile attitude at all, which made Suitor frown. Feelings, did he really think too much? The grand priest didn't care about him being with Bados, and even felt that he didn't care enough about his daughter. After handing the snacks to the high priest, Suitor handed over some other air-dried meat products and some cooked food that he had made himself. "These are for the great priest you, a little heart, not a respect." I couldn't figure out the attitude of the great priest before, so he didn't prepare anything, but now it seems that he is not very well prepared. "No need." With the wave of the high priest's hand, the entire temple instantly lit up. At the same time, at the gate of the main hall, a small figure flew quickly towards this side. "Hee, I feel your presence, Suitor. What kind of delicious food did you bring me this time?" The king shouted in surprise, his eyes bent into crescent moons, and he looked at Suitor with a happy expression. "Homemade biscuits, some jelly and QQ gummies," Suitor said, handing the bag in his left hand to Jian Wang. "Oh! What about the rest, are you going to give it to the high priest?" The king didn't answer, but instead pointed to Suitor's right-hand bag with a disgruntled expression. He had heard it outside the door before, and Suitor said that this should be given to the great priest, or is it not a good friend? Facing the cold knife eyes handed by the king, the great priest smiled and attached his hands behind his back. "I didn't dare to ask for it, it's all yours." Of the king. "Okay." The king's face once again showed a happy look, and he grinned and took all the bags in Sut's hand. "Great priest, seeing that you are so obedient and attentive, I will reluctantly give you one." The king seemed to feel a little uncomfortable, and as he spoke, he took out a gummy from the bag. "No, Lord King, it's my job." The grand priest was still smiling, his face full of kindness. "You said someone came to you with something to eat, you must treat it politely." "Okay then." Chuan Wang unceremoniously unwrapped the outer packaging of the gummies and stuffed them into his mouth. "Lord Chuan Wang, then I will send this guest." Seeing that Chuan Wang was happy to eat, the cold gaze of the great priest was once again on Sut's body. Had it not been for the king's command, he would have perished when this man came. Following the high priest out of the temple, Suitor, who was unaware, also asked about another purpose of his coming. "High priest, that's... when will Bados come back?" When it's time to come back, I'll come back, the archpriest said very perfunctorily, and waved his hand back to teleport the person back. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, he walked slowly to the lake, and with his wave of his hand, he seemed to do something to the lake. Soon, a circle of ripples rippled on the calm surface of the lake, and the next moment Bardos's smiling face was reflected. "Oh, Father, how did you contact me?" said Bardos, gesturing to a video the high priest had taken of him. The content of the image is exactly what the great priest Suitor feels strange, and the bunch of inexplicable words are uttered. Bardos smiled coquettishly and pointed to the end of the picture. "Ho ho, Father, isn't this person Suitor interesting?" The corners of the grand priest's mouth twitched imperceptibly. "It's funny, but I still want to kill him. You promised me that you wouldn't hurt him." Bardos on the lake frowned slightly, obviously angry. Chapter 50. "Yes," the grand priest put his hands behind his back and replied with great seriousness. And he teleported the picture of Suitor being teleported back to the land of the gods by him, and then to Bardos, and said confidently, "So, because of your promise, I didn't kill him. It wasn't the protection of the whole king that caused her to not be able to kill Suitor. This Suitor is interesting, but he doesn't know how to lift. Not worthy of Bardos's liking. I think he's very good. I asked him to wait for me, and he was so obedient waiting for me in the land of the gods." Bardos lazily walked to the couch to the side and looked up at the high priest on the shore. "Your temptation has failed." "He didn't fail, he didn't care about you at all, and he didn't even worry about your safety," the high priest refused to admit. "But I've seen it all, and besides, isn't he worried that I'm not going to return, and he's already found it." Bardos didn't think there was anything wrong with Suitor's behavior at all, and she even thought that Suitor was doing everything well. "Father, in fact, you love the house and woo, right? Otherwise why wouldn't you even show a little killing intent to Suti?" Facing this question, the great priest instantly darkened his face. Doesn't he want to show it? Can he not do what the king commands? But he won't tell Bardos about this, lest this guy run back directly from the king of time. "He, the next time you try again, remember to send me the picture again, Father." Bardos said, satisfied, smiling, and ending the communication. If his father had shown murderous intent and malice towards Sud from the beginning, then Sud would have a bad impression of the great priest. If you don't have a good impression of the great priest, then don't you have a bad impression of her? In that case, it will be more difficult for them to be together in the future. Misunderstanding is perfectly carried out between you, me, and him. Seeing that he was unilaterally teleported back to the empty place of the god realm by the great priest, Suitor was a little depressed. "I don't want to say the exact time to come back, really," Suitor complained, touching his chin, "but, are those words of the great priest true? Powerful as an angel, is it dangerous to go out on any mission?" Because of the words of the great priest, Suitor's heart also became apprehensive, and he closed his eyes to feel the chi of Ves. Earth. As soon as Suitor came over, he found that the guys Vis and Beerus were eating and drinking at Bulma's house. The two guys stood at a long table as if they were at home, and asked the chef to make freshly steamed buns to eat. On the side, there is also a girl with short blonde hair, dangling around. It's very similar to Bulma, it's probably her sister, Tais. The sound of bang bang bang. In the air is Monkey King and Vegeta fighting. Not far away, under the eaves, Trunks and Pirav were in class. Bulma was also on the sidelines, not knowing what to say to Gak. Hey, is this the so-called Chinese-style meat bun? Weiss was very happy to eat, constantly blowing the steaming meat bun. Hey, I've only been out for a while, and you're hungry and thirsty to come to the earth to eat, said Suitor, pulling out his cigarette case, picking up a cigarette, and walking over to Vs's side. It's back, Suitor, said Ves with a smile and continued to eat. I'm not dead. Bados also nibbled on the bun, squinting at Suitor who had returned intact, and was surprised for a moment. The sound of surprise was chewing, but Suitor didn't hear it clearly. "Ves, let me ask you something." Suitor didn't care, and walked over to Ves. "Basically, are all your angels' missions dangerous?" "Missions?" Ves put a new meat bun in his mouth and asked rhetorically for some reason. "The whole universe is not in any danger to us angels." "Oh." Hearing this, Sut's somewhat apprehensive heart instantly settled down again. It's all to blame for the great priest's nonsense. How could an angel he couldn't defeat be in danger? "Hey, Suitor, what are you doing here?" Bados squinted at Suitor, then at the chef who was still kneading the dough, and suddenly said, "There are a lot of noodles. Here, you come and show your hand, I want to eat noodles." "Hey, are you going to cook for Suitor?" Bulma, who heard this, also smiled. "Get me one more, I haven't eaten what you made for a long time. Is it delicious?" Tais also leaned over and looked at Suitor in surprise. "Hey, aren't you the chef here? He's resigned." Bulma shook her head at Tais, and explained with a sigh on her face. "Hey! Ajong, come to me, you can rest. These gods, scions, and capitalists will only laugh at ordinary people." "Thank you, Suitor." "Chef." Zhang smiled sheepishly, took a few steps back with trembling hands, and walked away. "Hey, you two, let's rest first." Seeing Suitor's move, Weiss hurriedly shouted at Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the air. In addition to being delicious, Suitor's food also has a miraculous effect that can restore one's physical strength. Although it is very rare and the recovery is very slow, the effect is really good. Oh, Sun Wukong was the first to fall from the air, and grinned to the side of the long table. "Hey! Suitor, when did you come?" Vegeta walked over slowly with his arms folded, and asked in surprise, "How did you become Suitor, what you are eating? I see that you capitalists are oppressing ordinary people, and your conscience can't get by." Suitor snorted in disgust and quickly got busy. Seeing bowls of ramen, they were served to the long table at a super speed, and the few people around the room also chatted. Gak is still talking about Bulma's so-called research. What kind of time machine is Balabala, a parallel world? Bulma keeps replying, saying that he doesn't care about the flashing hit, and runs over to her, such an ordinary person. Sun Wukong is still obsessed with the next martial arts conference that Chuan Wang will hold, and constantly asks Weiss various cosmic questions. Coupled with Vegeta's questions from time to time, Bados echoed and explained. Suitor was busy making a table of delicacies, they were eating with relish and chatting enthusiastically. "Hey, that's my dumplings, Lord Bados, how can you steal them?" Chapter 51. Seeing Bados take the opportunity to sweep away a large plate of dumplings without saying a word, Vegeta almost didn't say anything insulting. "What are your dumplings? I don't have your name on them." Bados asked, licking his lips, toward Suitor. "Isn't it, Suitor, bring me another dumpling." "Hey, you're a cat, why don't you eat fish?" Suitor handed out several plates of fried dumplings one after another. Vegeta also silently closed her mouth, this time not chatting. He didn't listen to what Sun Wukong and Weiss said about the 18 universes, or 12 universes, eat quickly. Then I'll go back. Gak saw that Bulma ignored him at all, and walked towards his ship in a frustrated manner. "Hey, when I'm done, send me back." Tai snapped back and continued to eat on her own. At this time, a strange machine suddenly appeared in the middle of the courtyard. As the machine slowly descended, everyone present also heard the sound, and looked sideways curiously. The oval-shaped machine was a bit tattered, and it had the logo of Magnum Capsule on it. That's the fried dumplings that had just been picked up on Bulma's chopsticks fell on the plate again. "It seems that I have seen it somewhere." Sun Wukong's cheeks bulged and he said inarticulately. Suitor flicked his cigarette, and as the ash fell, he looked back. It's Trunks' time machine in the future, and it seems that Zama's is about to appear soon. I'll see. Trunks, who was in class not far away, flew up curiously and looked at the situation inside the time machine cabin. There's a guy in there, who seems to be injured. Trunks, is it a teenager with the same hair color as you? Bulma, led by Vegeta, also quickly came to the bottom of the time machine. Trunks, who was lying on the shield, nodded, and said, "Hey, it seems to be Vegeta, Goku, which of you has fairy beans on you?" As soon as Bulma heard Trunks' answer, and there was no movement in the time machine, she shouted at the two of them anxiously. "Hey!" Beerus and Vis leaned over curiously, looking at Bulma and then at the time machine. "I didn't bring it, I'll go to the cat fairy to get it." The sluggish Sun Wukong scratched his cheek and used teleportation to leave. "Vegeta, come and help me." Seeing Vegeta still holding his arms in place, Bulma anxiously gave an order. Sitting on the wall, Ves, Suth, and Beerus watched as the time machine was opened by Bulma's tinkering. Vegeta also listened to her command, pulled the people inside out, and placed them in the gazebo. "What the hell is going on? How can you be so badly injured?" Bulma looked at Date, who was struggling to breathe, and her eyes were full of worry. "Hey, boy, don't you think that person looks like you?" Xiao Wu, who was squatting in the corner outside the pavilion, said to Trunks, who was watching the excitement beside him. Trunks looked stunned, looked at Date, who was lying down, and reached out to touch his cheek. He looked at Ashu Dog and Pirav and asked, "Is it really similar?" Shiu Dog and Pirav nodded desperately. "Is it an illegitimate child?" Brush. Just when the four little ones were discussing the shock, Sun Wukong had already returned with the fairy beans and threw them to Vegeta. Watching Vegeta feed the fairy beans to Date, and then watching Date recover and open his eyes, Bulma said with surprise and concern, "Trunks, are you all right?" Trunks sat up blankly. He couldn't react for a moment. But after he saw Sun Wukong standing not far away, he instantly gritted his teeth angrily and jumped up from the recliner and rushed over. "Bastard! You damn it!" Bang! Clenched Date's fist, and Sun Wukong asked with a blank face, "Trunks, what are you doing here?" "Wu! Mr. Wukong!" With this shout, Date looked sideways and looked around, and then saw Bulma with his hands on his hips, and shouted in surprise. "Mom, Mom, you're not dead." "Humph, how could Bulma die?" Vegeta snorted coldly and shouted dissatisfied. "Trunks, what's wrong with you? Is there something going on in the future?" "Dad!" Beerus had already come to Trunks and crouched down beside Trunks in the face of the excitement of the three of them reuniting with their families. "I remember. Your name is Trunks, right?" As Trunks responded, Ves, who instantly understood the situation, complained about this, "I see. This guy is the future him. It's amazing that a human being can build such a machine." Bulma was arrogant at this exaggeration, and she stretched out her hand to herself. "Of course, this is the future me. It's a felony for humans to study such a machine and travel through time without permission." "Humph, I see." Beerus bared his sharp fangs and pointed at Bulma. "Bulma, sure enough, you built this machine, and you actually let your future son come to the past. What do you want to do?" Looking at Beerus's non-joking face, coupled with the purple light on his fingertips, Bulma also panicked. "Hey, listen to the explanation. The time machine was made by me, but it's not the current me, but the future me. Are you looking for death, damn bastard? Do you want to practice?" Suitor grinned, spitting smoke at Beerus. As arrogant as he looked, Beerus, choking on smoke, coughed repeatedly, "Bastard." Looking at the scene in front of him, Trunks and Pirav were very confused. And inside the gazebo, Date also explained some of the future situations. The new enemy is the Monkey King, but not the Monkey King. To be precise, there should be an enemy who is the same as Sun Wukong's outside. He can't be defeated, and he escapes from the future in a grey way. Vegeta clenched his fists and scolded, "Bastard, you are simply disgraced to our science, you actually ran away without a fight?" Sun Wukong was at a loss. "What do you mean that it is me and not me?" "Shut up!" Bulma roared, and the two scions obediently closed their mouths. Chapter 52. Trunks, you go wash up first, I have a way to power the time machine. Bulma waved his hand at the embarrassed Date, methodically arranged. The energy of the time machine happens to be the energy source I have recently studied, and it's not a problem to go back. Black Wukong? My name in the future is really of a standard. Looking at Bulma muttering to himself, Sun Wukong didn't bother with the question of what he was and what he wasn't. He clenched his fists excitedly and said to Vegeta, "Go, I'll be there in a day." "Bulma, can we go?" Vegeta was also a little excited. The other party was someone who looked exactly like Kakarot. "However, you must come back safely." Seeing that Bulma's words meant to agree, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who had just been yelled at, hurriedly beat their chests and promised. "Yes. No problem." T, who had just walked to Sut's side, heard this, turned his head in astonishment to look at the few people in the pavilion, and hurriedly stopped him. "No, Dad, Mr. Wukong, that guy." Before he could finish his words, Suitor had already reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Calm down, the combat power of the two of them is no longer what it used to be." Are you?" looked at Suitor, who had his tail around his waist, and Date asked. Suitor, long time no see, called out Dr. Brive, who was walking his dog, as he walked slowly, and when he saw Suitor. "Old man, what are the bones?" Looking at the cigarette handed by Dr. Brive, Suitor didn't bother to introduce himself to Date. He threw away the cigarette butt and stepped on it, took Brive's cigarette in his hand, and smoked it as he lit it. After a few movements, Dr. Brive smiled and replied, "Yes, it's just the occasional gluttony that wants to eat what you made. There's one over there, there should be a lot more on the long table." As the two talked, Sun Wukong also invited De Special to have a discussion. He wanted De Te to see it, so he didn't have to worry so much. "Ha!" Sun Wukong first shouted and entered the Super 2 form, and De Te's reaction was not slow, and he entered the Super 2 form. "This kid is good, his strength is much stronger than when he was an android." Vegeta, who was holding his arms to the side, finally showed a shallow smile and praised softly. Trunks wanted to cry when he heard this, and the three little Pirafs kept talking about illegitimate children. He wanted to cry even more. His father had never praised him. Sure enough, is the illegitimate child more fragrant? The illegitimate child who is so much older than him. The name is still the same, how much does his parents prefer this illegitimate child? Under the anger of Sun Wukong and De Te, the powerful airflow swept away, almost blowing everyone around them to the ground. Dr. Brive, who was walking the dog, couldn't stand it, and if it weren't for Sutra, he would have drifted away with the wind. Bang bang bang! In the air, two golden streamers are constantly colliding, and from time to time they also bring out dazzling electric light. The Super 2 form of De Te seems to be even better, punch after punch, forcing Super 2 Sun Wukong to be overwhelmed and keep retreating. Yes, but that was 10 years ago. Now let me see the different transformations of your world. He burst into a shout, and the water on the artificial lake next to him was constantly surging and surging. As the light rain turned into the lake fell, Sun Wukong also entered the Super 3 form. Oh! Is this Mr. Goku's new form? Date was taken aback for a moment, as he roared. The chi waves on his body were getting higher and higher, and the lightning that lingered around him was also getting denser and denser. It's strange, this kid's appearance hasn't changed much. Vegeta reached out and grabbed the three little ones' Trunks and Pirav, who were blown away by the air wave, and said in surprise. But his strength is on par with Kakarot of Super 3. Bastard, is this the time to care about this? Bulma looked at the wind and rain of the villa, and the flowers and trees that were staggering, and clenched his fists angrily. You hateful scions, are you trying to destroy my house? Really? Vis was a little surprised, and winked at Suitor in surprise. After that, I'll tell you one thing too. Hee. Suitor is a capable person, he wants to tell Suitor a big secret. For what? The current Suitor is not curious at all, he looks sideways at the battle between Sun Wukong and Da Te. It's almost the end of the battle. Sun Wukong, this guy is a bit of a trick, and he actually entered the realm of the Super Sai God. But also, after all, he didn't know that what Da Te was showing at the moment was his strongest form. Kakarot, you bastard! Vegeta looked at Da Te, who was kicked in the head, and glared at Sun Wukong angrily. It's not that his son isn't distressed, right? There's no serious bastard here. Hee, I'm sorry. Trunks, are you all right? Sensing Vegeta's hateful gaze, Sun Wukong sneered and walked towards Trunks, pulling the man up. No. It's okay, Mr. Goku. Da Te was also a little embarrassed, he disliked his own strength too poorly. That's my best, but it's not the Black Goku's opponent at all. Oh. It seems to be a little difficult to do. Sun Wukong said, and set his eyes on Beerus, who was watching the play. Well, Lord Beerus. You and Ves should come with us, and in case of any accidents, we can help. Before he could finish speaking, Beerus arrogantly refused, and went to Suitor's side with his tail flicked. Get out of the way, I'm not interested in other parallel worlds. He had just heard a conversation between Suitor and Ves, and that guy was going to make a new meal. Hey, why are you so stingy? Sun Wukong frowned and muttered in a low voice. Ho! It's a felony, and I don't agree with it. Ves said without looking back as he took a small bite of the appetizer, indicating that he was not participating. But why don't you kill that ridiculous guy with the god of destruction in that world? Chapter 53. Beerus also took a side dish and ate it slowly, asking his own questions. That world should be considered a parallel world, and since that's the case, then the god of destruction is also Lord Beerus, said Weiss casually, rather gossiping. I think it's dead. Suitor sucked a freshly lit cigarette in his mouth, chopping vegetables as fast as he could. Nonsense, how could I, who destroyed God, die? Beerus shook the chopsticks in his hand and cursed. I didn't say you, I said the king god of the realm. Hearing Suitor's words, the crowd that slowly gathered again was very dazed. What does Beerus's death have to do with the realm king god? What? Beerus turned his head to look at Date, who hadn't yet washed up, and shouted sharply. Hey, future boy, come and tell me, where is the realm king god of your world? I can't see it, Lord Beerus. You care so much about the realm king god, is it because you like him? Sun Wukong gossip looked at Beerus with a face. Lord of the realm? Da Te's face turned painful, and he whispered, he sacrificed himself to stop the appearance of Majin Buu. Why are you so surprised? Bulma looked at Beerus unexpectedly and asked with a suspicious expression, you really told Goku that you like the king of the realm, right? No. Vis smiled and explained to the puzzled crowd. Because, the god of destruction and the god of the king of the realm are matching, and there is a symbiotic relationship. If the god of the king of the realm dies, then the god of destruction of the same universe will also die. Is there still such a relationship? Vegeta was also surprised. As strong as Beerus's symbiotic object, but a group of weak Realm King gods. This pairing is really interesting. The news is more than a sting excited. Dati also continued with a complicated expression, after that, it is not the beginning of peace, but the next more desperate beginning. Black Wukong appeared, and mankind was quickly slaughtered. Hey, the world over there is really miserable. Sun Wukong looked sympathetic, and reached out to pat Dati's shoulder to show comfort. However, why did the one called Black Gaku choose that world? Maybe you know that the Realm King God and the God of Destruction coexist at this point. Suitor smoked a cigarette and took out a few iron plates and placed them on the long table. Looking at the bubbling oil and some raw meat, Bados asked curiously, "What is this?" "Sirloin steak." Suitor replied lightly, and turned to look at Ves. "I think if nothing else, that Black Gaku might be a god who came to the world of Trunks from another world." "Haha." Bados sneered, not believing Suitor's words at all. "This? How is this possible? If that's the case, then it's a big or small thing. But the other gods know about it, too." Vis frowned, but it didn't stop him from picking up his knife and fork and eating Western food. "Hey, Trunks, isn't there a god of destruction in your world?" Bados was in no mood to eat, and quickly asked Date. Dati's answer, naturally, shook his head to indicate that he had never heard of it, and even looked at Bados wittily and asked, "That's... Are you the god of destruction in this world?" Listening to Dati's question, Sun Wukong introduced Vis and Bados very enthusiastically, and even introduced Sud with him. "And this one? He's also a powerful scion, even stronger than Lord Bados. The god of destruction. Really?" Sun Wukong's approval made Dati couldn't help but look at Sud carefully. Looking at the appearance of some ruffians, and the skillful cooking appearance with a cigarette in his mouth, he really can't see that he is more powerful than the god of destruction. At most, the speed of the meal is very fast, and the action is thousands of times faster than ordinary people. "Hey, you can introduce it, what are you comparing me to?" Bados clenched his fists and looked at Sun Wukong with an unhappy expression, and retorted. "Who said I'm weaker than him? I haven't really beaten him. Okay, let's eat yours." Bulma looked at the endless topic, reached out and put his hand on Date's shoulder, and forcibly pushed the person away. "You can't do anything before the time machine energy comes out, so you might as well let Trunks wash up first." Seeing that Date was pushed away, Bados was still scolding. Suitor watched quietly with a cigarette in his mouth, but he was already out of the world with one hand in his pocket. He remembered that Zama's, the king god of the 10th universe, fell in love with Sun Wukong's body. It was entirely because of Bados and Elephant Paw, the great assembly of force. But now, Sun Wukong has been brushed down by itis early, so why is his body still being targeted by Zama's? Should it be him, shouldn't it be him or Vegeta? Vegeta was finally defeated by Hit's hands, so Zama's should be targeted. Could it be that he is not fragrant enough? Not strong enough? Or is the normal development of the plot stronger than the effect caused by his chaotic butterfly? Could it be that it is because of a mistake in the King of the Realm God? For example, in the meeting between the King of the Realm God, the King of the Realm God Xin Duos Y always mentions the matter of Wukong who destroyed the Demon Bu. After all, the King of the Realm God Xin is most afraid of the Demon Bu. As Suitor thought unconsciously, Vis put down his knife and fork, wiped the corner of his mouth and asked, "Suitor, did you have something in mind?" "Well, there is something you might want to ask. You can call the Realm King God Xin over." Suitor extinguished his cigarette butt and said thoughtfully, "Looking for him, what does that idiot know?" Bados had already left the parallel world, and he was eating steak because of the trouble of dying with the King of the world. Seeing the arrival of the King of the Realm God Xin and Jebet, Suitor didn't pull the two of them and asked straight to the point. "Have you two been talking about Wukong and his strength?" This, the king of the realm, Xin, and Jeffet, looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Basically all the realm king gods know about Wukong. What a great thing it is to destroy the demon Boye. Of the 5 realm king gods in the original 7th universe, he was the only one left by the demon Bu. Then let me change the question, among you realm kings and gods, there must be a guy who secretly wants to destroy the human race, right? In order to avoid too many troubles, Sud asked more tactfully. I need to think about it. Chapter 54. The king of the realm god Xin pondered for a long time, then stretched out his hand and pointed at Jebet, and said confidently, "It should be Jebet, right? Has anyone been to Zuno's side lately?" Seeing that everyone turned their eyes on Jebet, Suitor was speechless for a while, and asked patiently with the last bit of patience. "Gotta ask." Although the king of the realm god Xin didn't know why, he still turned back to Jebet and gave him a look. After waiting, everyone finally got the return of Jebet. "How's it going?" Under everyone's words, the realm king god Xin also knew what had happened, and he asked Jeffet nervously. "Someone has been there, and as soon as I arrived, the sage Zuno complained to me with a frightened face, and the person who obviously threatened him had just left. I asked, it was the king god of the 10th universe who had studied with me before. Zamaz. Zamaz." All the people present expressed their unfamiliarity with this name. And Suitor, who was the only one with his hands in his pockets, had no surprise at all. "What else?" Bados asked. Zamaz asked about the Monkey King and a man named Suitor. Jebjet was still wondering who Suitor was. But soon following everyone's gaze, he saw Suitor with black broken hair and his hands in his pockets. With a hint of surprise, he continued. After that, Zamaz also asked the sage Zuno about the existence and role of the Super Dragon Ball. That. Did the threatened Zuno say it? Bulma's eyes widened and he asked. Well, that's it. Sage Zuno knows a lot of things, but his strength is not strong. Jabby nodded. In addition, Zamaz also asked about the body swap. Damn, how can the king gods of other universes know that we have such a thing as Super Dragon Balls here? Vegeta frowned and complained puzzled. It's supposed to be YouTube, similar site, I guess someone recorded the video and posted it without permission. Bados explained with a serious face. So, since he chose between Sun Wukong and me, why did he choose Sun Wukong's body? That's it, why did you choose me? My body was robbed. As a god, can you break the law? This ignorant question, no one paid attention to him. Vis also looked at Suitor, shrugged his shoulders and said, this question, you may have to ask Zamaz yourself. Sure enough, you are a useless waste, right? You actually suspect your squire. Bados also set his eyes on the realm king god Sin, and did not hide his disgust at all. Humph, that's not the point. Vegeta snorted coldly, curling her lips and laughing, the point is, the puzzle is finally solved. Damn Zamaz, he's going to have to teach this guy a good lesson. I don't understand at all, how do you know the answer? Looked confused Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, wanting to get an explanation. To put it simply, Zamaz of the 10th universe stole your body, Mr. Goku, and then came to my world. Day. Te saw that everyone ignored him, so he had to remind him kindly. Then the question arises again, how did he get to other alternate planes? Bados asked, tilting his head with his hands on his hips. With several discussions among the people present, Date continued to summarize Sun Wukong. To put it simply, it's this world, the man named Zamaz. He killed his master, and then used the ring of time that only the king of the realm god can have. After that, he swapped Sun Wukong's body with Super Dragon Ball wishes. And then came to the world where I was. Oh. 3 or 2 simple explanations made Sun Wukong suddenly realize. Humph, why are you staring at Suitor and Kakarot, am I not strong? Vegeta crossed her arms and became more angry the more she listened. Damn, this Zama's is really blind, he didn't choose Suitor or me, but chose the second of 10,000 years, Kakarot. Hey, is this the reason why you're angry? Bulma listened to Vegeta's complaints, and couldn't help but hold his forehead. What is the point of this guy? Why should you care about this? In this case, the Realm King God of the 10th universe is in danger. Realm King God Xin looked at Beerus for help. You can't ignore it, Lord Beerus, if that guy is just dormant in that godless parallel world in the future, waiting for an opportunity to stare at us. Got it, let's go destroy that guy called Zama's. Take me, I want to go too. Sun Wukong stretched out his index finger and pointed at himself. His curious heart was about to move. No, your body has been preempted, the past is too dangerous. Beerus also swept at Sun Wukong with cold eyes, and scolded, you don't have to get involved in the affairs of the gods. Go slowly, don't send it. Suitor waved his hand, he didn't think of getting involved in these things at all. Since Zama's chose Sun Wukong's body, then naturally he has nothing to do. Although, it's a little unhappy that Zama's didn't choose him. But it's good if he doesn't choose, he can respond to people less. By the way, Xin, you don't have to follow us, you take the Ring of Time to a different parallel world to see. Suitor glanced at Beerus, a little surprised that in addition to eating and drinking, the cat patronized and slept, and his mind was still a little. It's not like that elephant paw, who really doesn't have any brains at all. Could it be that when the twins came out, their IQ was all controlled by Beerus's bamboo pole cat? Looking at these gods just leaving, Suitor didn't finish thinking about it. The king descended from the sky with 2 bamboo poles, so frightened that everyone present almost flew out of the sky. All Lord All King. After learning about the king's erasing ability from Vis and Beerus, Vegeta trembled with nervousness. This is even more terrifying than Beerus's first visit to Earth. Beerus came to the Earth, if the Earth was really destroyed, there would always be another person who could survive and go to Namek to ask for Dragon Balls. Nima, the 7th universe no longer exists. Hey, Chuan, why are you here? Sun Wukong, who was still a little depressed, was interested again after seeing the king. He walked towards the king with a grin, and asked familiarly. I couldn't even ask you last time, when will you hold the next martial arts meeting? After feeling the death contemplation of the bamboo pole guard, Sun Wukong also got the smiling face of the king. Hi, I remember your name is Gaku. Chapter 55. But this time, I'm not here to find you. Chuan Wang grinned at Sun Wukong and turned to look at Suitor. Suitor, the delicious food you gave me last time was delicious, in fact, this time, I want to find a few more friends to play. Hearing this, the imposing eyes of the 2 bamboo pole guards shifted to Suit's body again. It seems that Suitor will not agree, and they will do it. Friend, you're going to play with you, said Suitor, blinking, and reaching out to Pirav and the 3 little ones who were curled up in retreat. Play with them, and if you're not happy, you will erase them. He quickly approached Suitor and whispered, Are you crazy? This is my house. It's Bulma's, you soft and hard guy. Suitor shrugged and took a cigarette out of his pocket. Well, I'm afraid too, can't you take him away? Looked at the 3 little Piravs who were shaking like chaff, and Bulma asked with a worried face. Before Suitor could respond, the murderous gaze of the 2 bamboo pole guards met Bulma. Bulma quickly retreated, not daring to speak again. Don't worry, I'll be watching from the sidelines. Suitor said with a reassuring reassurance. Where can he take the whole king to the land of the gods of Beerus to see the prophetic fish fishing in the land of the gods of Beerus? Under the verbal command of Suitor, he has never seen all kinds of fun toys for babies and toddlers under the age of 3 on the earth, plus games of the same age. The whole king, but he had a lot of fun. Before leaving, he did not forget to take all these things with him. Fortunately, compared with life and being erased, Bulma waved his hand very coolly, and also sent other baby products. I felt that all these technologies and ruthless work on the earth were hollowed out at one time. Sending away this terrifying Eraser King, everyone finally spent a peaceful night. The next day, noon. Xiao Wu also brought good news to Da Ti, who had just come out of the gravity room, saying that the energy source of the time machine was ready. Bados, who returned, also told everyone present that Zama's plan to kill the teacher had been snuffed out in the cradle. Even Zama's himself was completely destroyed by his move. So, let's go to Trunks' world next. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and looked at Vegeta excitedly. Vegeta looked indifferent, and looked at Date with his hands and arms. Trunks, let's go. With Date's response, Sun Wukong looked at Sud, who was holding a cigarette pestle by the window again, and asked, Sud, are you going? Of course, don't go. Sud squinted at Sun Wukong, and suddenly said again, by the way, I will give you a piece of advice. Don't be sluggish, be careful until you end up giving the other party level experience. What do you mean? Asked Vegeta with a puzzled expression. Literally, said Suitor, looking at Ves, who was standing beside Beerus, with his arms folded. By the way, what did you want to tell me yesterday, and when will Bados come back? It's been a few days, these days, it's really cold to sleep alone at night. Oh, yes, I almost forgot if you didn't ask. Hearing Suitor's question, Vis immediately walked up to his side, and said in a low voice, Sister, I was sent by my father to the king god of the time realm. Hey? Hearing this, Suitor was surprised. This surprise is not Bardos's mission, but the king of time. I thought this was a super orthodox Dragon Ball. There's no reason why there will be characters in Dragon Ball Heroes. I didn't expect it. But that's not what Suitor was concerned about, and he asked Vis again, so, when will Bardos come back? I can't come back. The Grand Priest threatens your life so that my sister will never come back. My life? Suitor was stunned. The last time I met the Great Priest, this guy didn't show any hostility or dissatisfaction with him at all. He is worthy of being an old monster who has lived for billions of years, and his scheming has really not leaked at all, it is really deep enough. Thinking about it, Suitor's heart burst with rising anger. Damn the Great Priest. He didn't say anything, just took out the cigarette butt and felt out what the king had given him. Just as he was about to press it, the quick-eyed Weiss immediately stopped Suitor. You want to go to the Grand Priest? Suitor responded. Shall we question the High Priest, or will we ask him to bring my sister back? Or do you really want to be killed? Faced with these successive questions, Suitor replied unexpectedly, I and the whole king can be regarded as friends. Weiss disagreed, in some things, even the whole king may not be useful. As soon as these words came out, Suitor understood. The supreme ruler of the angelic clan is the father of the angels, the Great Priest. The whole king may not be able to interfere with the arrangement of the Great Priest in this regard. Suitor tightened his fists on both sides. This is the first time he wants to speak with his fist since he came to the Dragon Ball Super World. It's a pity that this fist is useless in the face of the Great Priest. Then how can I go to the King God of the Time Realm? The mountain doesn't come to see me. I'll go to see the mountain myself. I can't go, unless the King God of the Time Realm comes here. Weiss shook his head slightly, indicating that he couldn't do anything. It's not that he can't open the door of time and space, but if he opens it privately, the High Priest will punish him heavily. Telling Suti this news is already against the will of the High Priest. Hey, it's not for the sake of this guy's cooking, for the sake of deliciousness. No, it's because I don't want my sister to suffer silently alone, but Suitor doesn't do anything and is kept in the dark. Oh, what a good brother he is. In the silence of Ves, Suitor had already reached the door of the room. Looking at his distant back, Ves hurriedly asked, "Suitor, where do you want to go?" "Lunch is coming, I'll get you something to eat." But Weiss knew that he was afraid that Suitor's mood at the moment was not as calm as it seemed. Ho ho! What the hell is this guy going to do? After missing the two big appetites of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Suitor only made a few servings of food. It doesn't matter if the group is well fed or not, Suitor copes with it anyway. After lunch, he asked Weiss with a normal face, got him a different dimension with a different mirror flow speed and time, and ran in to cultivate. The speed of time in the dimension is tens of thousands of times faster than that of the outside. I've been inside for a whole year, and it's only been half a day outside. When Suitor came out again, his clothes were already in tatters, and it was not an exaggeration to say that there was only a pair of pants left. Chapter 56. The location is still Bulma's house, and Ves and Beerus have serious faces, and there is a World King God who is also thinking with a bitter face standing opposite. Laborious. Ves, clean up for me and get me a new set of clothes. Mr. Suitor, what are you doing here? The clothes are torn. Hear Suitor's voice, the king of the realm. Xin looked over, and at this glance, he saw the rags on Suitor's body. I can't see the original clothes at all. Moved your muscles a little. Suitor didn't care too much, and under Weiss's operation, he patted the new clothes on his body with satisfaction. But in a few seconds, the satisfaction on his face turned to a look of loss. Originally, these things didn't need him to speak, Bados could do them beautifully for him. Now, I'm going to ask someone to do something. By the way, what are you doing with a heavy face? Suitor beckoned the robot maid and brought himself a beer. It's been a long time since I've drunk this stuff. Humph, isn't that Zama's? Beerus looked irritated as he poured beer full of large wooden crumpets into his mouth. Grunt. Gollum. Whew. Still not cool enough. Most of it was poured down, but Beerus still didn't feel happy. Zama's. Suitor looked at Ves's body and asked. That's right, didn't Lord Beerus let me go to other parallel worlds before? Without waiting for Ves to speak, the king of the realm. Xin was in line with the idea of one more person and one more idea, and explained the matter simply and quickly. In many parallel worlds, in addition to Zama's who stole Goku's body, I also saw that he also had a powerful partner by his side. After Xin's words were finished, he had already folded his arms and said, Partner? You mean another Zama's? Hey! Throwing the bottomed plastic bucket aside, Beerus, who had taken a new one, looked at Suitor in surprise. How do you know? What's the other one? Bulma, who was walking not far away, couldn't help but raise her voice when she heard this. Why did you run out again, another one? Isn't that simple? You're a scientist. Suitor took the second beer from the robot maid and sat down on the chaise longue to the side. Bulma's brow furrowed, and she quickly sorted out the logic behind this. You mean to say that Black Goku is in another parallel world, and he ran to the world of Trunks? Zama's. A partner who thinks almost the same way will indeed be strong. Weiss echoed with a serious expression. But why would these two people who aren't the same person cooperate? In the face of this new problem, Beerus and the god of the world. Xin couldn't help but fall into thinking again. It should be for the same kind of interests. Suitor poured another glass and said nonchalantly, like. What a human zero plan. This could be big. Beerus thought of Zama's crooked nonsense when he destroyed Zama's before. Hey, can you still talk here? Bulma's expression changed and she shouted. Goku and Vegeta, and Trunks, aren't they dangerous now? They've already gone to the world of Trunks. I warned them before, don't go to give people experience levels in vain. Suitor didn't care, and said a word of relief to Bulma. That guy Goku may not understand, but Vegeta should be interested. What do you mean? King of the Realm God. Xin said that he was confused and did not understand the meaning of Suitor's words. Black Goku shouldn't be strong, if Vegeta doesn't wave. He can completely handle it. Suitor looked at the beer that had been bubbling in his hand and continued, but if he waves, then it may be really miserable. After all, the Black Goku with Goku's body will get stronger and stronger. There is such a bug in the Scion's constitution. When Beerus also brought out the question mark above his head, Suitor's words woke them up. Every time you come back from the brink of death, you can become stronger. If you say so, then the Black Goku Lazamaza's entry into the gang may be the reason. King of the Realm God. Xin still understands this in seconds. The people who serve the king gods of the realm are just like Jebet, they all have healing powers. Vis nodded. It seems that Black Wukong is constantly shuttling through parallel worlds, and that's the reason. Tisk. Then pray that Vegeta guy has a little brain, don't wave it, and get rid of that guy Black Goku as soon as possible. I hope so. Bulma pursed her lips, a strong feeling of bad luck in her heart. Vegeta, this guy versus Goku, that's the one who dreams of surpassing. If this is, meet the Black Goku with Goku's body. In fact, Bulma's concern was correct. It didn't take long. The time machine is back, with the embarrassed Monkey King and the seriously injured Vegeta. It's... Are you all right? Bulma almost cried as she watched the two of them get out of the time machine. Xiao Wu, who was in love with Dati, was also anxious. What about Brother Trunks? That one. Brother Trunks, didn't you come back together? Trunks on the side, seeing this scene, almost tore the white handkerchief in his hand. He's here, he's not always there, why does his favorite little dance look at his future self? Now he's not good, isn't it? After eating the fairy beans, Vegeta set her eyes on Suitor, who was smoking a cigarette. I told you not to wave, don't wave, but did you brush up on your experience in vain? Suitor looked indifferent, and even had a somewhat mocking tone. Vegeta instantly shut herself up and didn't want to speak. What the hell happened? Beerus sat on the couch and looked at the two with a gloomy expression. I'm sorry. We left Trunks behind and came back alone. Sun Wukong looked apologetic and explained briefly to Bulma. But at that time, there was only one way to do it. I've already figured it out, I'll rush back right away. In the face of Sun Wukong's explanation, Bulma gritted her teeth and didn't know who to blame. Damn. If you make a time machine to go back and forth, it will take at least a day. Hey! You know that, and let Trunks stay? Vegeta was also full of anger and began to vent at Sun Wukong. No, as long as we set the time and go back to the time we just came back. Goku suddenly stopped being a dog and said extremely witty words. Chapter 57. No way. Bulma sighed helplessly. The time machine moves between parallel worlds, and it can't lock the speed of time, and when you go tomorrow, it will be a day from the world on Trunks' side. What? Not to mention Vegeta now, even Goku's face is crawling with astonishment and regret. Tisk. It's rare for you to be witty, but this is the result. Suitor stood on the sidelines, smoking a cigarette in his pocket to show his sympathy. All right, now is not the time to talk about this, tell me what happened. Beerus didn't bother to watch these people arguing, and shouted, speak quickly. That's right, when we went to the world of Trunks. With Sun Wukong's opening, plus Vegeta's addition from time to time, everyone present also knew the specific situation. In the beginning, Vegeta is hanging and beating Black Goku. You can even quickly get rid of Black Goku. But I don't know what's going on, another Zama's ran out and saved the dying Black Goku. Originally, the Black Wukong, who was still transformed from the super competition learned by Datina, turned into a pink form in a blink of an eye. Black Goku said that it was Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, and it was simply called Super Saiyan Rose. Vegeta didn't want to admit defeat like this, plus Zamas, who rainbaited Black Gaku at every turn, was really annoying. So, Sun Wukong decided to destroy the other Zamas who appeared later. As a result, I thought it perfectly, but in reality I was beaten very embarrassed. The Super Blue Vegeta is defeated by the Rose Red and Black Gaku, and the Monkey King can't kill Zamas, who has an immortal body. The situation fell to one side, and finally under the attraction of Xiaowu and the delay of Trunks. The two of them came back in a grey time machine. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists angrily, "It's so hateful. Didn't you say that the Black Gaku was Zamas? As a result, why did another Zamas come out?" Faced with this problem, the king of the realm who has long sorted out the logic, Sim gave a detailed explanation. Black Wukong came from a parallel world similar to this era, and he was not discovered by everyone and successfully killed the teacher. After that, he snatched the Portala earrings of the 10th Universe King God, plus the Ring of Time. Immediately, he found the Super Dragon Ball, made a wish to get the body of the Sun Gaku, and became the Black Gaku. Later, with the Ring of Time, Black Gaku can travel through any parallel world. He came to the future world where Date was located and killed all the 11 realm kings and gods of the universe. The king god of the 7th universe, Xin, who happened to die in battle. The most tragic thing is that at that time, the king god of the 10th universe, God Gervas, was killed twice by Black Wukong. As soon as the king god of the realm died, the gods of destruction of the major universes also hung up, and the angels also fell asleep. In the world of Date, there may only be the great priest and the whole king left. As for why these last two gods don't care, no one knows, maybe they don't know at all. In the end, Black Gaku and this Zamas in the future have a cooperation between the two sides. Under the talk of the Human Zero plan, this Zamas in the future also made a wish for an immortal body from Super Dragon Ball. That's why, there will be two Zamas. With the king of the realm gods. Under Xion's detailed explanation, Bulma also looked at Vegeta with a serious face and said, "The next trip may be the last round trip, and there may be no way to go to the future after that." "What do you mean?" Vegeta looked sideways at Bulma, an uncertain emotion welling up in her mind. "Because, the connection between our two worlds is getting weaker and weaker." In the shock of everyone, Bulma continued to say seriously, "So, you are in the day when the new energy is ready. Come up with an absolutely perfect and foolproof solution." Xion's body, Zamas is the king god of the realm, so let's take Xion with us too. Fool, our potential has long been unlimited, and the card is on the verge of death, and we can't improve our strength much. Vegeta clasped her arms in her hands, her forehead covered with bruises. He is now very worried about the future of Trunks, and the people he cares about will be in the future. They're almost dead. Can't you solve the problem with Xion? Sun Wukong frowned, and after thinking hard, he once again proposed a solution. "So, Grandpa Turtle's Demon Seal Wave. If you can't defeat them, or if you are still immortal, use the Demon Seal Wave to seal them." "Vegeta, what about you, do you have any ideas?" In the face of Sun Wukong's question, Vegeta only gave a sentence about my. Then, he got up and flew out of the villa, heading towards the temple of the heavenly god. Sun Wukong touched his head speechlessly, and hurriedly teleported to Turtle Immortal Island to find the Turtle Immortal to learn from the demon Fengbo. "Then I'll take my leave. King of the Realm God." Xion also stood up at this time and said goodbye to everyone. "I made an appointment with Master Kvas, and I have to go to the 10th universe." "Oh. The disciple you brought out will indeed be sad if you become like this, so you enlighten him well." Vis nodded, and said this meaningfully. "Suitor, I'm a little hungry, go make something delicious for me." Beerus didn't care about any of this, and slapped the table and shouted. "Anyway, I've destroyed the Zamas of Universe 10, and I don't care about the rest." Suitor ignored him at all, and said to Weiss, open the mirror space again and let me in. Why have you suddenly become more diligent? Weiss asked with a smile and teased. Goku and Vegeta are leaving, let me know. As Suitor finished speaking, he entered the mirror dimension without looking back, and Beerus clenched his fists angrily and scolded. Didn't he just hear what I said, this bastard? He's just ignored me, the god of destruction, and I'm going to destroy him. Vis looked at Beerus meaningfully and asked with a smile, Ho! Lord Beerus, how about sending you in too? Humph, that dog, tell your chef to cook something for me. Looking at Ashur's dog cowering in the corner, Beerus turned his unkind gaze at him as he spoke. It's B. Xiugo was frightened and ran out of the room quickly. The time of the day passed again quickly. Vegeta returned from the spirit time room, Sun Wukong also learned the demon seal wave, and Suitor was also called out of the mirror space. Suitor, are you going to go with us to the future? Seeing that Sud was also squeezing into the time machine, Sun Wukong asked curiously. Go and see, I suddenly want to ask that Black Wukong, why did you choose your body instead of me? Chapter 58. Suitor responded indifferently, and picked an opponent for himself by the way, that immortal Zama's, I'll be his opponent. What about me? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, he originally planned to seal Zama's first. Didn't you learn this magic wave in vain? If you want to go first, then you can go first. Suitor shrugged unconcernedly. Anyway, he knew that Sun Wukong's demon seal wave would not succeed. Future. The world in which Trunks is located. Because of the king of the world. Xin and the 10th universe king God Jervis arrived early, and Da Te and Xiaowu both managed to survive. Faced with Gervis, who wanted to persuade Black Wukong to get lost, he also died in the hands of Black Wukong for the third time. Fortunately, Da Te has been the king god of the realm for a while. Xion's disciple successfully pulled the dead Jervis back from the Ghost Gate. It was also when these four people were chased by Black Wukong and Zama's and were about to be killed. Monkey King and Vegeta, plus Suitor came on a time machine. Oh! You're here! Seeing Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Black Goku hooked his lips and smiled, throwing away the game-like date in his hand. Tisk! Damn the guys! Vegeta saw Da Te's embarrassed appearance and spat out Black Goku's cruelty. There's another one I don't know. Zama's said, aiming at the fallen realm god. Xin shot out the air bomb in his hand, is it a newly hired helper? Suitor. I didn't expect you to come, but even if you came, it would be useless, and the final result would still be cleared by us. Black Wukong was confident and said with great certainty. Brush. The next moment, Sun Wukong used his behavior to express what it means to slap his face. He teleported the king of the realm. Xin rescued him and brought him to Xiaowu, who was pulling Kviz on a tricycle. Humph, then my opponent is still you. Vegeta also ignored Zama's and kept her eyes on Black Goku. Wait. Suitor stepped forward, signaled Vegeta not to be in such a hurry, and asked Black Goku. Let me ask you a question first, Black Goku, since you know me, why don't you choose my body? You're so bored. Hearing this, Vegeta's speechless mouth twitched slightly. Suitor ignored Vegeta and continued, in terms of strength, I should be the strongest scion, right? It's not that I don't want your body. Black Wukong seemed to have thought of something, and it took a long time before such a sentence came out. At that time, I also made a wish with the Divine Dragon to swap bodies with you. But it seems that because you don't exist in other parallel worlds, this wish can't be realized. I see. Suitor bowed slightly, took a few steps back, and handed over the rest to Vegeta. Listening to what Black Wukong meant, is it because there is no existence in other parallel worlds, so his wish cannot be realized? Suitor thinks it's not. It should be because he doesn't belong to this two-dimensional Dragon Ball world, so there won't be a second him in other parallel worlds. And what the dragon of the gods can't do to his body should be his sole reason. After all, the dragon of the gods also made his wish, immortal and immortal, successful. So, his soul is unique to this Dragon Ball world. So, if you think about it in the long run, is the erasure of the whole king useless for him? But it can only be guessed, not tried. What if you try it, it becomes dead? Look, Daddy has the upper hand. Trunks exclaimed in surprise as he watched the battle begin. What kind of form is that red hair? These few who have eaten fairy beans have become lively again, and they are full of enthusiasm when they ask. The god of super science, it's the previous form of super blue. It consumes less than super blue, and it is more balanced in all aspects. With Sun Wukong's explanation, Suit's thoughts also came back and asked casually. Aren't you going to seal that guy yet? If you don't hurry, maybe Black Goku will join forces with Zama's. Oh. Right. Sun Wukong slapped his head, returned the capsule of the time machine to Dati, and then found another capsule. Watching the earthen pot appear, smelling the special smell that made people dizzy, Sun Wukong explained embarrassedly. Grandpa Turtle's family brought it, and it was all pretended to be dried plums before. The 4 people present quickly retreated, and even Suitor couldn't help but move a few steps to the side. Hurry up, take a little farther by the way. Good. Holding the jar, Sun Wukong found Zama's, who was planning to join forces with Black Wukong. Zama's, your opponent is me, and the glorious warrior duel must be one-on-one, this is a matter of principle. Hey! In the face of the immortal me, can you do anything with me? Zama's looked disdainful, and walked towards Sun Wukong, ha! Sun Wukong was very indifferent, and entered the super blue form with a light shout, and said with confidence. No matter how you don't die, if you run into my trick, you will finish it. Look at my Demon Seal Wave. This move was struck, and Zama's didn't even have room to react, and was directly sucked into the jar. With the help of Dati, the mouth of the jar was quickly closed, but at the last sticking link, there was an accident. Suitor raised his eyebrows and sneered, sure enough. Hotel discount coupons can't suppress Zama's. It's over. Messed up. Seeing Zama's coming out of the jar and sitting on the ground with a palpitating face, Sun Wukong only felt extremely embarrassed. Could it be that I'm not suitable for these moves? Just when Sun Wukong found an excuse and wanted to transform, Suitor flashed in front of him, glanced at Goku with disgust, and said. If you're careless, just say it directly, Demon Fengbo has consumed a lot of your physical strength, this guy should be here. All right. Then be careful, this guy will have a strange immobilization. Sun Wukong was helpless, retreated to Dati's side, and quickly reminded Suti. Freeze. Suitor didn't really care, and looked coldly at Zama's on the other side. Humph, what if it's a different person? I'm immortal, and no attack will hurt me. Before Zama's could finish speaking, Suitor had already flashed behind him, kicking out with a swift kick. Bang! Looked at Zama's, who was sliding all the way on the ground with his face on the ground, and Suitor also hooked his lips and smiled, saying amazing words. I know, I'm also immortal, so I came to you on purpose to try to kill you if I can't beat you. What? Under the shock of Sun Wukong and several people, Suitor started a new round of attacks on Zama's, who had just struggled to stand up. Bang bang bang! Chapter 59. It was so fast that he could only see the afterimages punches and kicks, and Zama's didn't even have room to react, so he could only bear the one-sided abuse. Yes. Even if you don't die, the pain is still there, right? Suitor laughed and knocked Zama's out of the air with a single punch. Zama's, whose skin was swollen and was beaten into a pig's head, struggled to get up again. As he breathed, the wound on his face from Suitor's blow healed instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye. You damn thing! Are you angry then? Suitor stepped on his feet and rushed towards Zama's again. Damn! He cursed, but Zama's behavior was cowardly, and he fled directly towards Black Wukong. Brush! Flashed in front of Zama's, Sud raised his hand and clenched his fist, and unceremoniously struck him in the face again. In my hands, you can't escape. Air! Vegeta, who had the upper hand and also pressed Black Goku, seemed to hear Suitor's words, and followed the mockery of Black Goku. That's it, you're also a person with no eyesight, Lao Tzu is much stronger than Kakarot, and it's not good to choose your body. Below, Suitor had quickly caught up with Zama's, who was flying out upside down, and mocked. If Vegeta kills Black Goku, you won't be able to come up with any moths. After all, your strength is too rubbish. By killing the gods of the realm who are garbage of strength, let the gods of destruction die together, and make the angels silent. This Zama's and Black Goku are also destined to fail to achieve the Human Zero plan. Zama's, who was struck by the pain and relied on his immortal body, was completely on the verge of torture in Suitor. Boom! Black Wukong at this time, he was also hit to the ground by Vegeta's Qigong wave. Bastard, you said. Isn't the plan perfect? Zama's was defeated by Suitor, and could only rush to the other side with an impotent roar of rage, pulling Black Goku's collar. Why are you so angry? Calm down. The embarrassed Black Goku smiled hard and shook Zama's arm. Ah, is this an inside bar? Vegeta landed beside Suitor and raised his hand to the two of them. Next, I'll send you to death. Suitor didn't say much. Vegeta is really a rare limelight. Seeing this scene, Black Wukong smiled, without the slightest hint of fear. He looked at Zama's, who looked frightened, and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't we still have the means to use it?" Hearing this, Zama's didn't panic, hooked his lips and smiled, "You're right." Just when everyone was puzzled, Sun Wukong saw Black Wukong take off the earrings that were originally on his left ear. Not good. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's face changed greatly, and he instantly entered the Super Blue Realm. The energy was condensed by him on his hands, and the surging blue light burst out towards Black Goku and Zama's. Turtle. Send. Gong. Ha. A deafening explosion rang out, and billowing smoke spread in all directions. What's wrong? Vegeta was a little confused, and looked sideways at the panting Monkey King. This move was almost a full blow from Kakarot. They used the Portala earrings. Suitor explained, looking at the overflowing smoke and dust. It's a pity, it's a step too late. This guy actually knows what Portala does? The king of the realm. Xin also had a constipated look on his face. It's all my fault, Kva sighed helplessly. Indicating that he didn't know people clearly, and his face was full of self-blame. This disciple who has taught with dedication and dedication is like this. What? Dati's head had a big question mark, and some didn't understand what these people were talking about. In fact, there was no need for anyone present to explain, because as the smoke cleared, he also saw the final result. Zama's and Black Goku were gone, and a white-haired, green-skinned man wearing the costume of the 10th Cosmic King God stood in place. His body still exudes a silver-white aura of light, and there is a huge divine ring behind him. The combination of the two, the combination of Zama's. That guy. The two of them are combined. Vegeta and Date, father and son, were shocked at the same time when they saw this scene. Are you still going to do it? Sud's expression was very flat, and he looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta and asked. If I don't make a move, then I'll go up and practice. The combined Zama's is very strong, and even beats the existence of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but he is not his opponent. Humph, even if it's combined, that's my opponent. Vegeta didn't intend to give in, and he wasn't afraid of the strength of the combined Zama's. Oh, then you go first. Suitor shrugged and took a polite step back. Vegeta let out a loud shout, re-entering the super blue realm, and rushed towards the combined Zamas. Ha ha ha! Do you think I'm still the Zamas I used to let you fight? Zamas sneered, and then disappeared abruptly. Bang! Punched Vegeta in the abdomen with a quick blow, causing his eyes to widen and he vomited a large mouthful of sour water. It's so fast! Vegeta exhaled in pain, and was instantly beaten back to normal. Wukong, what about you? Seeing this scene, Sud was not surprised, turned to look at Sun Wukong and asked. I want to give it a try. As a race that loves to fight, how can Scions give up so easily in the face of battle? Thereupon, the Monkey King of the Super God of Racing just flew out, and was also punched by the combined Zamas to return to normal, and embarked on Vegeta's old path. How is this possible? Dati's eyes widened, and his face was full of horror. How can it be so strong? Isn't it just a fit? Hey, you guys use the Batara earrings too. Maybe you can beat Zamas. When Kvas saw Sun Wukong and Vegeta who fell to the ground, he roared urgently. He naturally didn't know Suitor's strength. After all, the two of them have never seen each other. What are you kidding? Vegeta snorted coldly, arrogantly refusing. I said I wouldn't be with Kakarot again. So what to do? Let Suitor make a move? Sun Wukong rubbed his painful abdomen and asked with a depressed face. Do you give up the enemy and let them out, or do you choose to merge with each other? Suitor, go on. If you can't beat it, you can merge with Kakarot. Vegeta gritted her teeth, struggled to her feet, and coldly left out such a sentence. How can this be? Sun Wukong pouted, his brows furrowed enough to kill a fly. Suitor, who is stronger than Lord Beerus, where would he need to merge with him? I'm so sure, I'd like to meet Veget. Chapter 60. Suitor shook his head slightly, and with a single step of his foot, he rushed towards the combined Zamas. Bang! Bang bang. Standing in Kvas, not far from Vegeta, it was incredulous to hear Vegeta's refusal. It's such a strange person that someone would refuse to use a body. Well, it's good to get used to it. He and Goku are both such characters. The king of the realm. Xin had a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead, and said this helplessly. Suitor, so strong. Dati, who had been watching the battle, suddenly said such a sentence, which attracted the attention of several people who spoke. Just Suti, who was under the super god of competition, every punch he struck, every kick he kicked, with a fierce hurricane, wiped the air around him. It's too fast. You can't see it at all. Seeing the earth shake abruptly and a huge crater appear, Date exclaimed again. Xiaowu also nodded with a shocked expression. All she could see was the thick smoke rising up and the splash of rubble. Who is this man? It's so powerful. Seeing the two streamers of red and pink constantly colliding, Kvas asked in horror. King of the Realm God. Xin swallowed his saliva. I don't know the specifics, but he's a scion. It's also a scion. Looking at the dusty and embarrassed Monkey King and Vegeta, plus Dati, the corners of Kvas's eyes twitched. These scions are really terrifying, each one is stronger than the other. It's terrifying. Under the boom, boom earthquake, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Looking at the fit Zamas, who struggled to get up and was embarrassed, he once again turned his clothes into a new look. Suitor, who was in the air, sneered and said, I may have just told the immortal Zamas before, but you don't know if you're combined. As he spoke, he didn't even look at Zamas, who was swooping up, and swung a punch directly into the lower abdomen of Zamas. Damn the guys! Zamas screamed in pain, gritted his teeth and kept turning his head in the air. After stabilizing his figure, he rushed towards Suti again without giving up, and roared, I'm going to kill you. I wish you could do it. Suitor said coldly, dodging quickly in the face of the waving fist. In the end, he raised his palm to block the 2 punches of the combined zamas, and swept the man out with a sweep of his feet. Bang! Combined zamas is completely in a situation of suppression. When he got up from the hole in the earth again and wanted to launch a long-range Qigong wave attack against Suitor in mid-air, the combined zamas found that there was still Suitor's figure in the air. Are you looking for me? Suitor flashed behind him, and a bullet pierced through Zamas's chest. After feeling the sharp pain, Zamas healed the wound in his chest. Immediately after that, he burst into a loud cheer and raised the arrogance around him. The powerful energy drove the surrounding air, and the hurricane appeared and roared continuously. Majestic power erupted from his body, condensed into a series of air bombs, attacking indiscriminately towards the surrounding aimless. Suitor had already retreated with the hurricane and flew into the air. Looking at the furious combined zamas, he said with disgust, "Tisk. After the merger, this pressure resistance has not become double at all." They, 2 of them, were far away from each other, blowing flying sand in the sky. With a howling hurricane, the earth trembled. "Let's step back." Sun Wukong turned back to Da Ti, and they persuaded them to hurry up and retreat, so as not to be unable to withstand this round of baptism. "Okay," Da Ji nodded, picked up Xiao Wu and quickly retreated. After pulling away from each other, Zamas, the merger, also subsided some of his anger and brought his sanity back. He raised one hand high, and a large piece of thunderbolt steel, known as the hardest metal in the universe, appeared in the air above his palm. Brush, brush, brush. As his arm continued to wave, pieces of thunderbolt steel were thrown towards Suitor. "That's all this?" Suitor raised his eyebrows disdainfully, and quickly dodged among the many thunderbolts. It didn't take long for him to flash in front of the combined zamas again, and he slammed the person to the ground with a single punch. Seeing the combined zamas being rubbed again, Kvas's face gradually showed a look of joy. "It's almost there. After just an hour, Zamas's portala will lose its effect, causing the 2 to separate." "What?" Vegeta was stunned when she heard this, and turned her head to look at the Realm King God. Xin asked. "Didn't you say that if you use the Batara earrings, once they are fit, they won't be separated again? Don't you know? The only thing that can never be separated is the Realm King God." Kvas looked suspiciously at the Realm King God, who also looked confused. Sin, looking at Vegeta again. "For people who are not the king gods of the realm, the time to use it is only 1 hour at most." "At the king of the realm?" Xin seemed to have thought of something and said embarrassedly. "In that case, when I first fought against Majin Bu, it was actually because of the time." "Not at all, because in Majin Bu's body." No one answered his words, because at this moment there was a scream of zamas in the air. I saw a powerful Qi-Gong wave strike out from Suitor's hand, enveloping the combined zamas inside. The aftermath of the energy spread to the surrounding area, and the ruins of the nearby city were directly swept into ashes. Even the earth was shaken apart, and the spider web-like cracks were spreading rapidly. The straight energy of Boom Boom burst out after a long time, producing a sky full of smoke. The billowing smoke cleared, revealing an embarrassed combined zamas, who was now panting like a cow with most of his body gone. "Wu! Call! You damn thing, you are so damned!" With his roar, his mutilated body grew rapidly because of immortality. "You don't have much time to talk ruthlessly." Suitor didn't care about the immortal body of zamas, and landed in front of him indifferently with his hands and arms. "Let's hurry up and think about what the last words were before we died." As he spoke, as soon as Suitor raised his hand, his powerful energy was released, and he rushed towards the combined zamas. Because of being beaten and abused again and again, coupled with the healing of immortality, the chi of the combined zamas began to become a little unstable. But he didn't notice it at all. Boom! With the vigorous strike, the combined Zamas didn't even have the ability to resist, and flew upside down in an instant. Suitor followed, caught up with him and jumped behind him. He raised his foot again and kicked hard at the back of the combined Zamas. Bang bang bang! Chapter 61. Under a new attack. The blood of the combined Zamas was splashed, and even his hands were cut off several times by Suitor with his energy sword. Eventually, he walked through a series of building ruins, falling deep inside, clutching his broken head. How is this possible? There are still human beings who are more powerful than me, the only god in this world. After the anger, he was beaten again. Zamas's face finally showed a look of fear. So, let's give you one last resort. Suitor still looked indifferent, and as he spoke, his hands were raised in the air, gathering the energy of destruction. Dark purple energy quickly appeared on his palms. Goodbye, Zamas. Huge destructive energy was pushed out by Suitor and headed towards Zamas, whose face turned pale. No! The dark purple destructive energy enveloped the combined Zamas on the ground. The destructive energy is constantly destroying him, and the immortal power is also constantly healing him. The combined Zamas fell into deep pain, destroyed and repaired as it was repaired. A terrible scream rippled on the barren land, and several people present shuddered inexplicably. It's miserable. Seeing that the destructive energy was gradually fading into the light, Suitor hung in the air with his arms folded, and suddenly said this. It's almost time for the 1-hour merger time of this combined Zamas. Really? King of the Realm God. Hearing this, Xin quickly pulled out a small alarm clock from his arms. He looked at Kvas with a look of surprise on his face. It's true, Suitor's grasp of time is really accurate. Look. Dati's face twisted in shock, and he stretched out his hand to point to the combined Zamas, who was gradually revealing his figure. No, to be precise, it's not a combined Zamas anymore. How to describe the scene? Black Goku and Zamas are not really separated and become two. Between the two people, it seems to be kneaded together like plasticine, and at first glance it looks like a conjoined person who has been cut in half and put together. What's going on? Xiaowu couldn't help but take a few steps back and hide behind Dati. It's ugly, it's disgusting, it's scary. Hey! What a fusion, what a fit, I think it's the same person's relationship, it seems that they resist dissolving the merger state. The veteran Kvas quickly gave the answer. Resist? Relieve? The people present looked at each other, some of them did not understand. Well, it is estimated that in an hour of just merging, they may have even put the cells together. Kvas's face was solemn, and he added, this has led to the current situation. Except for the question mark on Sun Wukong's end, everyone else pursed their lips and was silent, not knowing what to say. Suitor fell to the ground and looked at half Zamas, half Black Goku, whose facial features were distorted. He wasn't afraid, and even calmly wanted to have a cigarette. I am the only god. One god is enough. We are one. Zamas and Black Goku's voices sounded like they were mixed together, as if they were both speaking their own tones. Suitor couldn't help but get hooked, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his own space. No, no, no. The gods aren't like you. As he spoke, he familiarly opened the cigarette case and took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. The wisps of smoke were held to Suitor's mouth when the smoke was lit. At the same time, he flashed in front of Dati, who was behind Zamas and Black Goku. Don't do much, and don't do it suddenly. Faced with Suitor's appearance as if he was in control of everything, Dati gritted his teeth and asked, if you don't do it, how can you kill him? This hatred. You can't kill it. Suitor shrugged and took a drag on his cigarette, looking at Zamas and Black Goku, who were still twisting and swaying. If you move this guy again, either he will become more and more, or there will be a large amount of black gas coming out of the wreckage that was killed, and the black gas will not be easy to deal with. Then that's it, no matter. King of the realm god. Xion's eyes widened and she asked in disbelief. Although, he didn't really believe Suitor's words, but he didn't dare to gamble either. I'm not afraid of 10,000, I'm afraid of what if. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, eager for a follow-up, Suitor took another puff of his cigarette and pulled a button out of his pocket. That's... It was given to you by Chuan. Sun Wukong's eyes were sharp, and he stretched out his index finger and asked in surprise. Suitor replied lightly and pressed the button in his hand. Almost. At the same time, a guy with a flat and round face suddenly appeared in front of them. The appearance of Bang is to fall low in the air and hit the ground with his face. Lord All, the king of the world. When Xian saw this, her eyes were about to fall out. Even Black Gaku and Zamas, who were still struggling and twisting, had their different facial features showing the same look of horror. Your Excellency! You called me here. Who are you? Eraser Chuan Wang stood up casually, patted the dust on his body and asked. I'm friends with you in another world. Suitor crouched down as he spoke, peeling off a stick and stuffing it into the king's mouth. What the? It's so sweet. Chuan Wang was stunned for a moment, and with the sweet taste that spread in his mouth, he instantly took the initiative to hold the lollipop. Look over there, that half man is a bad guy. Suitor stretched out his hand and pointed at Zamas and Black Gaku, who were staggering backwards. Because of them, all the humans on this planet were almost killed, and even my friends were seriously injured. Suitor said as he pointed his finger at Vegeta. Look, that dress is torn, not to mention, even the hair on the top of the head has been beaten back. Seeing Sud pointing at him, Sun Wukong cooperated and sat down on the ground. Just when Suitor was about to continue to sell a wave of misery, the whole king had already nodded. It's miserable. The bad guys are going to be destroyed. There was a white glow on his hands, and he was about to clench into a fist. Such a universe, just erase it. The speed of this work was even faster than Suitor expected, and Suitor wanted to stop him. Wait! But the flat, round-faced fellow of the king, as if he hadn't heard, quickly clenched his hands. Hurry, hurry! Sute simply didn't stop him, and hurriedly teleported to the realm king god. Xian sighed, urged. Use the ring of time, let's go back quickly. Chapter 62. B. Kvas and the god of the world. When Xian saw this scene, there was nothing he didn't understand. They hurriedly used the ring of time, and took the few people around them back to the past. Brush brush is at the moment when everyone disappears. The bright white light became bigger and bigger from the hands of the king, and it became more and more brilliant. But in an instant, the light covered the ruins of the city, and overshadowed Zamas and Black Gaku, who were half of each in terror. The 7th universe is covered with white light, and even the 12 universes are covered one by one. Brush. The main space-time, the 7th universe, the realm of kings and gods. Looking at the somewhat familiar but extremely unfamiliar environment in front of him, De Chang breathed a sigh of relief. It's so dangerous. We're back. King of the realm god. Xian looked at the aftermath of the catastrophe, and couldn't help but sit on the grass with weak legs. Lord God of the Old World, Quavaz walked behind the King of the Old World and looked at the box in his hand. 2 silver rings, plus 4 emerald green rings. Bang! Under the witness of the 2 of them, an emerald green ring was shattered and disappeared into nothing. A parallel world, erased. The Old World King God sighed and turned his head to look at the few people who came back. It's all my fault. Kvas's face was full of guilt. Humph, in this case, that human zero plan has also failed with their own erasure. Listening to what Suitor said, Vegeta snorted arrogantly and looked at Da Te and Xiao Wu, who were sweetly snuggled together. But... What? What? Suitor, say it again, I don't understand it very well. Sun Wukong, who frowned, couldn't help but shout, expressing that he didn't understand. Tisk. Zama's and Black Goku were wiped out by the future king, and even the entire universe with Trunks' world was wiped out. Trunks and Xiao Wu, there's nowhere to go. Suitor glanced at the crab-headed dog. This guy's IQ, could it be all used in martial arts? Oh! Isn't it nice to put it simply? Sun Wukong suddenly realized this, and said with a grin. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can stay. Such a simple thing. That. Do I need to treat you? Looking at the people who had been discussing for a long time, Jebbet, who was completely ignored, couldn't help but say. Okay, thank you. Da Te hurriedly invited and motioned to Jebbet to treat Xiao Wu first. Tisk. It seems that your father is not as important as his son's girlfriend. Seeing this, Suitor looked at Vegeta teasingly. Tisk. Vegeta took a sip, but didn't say anything. After everyone was treated and repaired, he also bid farewell to the old world king god and returned to the earth. The courtyard of Bulma's house. Ves and Beerus were still leisurely eating barbecue and drinking beer. And Bulma did look at the air with a sad face, as if waiting for the safe return of everyone. Even the three little ones, Trunks and Pirav, sat on the side with a well-behaved face, looking at Bulma. When the atmosphere on these two sides was huge, Suitor and the others moved back in an instant. Brush! Hey, you're back! In the sight of the king of the world gods. Xin returned with the people, Beerus asked in surprise. Ah, Xin, you guy, why are you with them? What's this? The king of the realm. A look of embarrassment flashed across Xin's face. And she hesitated to say anything. At this moment, when Bulma saw Vegeta return safely, she threw herself into his arms with tears of joy. Even with it, Xiao Wu and the future Xiao Wu also looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Trunks also ran in front of Da Te, and said happily, Big brother, you're okay. That's nice. Xiao Wu, she's worried about you. Children now, how can they understand what real love is? Pirav stared at the future Xiao Wu and sighed, Ashu, you see, she is very energetic. The other sighed. After Beerus heard this, he turned to the king of the world. Xin is the output of a grumpy meal. Bastard, you idiot. You actually ran into the future? Are you in a hurry to find death? But why are you dragging me down? What if you die? Besides, you're also taking advantage of Lord Chuanwang, which is not a good phenomenon. Watching Vis walk towards him, he spoke meaninglessly. Suitor didn't speak, but silently took out another cigarette and lit it, looked at Date and said. Give me your time machine, I'll be of some use. Although Da Te had doubts, he didn't say much in the face of his savior, and directly handed the capsule to Suitor. Suitor sat on the time machine, glanced at the dense buttons, and said another word to Trunks. I won't operate, you come up, let's go back again. Okay. Seeing the time machine disappear again, Beerus ate the skewers and asked Vis puzzled, Suitor, what are you going to do? Lord Beerus doesn't know, how could I possibly know? Ves smiled and nonchalantly picked up a new skewer. After that, Suitor did what was supposed to be done by Sun Wukong, and he brought back the future king. Seeing the appearance of the whole king, Beerus almost stared out of his eyes, and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Kyo! Greetings to the king! He he he! Under the smile of the whole king, Sud made the king of the realm god again. Xin took them to the temple of the king. Chuanwang, how about the friend you found? Suitor pushed the future king in front of the king. Hi! The two mentally handicapped children soon played together. Hey! You guy, looking at the two kings. The big priest with his hands behind him on the side had a complicated look on his face. There was a little doubt on his face, and a little depression on his face. That's it. Then we're leaving. After finishing this, Suitor didn't even look at the high priest, and waved his hand and left. Is that really good? King of the Realm God? Xin asked with some uneasiness as she followed behind Suitor. I always feel that there is some inexplicable and unclear relationship between the great priest and Suitor. What's the matter? Suitor didn't look back, and asked rhetorically. Would the great priest dare to kill him? At the moment, I definitely don't dare. Future? He will be so strong that even the great priest will not be able to kill him. And then the rest of the story. I heard that De Te and future Xiaowu used a time machine to open up a new parallel time and space. They went to live in a world where Zamas and Majin Bu had never appeared. The two seem to have arranged to stop Daprov from killing the king of the realm. Laborious. As long as the king of the realm gods. If Xin doesn't die, then Beerus won't die either. After that, even if Zamas appears to cause chaos everywhere, it can be solved by the future Beerus. The world of the future can be guarded and can be better. The tragedy caused by people like Zamas will not be repeated. Chapter 63. Suitor didn't care about these things, and he didn't care about them at all. At this moment, he has made the king of the realm god. Xin led him to the land of destruction in Universe 11. Suitor. Seeing Suitor's arrival, the happiest person was Makarita. Why are you here? Why didn't Bados come with you? Something happened. Suitor glanced at the clowns served by 4 or 5 beautiful women, and walked out of the tent with Makarita. After a completely secure shield was removed, Suitor simply told Margarita what the high priest had done. Is that so? Makarita pursed her lips, a little speechless about the actions of the grand priest. Hey, I originally wanted to step down from the position of guardian of the god of destruction. Now it seems that having such an identity can provide you with better help. I really need your help right now. Sudian nodded and said with a serious face. Strength, as well as physically, are all needed. So, what do you need me to help you with? Margarita didn't bother too much, and looked up at Suitor and asked. First of all, it's a house with a bed, Suitor said with a serious request. It's still the unknown planet, it's still the empty and silent palace, it's still the one who was caught and raped. It's still the big bed, it's still the same person. Woo! Suitor, who had experienced a lot of wind and rain, leaned on the head of the bed, holding a cigarette in his hand, swallowing clouds and spitting fog. So, what's next? How else can I help you? Margarita snuggled into Suitor's arms and asked obediently. Wait a minute, take me to meet Jillian, I want to try the strongest human strength in this 11th universe. Suitor reached out and touched her double ponytails and smiled. This request, simple. Margarita nodded and pounced on Suitor, but before that, I think it's necessary to be proactive. Hee. 3 days later. Universe 11, Tavale Star. Suitor and Margarita stood in mid-air, looking at the battle on the ground. There was a huge scorpion monster with a field of tens of meters, and a human like a small bean on the other side. This human being is Jillian. Whether he is a hero who keeps peace throughout the 11th universe, belongs to the Pride clan, and is also a member of the clan. This guy has a nice nickname, it's called Grey Jillian. His appearance was unusual for a human, with a hairless smooth head, large black round eyes, and skin that was strangely white. Always wearing the black and red uniform of the Pride team, he should be a strong alien with 12-pack ABS overall. He's Jillian. Seeing that the scorpion troll was killed with 3 punches and 2 legs, Makarita said, and quickly descended with Suitor. Who? Jillian, who stepped on the scorpion monster, heard the movement behind him, quickly turned his head, and shouted in a deep voice. Well, Margarita? Is it so delicious that adults are looking for something with me again? After seeing the visitor, Jillian asked expressionlessly, and directly ignored Suitor behind her. No, I'm here to ask you to have a competition with this human named Suitor. Margarita smiled and reached out to Jillian to introduce Suitor. Competition? G didn't even look at Soot, and rejected Margarita's voice in a cold voice. I'm too busy to have any competitions. Yes, if you don't agree, you won't agree. Suitor walked past Margarita, who wanted to speak again, and said as he looked at Jillian, who was about to fly away. When the people are gone, I will destroy this peaceful planet he guards. You. Hearing this, Jillian, who was still expressionless, turned around, his face full of evil anger. What did you just say? Say, destroy this planet. The corners of Suitor's mouth hooked slightly, and he casually pointed to this planet with the breath of life everywhere. Bastard! Jillian, who dedicates everything to justice and is silent, is furious at the moment. With a huge fist, he rushed towards Suitor. Hey! Suitor, who had achieved his goal, jumped quickly into the air, and staggered his hands to block the punch. Bang! Jillian's punch was tempting, not full force, but it also caused the air to distort and ripple and spread. That's good. Suitor entered the superstition, and with the force of his hands, he shook off Jillian's fist, and kicked him in the abdomen with a kick under his feet. Bang bang bang! The next moment, it was the dazzling punches and kicks of the two, and the speed was only one afterimage after another. The offensive of the two has exceeded the power that ordinary destruction gods can erupt. The waves of air were constantly surging, and the aftermath alone made the life forms on the planet tremble. Looking at the ground thousands of feet away, it actually shook, and Jillian immediately pulled out and quickly retreated. That's too much to worry about, why don't you fight in another place? Margarita quickly soared into the air, looked at Jillian and Suitor and said. I didn't promise to have any competition. Jillian had a cold face, and his huge dark eyes were full of depth. Ho! I'm not asking you. Margarita smiled and teleported the two directly to the void. Brush. In this case, you can fight with peace of mind. Suitor smiled handsomely at Margarita, and after saying that, he rushed towards Jillian again. It doesn't matter if this guy wants to be beaten or not, then he can only stand up and resist. A few green tendons flashed on Jillian's smooth head, and he glared at Suitor angrily, reaching out to block his punch. Seeing that his fist was blocked, Suitor quickly flashed behind Jillian again, and was about to elbow him on his wide back. Jillian's fighting talent is very high, and when he noticed the sound behind him, he instantly turned around and received Suitor's elbow with his elbow. Bang bang bang! Is another punch and kick. Jillian completely let go of his hands and feet, without any scruples, and chased after Soot in the super race god realm, and carried out a fierce attack. But his full strength, in Suitor's eyes, was even a little inferior to Bados. Suitor also lashed out, gradually increasing his strength, and retaliated with Jillian's more frantic counterattack. Under this attack, Jillian completely began to be unable to bear it, and accidentally received several punches from Suitor. He staggered a few steps before he steadied himself in the void. Isn't Jillian your opponent? Seeing this instantaneous situation, Margarita was a little stunned. Tisk! Did this guy really give it his all? Suitor frowned slightly, looking at his hands. Chapter 64. He's just in the form of a super race god. In the original plot, the powerful Jillian can force Sun Wukong to enter the sign of freedom and extreme will. Margarita was also a little embarrassed, and told Jillian's god power value. At Jillian's full strength, the minimum amount of divine combat power is 25. 25 volumes. Not even Barris's cat. Suitor glanced at the silent Jillian with disgust, and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to fight. Your god power can already beat Bados in a furious state? Macarita was also surprised, floated to Suitor's side, and asked. At least 35. Su Dian nodded and said the accurate divine combat power. That's true. If you don't fight to the death, Jillian is indeed not your opponent. Margarita reached out and grabbed the scepter, teleporting the three of them back to their previous planet of Taval. Then let's go, you can pick a similar or stronger opponent for me. Suitor was about to leave as he spoke. He shouted perfunctorily at Jillian, Jillian, I'm sorry, there's something wrong, I'll play with you again when I come back. What guy? Jillian, who felt that he had been treated as a tool man, looked at the figures of the two leaving, and his head was full of confusion. Don't you have to try with him, why did you hit twice at random and then didn't fight? What is Suitor, is there any serious illness there? Jillian didn't think about it anymore and rushed towards the spaceship he was in. He's busy, and he's going to have to deal with the bad guys on the next planet. Colorful clusters of light are shuttling rapidly in the 11th universe. Macarita, who was in the light group, looked back at Suitor behind her with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Suitor, I thought your god combat power could only be around 20 at most. Suitor didn't care. Actually, Macarita's estimation was useless. Before he gave the kid Xuanwang a snack, his divine combat power was indeed only 18 points. In this case, the range of test subjects we are looking for is much less. Humans can't do it, not even ordinary gods of destruction. Macarita said, with a complicated look on her face. In this complexity, there is the excitement of Su Taqiang, and there is the distress of who to find to train Su Taqiang next. Among the angels, is there an opponent who suits me? Suitor also knew that he couldn't match his strength, so he asked bluntly. No. Margarita shook her head slightly, not daring to say more. With Suit's strength, even the weakest angel could not be defeated. So, among you angels, Suitor also sensed the meaning of Margarita's words, and asked again. The weakest one, what is the god's combat power? Mojito. Under normal conditions, his divine combat power will remain at the usual 13 points, but at full strength, it can reach at least 45 points. Hearing this, Suitor instantly frowned. According to his cultivation speed, the potential is quite high, and without a system, it will take more than half a year to increase the combat power of one god. If I borrow a system. He remembered the first time Bados and Xiangpa ate the food he had made, and they got one amount. The second time, it was Beerus and Weiss, and he got 2 amounts. And then the third time, it was Macarita and Waymeide, and I got another 3 amounts. Originally, he thought it would be like this. But he didn't expect that it was just because he had seen Nex and not seen the elephant destruction god, so he only got 2 amounts in the end. Plus, that itis. Give even less, just 1 amount, tisk. Suitor, Suitor, what are you thinking? Seeing that the question was not answered, Macarita raised her voice. What? Suitor, who was distracted, was stunned, and asked. Macarita sighed faintly and asked, Hey! I'm asking you, where are we going next? Do you have any other places you want to go? Let's go to Universe 10. Suitor hesitated, intending to brush up on the value of the angels and destruction gods of Universe 10 again. You'll have to try it and see if the rewards are the same. If so, then the elephant destruction god can give him 3 amounts of god combat power. Seeing that Suitor was lost in thought again, Macarita was extremely depressed. She looked tentatively at Suitor and asked, Suitor, do you mean that to Sister Keth as well? Hey! Suitor was a little confused when asked, what does that mean? But soon, he came back to his senses and scolded with an embarrassed smile, what are you thinking? Am I the one who knows how to have fun? It's not fun, it's mostly yours at work. And it's you who work hard. Margarita said the embarrassing truth, but as she spoke, she became inexplicably shy. Within a few days of Suitor's arrival, she was filled. Why is it that I am a little embarrassed when I suddenly look back on it now? Soon, the colorful light cluster broke through the barrier of the 10th universe and landed on the land of destruction. It's still the sea of flowers, the angel Kurth who is still weaving wreaths, and the pink elephant sitting on the bench, Rumsey. In a harmonious and warm atmosphere, guests from the past were welcomed, Suitor and Margarita. "Hey, Margarita, and you?" Kurth shouted in surprise when she saw the two of them coming. But when she saw Suitor, her face turned crimson, and she thought of the first time they met. That one. Someone with a long nose that rivals that of Rumsey. "Sister, his name is Suitor, haven't you met it once?" Margarita didn't know what Kurth was thinking, otherwise she might have to laugh at her and pull people in. Suitor, and Margarita, what is the matter with you here?" Rose stretched out his two index fingers, kept poking at each other, and asked in a low voice. "Well." Margarita looked sideways at Suitor who was standing aside, she really didn't know what Suitor was here for. "How did those desserts taste for you last time?" Suitor didn't say it explicitly, but just put his hands in his pockets and asked. "Well, it's delicious. Lord Rumsey still thinks it's a pity, I can only eat it once, and there are only a few. Margarita and I, didn't we just happen to be passing by? I thought I'd bring you some more along the way," Suitor said, pulling out a lot of self-made desserts from his space and handing them to Keth. Seeing Suitor lying without blushing and his heart beating, Margarita only felt that he was terrible. "Look, what do you mean by dropping? She brought Suitor here on purpose, looking for Lux, okay?" Chapter 65. "Really? Thank you so much." In the face of this large pile of desserts, Lux, who listened to Suitor, almost wanted to go up and hug him, and the good man on the other side was gone. No wonder both Bados and Margarita want to rob this human, it really is. With an excited look, Keth waved at Rumsey. "Rumsey, the dessert I brought you last time is here again. This time, it's a lot more than last time." Rumsey had already noticed Margarita and Suitor, but he thought that both of them were looking for Nexus, so he still sat on the bench. Now, when he heard this, he couldn't wait to look up to the sky and let out a long roar. "Really? Can I eat it too?" Rumsey got up from his bench and walked over to the three of them. "The last time I ate it, I thought it tasted great. Unfortunately, he searched the 10th universe and didn't find any food comparable to these." "Of course you can." Suiting nodded, very generous, and took out a lot of it and handed it to Rumsey. Then, he looked at Margarita and said, "It's almost time for dinner, why don't I cook a few more dishes and eat them together?" "Yes, yes." Rumsey nodded repeatedly, his long nose flicked around, looking very funny. After eating Suitor's meal, Rumsey and Fox were satisfied, and even their attitudes were a little more enthusiastic. Suitor took a cigarette in his mouth and looked at several people with a smile on his face, listening to the mechanical sound of the system that he hadn't heard in his head for a long time. "Congratulations to the host, who has won the Universe 10 God of Destruction, Rumsey, for his recognition of the host's cuisine and a 2% increase in his cooking skills. 44% of the current cooking skills. The reward this time is 3 amounts of Divine Combat Power, with a total of 38 Divine Combat Power. The transformable forms are Super Race Form, Super 2 Form, Super 3 Form, Super 4 Form, Super Race God, Super Blue. At the same time, the taster is the God of Destruction, and the level 1 God of Destruction will be rewarded again. Currently, the host's Destruction Divine skill is level 7, and the Freedom Extreme Intention skill is level 8. Sure enough, as he guessed, every time the food reward increases, the number of points will increase with the number of times. The last time I gave Lux food, the system gave a reward of 2 amounts, and this time I let Rumsey eat, and gave 3 amounts. Sum up to 5 amounts, and the next time you find a God of Destruction and angels, and get their approval of the delicacy, it will be 6 amounts. Then, his strength can be close to the Mojito angel that Macarita said. Thinking of this, Suitor said just do it. However, Suitor had another difficulty in finding the angels and destruction gods of the universe. The rest of the angels and the god of destruction, don't talk about whether they are familiar or not, he has never even seen them. In the face of unknown humans, even if there is an introduction from Macarita. But without any going with the flow, the gods of destruction and the angels will promise to eat? Obviously, it's unlikely. If you are too deliberate, you are afraid that it will attract the attention of some people and lead to some unnecessary situations. The great priest, in particular, might want to find out what's strange about him. So, what to do? Suitor, Suitor, Sister Kurth is talking to you. Seeing Suitor smoking a cigarette and wandering again, Macarita had to raise her voice again. Excuse me, but what's the matter? Suitor hurriedly gathered his thoughts and asked. That's right, the last time I ate, Avamo happened to be communicating with me, and when he saw me eating, he wanted to taste something too. Lux's eyes flickered, and he said rather embarrassed. At the end of the sentence, Suitor also understood, that's the case. An idea flashed in his mind, this Nexus, still really knew that he was going to doze off and handed him a pillow. Give some desserts to taste, of course it's available, just. Looking at the generous Suitor, he suddenly showed an embarrassed expression, and Kessie followed up suspiciously, that's it. What is it? It's that the previous desserts have already been given to you and Rumsey, let me take out some more at this time, maybe not. No. Thought Lux, thinking about the new dessert she had just received, and didn't want to share it with Avamo at all. So, she set her sights on Rumsey. Kurth, I received less than you. Rumsey was aggrieved, and the appearance of pretending to be a junior made people laugh at it. You don't have to do this, even though everything is gone, I'll still do it. Seeing this, Suitor hooked his lips and smiled lightly, in this way, you take me over, and I'll make it for Avamo directly. What do you guys think? Hearing this, Rumsey blinked his eyes, shook his big proboscis and asked, can you make me some more? Yes. Suitor continued to be generous, anyway, it was just a matter of hands. There is no harm to him, it is all good. Suitor, you're so nice, I like you so much. With a face full of surprise, Kurth gave Suitor a big hug. Then let's go to Universe 1, how about it? Macarita looked at Keth, who couldn't wait, even though she knew that all she liked was the food Suitor had made. But listening to that liking, Margarita couldn't help but think of the picture of exercising with Suitor. What would become of the seemingly weak sister who accompanied Suitor? I'm really curious. Besides, Sister Keth's strength is very strong, if you pull her over and guide Suitor to become stronger with her. Then the plan to make Suitor the strongest human in the whole universe seems to be going more smoothly. Macarita, who doesn't know much about some aspects at all, has secretly hit the idea on Nex. If Bados, who was far away in the nest of time, learned about this, it is estimated that she might jump to her feet and scold her angrily. This shamelessly sent to the door, and dragged his sister into the pit. It's a serious illness, isn't it? Right. It's a pity that she doesn't know at the moment, and by the time she does, everything is already in the boat. The journey to Universe 1 was smooth. Suitor also met the big fat angel of this universe, Avamo. No wonder you're so greedy, can a fat man not have a sweet tooth? In addition, the god of destruction of this universe is a hairy monster. Under the pointed ears, except for the small eyes on the face, all that was left was hair. I can't tell if he has a nose or a mouth, and where it is. Suitor also handed him an egg tart very curiously, hoping that he would give him some face to eat. As a result, this guy does have a mouth, but it's all covered by lush hair. Hee hee. This hair or something, the name is weird and appropriate. Chapter 66. Leave the good things to the gods of destruction and angels in this first universe. Waving goodbye to Suitor, who went back, he also received another prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for receiving the gourmet recognition of the host from the angel Avamo of Universe 1 and Iwang, Hairy Monster, the god of destruction of Universe 1. Cooking skills have increased by 5%, and cooking skills are currently 49%. At the same time, because the taster is an angel and a god of destruction, once again reward the level 1 destruction divine skill and the level 1 freedom and extreme intention skill. At the moment, it's a level 8 destruction technique and a level 9 freedom and extreme intent skill. God's combat power has increased by 6 amounts, and the current God's combat power is 44 amounts. Suitor didn't rush to ask Margarita to take him to Mojito, but stayed in the palace that Margarita had originally made. He even asked Margarita to get him a mirror space that could be accessed at any time. Anyway, where to cultivate is not cultivation, and where to become stronger is not to become stronger. The only benefit of staying here is there was no bothering with Bulma's guys trying to eat good food, and he even had beautiful women with him. Margarita won't stay here every day, and as the overseer of the god of destruction, she can't stay away from the god of destruction for long. But Suitor didn't care, because it was Margarita's occasional visit that made him not lonely. Day and night, sleep will no longer be cold. Time passed, after Suitor realized the dark blue of Vegeta's talent. He also made his own request to Makalita, wanting to go to Universe 9 to find Mojito to practice. Your strength has indeed improved a lot compared to half a year ago. Margarita looked at Suitor in front of her and smiled faintly. But the next moment, she asked with some concern, "Are you sure you can face Mojito? Although his strength is the weakest among the destroyer god regulators, it is far more than twice as powerful as the strongest destruction god Beerus." "Humph, be confident in your man, don't forget the previous Jillian." With a confident smile, Suitor touched Margarita's head. "But Jillian is just a human, and Mojito is an angel." Margarita still asked uneasily. "Otherwise, let's go to Beerus first, after defeating him." Before Margarita's words were finished, Suitor directly took action to prove the truth in a rage. The dark blue aura that boomed into the sky was like a huge pillar of light. The entire planet trembled under Suitor's energy, and let out a silent wail. The surrounding dust had been swept away by Sut's overwhelming energy without any need to be cleaned. Boom boom! The earth shook and cracked, spreading out bottomless and terrifying ravines. Watching Sutway press the rapid spread, and then watching the palace of the two of them collapse in an instant, Margarita blinked blankly. "Well, it's so strong. This power is not inferior to Mojito at all. Brush. Now, you know my strength, right?" Qi Lang was quickly retracted by Suitor, who smiled and touched Margarita's shocked smile and said, "Also, don't always think that I should follow the rules and go up step by step, my potential is unbeatable. You guy, you don't look like a human." Margarita immediately came back to her senses and smiled and grabbed Suitor's hand. "It seems that my worries are all unnecessary. You are strong, stronger than any human I have ever seen." "Yes, that's right." Suitor teased and leaned over to Margarita's red lips. "You guy." Margarita's face instantly blushed and pretended to hit Suitor. "Let's go." Suitor took it when he saw it and bowed his head at her. "It's good to have a little fun, it really off Makalita, he can't beat it." Universe 9, Land of Destruction. Mojito is an angel with short white hair, and he looks not too young on the outside, quite old. As the most rubbish angel, Mojito's IQ is very high, and he can even be regarded as a superior IQ. Therefore, this guide angel is not very responsible. He will always look at the god of destruction Sitara, the bearded dwarf, with a cold gaze. Of course, the biggest reason is because of Sitara's character. The god of destruction is indecisive, always feeling that the planets that should be destroyed will not be destroyed. As a result, the daily life of the angels and the destruction of God will become very discordant. When Suitor and Makarita landed, they could be heard arguing from afar. It's not a quarrel, at most it's a one-sided complaint from Sitara. Why are you going to destroy God's unqualified planet and humanity again? I'm really annoyed. Hairline receded significantly to Sitara, who looked bald, and he reached out and touched his big red beard, sighing helplessly. It's so annoying, why would I be this god of destruction, always have to carry out obligatory indiscriminate destruction? Listening to these chattering complaints, Mojito looked at it indifferently and said it coldly. Then don't be a fool, retire early and let the alternate come up. Alternate? Where did I get the alternate? How did I not know? Sitara looked confused and turned to look at Mojito, who had a straight face. If Lord Sitara needs it, I'll go and pick a suitable candidate right away. Facing Mojito, who was so full of words, Sitara felt a little aggrieved. As my mentor, do you dislike me? Nope. Mojito's face turned even colder, and he directly shifted his gaze away. At this time, I saw Makarita and Suitor walking towards this side not far away. Makarita, it's been a long time. Mojito directly dropped the noisy Sitara and greeted Makarita and asked. This is a very talented guy who wants you to coach him. Margarita smiled and nodded at him. Talent? It's rare to hear this word from your mouth. Mojito smiled as well, and put his eyes on Suitor's body with scrutiny. What do you want to learn from me? Astronomy, geography, astrology, divination? Or a peek into the ultimate mystery of the universe? Listening to these examples, a big question mark popped up above Suitor's head. What the hell? It's not this guidance, it's about martial arts and martial arts. Margarita was also stunned for a moment, and then explained with a smile, Suitor's strength has reached the threshold of angels. Without waiting for Margarita to say more, he interrupted coldly, what are you kidding? But just a human. Chapter 67. Can you touch the threshold of the angel? Do you want to try it? Suitor wasn't angry, knowing that it was human nature. If his kitchen god system hadn't appeared, he also felt that it would be impossible for normal humans to reach such heights. If it's not well controlled, and it hurts something, you and Makarita can't hold me accountable. Mojito has been following Sitara for all these years, and he has long heard enough of the beep chatter. Now, in the face of the refreshing Suitor, he has a good impression, and he doesn't grind for a moment, and gives a straight sentence. Don't worry, I'm not going to die that easily. Suitor bowed his head and held out his hand to signal Mojito to strike first. Good. Mojito answered, holding the scepter and tentatively swinging a wave of energy at Suitor. In the face of the strength that was not strong at all, Suitii didn't even transform, and directly raised his hand to eliminate it. You don't have to be tempted. Suitor hooked his lips into a faint smile, then clenched his fists and burst into a drink. Ha! A blue aura flashed from his body, and then swept and spread. The hurricane continued to howl, causing ripples on the calm surface of the lake not far away. It's do? Sitara was a little confused, and came to Makalita's side in the face of a strong hurricane. Makarita glanced at her and explained, aren't you going to watch it? When you see me, you ask, why do you want to compete? In addition to the sentimentality of his personality, Sitara is also a little chattering. Makarita ignored it and quickly set her eyes on Suitor. Faced with the fierce air waves, Mojito was also quite shocked. He originally thought that the human beings in front of him would have a dozen or so divine combat power at most. But the strength under this outbreak has far exceeded the limit that human beings should have, and he really deserves to be a person from the 11th universe. So, Mojito, I'm attacking. It was the first time Suitor had fought against the angels, and he politely said before attacking. Okay, there's no need to be so polite to me. Mojito answered, and also gave a look of seriousness. If you lose to humans, the angel's face will really be lost. Looking at Suitor, who disappeared with a single step, Mojito watched, and then turned his head sideways abruptly. Brush! Sighed, just dodging a punch that quickly came in front of him. Angel's freedom and extreme will. Bang bang bang! Went down close, and Suitor couldn't hit a punch, and he unleashed more rapid punches and kicks. Straight hooks are in the air, elbows are not touched, side kicks are missed, and kicks are the same. It's a skill. Seeing that he failed to hit a Mojito in dozens of moves, Suitor couldn't help but sigh. As he spoke, he quickly pulled back. Suitor flew into the air and unleashed Vegeta's usual princely style at Mojito. Boom, boom, boom. Invincible air bombs were constantly shot out between his palms. However, in an instant, thousands of air bombs were densely packed and shot towards the Mojito on the ground. Humph, you're wasting your energy with this move. Do you think my mind is just a decoration? Mojito hooked his lips and smiled, dodging like a fluttering butterfly in this air bomb like a storm. The posture is beautiful, but it's a pity that the appearance is not handsome enough. One after another bombs collided with each other and exploded. Like a brilliant firework. Suitor gave an excited smile and spiked out towards Mojito again, punching him straight in the face. Your move is very simple. Mojito was still in the mood to guide, and said this with a smile, dodging the attack again. I've always only pursued fast, ruthless, and accurate. Suitor turned his fist into a palm and slapped it over the right, just touching the hem of Mojito's clothes. It's progressing fast, but it doesn't seem to be touchable yet. Mojito's words were not finished when he felt a pain in his back. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Suitor had teleported behind him at some point and punched him in the back. It's not a good thing to rely too much on self-reliance. Suitor grinned, catching Mojito was a violent output. Sometimes, teleportation is a good trick when used properly. Bang! Bang bang! Mojito quickly raised his hands to stagger to block, and at the same time, his lower foot also bent quickly, touching Suitor's kick. Under every move, they all collided in mid-air in the land of destruction with powerful energy. The hurricane howled incessantly, and the clothes of Sitara and Margarita were hunting. The ground was also shaking slightly, and the rubble along the way was blown up. As Mojito's full strength continues to be released, Suitor's divine combat power is also rising. The hand-to-hand combat ended briefly, with the two retreating distances, followed by a long-range air bomb attack. In Mojito's hand, a scepter also appeared out of thin air, and the power of angels was released. Collided with Suit's Qigong waves, bursting into beautiful fireworks. Beneath the billowing smoke, Suitor used teleportation again, flashing in and closing in behind Mojito. But this time, teleportation didn't work so well. A sly flash flashed in Mojito's eyes, and before Suitor's fist landed on his back, he had already turned and swung his scepter and struck an angelic force at Suitor. Suitor's face was filled with surprise, and he was enveloped in angelic power by a dazzling white light. Seeing this scene, a look of worry appeared on Margarita's face. The bright light gradually dimmed, and the billowing smoke gradually dissipated. The bursting energy blew up Suitor a little embarrassed, but it was only a little embarrassed. I won't lose twice in the same situation. Mojito smiled and pointed to his temple. I think your move should be similar to the teleportation of the king god of the realm, right? It seems that I'm sloppy and ignore your high intelligence. Seeing that the burst wound on his skin was gradually repaired by the immortal body, Suitor shifted his gaze to Mojito on the opposite side without care. Your style of play is indeed very methodical, and your dodge is also very regular, but it's a pity that there is so little bit of blood. Oh! Angels need a peaceful form, no blood. Mojito disagrees with Suitor's words. Is it? Suitor replied lightly, his clenched fists clenched again, and a serious look appeared on his face. Hey. The arrogance is getting higher and brighter than before. The power around Suitor was constantly surging, and the fierce aura was like a pillar of light that soared into the sky. Chapter 68. The land of destruction was directly shaken, and Sitara was even more swept away by this powerful wave of chi. Wow! Tisk! She knocked out a shield, pulling Sitara back to safety. At the center of the energy storm, Suitor's dark blue hair swayed with the waves. Is that all you have? Mojito hung across from him, a look of shock on his face that couldn't be hidden. This man named Suitor is almost as powerful as him now. Almost, Suitor responded, clenching his fists and swinging his hands. So, go ahead. Mojito's eyes flashed with excitement, and the battle spirit also emerged. It's a rare match for an opponent. The terrifying energy erupted in the bodies of the two of them. The endless coercion spread in all directions in an instant, directly shattering the protective shield that shrouded Sitara. Makarita. Seeing this, Sitara wailed. Why are you fighting at his house? Why do you want to show the full strength of the angels in front of him, the weak god of destruction? When he's not human? Or do you bully him for being short? The battle in midair began again. Under the punches and kicks, there was another long-range attack. The silver-white angelic power was constantly struck, and at the same time, Suitor also responded with azure qigong waves. The fierce battle continued, and the land of destruction was also affected by this battle, and became unrecognizable. Trees were uprooted by howling hurricanes, and water from the lake poured into the meadows. There are also countless fat fish, jumping on the grass. The mountain rocks not far away are collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the whole scene is apocalyptic. Hiding in the protective shield and being taken to the safety of Sitara, looking at the scene in front of him, he was already crying tears of grief. Woo! My home! Mojito shouted, swung his scepter and struck out with a single shot of energy, shooting towards Suitor on the other side. Angels, you won't lose to humans. Suitor dodged quickly, then stomped into the air and flew towards Mojito, unleashing a powerful punch. Human beings have infinite possibilities. The punch hit Mojito's jaw straight into the air, smashing him straight into the ground. With a loud bang, a huge crater appeared on the ground, and Mojito gasped and stood up from the pit. Damn! As he shouted angrily, the white aura around him also gushed out, shaking the big pit under his feet and denting it a few more points. With the continuous fighting, the original strength was gradually widened because of Suitor's infinite physical strength of the immortal and immortal family. Mojito's peaceful state of mind is long gone, and he has also been aroused by his bloodiness. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Suitor again, his moves beginning to become fierce and vicious. Bang bang bang! Watched the forces in midair constantly collide one after another, and watched the powerful waves of air shake the earth out of cracks one after another. Sitara's grief began to become numb, and he even felt a little accustomed to it. Under great compassion, there is only numbness. He had the heart to nag again, and set his eyes on Makarita. That's Makarita, how long do you think they're going to fight? I said, I'm going to destroy a few planets, or you took me there? Hey, isn't this going to be tomorrow? So what should I do with my dinner? And my house, it's all beaten like this. Can you let Luo the ninth universe king god, come over and help me repair it after the fight? Luo and that guy's character, you must know it, arrogant, I may not be able to call him. Shut up. Unable to stand this chatter, Margarita rolled her eyes and scolded. But unfortunately, Sitara didn't listen at all, just lowered his voice a little and began to talk to himself. In midair, the two of them followed the battle. As Suitor found that Mojito's physical strength was gradually exhausted, he also stopped his hand, which was considered to be a stop to the competition. Mojito, you're amazing. If it weren't for the restoration of my immortal body, I wouldn't have been your opponent at all. Words of praise, who doesn't like to hear? Mojito, whose face was still full of anger, instantly showed a smile and said modestly. You're too humble. As a human being, you can fight me to a draw, and you're also very powerful. No, you should be better. Soot, who had not even demonstrated his destructive skills and freedom and extreme intentions, also became humble. Where? The two of them made an official polite exchange as they fell from mid-air. Mojito also retreated from the bloody nature that had been provoked and returned to a graceful state of peace, concluding with a smile. Overall, you're really strong. But I think you have other room to develop, such as your moves are too single. Also, a rampage under brute force is not advisable, and more discipline and skill are required. Suitor didn't care much in his heart, but he still did a very good job on his face, and he looked like he was listening to him, and he was honest. Looking at Soot, who was teachable, Mojito suddenly stretched out his heart to solicit. He glanced at Sitara, who was walking with Margarita, not far away, and asked Suitor. Are you interested in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction? Nope. Suitor pretended to be confused and refused bluntly. What about the God of Destruction? I can just brush off Sitara and make you the God of Destruction, and you can fight me every day. Mojito kept throwing olive branches. My mind is only under the Great Priest, I can teach you everything. IQ and strength, you can have both. Mojito, are you going a little too far? Sitara, who was already standing beside Mojito, asked angrily. This person is standing in front of you, and you are still talking about kicking people away, is it too much? Do you want to change people to teach in person? Suitor, how are you feeling? Margarita restored Suitor's clothes to a new look and asked with concern. It's a lot of fun, it's rare to have such a bloody time. With the satisfaction of the battle on his face, Suitor pulled out a pack of cigarettes from the space. The bag that was originally on the body had long since turned to ashes with the battle. Seeing Suiting go on the cigarette, Sitara stopped complaining to Mojito, and asked curiously, are you really a human? In other words, is a human like you at the point where everyone in the 11th universe knows and everyone knows about it? Chapter 69. I'm not from Universe 11. Looking at the bearded dwarf who couldn't reach his waist, Suitor explained. So which universe are you from? Why are you with the angels of Universe 11? You. Before Sitara could finish asking, Mojito gave him a cold look and interrupted his impolite nonsense. Then, he contacted the king of the realm, Shenluo, and came over to repair the ruined land. After repairing and tidying up, Suitor also made some food for the two of them, and successfully received the rewards issued by the system. Congratulations to the host for receiving the gourmet recognition of the host from Mojito, the angel of the 9th universe, and Sitara, the god of destruction of the 9th universe. Cooking skills have increased by 5%, and cooking skills are currently 54%. At the same time, because the taster is an angel and a god of destruction, once again reward the level 1 destruction divine skill and the level 1 freedom and extreme intention skill. At the moment, it's a level 9 destruction technique and a level 10 freedom and extreme intent skill. God's combat power has increased by 7 amounts, and the current God combat power is 51 amounts. In the future, I will come to play often. Sitara looked at Suitor and Margarita, who were about to leave, and waved his hand as Suitor smoked a cigarette. Cigarettes, he was curious to ask Suitor. Although the ruined land was a mess, it was repaired and he had a delicious meal. Add a box of cigarettes, overall, it's not a loss. Mojito glanced at him in disgust and smiled at Suitor. This battle must have benefited you a lot, right? Next time, if you have any problems that you don't understand, you are welcome to come to me. Of course. Suiting nodded, smiled politely, and left with Margarita without looking back. In his eyes, Mojito is a tool man who can brush up on experience. Tool angels. Wait until you return to an unknown planet again. Suitor asked suddenly as he watched the new palace being pulled out by Macarita, as if he had thought of something. By the way, oh Macarita, aren't you angels incapable of fighting? Busy Margarita looked at the brand new palace, turned back to Suitor and smiled, is that a battle? It's just a guide. I'm sorry, I'm superficial. 3 black lines slipped from Suitor's forehead. The next moment, he returned to his usual expression and reached out to wrap his arms around Macarita's thin waist. So, who is the second to last angel? Quetzalcoatl, the 5th universe, the god combat power is around 48. Oh, Suitor replied lightly, losing interest in an instant. Is only 48, and he is no longer his opponent. Let's go, we can live again, let's go inside. Macarita leaned up and kissed Suitor and said. All right, let's try a new bed. Suitor didn't ask any more questions, and walked towards the palace with the man in his arms. I made a 6-meter bed, hee hee. In a flash, more than 3 months have passed. Age 780, January 21st. Suitor, who had been away from Earth for more than half a year, was also brought back to Earth in the 7th universe by Macarita. Remember to miss me. Looking at the well-fed Suitor, Macarita reluctantly said goodbye. Go ahead, you have been by my side for these 3 months, in case the great priest finds out, it is estimated that you will be punished. Suitor bowed his head and also instructed. Watching Macarita leave, Suitor also teleported back towards the cozy cottage he had used to have with Bados. The house is still the same familiar house, but the familiar Bados is no longer there. Looking at the empty dusty living room, Suitor walked out onto the balcony and habitually picked up a cigarette to light it. During the 3 months he spent with Macarita, he also knew a lot of angels' divine powers. At present, the god's combat power is similar to him, so Suitor plans to come back and fight with Vis to stabilize his power. Why don't you go directly to the land of the divine realm? Hey! Let Vis see that he and Macarita are reluctant. Smoking a cigarette, Suitor's brows furrowed, and he felt a little irritable in his heart. It's still too weak, the god combat power of that guy from the great priest. Even if he is right now, it will only be the end of being crushed by the fingers of the great priest. His progress seems to be rapid. But for the great priest, if you want to go back to Bados, it's still too slow. In their small home, Suitor stayed for a while before flying towards Bulma's house. Bulma is like a plot, with a huge belly, and she looks like she is about to give birth at any time. Hey, Suitor, it's been a long time, haven't you seen you? Bulma was surprised to see Suitor fall out of midair into the courtyard. Well, it's been a long time, you're about to give birth, right? Listening to Suitor's casual question, Bulma crossed his hands dissatisfiedly and said, Cut, you guy. I'll get you something to eat, okay? Suitor plucked out his ears and waved his hand in disgust. If he didn't want to be like a mother, he wouldn't be too lazy to make food. Hey, I'm going to eat spicy. Bulma's face changed in an instant, and she made a cheerful request. Tisk. Your baby must be a female doll. Suitor looked at the kitchen utensils brought by the servant who was beckoned, and reminded vaguely. That's good. Bulma echoed with the words, I already have a son, and I want to have another daughter. Sour and spicy girl, borrow your auspicious words. Suitor thought absent-mindedly as he busied. I don't know if Bardos's belly is thriving. Likely, it is not very likely. If you look at Macarita, you can see that they have been together for more than half a year. Days and nights passed, and I didn't see any sound in her stomach. Could it be that the races are different, so there are no offspring? Just when Suitor was thinking wildly, another person fell in the middle of the courtyard. It was Sun Wukong, who he hadn't seen for a long time. He also carried a bag and looked at Suitor in surprise. Hey, Suitor, are you back at Bulma's house as a cook? No, because Lao Tzu didn't bring her a greeting gift. Suitor was smoking a cigarette and constantly stirring the big iron pot, complaining and cooking at the same time. Ah! Bulma, who was standing upright, turned to look at Sun Wukong and motioned for him to hand over the bag. Is this a meeting gift for me? No, I'm here for Vis and Lord Beerus. I want to go to the land of the God realm to cultivate. Seeing that Bulma wanted something in his hand, Sun Wukong hurriedly protected the calf and held it in his arms. Seeing this, Suitor scoffed at Bulma, got slapped in the face, right? Self-inflicted affection, right? Chapter 70. I still think it's beautiful, what did you say? Humph, you two abominable fellows. Bulma's forehead turned bruised, and she walked to the side of the pavilion in a huff. Suitor quickly made a few Sichuan dishes and beckoned the servant to bring the food to the gazebo. Then, he sat on the recliner of the artificial lake with a cigarette in his mouth, and watched Sun Wukong frowning, impatiently waiting for Weiss's communication. Just right, you can take a bus. More than half an hour later, Sun Wukong finally waited for Ves's communication, and also got the news that Vis was going to send Vegeta back. Why? I've been cultivating over there, why do you want to come back all of a sudden? Sun Wukong's face was full of puzzlement, and he turned to look at Suitor. You say, why? I don't know. Suitor is too lazy to talk nonsense with Sun Wukong, a seemingly ignorant but irresponsible man. And this guy is not very clear about how a woman gives birth to a child. Explain, you will only ask for trouble. 10 minutes later, Ves landed in the courtyard with Vegeta. Ah, did you bring anything? Weiss looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, caring about his great fortune. Here. Sun Wukong carried the bag in his hand the whole time and gestured to Weiss. Take me with you by the way. Suitor took a cigarette in his mouth and spoke, handing the spicy chicken that had been cooked earlier to Weiss. Okay, no problem. Vis was not polite, and took the object and put it in his space. Let's go, then. The driver wanted to start, but Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta who was walking towards the pavilion with a puzzled expression and asked. Vegeta, are you really not going? I'd like to talk to you about it. No, Bulma is about to give birth, I don't want to go anywhere. Vegeta didn't look back, firmly refused. At this time, Sun Wukong was even more puzzled, looking at Vegeta who was getting farther and farther away, and shouted. It's not you, what does it have to do with you? Suitor clasped his arms and stood beside Weiss, and said mockingly, look, this is a classic quote from a big scumbag. As a responsible man, it is necessary to accompany his wife when she gives birth to a child and breaks through the ghost gate of life and death. Vegeta's forehead suddenly showed blue tendons, and he also turned around and yelled at Sun Wukong, if you want to go, you can go, hurry up. Cut, what's there to accompany? Sun Wukong wiped his nose and walked towards Weiss with a boring face. I really don't understand Vegeta. With Sun Wukong's complaints all the way, the three of them soon came to the land of the gods. Weiss, open up a dimension, practice with me. As soon as he landed on the ground, Suitor couldn't wait to face Vis and demanded. Wait. You have to enjoy the food first. Weiss refused, took the bag from the space and placed it on the grass. Beerus, who came over, glanced at Suitor and asked in surprise. What have you been doing for most of the year? Strength, actually growing so terrifying? Ho! Lord Beerus, it's time for you to cultivate, you can't always sleep like this. Ves teased Beerus as he dismantled his things. Humph! Beerus snorted arrogantly, sat down opposite Weiss, and said, when I'm done eating, I'll go to training immediately. Look, my prophecy was right. Beerus, your dream is right, too. When the prophecy fish saw that there was something to eat, they also shook their fish tanks and shook them. What? Sun Wukong, who had his hands behind his head, was full of puzzlement. What do you mean? Do you mean that Suti is strong enough to fight with Weiss? Oh! What is this? It's delicious. They Prophetic Fish hugged something not much smaller than himself, and asked in surprise. It's daifuku, a kind of pastry. Suitor smoked a cigarette, leaned under the tree, and explained nonchalantly. Delicious, right? Right. Sun Wukong also had an appetite, took one from the box and threw it into his mouth. Seeing this behavior of him, Bados was not pleased, and shouted, Bastard, how can you eat the gift you brought us? Why can't you eat it? Obviously I brought it, Sun Wukong pouted and retorted dissatisfiedly. But he didn't take another moment, but looked at Suitor and asked as if he had thought of something. Hey, Suitor, I remember you had that button on you to contact Lord Jian, right? Suitor answered and threw the button to Sun Wukong. This guy wants to make trouble, he can do it. Hey. I don't know if Chuan still remembers the agreement with me. Sun Wukong smiled and played with the button. The red side is to go to the temple, and the blue side is to call the whole king over. Suitor smoked a cigarette and kindly reminded him. Hey, don't try to make trouble. Seeing Sun Wukong playing with the button like this, Bados bared his teeth and cursed. And you, Suitor, hurry up and get the things back, who is it bad to give to this battle madman? What I suggest you mean is pretty much the same as Lord Bados. Why say Daifu elegantly and reminded, it's better not to get too involved with Lord Chuan Wang. However, aren't you curious about who the other powerhouses in other universes are? Sun Wukong was not distracted at all, and asked with a smile. Not curious. The answers of the other three people present were unanimous. Vis doesn't pay attention to the situation in other universes, and Bados is comfortable destroying only his own universe. And Suitor is comparable to a prophet and is completely familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball Super. But, I think, I really want to participate in the martial arts meeting of the whole universe. Sun Wukong looked at the button in his hand. If you participate, something terrible will happen. Suitor took the time to come to such a threat. Is there a very powerful cosmic man? Or is it scary? Sun Wukong hurriedly looked sideways at Suit and asked. Is there anyone more terrible than Lord Chuan Wang? Barris's expression also became ugly, and he warned Sun Wukong again, have you forgotten that Lord Chuan Wang has the ability to eliminate the universe? It's okay, isn't it just a martial arts meeting? Sun Wukong didn't eat oil and salt, and said with a smile. Moreover, Suitor and I are both friends of Chuan, and he will not eliminate our universe. Speaking of which, Sun Wukong, who became more and more determined, directly pressed the red button in his hand. Brush. Oops, he really went. Weiss looked surprised and watched Sun Wukong's disappearance. Bastard, Suitor, why did you give him that thing? Bados gritted his teeth in anger and clenched his fists and yelled. You did it on purpose, right? You want to kill us, don't you? Look at the excitement, it's not a big deal. Suitor shrugged his shoulders and lit another cigarette for himself. It's good to find something to do for the High Priest. I don't know where Goku came from, and I feel that the eraser won't erase the 7th universe. Chapter 71. You Science, you are really not afraid of heaven and earth, the prophetic fish looked at the situation in front of him and swallowed the great fortune with difficulty. Bados felt that he might not be able to beat Suitor, so he held his head weakly, knelt on the ground, and raised his head to the sky and howled. Which bastard made them know Lord Chuan Wang one after another? It's you, isn't it, the martial arts meeting you held with Xiongpa? Suitor went down the well mercilessly. Anyway, even if Wukong doesn't make this trip, the two kings will not retreat because of the average level of the whole universe, and they plan to erase some. Wukong, this guy isn't a troublemaker, is it? Damn! Damn! Bados still roared, still holding his head in his hands. I always feel that something very bad is going to happen. So, do you still want to fight me? Vis asked, looking at Suitor, who was about to sit on the wall. It seems that it will have to be delayed, because soon, the great priest will call you to the Chuanwang temple. As soon as Suitor's words were finished, the philosopher's stone on the scepter of Ves lit up. You're a god. After seeing the message from the great priest, Weiss only had an incredulous expression. Hey, you're going to predict what will happen after that? Bados also leaned over to Suitor's side and asked uneasily. Won't you know later? Suitor kept his mouth shut, not going to say more. Soon, he will be able to go to the king's side to watch others fight, and he will also have to go there to brush up on his presence in front of the great priest. Hey, using the identity of the king's friend, the great priest wants to get him, but the king can't do it. There's no way, who makes him powerless to fight against the great priest now. I don't know if this Dragon Ball Super is going to the anime version, or the manga version. Zama's before, he didn't let him go to the last step, so naturally he doesn't know it yet. It didn't take a few minutes. The great priest teleported the prepared gods of the 12 universes to the Chuanwang temple. Suitor had gone on Ves's shoulder, and it was uninvited. Standing in the midst of a group of gods on one knee, he was in the limelight. The two kings were also in the crowd, and when they saw Suitor at first sight, they greeted one after another. Suitor! You're here too. Do you have anything to eat? Looking at Suitor, who was beckoned to the middle of the throne, many people present looked up at this person vaguely. At the same time, they are also guessing in their minds. Those who have seen Suitor hurriedly squeezed out a friendly smile when their eyes met. Those who have not seen Suitor are curious and confused. But because of the presence of the two kings, no one dared to ask directly. Soon, after watching the two kings being tempted by Suitor's lollipops, the high priest announced to everyone present with a speechless face. After 5 kg, 40 hours of Earth time, it is 157 hours on the day of the royal calendar 3,135,500,603. The meeting of power is held in the boundary. As soon as he said this, the future king looked at the great priest with a puzzled face. What is the General Assembly? What is a General Assembly? Forget about the future King Sama, and don't know about the previous 6th and 7th universe of the God of Destruction Selection Fighting Tournament. A hint of astonishment flashed across the archpriest's face. But soon he smiled and said, then go straight here, have a simple outpost, and take a full view of the game. As he spoke, the archpriest snapped his fingers, and his gaze fell on Suitor's body as if he were nothing. Sensing his gaze, Suitor secretly took a sip and continued to give the two little kings all kinds of snacks. The viewing platforms and the huge central arena of each universe soon appeared in the middle of the temple. Then, I'll invite someone to the ring. Teleport all the people on the ground to the designated viewing platform, and the archpriest also set his eyes on Suitor. As a good friend of Lord Jianwang, I think Mr. Suitor is most willing to go to the ring and show the future Lord Jian-sama, what is the conference. Under the expectant gaze of the future king, Suitor swept the great priest with cold eyes, turned around and jumped to the central ring. So, what about my opponent? Listening to Suitor's cold words, the high priest looked around and pointed to the topo brought by the delicious taste. Humans versus humans, all kings, what do you think? Okay, okay. The king nodded happily as he ate the bagged potato chips that Suitor had just peeled. In the future, the king also ate the lollipop given by Suit, and nodded his head. Let's start. I was innocently named to the top, and a dense cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Go ahead. Wei Mei glanced at Makarita, who had no expression change from beginning to end, and her eyes signaled to Tuopo. Was completely broken by the ducks on the shelf, and was forced to jump into the ring helplessly. Let's get started. With the order of the great priest, this battle can be regarded as the prelude. As soon as Suitor wanted to play a fake match, the great priest said coldly at the same time, you can't release water, otherwise. Bastard. Suitor gritted his teeth, he didn't expect to block the high priest, but he put his own life into it. When he couldn't release the water, Tuopo couldn't even bear Soot's move, and was directly kicked out of the ring. Seeing this scene, everyone on the viewing platform was shocked. This human being is so powerful. He's getting stronger again, Makalita. She said inexplicably as she looked at the Tuopo who had been kicked and embedded in the pillars of the temple. I'm not blind, I've seen it, it's delicious. Mark Arita was still indifferent, and only said this. Hee hee. Wei Mei just grinned on his face, but his heart was complaining wildly. Makarita, this guy, also said that he was just curious about this ant. Look at it now, although that look is quite cold. But if you look closely, Makarita's excited eyes and envious eyes are deceiving the clown? Or are you just curious? Maybe you've fallen in love with this ant. He, a master of emotional intelligence with rich emotional experience, has already advised Makarita, but this angel just doesn't listen. Hey, maybe he's going to follow the same path as Elephant Panna's stupid cat. Well, sure enough, you should have found a male angel to be a guide teacher from the beginning, right? In that case, we can share our common words as men, right? For example, one day at a time or one day at a time, something like that. In this game, the winner is Suitor. With an announcement, Wymeides YY was interrupted and forcibly pulled back to his senses. The Grand Priest was not surprised by Suitor's victory, and quickly lowered his raised right hand and asked towards the future king. Lord Chuanwang, do you understand now? Chapter 72. The future king's round flat face was full of bewilderment and dismay. Just two people on stage, and then kick it out to call the conference? If that's the case, it's not fun at all. Before the king answered in the future, the king on the other side had already complained. Oh! The great priest raised his eyebrows, waiting for the words of the kings. He looked around at the various audience stands present, and then raised his voice and shouted, then next, please invite all the gods of destruction to the ring. Hey! Bados, who was still criticizing Sun Wukong, suddenly heard this and was instantly stunned. Did he hear it wrong? What did the high priest say? Let all the gods of destruction go to the ring? What are you going to do? Scuffle, or a collective joint attack on SUT? Isn't it? Could it be that even if we destroy God, we have to participate in the Conference of Power? The Fox Destroyer of Universe 8. Well, it was Ligel who was so surprised that he cried out. Are we? The long-bearded dwarf Sitara's forehead was covered with cold sweat, he had seen Suitor's strength. Just such an explosion of chi waves can blow him away. Hee, as a resident of various universes, isn't it normal for you to participate in the conference? The great priest smiled kindly, but his eyes were full of coldness. Hey, what are you kidding? Fight with Soot. It's not really the point of what to fight, the main thing is whether he will be hated by Suitor, and then he won't be given food. In the face of these procrastinating and destructive gods with different expressions, the two kings were not happy, and pulled a face to scold and urge. Hurry up! That's it, that's it! The gods of destruction did not dare to delay, and hurriedly jumped into the ring one by one, looking at each other. Suitor stood in the center of the ring with his hands on his hips indifferently. After looking around at the destruction gods around him, he finally set a cold gaze on the great priest. This damn archpriest! Excuse me! Lord Priest, are we going to deal with Suitor together? The yellow-skinned mouse destroys the god of the fourth universe, and Quitra stretched out his hands and asked. Well? The Grand Priest explained, as he swept the two kings who were in the ring out of the corner of his eye. It's up to you to make decisions, and whoever wins in the end will get a reward from Lord Jian-sama. Suitor's strength, he is clear, at most, he is destroying the realm of gods. Whether it was the collective destruction god besieging him alone, or the scuffle, it was enough to make Suitor too seriously injured and even die on the spot. He had inquired with Ves, and there were things like lollipops on earth. Suitor, a human being, can now go and die. The battle of the whole. Listening to the words of the great priest, the gods of destruction, who were still looking at each other, became vigilant against each other. Looks like it's going to be a scuffle. Makarita looked at Suitor, and then at Waymeide, and her expression moved for the first time. But soon, Makarita set her sights on Suitor, and disciples could be found everywhere. But there is only one suitor who can become the strongest human in the universe. It is easy to see at a glance which is more important and which is more important. Well, it seems that this game is a good opportunity to figure out who will be the strongest god of destruction. They. Yellow-skinned mouse clasped his arms in both hands, looked at Beerus defiantly, and directly rode Suitor out. It's just a human being, even if you can defeat the god of destruction candidate, how can it be stronger than the real god of destruction? What kind of eyes do you have? Beerus felt the gaze of the yellow-skinned rat Quitla, and looked over coldly. Do you want to find my fault? Hey, but I'm defeated. Looking at each other, the yellow-skinned mouse Quitra snorted coldly with a look of disdain. These words are full of slots. Beerus clenched his fists angrily, his forehead bruised, and roared, what is the defeat? That time we were just a wrist wrestler. It's still you, what are you lying about? My wine was spilled. Humph, if you lose, you lose, why don't you admit it? The yellow-skinned rat Quitra caught this and refused to let go. What a envy, Lord Beerus also appeared, and Suitor. Stand in the realm of the king god. Sun Wukong, who was beside Xin, looked at the ring full of people, and his face was full of excitement. Just say a few words, and I'll be angry with Lord Beerus again. The king of the realm. Xin looked helpless, and his forehead was still full of cold sweat. But will Monkey King listen to his admonitions? That, of course, is impossible. Come on, Lord Beerus. Suitor, don't lose. Sun Wukong put his hands to his mouth and pretended to amplify himself. Bastard, it's all you, you're too embarrassed to speak. If you hadn't done this, would I have been standing here? It's all your fault. Hearing Sun Wukong's depressing cheering voice, Beerus's forehead continued to appear bruised. It's all to blame for this damn Wukong, who still has the face to cheer him on. Shouting, he felt a chill down his spine, and secretly screamed that it was not good. Suitor stood calmly in the center, looking at the gods of destruction who showed unkind eyes one by one, and fell into the well at Beerus. That guy is from the 7th universe. The Egyptian woman of the god of destruction, Helis raised his eyebrows and looked at Sun Wukong standing on the viewing platform, and suddenly asked. By the way, you're human too, aren't you? Which universe is it? Seeing that the Egyptian woman Helis set her eyes on Suitor's body, the witty elephant had already arrived at Suitor's side and grinned. This is my man. No, I'm not your person. Suitor refused to admit that he had someone who was also Bados. It wasn't the first day he spent time with Suitor, and he smiled again and introduced to the Egyptian woman Helis. He's not my man, but he's Bados' man. Oh. Everyone present had a tacit understanding, and regarded Suitor as a disciple of Bados. Leave him alone, Beerus, did you just say that the way things are because of that human, right? Quitra the yellow-skinned mouse brought back the topic that was gradually distorting, and looked at Beerus with an unkind face. Humph, is it your 7th universe that is causing trouble? Ligil, the fox wagging his tail, also glared at Beerus viciously. Almost instantly, the god of destruction present all looked at Beerus with a fierce glare. Humph, Beerus, you're dead, everyone has been having a holiday with you more or less. You're adding fuel to the fire. Quitra the yellow rat looked proud. Constantly arousing the wrath of the gods of destruction present. Why did he look like he was dying of joy when he saw Beerus unlucky? Suitor looked at Xiongpa, who was standing beside him, and asked. Chapter 73. Well, please refer to the mutual race. Elephant Pa winked his eyebrows, his gaze wandering over Kudra and Beerus. Oh, cat and mouse. Su nodded, and then asked, what about you and Beerus? Do you and Beerus not like each other because you are both cats? Bastard, what a cat! I am the noble god of destruction. Xiongpa was not happy, and angrily showed his cat's paws. Do you want to fight me? Suitor raised his eyebrows, and the little fat cat was scared and trembled. After realizing this, he calmed down again after seeing that it was Ida standing on the viewing platform. If it weren't for the fact that he accidentally knocked Suitor away, causing Bados to rub him for 3 days and 3 nights. He doesn't have such a big psychological shadow on Suitor. In exchange for food, in this ring, when the time comes, I will cover you. Xiongpa crossed his hands on his hips and raised his confidence. Isn't there another possibility? I'm covering you. Suitor smiled. Did the little chubby cat still think that his divine combat power was only the beginning? In the ring, Suitor and Xiongpa whispered to each other. On the viewing platform, Sun Wukong, who saw this scene, couldn't help but turn his head sideways and ask the king of the world curiously. Laborious. Hey? Lord Beerus, have you offended these gods of destruction? How do I know? Am I better than you know about the existence of the god of destruction, not many years earlier? The king of the realm. Xin only felt tired, and this one by one continued to indirectly lead to him, the difficulty of the circle of the king and god of the mixed world. Ho! This is not only offending. Vis smiled like a spring breeze, but said something chilling. What Lord Beerus did in the first place was to force the other gods of destruction to die. Hey! Monkey King and the King of the Realm. Xin instantly became a curious baby, pricking up his ears and preparing to listen. For example, Iwan Sama of Universe 1. Vis pointed at the hairy monster god of destruction. In the first place, I was burned by Lord Beerus. The specific reason may be that he feels that he has no hair himself. Well. Another example, Lord Quitra of Universe 4. Vis pointed to the yellow mouse. Tens of millions of years ago, Lord Beerus almost bit off his ear, and according to him, he explained that he was hungry, and he was wrong. And Beerus Sama almost roasted the 12th universe's god of destruction, Lord Jin, sea monster, and so on. Look at Sun Wukong and the king of the realm god. With a speechless expression, Ves continued to laugh. The most important thing is that in the past, Lord Chuanwang once held a hide-and-seek contest with the whole universe as the scope. As soon as he said this, Sun Wukong interrupted with a surprised expression, hide-and-seek. Is it so naive? Yes. Ves was not angry either, and continued with his chin head. Halfway through that game, Lord Beerus fell asleep while hiding. It's 50 years of sleep. Weiss shrugged his shoulders with a funny face. This game can't go on later, and the whole king is very angry about it. King of the realm god. Xin couldn't help but ask. In order to let Lord Chuanwang dissipate his anger, everyone is about to take out their housekeeping skills, and naturally the remaining gods of destruction hate Lord Beerus. Hearing this explanation of Ves, the king of the world. Sheen has a black line at one end. No wonder he doesn't have a friend of the king of the realm. It's strange to have friends. Beerus not only hooped himself, but also hooped him. Pathetic. Ha ha ha. What a foolish thing Lord Beerus has done. Sun Wukong was heartless and laughed out loud. At this time, the situation on which everyone stood in the ring had also changed. Originally, Suitor was standing in the middle of the ring, surrounded by a group of destructive gods. At this moment, many of the gods of destruction surrounded Beerus, and no one paid attention to Suitor. If there is one, it is the elephant that has been distanced, but it is still close. Hey, can't you do anything without forming a gang? Looking at the people who surrounded him, Bados cursed. Hey, hey! I've been upsetting you for a long time. Kitra didn't care much, and smiled proudly. Everyone, let's start this contest. The great priest waved his hand and commanded directly. The people in the brush, ring have all taken action. Most of the targets were Bados, and they rushed towards Bados as soon as they stepped on them. Bados didn't panic, he watched the 6 ways and listened to all directions, and quickly dodged the punches and kicks of the 4 or 5 gods of destruction. It seems that Bados is the strongest god of destruction. Suitor still stood in place, his hands folded in his arms to watch the excitement. Bados, this guy, will be a little free. But it's a pity that the next second Suitor finished praising it. Bados was caught in the hands of Muru, the tall robot god of destruction. Well done, Muru. He sneered like a finch of heart, and with a single step he wanted to attack Bados. The yellow-skinned mouse had already jumped up high and sneered, Bados, this guy has just touched the threshold of his freedom extreme skill. What do you show? Seeing that the attacks of the yellow mouse, the pink elephant and the elephant paw fat cat were getting closer and closer, Bados did not dare to underestimate it. He gritted his back molars, his eyes sticking out. Finally, at the critical moment, Muru's mechanical arm was propped up and escaped from ascension. These gods of destruction, regardless of the robot Muru who was attacked and fell by themselves, after some investigation, they locked their eyes in the air when they heard the sound. Up there! In the chaos, they didn't care who shouted, and they rushed straight towards the cat shadow with a single step. Bang bang bang! 7 or 8 gods of destruction, and those who caught them in the air punched and kicked. Suitor had been standing on the side, and out of the corner of his eye, he scanned the corner of his eye to crawl out from under the fallen Muru, and said speechlessly. If you're here, the half-empty one. Is it so kind to your twins? Humph, this is the ring, but the water will be erased. Bados didn't look back, but instead looked up into the air, raising his hand to be a destructive energy. In mid-air, the yellow-skinned rat was the first to stop attacking, and he looked at the elephant with a blue nose and swollen face in a daze, and said in shock. Damn, just beating you like this, I can beat you fat. Is it possible that we hit the wrong person? The sea monster asked hesitantly. Damn it! It's too much. Xiongpa was very aggrieved, grinning and touching his cheek. My face was a little bigger, but now it's even bigger. P.S. Weak to ask for a reward, plus more. Chapter 74. Not good. Feeling the destructive energy that quickly hit the ring below, the clown's face changed drastically. Boom! The dazzling purple light burst open, raising billowing smoke, obscuring the figures of several destruction gods in mid-air. It's going to be okay, is it? Suitor stretched out his hand between his eyebrows, as if he were not a contestant, but a spectator. The billowing smoke quickly cleared, and the few people in the air were unharmed. Thanks, Sitara. Looking at the protective shield that wrapped several people, the sea monster destroyed the god and breathed a long sigh of relief. Hey, hey! The long-bearded dwarf Sitara smirked, his hands crossed on his hips. This is also something I learned recently. When the two fought, he would not go with the wind. But unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a black shoe with a pointed toe was already stepping on his cheek. Bang! Sitara, who relaxed his vigilance, was kicked directly and flew out of the ring and embedded in the viewing platform on the side. Hey, it's delicious, what are you doing? When the sea monster saw this scene, he scolded the clown incredulously. Hey, my whole body is full of flaws. The clown crossed his hands on his hips, hooked his lips and smiled extremely indifferently. In this ring, there is more than one Bados. You, we, are enemies of each other. As soon as these words came out, the alliance that had previously been to unite against Bados collapsed in an instant. The sea monster and the hairy monster, who have a good relationship with each other, glance at each other and directly join forces to deal with the clown in front of them. The clown is not a vegetarian. He shows his playing cards between his fingers and throws them at the two monsters. The overwhelming playing cards of brushing and brushing are like sharp blades, involving the elephants and aliens not far away. Elephant Paw's fat body writhed constantly, trying to dodge the dense playing cards. Unfortunately, no matter how he dodged, there were only more and more scars on his body. Suitor. When he finally came to Suitor, he was greeted by a whistling fist. "Little fat cat, we're enemies now," Suitor said without mercy. The bang trick seems to be like putting on a pair of elephant handkerchiefs, or the kind of dark smoky makeup around the eyes. Woo! Damn, Bados, and you, Sut, are abominable. Xiangpa simply lay down in the ring and couldn't get up. Not far away, the fox and the Egyptian woman also fought together because of each other's festivals. The 9 tails in the lake were constantly swaying, shooting out bright yellow energy clusters. The Egyptian woman ran with a bow and arrows at great speed, and from time to time she would give the fox a shot. The elephant and Bados were also in constant pursuit in the ring. There was a piercing elephant roar, and the ring shook with great power. Even Sut, who was originally very idle and watching the show, was targeted by the robot destruction god, who fell to the ground first and didn't know when to get up after disposing of the little fat cat. But a human, standing in the ring, "You better hurry down." As he spoke, the robot's eyes fired 2 beams of energy at Suitor. But this is nothing more than an insignificant, tickling attack for Suitor, who has entered the super race god. He let these 2 energies hit him, and Suitor slapped him out. In the blink of an eye, the huge robot was slapped out of the ring by him. Boom! Was noisy everywhere, accompanied by the sound of falling rubble. Throughout the ring and above the ring, countless energy light clusters continued to appear, and there were also hand-to-hand fights of punches and kicks. All in all, quite chaotic. "I can't see it," Chuan Wang looked at the smoke in the ring and complained dissatisfied. The future king followed suit and said, Yes, I can't see anything." "That's... Do you want them to stop fighting?" Hearing the words of the 2 kings, the great priest hurriedly turned back. "It's boring, they're too fast." The whole king continued to complain. The future king also nodded, "Yes, this kind of conference is not fun at all." "Then stop." Before the grand priest could finish speaking, a shout suddenly came from the ring. Immediately afterward, a powerful wave of air burst out, blowing away the billowing fog. Suitor stood alone in the broken ring, and the red hair of the super race god swayed slightly with the air waves. The figure stands tall, like a god's residence. As for the rest of the gods of destruction, lying on their stomachs. Bados was the only one left, and his whole body was covered with paint, and his body trembled like chaff. Knelt on one knee in front of Suitor, gritting his teeth. "You bastard! Don't save me any face! That's it, I still want to protect you a little, but what happened when you gave me a punch?" Xiangpa, who was lying not far away, was also angry. "Hey!" Suitor patted the non-existent dust on his shoulder and said innocently, "Didn't I save face for you?" He didn't rush to do it before, waiting for the smoke to roll up. He only punched one by one, and quickly solved these destruction gods with one kick and one pair. Isn't that enough to save face? Could it be that they all prefer to be beaten in full view of everyone? Looking at this scene in the ring, a hint of surprise appeared on the face of the great priest. "Originally, I thought that Suitor would not be able to stand in the end, but this result... When has Suitor grown to such a terrifying point? I remember the last time this guy came to the Chuanwang temple, the strength of his body was at most equivalent to the god of destruction, right? Hey, I won!" Suitor grinned and waved his hand at the 2 kings sitting on top of him. At the same time, he also vaguely showed a provocative micro-expression to the high priest. "Want to clean him up?" Nor do you look at whether he agrees or disagrees. Ahem. Then in this game, the final winner is suitor. The high priest pretended not to see suitor's provocation, and made a proclamation. In this scene, suitor only felt that he had punched the cotton, which was very uncomfortable. At this point, the atmosphere gradually fell into embarrassment. But it didn't last long, and soon the silence was broken by a shout from the king. "Hey, suitor, your appearance has changed." The king, who was still lacking in interest, suddenly became curious after seeing suitor's appearance change. "Yay, your hair is turning red. How did you do that?" The future king also tilted his head, his face full of interest. It's called transformation, and so will he." Sutik didn't bother to perform, and pointed his index finger at Sun Wukong, who was not far away. "All the kings, you can let him come up and perform for you." This dumb pot, Sun Wukong is very happy. After hearing suitor's words, he immediately flew to the ring and grinned. Chapter 75. In the red-haired form, it's called the Super Saiyan God. Saying that, Sun Wukong also clenched his fists and shouted softly and entered the realm of the Super Race God. Oh! The two kings were instantly interested, and continued to ask, "Is there anything else? What else can I become?" "Well, Scions can transform into Super Sai, Super Sai 2, Super 3, Super Sai God, and Super Blue. In total, there are 5 transformation forms, Lord Jian. Let's change. The future king can't wait." "But, I don't have an opponent." Seeing that suitor had returned to normal and flew away from the ring, Sun Wukong pouted reluctantly and complained. He watched it for so long, and he was very excited to see it, and his fighting spirit was strong. "Why can't you send him an opponent as well?" "Your strength fell on the viewing platform on Xiongpa's side, and suitor set his eyes on Tuopo, who was on the other viewing platform. "Just let Topo fight you. Enough to be your opponent." As soon as these words came out, everyone did not squeak, and all of them turned their eyes to the great priest. This human is even more tiger than the human who just now. Are all human beings so awesome now? Passing past the supreme gods present at every turn, and making arrangements for yourself? The great priest frowned slightly, and then looked at the two kings. "Lord Wang, what do you think?" "Yes, as long as you can see the fun transformations." The future king didn't care much and nodded. The whole king didn't care even more. He waved his hand at Sut, who was standing beside Xiongpa, and beckoned. "Suitor, you come to me, I have the best angle here." Hearing this, the people present silently shifted their gaze and returned to suitor's body again. This Sut is also amazing, his strength is stronger than that of the gods of destruction, and he is deeply loved by the king. No need. Suitor took out half a pack of cigarettes from his arms, shook one in his mouth, and said with some confusion, "It's not good to let a child get second-hand smoke. Wait until I'm done pumping, and then go over." "What a special child, do you want to die? Hurry up and go to the king's side." Xiongpa was a little frightened by the attention of thousands of people, and retreated again and again to distance himself from suitor. "Hey, it's all up to me, what's going on? Watch the action in the ring." Su Ming made a fire, and glanced around the people present with a cigarette and a cold eye. Was put on the spot by the great priest, and he was a little angry in his heart. What's wrong with smoking a cigarette now? Everyone, who is not an adult? Or are these gods never smoking? When everyone present heard this, they quickly turned their eyes elsewhere, and now they all understood it one by one. Even if you offend the great priest, you can't offend this human who is the heart of the whole king. No, the grand priest is not to be offended. Hey, being a god is really humble. Ahem. Then let's move on to the next one, the third. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was getting more and more weird, the high priest announced again. "But As soon as she wanted to open her mouth to argue, Margarita took the lead and reassured, "Lord Waimei, do you want us to be erased?" Seeing the king's special treatment of suitor, he almost forgot that when the king was unhappy, he liked to use the ability to erase. "Okay, okay." Waimei gave the tool man a look and signaled him to hurry up and get into the ring. Yes. How dare he disobey, so he leaped into the ring for the second time. The original plot is almost being staged. Sun Wukong showed a wave of transformation, and finally lost to the alternate god of destruction and fell out of the ring. Tuopo also found confidence in Sun Wukong. He said happily that there was a stronger Jillian in their proud team. "Is he the captain of your team?" Sun Wukong looked curious. "No, I'm the captain." Tuopo was speechless. "Why isn't this guy's point on the point? It's the first time I've seen such a rarity. The team members are more powerful than the captain. Is there really such a powerful person?" Sun Wukong was very excited, with a silly smile on his face, and also returned to the viewing platform. "I'm so happy, I'm looking forward to the next conference." He stuffed himself with a slice of gum, and then he gave each of the two little kings a slice of gum. "Chew the sugar, chew it until it tastes bad, just spit it out," Suitor instructed with a smile on his face. "If you swallow it, your intestines will stick together." "Good." The two little kings nodded, raised their hands like elementary school students to show that they knew, and then couldn't wait to stuff them into their mouths. "So, will the next conference be held?" The great priest was a little surprised, and quickly drew the attention of the two little kings. "Let's hold it." After seeing Su nodded, the king said, "Okay." The grand priest glanced at Sud and smiled like a smiling tiger, "Then I'll arrange it." "Everyone," the grand priest announced, clasping his hands behind his back, turning to look at the people who were watching the battle. "After the opinions of the kings, plus the outpost before this assembly. The rules of the game are, you can't fly, you can't use weapons, you can't take drugs and drink exuberance, you can't kill each other, and the god of destruction doesn't have to participate." Listening to the announcement of the grand priest, Suitor looked at the two small kings and asked, "Well, your battle just now was too fast, and I didn't see it clearly with future Xiao Chuan." Chewing gum, the king responded very sincerely. "Yes, it's still flying around, it doesn't feel fun at all." The future king also echoed, spitting out the gum in his mouth, and then erasing it with great care for the environment. This wave of operation, Sud who watched couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people present, he would still want to shout, "Awesome!" In the future, the king didn't feel how extravagant his behavior was, so he took out the lollipop and said, "It's not sweet, it's still a lollipop." Suitor shifted his gaze to the grand priest who continued to explain the situation of the gathering of forces. "That's it, you choose 10 people from your universe to be the contestants. As for the rules, just 1 point, if you fall out of the ring, you will be eliminated. It's 100 tack, 48 minutes. With the introduction of the grand priest, Suitor found that the Assembly of Power had embarked on exactly the same plot. All of them must fight together within the specified time until the end of the time, and the universe with the most people left wins. There is no reward for winning universes, there is no such thing as a reward. Just like the 6th and 7th Cosmic Destruction God fighting tournaments, one of the best players will be selected and 7 Super Dragon Balls will be given as prizes. As for the remaining failed universes, they were cleared by the king. After all, the original 2 little kings felt that the 12 universes were too many and wanted to clear some of them. This meeting of power can be regarded as a kind of luck.